Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Dragonheart by Todd McCaffrey, performed by Emily Durante. This book is lovingly dedicated to Steve and Natalie. For readers new to Pern, thousands of years after man first developed interstellar travel, colonists from Earth, Tau Ceti III, and many other worlds settled upon Pern, the third planet of the star Rookbot in the Sagittarius sector. They found Pern idyllic for their purposes, a pastoral world far off the standard trade routes and perfect for those recovering from the horrors of the Nathi Wars. Led by Hero Admiral Paul Bendon and Governor Emily Bowl of war-torn Tau Ceti, the colonists quickly abandoned their advanced technology in favor of a simpler life. For 8 years, turns, as they called them on Pern, the settlers spread and multiplied on Pern's lush southern continent, unaware that a menace was fast approaching, the Red Star. The Red Star was actually a wandering planetoid that had been captured by Rookbot millennia before. It had a highly elliptical cometary orbit, passing through the fringes of the system's Oort cloud before hurtling back inward toward the warmth of the sun, a cycle that took 250 turns. For 50 of those turns, the Red Star was visible in the night sky of Pern. Visible and deadly, for when the Red Star was close enough, as it was for those 50 long turns, a space-traveling spore could cross the void from it to Pern. Once the spore entered the thin, tenuous upper atmosphere, it would thin out into a long, thin streamer shape and float down to the ground below, as seemingly harmless threads. Like all living things, however, thread needed sustenance, and it ate anything organic, wood or flesh. It was all the same to thread. The first deadly fall of thread caught the colonists completely unawares. They barely survived. In the aftermath, they came up with a desperate plan. Having abandoned their high technology, they turned to their knowledge of genetic engineering to modify fire lizards, 6-limbed, winged life forms indigenous to Pern, into huge, rideable, fire-breathing dragons. These dragons, telepathically linked at birth to their riders, formed the mainstay of the protection of Pern. Other solutions were tried as well, but none proved to be as effective as dragons. The approach of the Red Star caused further difficulties in the form of violent tectonic activity throughout the southern continent. Overwhelmed by the sudden proliferation of volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, the colonists abandoned their original settlements in favor of the smaller, stabler northern continent. In their haste, much was lost and much was forgotten. Huddled in one settlement, called Fort Hold, the colonists soon found themselves overcrowded, particularly with the growing dragon population. The dragons, with their riders, moved into their own high mountain space called Fort Weyr. As time progressed and the population spread across Pern, more holds were formed and more weirs were created by the Dragonriders. Given their great losses, particularly in able-bodied older folk, the people of Fort and the other holds soon found themselves resorting to an authoritarian system where one lordholder became the ultimate authority of each hold. The Weyrs developed differently. Unable to both provide for themselves and protect the planet, the Dragonriders relied upon a tithe from the holds for their maintenance. Instead of a lord-holder, they had a Weyr leader, the rider of whichever dragon flew the Weyr's senior queen dragon. And so the two populations grew separate, distant, and too often intolerant of each other. As the Red Star moved away again, thread stopped falling. Then, after a 200-turn interval, it returned to rain death and destruction from the skies for another 50-turn pass. Again, Pern relied on the dragons and their riders to keep it thread-free, and again the pass ended and a second interval began. 12 turns before the start of the third pass, a strange plague spread across Pern, decimating the holder population. Even now, as the Red Star heralds the return of thread and the beginning of the third pass, some smaller holds still lie fallow and deserted. The farmers of Pern struggle to provide enough food for the holders and weirfolk. Miners work long hours to make up for fewer bodies, and few young holders are sent to the Harper Hall or Healer Hall to learn the ancient crafts. 1. Heart, give voice to sing of life on dragon wings. Fort Weyr, AL 507, 11-17. Second interval. And you wouldn't believe how many holders they've saved over the last 10 turns, Benton Weyr leader Matal said, continuing to press his case for the watch Weyrs. The 3 remaining Weyr leaders had adjourned to Fort Weir's council room to await the hatching and confer. Cryon of Istaweyr snorted and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Matal, but the time's all wrong," he said. "Threads will be falling all too soon, and here you are with this radical notion of training dragons and watch Weyrs to fly threads together at night." Matal took a slow, calming breath to stifle the hot retort he wanted to make. He looked expectantly to Cleor. The youngest Weyr leader of Pern shifted uneasily under the gray-haired man's gaze. Well aware that Matal had been a Weyr leader since before Cleor was born, he found it hard to refute such a length of experience. Of course, Cryon was even older still and had made his feelings well known. "Look," Matal began again, his hands outstretched in a placating gesture. "Just think." He broke off as his ears detected the unmistakable hum of dragons at hatching. He smiled and gestured at Cleor. "Weyr leader?" Cleor was already on his feet and heading for the doorway that led to the hatching grounds. Kindin and Kentai, Fort Weir's Harper, were waiting on the stairs to the viewing stands in the hatching grounds, ready to escort the more feeble or overly excited holders up to a good perch. Kindin nodded to Matal as the Weyr leader passed by, still engrossed in fervent conversation with the Istan and Fort Weyr leaders. "I see Dagon has departed," Kentai murmured to Kindin as the Weyr leaders climbed out of earshot. Kindin shrugged. He knew that Matal had not been counting on Dagon's support anyway. He was less pleased at the looks he'd seen in Cryon's and Cleor's faces. Neither looked very thrilled with what Matal was saying to them. Kindin, who was familiar with Matal's plan, shook his head. Couldn't the other Weyr leaders see that watch Weyrs with their night-seeing eyes were supposed to fly the night thread falls? "Lord Iteral, Lady Nelissa," Kentai called as he spotted the Lord and Lady holders of Ruatha Hold. He smiled as he spotted the third person in their party. "I see that you've convinced Lady Alyssa to join you this time." He nodded to their young daughter and raised an elbow invitingly. "May I escort you to your seats?" Alyssa blushed, but overcoming her embarrassed smile, curtsied most elegantly and took his arm. "This is Kindin," Kentai said with a nod toward the other Harper. "He's come with Lord Matal from Bendon Weyr." Lady Nelissa started at his name and peered at him more closely. "Aren't you the one—" She caught herself and rapidly switched her comment. "I mean, aren't you the young man who gave up his watch Weyr to Nuella, the Weyr master?" "Among other things, I am known for that," Kindin agreed, inclining his head politely and giving her a slight smile. He knew what she'd started to say and wondered if he would ever live down the stigma of the fire in the Harper Hall's archive rooms. He hadn't been solely responsible, after all, and he'd fought the hardest to put the blaze out, preserving countless other records. "Kindin!" Before he could even react to the sound of his name, the speaker pummeled into him, clutching him tightly about the waist and trying her best to squeeze the breath out of him. Brilliant sea-blue eyes looked out from behind a lock of rebellious honey-blonde hair as the youngster turned her head and called back accusingly to the well-dressed lord-holder behind her. "You didn't tell me he'd be here." Bemin of Forthold smiled indulgently at his daughter. "There are such things as surprises, Fiona," he said with a wink. "Oh, Kindin, it's so good to see you," Fiona exclaimed, burying her face once more in Kindin's chest. "It's good to see you too," Kindin replied. He held out a hand to Forthold's Lord Holder. The older man, face lined with age and sad memories, took it in his own and gripped it tightly. "Good to see you again, lad," Bemin said. He looked up the stairs. "I think we'd better get up there or the dragons will all have hatched." Fiona turned toward the steps, firmly locking her arms around Kinden's elbow. "Harper Kinden," she said, sounding every inch a Lord Holder's daughter, "would you do me the honor of escorting me?" "It would be my pleasure, Lady Fiona," Kinden replied with equal aplomb. A bronze fire lizard darted down from the heights, alighted for a moment on Kinden's shoulder, chirped happily to him, then rose again in the air. Lord Bemin chuckled. "I see that Vala followed you." "I can't keep him away from a hatching," Kinden confessed. He craned his neck up and scanned the swarm of fire lizards overhead. "Where are Jokester and Fire?" "We left them behind," Bemin said. "I doubt either of them is as well trained as yours." "Well, they've barely 2 turns out of the shell," Kinden allowed. "Give them time." "Like all youngsters, they are impetuous and brash," Bemin agreed with a twinkle in his eyes. "Why, you would not believe where I found my daughter." "Father!" Fiona protested, a warm blush highlighting her freckles. Bemin laughed. "Chasing tunnel snakes again?" Kinden asked her in a voice pitched for her ears alone. He was not successful as Bemin snorted, saying, "I cannot teach her any decorum at all." He continued, "She was hours in the bath, and I'm sure there's still dirt on her." Kinden felt Fiona grab him tighter and heard her groan, but when he glanced down, he saw the smile in her eyes. "He's sounding much happier," he said quietly. "He deserves it," Fiona replied. Kinden nodded in agreement. Lord Holder Bemin had kept his hold together 12 turns before when the plague had struck and killed nearly 1 in 4 of his holders, including his wife and all his children, save for the youngest, Fiona. Kinden, sent from the Harper Hall to Fort Hold in disgrace after the fire, had helped Fort's old healer, Kilty, do everything possible for the sick and dying. In the end, Kilty had succumbed to the plague himself, leaving Kinden at 14 in charge. Fiona cocked her head at a change in the sound, and then leapt up the steps, dragging Kinden along. "Come on! They're hatching!" Indeed they were. Kinden, Fiona, and Bemin found seats saved for them next to Lord Iteral and his family. "Just some greens," Alyssa assured Fiona as she patted the empty seat she'd saved for her friend. Fiona relinquished her grip on Kinden with an apologetic look and happily took her place beside Alyssa. The two leaned toward each other and began to speak in low voices. The hot sands rapidly filled with white-robed candidates, flown in by Fort Weyr's bronze dragons. The rest of Fort's dragons, perched high above, hummed in welcome, the sound growing louder as the eggs began to rock and crack. Suddenly there was a hush as the first egg cracked open. A brown dragonette flopped out, awkward and creeling. A group of candidates darted anxiously around it, some moving toward it, some away, and then one candidate reached out to the baby dragon and impressed. The dragons hummed approvingly. Another dragonette burst forth from its egg, and another, and another. From the stands it seemed as though a tide of white-robed candidates flowed and ebbed around the blue, green, brown, and bronze dragonettes until, finally, one white-robed figure stood protectively beside each dragonette as the miracle of impression was repeated. "Look there!" Fiona called, pointing toward one of the larger eggs. "Is that a queen?" "It could be," Kinden said. A great rent appeared in the shell, followed moments later by a golden head. "It is." The little queen made quick work of extricating herself from her egg, while all around the bronzes crooned excitedly. Freed at last, the little gold queen walked around, looking from one candidate to another. "What would happen if there wasn't a suitable candidate?" Fiona muttered to Kinden, who shrugged in response. The girls were trying. One bold girl just barely dodged the dragonette's awkward movements, pulled aside at the last moment by a shorter, younger, dark-haired girl. Kentai had overheard the exchange. "There are records," he said, looking uncomfortable. "Well, she's coming this way," Alyssa noted with excitement. "We're near the exit to the bowl," Kentai remarked. "Maybe she's looking for someone out there." She wasn't. Still ignoring the girls clustered around her, even the bold, dark-haired one that Fiona would have thought she'd like, the dragonette lurched over to the visitor stands. She looked up into the stands and creeled desperately. Kindon and Bemin exchanged alarmed looks as the little gold gazed toward Fiona. Fiona's eyes grew wide with shock, and she glanced worriedly at Lord Bemin. Bemin seemed to wilt in despair. Fiona was his last surviving child, but he recovered and nodded weakly. "What's her name?" he asked his daughter, gesturing to the gold below and forcing his lips into a smile. The dragonette creeled again piteously, and Fiona turned back to her face glowing in pure joy as she declared, "She says her name is Talent." Kindon picked out Cleor and Siska climbing down the stairs toward them. It was obvious from the look on her face that Siska had taken in the full import of the event. She would handle things from here. Kindon, who after all was beholden to Bendon, not Fort Weyr, turned away for a last look at the now empty hatching grounds. For a moment, a very brief moment, before the egg had proved to be a gold, Kindon had imagined what might have happened if he had impressed. A chirp from above distracted him as his fire lizard Vala swooped down from his perch above, pleased with himself for locating Kindon and thrilled to have seen the hatching. Kindon shook himself from his reverie. He had been a miner, had bonded with a watchweir, the dragon's kin, and now he was a harper who had impressed a fire lizard. The red star was approaching, bringing the deadly threads, and everything would change when the dragons began the 50-turn battle to save Pern from extinction. Vaguely, Kindon wondered if he would live to see the end of the past and the return of the less trying times he had been born into. The beating of a drum, the call to dinner, and a personal plea from Kentai for help in entertaining the revelers spurred Kindon up and out of the hatching grounds. At the entrance he turned back once more, unable to contain his longing. Kindon couldn't remember who waved him toward the sleeping quarters or quite how he got himself into bed. The evening had been a raucous celebration at which he had sung much, danced much, and drank much, far more than is usual. He had no idea why he'd drunk so much, nor why he'd worked so hard that evening, until he woke in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. The Weyr was silent, but the silence seemed more oppressive than comforting. The sound of his labored breathing came harshly to his ears, and he sat up in his cot, glancing around nervously to check if his nightmare had disturbed anyone else to whom he'd have to make a quick apology. He heard no one. In the distance, a dragonette creeled uneasily. Then silence. Kindon sighed and swung his legs over the side of the cot. It wasn't as if he was the only one who had nightmares of the plague, but he hadn't had many in the past several turns, so he was surprised that he'd had one now. Something about the day before must have reminded him subconsciously, so that he sang so hard and drank so much to keep away the pain. Not that it had worked, obviously. The plague that had swept across Pern and then, just as quickly disappeared, had struck when he had only 14 turns, leaving him solely in charge of Fort Hold's sick when the aged healer had himself succumbed to the disease. So many had died. So many, including Coriana, Lord Bemin's daughter, and Fiona's older sister. "Coriana," Kindon whispered. The sound of her name brought both joy and pain, like a rose, pretty smell, prickly thorns. He shook his head. "I'm sorry." "I tried," he thought, but he wondered, as he always wondered, did I try hard enough? Resolutely, Kindon lay back in the cot and closed his eyes. Presently his breathing eased and he relaxed, but he did not sleep. And in that space between sleeping and waking, he heard the sound of a dragon departing between. Talent's creel woke Fiona instantly. "What is it?" she asked, jumping out of her bed and rushing to the young queen's lair. "He hurts," Talent whimpered. Fiona knelt and pulled the young queen's head into her lap. "I'm sorry," she thought to her dragon, gently caressing the leathery hide. "He hurts and you feel it," Talent said. "How is it that you feel it?" Fiona furrowed her brow in surprise. At first she thought that Talent was referring to her father, but then she forced herself to be honest. She had wheedled and whined her very best to convince her father to bring her to this hatching, all because she knew that Kindin would be here.
"I don't know,"
she confessed.
"I just do. I'm sorry that it hurts you too. Can you help him?"
Fiona bent to cradle Tallenth's head with her whole body. "I'm not sure," she said. But deep inside her, Fiona knew that was a lie. As she considered it, she heard a noise, a dragon going between.
"We've been here long enough. Let's go,"
the rider thought to the dragon under her.
"As you wish,"
the dragon responded. With a great heave of its hind legs, the dragon leapt into the air and went between. 2. Skin stretch, flake, peel, oil, scratch, feed, creel. Fort Weyr, the next day. "I'll be just fine, father," Fiona assured Lord Holder Bemin as he took his leave of her the next morning. "You can send Jokester to check on me." Catching herself, she gestured lovingly down to the Gold Queen beside her. "Us, whenever you need." "It's just that—" "You must get back to the hold, father," Fiona told him firmly. "I'll be fine." She paused, raising her hand to stifle a yawn. "Here." "You look exhausted," Bemin said, glancing to the Weyr leader and Weyr woman for support. "A late night and a stressful day," Fiona assured him, again stifling a yawn. She smiled ruefully down at Tallenth. "We'll be fine." Lord Bemin gave his daughter one final worried look. "I'll send Jokester to check on you." The bronze fire lizard perched on his shoulder made a cheerful noise of agreement. "Tomorrow we'll see you back to your hold, my lord," Weyr woman Siska said, gesturing to a sturdy rider and his bronze dragon waiting nearby. She glanced at Fiona, adding, "He'll be able to guide your fire lizard back on his return." "Thank you," Fiona said, much relieved. She couldn't wait to see Fire's reaction to the larger Gold Queen. "Wing leader," Bemin nodded absently, gesturing for the rider to precede him. With Tamar's help, he mounted the great dragon easily enough and had time to look down once more at Fiona and her dragon. Despite another yawn, she waved merrily as the bronze leapt into the air, rose above the Weyr, and winked out between. For Fiona, the next few 7 days passed in a frenzy of feeding, oiling, scratching, and tending the baby gold dragon whose only activities were eating, sleeping, and complaining. Her fire lizard Fire, after hours in a state of mixed surprise, delight, and jealousy, found herself helping joyfully, often finding the itchiest spots and scratching them with her own claws. "You know," Fiona had admitted to the dragonette early on, "I'm only doing this because it's you."
"And you love me,"
Tallenth had agreed, turning over so that Fiona could reach another offending itch. With a laugh, Fiona obliged, sweat running down her nose as she scratched the flaking skin and poured more oil on it. As Tallenth grew, the job of scratching and oiling her grew as well, until Fiona began to wonder if she'd ever done anything else. Occasionally she saw others in the Weyr. She knew she ate, but her memories of both food and sleep were truncated and foggy at best. In fact, foggy was a great description of her time so far at the Weyr. She had only a foggy map of the Weyr. She had traveled only once from the hatching grounds into the Weyr bowl and up the short ramp into her werewoman's quarters, and had made only a few trips to the kitchen cavern before figuring out how to use the Weyr's amazing conveyor system to order food for her quarters. Fiona could never remember feeling so at odds and disjointed. She envied the Weyr-bred riders who already knew their way around and had been more prepared for these first weeks with a new Weyrling. "She's growing well." Fiona jerked, startled by the voice behind her, but she turned quickly enough to nod to Siska, amazed that such a big person could move so quietly. "That she is," Fiona agreed, giving Tallenth a final pat. Fiona wasn't quite sure how to deal with Siska. Having grown up as the only surviving child of a grieving Lord Holder, she'd never had to listen to an older woman's directions before, and the Weyr woman was only 6 turns older than she was. "Will you let me take your rider, Tallenth?" Siska asked the young gold dragon. As Talent had curled up once more and was engaged in her favorite pastime, sleep, she made no reply. Siska smiled at Fiona. I think we can take that for a yes. Fiona looked expectantly at her queen fire lizard, but Fire glanced her way only once, then lay her head back down on her perch on the dragonette's neck and closed her eyes, clearly saying, "Go on without me." With a smile, Siska gestured for Fiona to follow her and led the way out of the Weyr and down the corridor to her own quarters. "I'm to teach you your duties as a Weyr woman," Siska said as they entered her rooms. Fiona's eyes widened as she caught sight of Milurth lounging in her Weyr. Siska caught her glance and laughed. "You think you're oiling now?" Fiona's attempt to stifle a groan was noticed by Siska, who continued sympathetically, "Really, it's not as bad as all that." She gestured to the small shapes surrounding her dragon. "The fire lizards are an immense help, most of the times." "My father has a fire lizard," Fiona said, forgetting that Siska had met Jokester at the hatching. "Maybe you can entice your father into letting him help you and your little queen," Siska suggested, gesturing to a day table flanked by several chairs. "No," Fiona said, shaking her head sadly as she sat down. "With me here, Father's only got Jokester." She pursed her lips, then shook her head again. "Anyway, if Jokester came, I'm not sure he'd leave Fire alone." She met the Weyr woman's eyes. "I think it would be best if Jokester stayed at the hold." "Did your father teach you much of holding?" Siska asked, taking a chair of her own. Fiona made a face. "That was all he ever talked about." "Well, he did you a service then," Siska said. "Running a Weyr is not all that different from running a hold." The look Fiona gave her was mulish. "You don't think so? I can't imagine that you've got to spend your time sitting with old grannies while they go on and on about the good old—" Fiona trailed off as she noticed Siska's expression. "I get to listen to old dragon men," Siska informed her with a smile. She couldn't resist adding, "Of course, now I've got you to help me." Fiona turned a groan into a deep breath and let it out slowly, squaring her shoulders. "Of course, instead of just running a hold, you've got a dragon as well," Siska added. Fiona thought of the sleeping Talent and her expression softened. She nodded slowly. "Indeed I do." She shivered in response to another thought. "And Thread is coming soon." "Yes, it is," Siska said. "But your Talent will be too young to join the Queen's Wing for several turns yet." Fiona seemed not to hear her attention still directed inward. "I will not fail the Weyr." She sat in silence for a moment, then shook herself and looked up at Siska. "I'm sorry, Weyr woman, you were saying?" "I was talking about the Queen's Wing," Siska said. "There's only Tanaz and her Calcenth now. Weyrs don't fly a Queen's Wing unless there are 3 queens." "Oh, I'm sorry." Siska waved the apology aside. "There's nothing to apologize for, unless you know how to speed up time and you've been holding out on us." Fiona shook her head. "I thought so," Siska said. "Now, why don't you tell me what you think a Weyr woman's duties are, based on what you know from holding?" "Okay," Fiona said. She thought for a moment, then continued. "A Weyr woman is responsible for the proper running of the hold. Weyr. She has to handle the staff." She caught Siska's look. "Not staff?" "Weyr folk," Siska supplied. "Weyr folk," Fiona repeated, nodding as she fixed the word in her memory. "She handles the Weyr folk in the preparation of food." Fiona's brow furrowed. "The food from Tithe?" "Yes," Siska agreed. "When Thread is falling, we don't have time to find food." "Nor do we," Fiona replied tetchily. She caught herself and blushed, shaking her head. "I meant the holders." "I'm Weyr-bred," Siska responded. "I'm counting on you to remind me of what it is to be a holder." "It's just that—" Fiona trailed off in embarrassment. "Go on," Siska said. Her tone was kind. "It seems that Dragonriders don't do that much, And yet they get whatever they need whenever they want it, Fiona said, her frank blue eyes meeting Siska's warm brown ones. Siska waited silently. Fiona lowered her gaze and pursed her lips. Finally she sighed and looked up again at the weirwoman. I've heard older lads say the same thing about me. And is it true? Fiona's shoulders slumped. I know I didn't work as hard as some of them. Are you lazy then? Fiona's eyes flashed angrily. I never shirked a duty, never stopped until I was told. Never! Oh! Siska smiled at the younger girl. Perhaps you understand being werefolk better than you imagined. Fiona nodded ruefully. She started to say something, but stopped abruptly, stricken. Siska said nothing as she too was suddenly stricken. Outside, dragons bellowed in anguish, their voices almost drowned out by the nearer sound of Milurth's keening. Fiona could hear Tallenth's anguished cry mingling with the others.
I'm here,
she called to her dragon.
Talith is no more,
Tallenth told her sadly. A hand covered Fiona's, and she looked up as Siska told her sadly, That is one of the extra prices Dragonriders pay. The death of Talith and his rider Jetrel left Fiona distraught for the next several days. She tried to hide it from Tallenth, but the young queen was too perceptive.
What is hurting you?
Tallenth asked in mixed tones of confusion and protectiveness.
Talith,
Fiona replied.
Who? Never mind,
Fiona assured her, her tone as bright as she could make it.
Let's get you oiled up again. You've rubbed it all off in the sand.
Later, when Tallenth was sleeping, Fiona sought out the weirwoman. You want to know why Tallenth doesn't remember? Siska asked. She smiled. That's one of the gifts of the dragons. Their memories are short. They forget most things quickly. You say most things. Sometimes they remember, usually the strangest things. In response to Fiona's confused look, she added, You'll soon find out for yourself. How did Talith die? Fiona asked the question she'd been dreading for days. Jetrel was old, Siska said. They went between together. Do dragons die of old age? No one really knows, Siska said, shaking her head. Usually the rider dies of old age first, and the dragon goes between. She smiled at Fiona. You've many turns before that'll be a concern for you. Fiona nodded and returned to her quarters to curl up comfortably with Tallenth. Yet it seemed that Siska was wrong. 4 days later, Fiona was startled awake in the middle of the night. Tallenth was trembling in her sleep, and none of Fiona's comforting could still the hatchling. Yet neither did the queen wake. Fiona heard voices nearby and stumbled out of her quarters toward the sound. Her fire lizard stirred on her perch atop Tallenth and flitted to Fiona's shoulder. Fiona shushed her absently and strained to hear. Ban the fire lizards? Cleora was saying to Siska. That's what they said, Siska agreed. The fire lizards have gotten sick and 3, at least, have died. They're afraid that the dragons... Dragons? Cleora broke in. He started to say more, but at that moment Fiona stumbled on a pebble and the noise distracted him. Who's there? He called, thrusting his head out the doorway of his quarters. It's me, Fiona said, coming farther down the corridor. I heard voices. Cleora turned back to his room and murmured something that Fiona didn't catch, then turned back to her. I'm sorry we woke you. It's nothing to worry about. Cleora, Siska called reprovingly. She'll know soon enough. Cleora grimaced, then gestured for Fiona to join them. What did you hear? He asked as she followed him into the weirwoman's quarters. Something about fire lizards being banned? Fiona replied, her hand going uncontrolled to the fire lizard on her shoulder. Kinden's fire lizard went between, Siska told her softly. They think he went between to die. Why? On her shoulder, Fire chirped worriedly. Siska shook her head. We don't know, she said. Apparently he got ill, something in the lungs. Could this illness affect the dragons? Fiona asked, glancing back toward her Weyr, filled with dread that she might lose both of her only true friends one after the other.
We don't know,
Cleor said. But the dragons and fire lizards are related, Siska added. So maybe they could get sick, Fiona surmised. And that's why you want to ban the fire lizards.
Yes,
Cleor agreed. Many of our Weyr folk have fire lizards, Siska reminded him.
Yes, I know,
Cleor said. He turned to Fiona.
How will they react?
On her shoulder, fire creeled, and Fiona shuddered. She thought of Kindin, of how he must feel in his loss. Then she thought of Father. That's right, Siska said. Your father has a fire lizard too. Father, Fiona repeated numbly. But he's not at the Weyr.
It would have to be a general ban, Cleor told her.
Wouldn't just this continent be enough? Siska asked, brows furrowed.
Yes, Cleor said, as long as the fire lizards can't infect the dragons.
What happens to a fire lizard that's separated from its person? Fiona asked.
We don't know,
Cleor said, frowning.
A fire lizard's bond is not as strong as a dragon's. If we send them to the southern continent, perhaps.
Not all will go, will they? Fiona asked.
No, Cleor admitted.
But without the dragons. Thread comes soon, Siska said. Fiona turned her head in the direction of her sleeping dragon, then back to the Weyr leaders. My father survived the plague. He'll understand. He's strong. She turned again toward her quarters. Come on, Fire. We'd best tend to length. Cleor started to say something, but Siska held up a restraining hand, cocking an ear and waiting until she could no longer hear Fiona's footsteps.
What was that about?
Cleor asked incredulously. She's in shock. She's grieving, Siska told him. She needs time to say farewell. Cleor nodded then.
I'd like to talk with the Weyr folk in the morning, he said, and give all those who have fire lizards a chance to say farewell.
Siska nodded abstractedly.
What? Cleor said. What are you thinking?
Have you noticed the way Fiona behaves?
I don't know how well she could behave, given the news, Cleor replied.
Have you talked with the Weyrlings recently?
Are you afraid they have this illness? Cleor asked, suddenly alarmed. Could her fire lizard have spread it to the dragons?
No, Siska replied, although that's a horrible possibility. She frowned, mulling the notion over, then shook her head. Have you noticed how they all seem so tired?
And distracted, Cleor agreed. They seem only half here. Jen was muttering about it this morning.
And you paid attention? Siska asked, amused. It was almost tradition that every Weyrling master was convinced that the latest group of Weyrlings was the worst ever.
Yes, Cleor agreed, because he'd just told off the same rider twice for the same silly thing. He couldn't get his practice harness on properly.
With the plague, though, it was the strongest who succumbed, Siska remarked.
That was humans, not dragons, Cleor said. We can't be sure of anything.
Well, it's clear that the fire lizards must go, Siska said. If things work out, perhaps we can have them return.
That'd please a lot of our Weyr folk, Cleor agreed.
There were no signs of pleasure the next morning as Dragonriders and Weyr folk collected in the kitchen cavern. Cleor could tell that most of the Dragonriders knew what was coming. Those with fire lizards had placed themselves near those Weyr folk who had fire lizards. Looking upon the sea of faces, most many turns older than he, Cleor had never been more aware of how young he was to be a Weyr leader.
I have grave news from Bendon Weyr, he announced, his voice loud enough to fill every corner of the great room. Mittal informs me that they have identified a sickness among the fire lizards.
The fire lizards? Several exclaimed at once.
Yes, Cleor agreed. Kindin's bronze Vala succumbed to it yesterday. The symptoms are a cough that doesn't get better and green sputum.
Can it affect the dragons? Someone shouted from the back of the room. We don't know, Siska said, stepping up beside her mate. But we can't take the risk, another of the Weyr folk called. Dragon men must fly when threat is in the sky. There was a chorus of assent.
What do you want us to do, Weyr leader?
Bemin, a Soth's rider, asked. His gold fire lizard Siamon sat nestled on his shoulder. We're going to have to send the fire lizards away, Siska said. We think we can send them to the southern continent. Bemin stepped forward, his expression grim. He was more than 20 turns older than either Siska or Cleor.
Not all will make it.
That may be so, Cleor agreed, leaving unspoken the acknowledgement that the others would go between. He spoke up to the rest of the Weyr. We have to protect the dragons. It is our duty. I called you here to tell you what we must do, and to give those of you with fire lizards a chance to say farewell.
Daddy's fire lizard has to go away.
Janal, Bemin's sturdy lad of 7 turns, piped up. Bemin knelt beside his son.
Yes,
he said, his eyes bright with unshed tears.
Say goodbye to Siamon.
Bye, Siamon,
Janal said.
He turned to his father. Will we ever see her again?
I don't know,
Bemin admitted, tears leaking beyond his control as he stroked the beautiful gold fire lizard who had brought so many clutches of fire lizard eggs to the Weyr.
But she'll be all right. She'll play in the sun of Southern.
Can we visit her there?
Janal asked hopefully.
No, Bemin said. She and the others have to go so that the dragons will be safe.
Safe?
Janal repeated, peering past his father to the bowl and the dragon weirs above.
The dragons can't be hurt.
That's right, Bemin agreed. And Siamon will protect them by going away.
He stroked his precious gold one last time.
Have you said goodbye, son?
Goodbye, Siamon,
Janal said.
I love you.
Bemin nodded.
That was well said,
he told the youngster, ruffling his hair before turning his attention back to the gold fire lizard.
I love you. Farewell. Asoth, tell Siamon she must go to the southern continent,
Bemin said to his dragon, tears now streaming freely down his face.
She must go?
Asoth asked sadly.
Yes, she must,
Bemin repeated.
To protect the dragons. I will tell her,
Asoth replied. In front of him, Siamon gave one horrified squawk and disappeared between. As the others began to send their fire lizards away, Cleor grabbed Siska's hand. She squeezed back, tightly, her grip flexing every time another fire lizard went between, until finally the kitchen cavern was a silent mix of sad Dragonriders and tearful Weyr folk. Fiona was in her Weyr, curled up tight against Talent, her arms wrapped tightly around fire, when the other fire lizards left.
Fiona!
She recognized her father's voice. She made no reply, but clutched fire tighter. The queen fire lizard craned her neck around to look at her, her faceted eyes whirling red and green. Fiona heard the sound of feet coming toward her.
Fiona,
Lord Bemin said.
I came as soon as I heard.
She didn't move. She heard him bend down, saw his face come into view. Jokester rode on his shoulder. There were tears in her father's eyes. Fiona closed her own eyes tightly, not wanting to see his tears. Hadn't he cried enough? She closed her eyes, but she couldn't close her ears.
When we came here, to the hatching,
Bemin said softly, his voice hoarse with emotion,
I never thought that you'd impress.
He sniffed.
My daughter, a queen rider.
She could hear the pride in his voice. She turned away from him, clutching fire tight.
I never hoped, never dreamed that our line would be so honored, he went on in a whisper. I thought my heart would break. I was so proud.
Fiona turned back to him.
You were? She opened her eyes to peer at his face and saw, beyond the tears, the immense pride he had in her. Yes, Bemin said. You bring great honor to our hold, and to me. He took a breath and told her gently, I know this is hard. He reached up and stroked Jokester on his shoulder. But you have duties now, duties to your Weyr and to Pern, just as I have mine to Fort Hold. He reached for her with one hand and gently helped her to her feet. You are a fort, he said, his voice becoming firm, commanding. You are twice a fort, of Hold and Weyr. He peered down at her, the corners of his lips quivering upward. You are my last child, and I would not deprive you of anything. Then I can... But her words trailed off as Bemin shook his head gently. You and I have so much, he told her gently. He gestured to the sleeping Queen Dragonet, who was trembling in her sleep. As you have your queen, I have Forsk, the watchweir. Do you think it would be dutiful to risk all Pern to keep our fire lizards too? Fiona sniffed, her eyes catching his pleadingly, but he shook his head again. It is time now, he told her, to say goodbye. He turned his head to Jokester and reached up his arms, bringing the brown fire lizard down to settle in his clasped hands. He caught Fiona's eyes. Queen Rider, ask your queen to send them to the southern continent. Father, Fiona began, tears streaming down her face, but Bemin once again shook his head and lifted his chin slightly. Head high, werewoman, he told her. Fiona took in a deep breath and nodded, her tears falling unchecked.
Talent? What is it?
The young queen asked sleepily.
You sound sad. Tell Fire and Jokester they must go.
Fiona sobbed as she relayed the thought.
Go? Yes, go,
Fiona replied.
To the southern continent.
Her heart broke as she cried.
Do it now!
She heard two surprised squawks, cut off suddenly, between. Oh, Father! 3. My small fire lizard friend, frolic in the sun. Our love will never end, no matter where you run. Fort Weyr, AL 507, 1220. The next day dawned bright and sunny, though still full of winter's cold. With effort drained from the previous day's events, Fiona roused herself into length to go out into the Weyr bowl. She had to leave her Weyr, if only for a moment. She milled with the sad, nervous, confused Weyrlings who were feeding their dragonets. The youngsters, some her age, some not much older, were very interested in her and insisted upon helping her feed to length, even to the neglect of their own dragons. Let me tend to her, Fiona told them finally, with a touch of acerbity. She tried hard not to think of a cheerful, chirping voice or a gold streak darting through the air. If you're looking for a distraction, there's tack to be oiled, a voice growled from beside her. Fiona looked up, startled to see a grizzled, older Dragonrider standing beside her. T'Jen, Silith's rider, the man said, gesturing up toward a brown dragon that was peering down at them from several levels above. Weyrling master. He waved at the Weyrlings. They weren't disturbing you, were they, werewoman? Fiona knew instantly that T'Jen had heard her entire exchange with the Weyrlings. She smiled at him, shaking her head. They were just trying to help. They could help themselves more by tending to their chores, T'Gren grumbled loudly enough that several Weyrlings glanced worriedly in his direction and suddenly looked more energetic. After the Weyrlings were out of earshot, T'Jen murmured to her, I can understand the ones in your hatching carrying on the way they do, but the older ones... He shook his head. But, Fiona began, her thoughts all jumbled, I mean, isn't this normal? What, werewoman? T'Jen asked, turning to face her directly. Tell me how you feel. I'm all right, Fiona said immediately. Talent's fine. And you'd know, being a werewoman for... Tjen asked her, raising his brows in curiosity, a faint smile on his lips. Fiona blushed in response. She thought back, her blush clearing into a smile as she remembered her amazing impression of Talent. How long ago had it been? It seemed forever, but how long? Her frown deepened as she realized she couldn't quite remember.
"This is the 20th day of the 12th month," Tjen supplied helpfully.
"Oh," Fiona said, "then it's been... Angrily, she chided herself. This is simple. There are 28 days, 4 7-days in each month, and she'd impressed Talent on the 17th of the month before, so that meant that...
31 days, werewoman, Tjen told her softly.
Fiona looked up at him, chagrined.
"You're not the only one confused. All of my weirlings, even the steadiest of them, are acting like you."
"Is it the sickness?" Fiona asked with a feeling of dread knotting in her stomach.
"I hope not," Tjen said fervently. "And there's no sign of distress among the dragonettes. They're merely a bit sleepier than I'd expect at this age."
"I thought they always slept a lot when they're this young," Fiona said.
"They do, but not this much," Tjen told her. "It's difficult enough to wake them to eat, much less anything else."
"And that's not normal?"
"No," Tjen replied, shaking his head. "It's not."
"Have you told the weirwoman?"
"She pointed it out to me, actually," he admitted.
It took Fiona a moment to follow his thought through to its conclusion. "Because of me?"
The Weirling Master smiled. "Well, you are the newest weirwoman. She's right to keep an eye on you," he told her. "You never know."
"Know what?" Fiona prompted.
"Know when you'll become weirwoman,"
Tjen said sadly. He met her eyes.
"It happened quick enough for Siska."
"How?"
You'd have to ask her," he said. "It's her story to tell or not."
Fiona yawned and Tjen laughed.
"Not that you'd be awake long enough."
"I'm sorry," she apologized.
"Don't be," he told her. "Whatever it is, you need your rest, so go and get it."
He turned to the masked weirlings.
"You lot, on the other hand, still have work to get done before you can take a break."
A chorus of groans greeted his words.
"So, I'd say that she's the same as the rest," Tjen concluded in his recounting to the Weyr leader and Weyr woman over dinner that night. "Even the older weirlings are acting odd."
"I'm sorry I didn't listen to you sooner," Cleor said to the old weirling master. "You'd said this last turn when the others impressed, but I thought—"
"You thought I was just moaning," Tjen finished for him with a snort.
"I've never heard a weirling master praise his charges after all," Cleor said defensively.
"And by the first egg, I hope you never do," Tjen replied.
Thoughtfully, he added,
"And if you ever do, Weyr leader, you should let the man go. As you know, there's—"
"Always better from a weirling," Cleor finished with Tjen.
"Exactly."
"And what about now?" Siska asked. "Does not always better mean we should be pushing these weirlings further, particularly as the next pass is nearly upon us?"
"Actually," Cleor replied diffidently, "that's a good reason to go slow."
Siska gave him a questioning look.
"The Weyr leader's right, weirwoman," Tjen told her. "With Thread coming, it's more important to have these youngsters trained the best we can rather than put them and their young dragons against Thread too early."
"We can expect the most losses in the first turn of Threadfall," Cleor said in agreement. In response to Siska's look, he explained, "It's in the records. I think it's because it always takes time to adjust to the reality of fighting Thread."
Tjen nodded. "Any mistake fighting Thread can be the last mistake a rider or dragon makes."
"So we should go slow with these weirlings?" Siska asked.
"And keep an eye on them as well," Tjen said. "We don't want them doing something foolish because they're too drowsy to think clearly."
"What does the harper say?" Siska asked.
"He's got no better idea than I," Tjen said. "It could be this sickness that affected the fire lizards, but there's been no sign of coughing from anyone."
He paused, his brow furrowed, then shook his head.
"No, I don't think they're related, but I don't know what is affecting the weirlings, so—" A moment later he added, "They've got good days and bad days, some more than others."
"Does anything help?" Cleor asked.
"Claw," T'Jen said with a shrug. "The stronger the better. For some it's claw in the morning, at noon, and mid-evening. That's for the worst of them, though."
"So, we just leave it at that?" Siska asked, perturbed.
"I'd say it's all we can do for the moment," T'Jen replied.
"And I think Tanaz and I will keep a closer eye on our young weirwoman," Siska said. The next morning, Siska found Fort's second weirwoman in her quarters, just as she finished her daily grooming of her queen, Calcenth. "Good morning," Siska called brightly to Tanaz and her dragon as she entered. "Calcenth, if you can spare her, I've got a task for your rider." And she repeated the conversation she'd had with Cleor the night before.
"I'd heard about the older weirlings," Tanaz said when she was done, "but not the younger ones."
"And the new queen," Siska added. The two queen riders were a study in contrasts. Siska was tall, broad-shouldered, and muscled without appearing so, with shoulder-length brown hair and eyes to match, while Tanaz was short, thin, wiry. Her eyes, so dark they looked black, were set in a stark face of dusky skin, surrounded by wavy black hair that announced her Eigen origins to anyone looking at her. Their personalities were even less matched than their forms, and for a time Siska had been concerned that the older woman, for Tanaz had been 3 turns older than Siska when she impressed, would cause problems. She had refused to return to Eigen Weyr when she impressed, which had perhaps been the final death blow for the desert Weyr. Having met Dagan, Eigen's Weyr leader, and heard Cleor's recounting of their meeting, Siska did not begrudge Tanaz her choice, even while she worried that she and the older woman would come to blows. But it was not so, partly because they were both fundamentally too good and concerned for the Weyr's well-being to allow any disagreements to exist between them for long. In fact, Siska had come to value Tanaz's fiery spirit, quick wit, and steadfast loyalty.
"So, what would you like me to do?" Tanaz asked.
"I think we should both spend more time with Fiona," Siska said. As Tanaz's eyes narrowed, Siska added quickly, "I don't want her to feel that we're intruding or being overly cautious, so I think if we trade off, that will cause her less concern."
"Great. I'll be happy to help," Tanaz told her cheerfully.
Siska gave her an inquiring look, and Tanaz shrugged, saying,
"I wanted to get to know her. We'll be working together for turns to come."
"We will at that," Siska agreed, surprised that she hadn't thought to introduce her 2 junior weirwomen earlier. She paused long enough to reflect on the matter. A large part of the reason she hadn't thought of it sooner was simply because she was, as senior weirwoman, quite busy, but she was also honest enough to recognize that it was partly due to her concern that the other 2 might find they liked each other more than her. It was a silly notion, really, she admitted to herself, but she sometimes forgot that she was the weirwoman now.
"Do you think there might be something in the records?" Tanaz suggested.
Siska frowned. She preferred to avoid the dusty records when she could, but there were some times when there was no recourse. There were some questions that she didn't feel secure asking the Weyr Harper to research for her. Her frown turned to a happier look as she realized that this was not one of them. "I'll ask," she caught herself and corrected. "Would you ask Harper Kentai to investigate?"
"Certainly,"
Tanaz said. "Perhaps I should bring him with me to meet Fiona," she added. "We could use the excuse that he needs to know what teaching ballads she might need to learn for her Weyr duties to give him a chance to observe her himself."
"A good idea," Siska agreed, "although I suspect his contact with the Weirlings has already given him a pretty good notion of the symptoms."
Tanaz nodded in agreement.
"Then I'll check in on her now myself."
She patted Calcenth's neck with a finality that indicated that her grooming was complete for the morning, and with a reassuring smile to Siska, headed off on her task. Fiona's Weyr was next to Tanaz's, the weirwomen's Weyrs being allocated according to rank. Tanaz found Fiona as she'd expected in the Queen's Weyr, busily oiling the new hatchling. With a grin, she found a cloth, dipped it in the pail of oil, and started in at Fiona's side.
She was quite surprised at how long it took before the youngster noticed her. "Oh!" Fiona cried when she spotted her. "Oh my! How long have you been here?" She made a face and added hastily, "Not that I'm not grateful for the help, it's just that—" "They get bigger," Tanaz said with a smile, marveling at how quickly they finished going over the young queen's skin. She extended an oily hand to the girl. "I'm Tanaz, Kelsanth's rider." Fiona looked at her in surprise, and then her face took on the abstracted look of a rider communicating with her dragon, followed by a more natural expression of irritation as she realized that Talent had, as usual, fallen solidly asleep during her oiling. "Kelsanth," Fiona repeated, indicating that she was unfamiliar with the name and mortified. "Oh, she's the other queen here." "We sleep next to you," Tanaz informed her, adding, "I'm surprised your snores haven't kept you awake at night." Fiona shook her head, her hand rising to her mouth to stifle a yawn. "I've no trouble sleeping," she confided. "It's staying awake." "That's always a problem with a hatchling," Tanaz agreed passionately. She cocked her head thoughtfully at Fiona. "Though I'd say you've got it worse than most." Belatedly, Fiona noticed Tanaz's hand and reached for it, shook it quickly, and let it go. Tanaz frowned at the motion, wondering what had gotten into the girl that she'd gone so cold so quickly. "What?" she demanded hotly. "Is my hand not good enough for a lady holder?" "No," Fiona replied, her face crumpling in despair. "It's just that everyone says I'm lazy." And she surprised herself by bursting into tears. The tears streamed unchecked down her face, her oily hands hanging limply at her sides as her sobs racked her body. Tanaz didn't deal well with tears or crying girls. Her first tendency was to run away or slap them. But this girl's behavior was different, and Tanaz felt strangely moved by it. "Fiona," she said gently. When the tears continued and the girl's body started to shake more violently, she tried again. "Fiona." In the end, much against Tanaz's inclinations, she hugged Fiona close to her, whispering the gentle shushing noises that she'd used only with her own hatchling turns earlier. Slowly, Fiona's sobs quieted, and her tears dried up. Tanaz could measure the girl's recovery by the hardening of her body and the way she slowly pulled away. "I'm sorry," Fiona said, her eyes cast to the ground. "I don't know what got into me." "I do," Tanaz told her gently, surprised at herself. "It's not just that you're tired." Fiona looked up at her. "You're afraid you won't measure up, that we're all judging you." Tanaz shook her head, smiling. "And it doesn't matter." Fiona's brows furrowed in puzzlement. "No one can take your dragon away from you." Fiona chewed her lower lip nervously before saying in a quiet voice once more close to tears, "But what if I can't keep her?" Tanaz gave her a puzzled look, and Fiona replied with a wave of her hands to the pail of oil and the sleeping dragon. "What if I don't have the energy? What if— Is it possible that she got the wrong person? I can't seem to— Can a person be allergic to impressing?" "Allergic?" Fiona's face worked through a range of emotions as she groped for the words. "I just seem so scattered, so lost. I never thought I couldn't do this." Fearfully, she turned to her sleeping dragon and back again to Tanaz to whisper, "She can't hear me, can she?" Tanaz eyed the sleeping dragonette carefully before answering. "No, she's fast asleep," she said. "But you have to watch your thoughts. They can disturb your dragon even when she's sleeping." Fiona's eyes widened fearfully. "Now?" "No," Tanaz assured her. "She'd be twitching." Fiona heaved a sigh of relief, but she persisted with her question, asking in a whisper, "So, could I be allergic?" "I've never heard of such a thing," Tanaz told her, "and I don't think so in your case." She paused for a moment before confiding to Fiona, "You're not alone. All the weirlings, even those from the last hatching, are behaving oddly." "They are?" Fiona repeated. Tanaz saw the way the girl's whole body seemed to shift as she absorbed the news. "The ones from the turn before, too?" "Yes," Tanaz assured her. Does anyone know why? Fiona asked after a moment.
Tanaz shook her head. Fiona looked down to the ground thoughtfully for a moment, then looked up again, asking,
Is anyone else acting this way?
That's an excellent question, Tanaz told her.
Out of curiosity, she asked,
How would you find out?
Fiona pursed her lips thoughtfully.
Well, if this were back at Fort Hold, I'd ask our healer if anyone had complained about feeling poorly.
Tanaz nodded in agreement, then shook her head.
But Dragonriders aren't holders. They might not want to admit to feeling poorly, Cleora agreed that evening when Tanaz discussed her findings with the Weyr leaders.
Ha! Siska snorted. Getting you to admit to a head cold took...
Cleora silenced her with a warning look. No rider wants to be grounded, Jamarin growled. Even that silly Delanor.
Cleora gave the Wyrling master a questioning look.
That's the one who couldn't get his harness sorted twice, Jamarin explained. Riders are a healthy lot, Tamar remarked.
Siska snorted, looking squarely at Cleora. Even healthy riders get sick sometimes.
The older Wyrlings have been this way for over a turn, Tamar pointed out, his tone suggesting that perhaps the issue wasn't that important. It's affected their training, Jamarin objected, and they are sicker than most. There's always better, Tamar repeated the old saw with a sour look toward the Wyrling master. As you've said yourself, Cleora reminded the wing leader in a lighter tone.
He turned his attention back to Tanaz.
So, what do you think of our newest werewoman?
Tanaz pursed her lips in thought, then said tersely, She'll do. Cleora raised an eyebrow questioningly.
Oh, she's got her plate full with all the things bothering her, not the least that she's little more than 13 turns to her name.
And we all know how difficult that can be, Siska inserted with a sympathetic wince.
That's a harder age for girls than boys, Jamarin observed. But it's a good age to impress, boy or girl, Tamar said.
Cleora waved the conversation aside. He had his answer, not that there was much he could do. The dragon had chosen her rider, and that was that.
Did Kentai have a chance to talk with her?
I brought her down to his quarters for lunch, Tanaz said.
She smiled, adding, We fed her a full mug of hot, strong claw. That woke her right up. Anyway, Kentai told me later that her knowledge of holder duties was well advanced, and she knows more about the Weyrs than most of our Wyrlings. She turned to Siska, concluding, I don't think she'll need much training from the Harper.
Good. Siska gave the other Weirwoman a firm nod. You and I will manage her then.
Cleora smiled at his mate, then turned back to the others.
In the meanwhile, I want us all to be alert for any similar signs in our riders. If they're like Delanor, you should have noticed already, Jamarin noted sourly. So we should be looking carefully at those who are not like Delanor, Cleora observed affably, rising from the table and terminating the discussion.
Afterward, in their quarters, Siska turned to Cleora. You know, everyone expected Tamar Zarenth to fly Malurth.
Yes, I know, Cleora replied, one brow quirked irritatedly, adding as he snuggled in closer to her, You choose an odd time to remember that.
Siska shook her head, a gesture that was more felt than seen in the darkened room.
That was not a complaint, she told him. It's just that before then, everyone was certain Zarenth would outfly Reneth, but not long before Tamar started acting odd.
And that's not usual coming up to a mating flight that will determine who is the new Weyr leader?
It's just struck me as odd, Cleora, Siska replied with a touch of frost.
He's an able wing leader, and he's never begrudged me my position, Cleora told her. I wouldn't want to belabor him with unwarranted suspicions.
Unwarranted, Siska repeated, and with a huff rolled away from him.
It took the Weyr leader a solid 7 days to regain the good graces of his Weirwoman. They neither bickered nor fought openly, but Cleora knew that Siska was irritated with him and worked hard to repair the rift.
It's not all the Wyrlings, Cleora remarked to Siska over dinner on the 7th day.
Siska raised an eyebrow to indicate her interest.
Some of them behave no different than any other Wyrlings I've seen, Cleora said.
And you've seen so many, Siska snapped. Cleor shrugged. He'd barely finished his Weirling training himself when his Reneth had flown Siska's Malurth, and he'd become Weir leader.
Even so, Cleor persisted, it's not so much that I've seen so many Weirlings as that I knew some of these Weirlings particularly well.
You played with them not all that long ago, Siska interjected.
Precisely, Cleor agreed with a slight smile. And while Dlanor was always—
He waved a hand, inviting Siska to supply a word. Dim, Siska said.
Cleor winced, and Siska tried again.
Slow.
Challenged, Cleor ventured, but his heart was always in the right place.
He follows orders, understands his place, and will make a great green rider, Siska said.
Janos, on the other hand, is one of the best I've seen.
Palenth is well formed, Siska admitted with an understandable touch of pride in her dragon's offspring.
Cleor nodded quickly in agreement.
Mind you, neither's flown yet.
Janos was Holder-born, wasn't he?
I don't think it's a question of origin, Cleor said. Fijian was searched, and he's nearly as bad as Dlanor.
On the whole, Siska prompted.
On the whole, Tjen is right, Cleor said, his expression grim. The same is true for the older Weirlings.
And Tamar, Siska muttered. Cleor opened his mouth to protest, but shut it again. After a moment, he sighed.
Possibly.
I knew you'd get there in the end, Siska told him. So now what do we do?
There's no sign of this fire lizard illness, Cleor said.
Certainly it doesn't sound like it would linger for over a turn without more symptoms, Siska observed.
I can't figure out what it could be, though.
You will, Siska assured him, gesturing to his plate, after you've had a chance to eat and sleep.
Cleor wisely chose not to argue. The relief Fiona felt at knowing she was not alone was quickly banished by her exhaustion and dulled mental state. The claw helped. She returned to her daily activities of feeding to length, oiling to length, praising to length, catching a nap when she could, and hurriedly eating the meals that were delivered directly to her quarters. Except for the constant muzziness, this would have been a time of unalloyed joy for two reasons. First, because she got to spend every waking moment with her marvelous, brilliant, and fabulous Talent, and second, because her time was for once completely her own. She could be slovenly, she could forget to bathe for a whole day, she could be angry, she could curse, and she didn't have to worry about being judged, frowned at, or silently derided because she was the Lord Holder's daughter and the sole representative of Fort Hold's future. Never mind that she was a girl and expected to marry the man who would be future Lord Holder. She was still required to set an example, Fiona. People look up to you. What would your father say if he saw you look that way? It was really only here in the freedom of Fort Weyr, as Talent's Weirwoman, that Fiona would ever have realized how much her role as Fort's Lady Holder, in waiting, was a position that stifled her, that restricted her, and that caused her to wake every morning with dread. She was free. She was a queen rider, and soon, when Talent was old enough, she could go anywhere, do anything, and— "Fiona?" a voice called from her doorway. "We've brought you some company." She was free. She was a queen rider, and soon, when Talent was old enough, she could go anywhere, do anything, and— "Fiona?" a voice called from her doorway. "We've brought you some company." Company? Fiona looked up from her perch between Talent's legs where she was lying, still covered in the oil and muck of Talent's morning's ablutions. "I'm not ready for company."
"Fiona?"
Another voice, deeper, called. It was her father. A lifetime of training had her scampering to her feet before she had a moment to think. "My lord?" "Well, perhaps we should not have surprised her like that," Siska said later that evening as she and Tanaz met to discuss the day's events.
"She looked like a chicken cornered by a tunnel snake," Tanaz agreed with a sigh.
"She really didn't handle it well," Siska continued. "Lord Bemin was clearly desperate to see her. I don't know why she insisted on keeping him waiting while she bathed first."
"Why?" Tanaz retorted hotly. Would you greet a lord holder dressed in your worst oil-grimed, sleep-stained clothes with your hair and face all oily from your latest dragon grooming?"
"Sure," Siska responded with a toss of her shoulders. "Why not? It's only a lord holder, after all." She noticed Tanaz's look and continued, "Oh, certainly, if I could, I'd prefer to be better dressed, but if the matter was sufficiently urgent, I'd have no problem greeting him at my worst." Tanaz mulled Siska's response over for a moment, admitting,
"I think you could greet him sky-clad and make him feel overdressed."
Siska felt herself blushing, but could only nod in agreement, grinning. "It would not be my preference, but yes, if I had to, then I would certainly work to ensure that he felt overdressed." Tanaz chortled. "Still," Siska continued when their moment of mirth had passed, "I'm sorry it didn't work out better. By bringing him here, I'd hoped to cheer up both Lord and Rider, or at least raise Fiona from her lethargy."
"Well, you have to admit she was roused," Tanaz said with a grin.
"Right, with a screaming match that scared every dragon in the Weyr. Not exactly what I'd had in mind," Siska said, her eyes flashing.
Tanaz shrugged. "In the end, I think it worked out fine."
When Siska shook her head in disbelief, Tanaz went on.
"If you weren't Weyr-bred, you'd understand. Weyr folk have a different way of looking at things."
"I should hope."
"Bemin is a lord holder," Tanaz explained. "He has spent his entire life expecting to be heard and instantly obeyed."
"So?" Siska demanded. "He's still a fair man."
"He's a fair man, but it's become ingrained in him that his word is law."
Siska murmured, looking at the second Weyr-woman thoughtfully.
"Whereas here a Weyr leader's authority only lasts until the senior queen's next mating flight," Tanaz continued. "So no one in the Weyr is used to as much authority as Lord Bemin wields in his hold." She paused. "And nowhere is he expected to wield that authority more than in his own hall over his own children."
Siska nodded in comprehension, then frowned. "I still don't see why this shouting match can be seen as a good thing."
"It was an excellent thing," Tanaz corrected. "The worst alternative would have been for Fiona to respond with meek acquiescence to her father's every request, fawning over him like a holder drudge. Instead, she lost her temper and told her lord off in a manner that completely severed that relationship."
"But he's still her father," Siska said.
"He's still her father," Tanaz agreed, "and the wounds will take a while to heal, for both of them."
"I'm still not seeing the good in this," Siska told her.
"When they meet again, it won't be as Lord Holder and dutiful daughter," Tanaz explained. "It will be as Lord Holder and tithe-bound Weyr-woman."
She paused, a look of admiration crossing her face.
"I'm sure she didn't plan it, but the break between them will make it much easier for the both of them to adjust to her new role, and it reaffirms in his mind his duty to the Weyr."
"How do you see that?"
"Fiona asserted herself as a Weyr-woman," Tanaz said, "and that assertion carries with it the weight of the whole Weyr. Without meaning to, Fiona reminded Lord Bemin that the safety of his hold depends upon this Weyr, and that he's beholden to us."
An impish grin flashed on her face as she added,
"I'll bet our tithe from Fort will be much better this year than last."
Siska looked at the other for a long moment before shaking her head sadly. "I don't think I'll ever be able to match you for deviousness."
"Ah, so aren't you glad that I'm your junior Weyr-woman?"
Siska reached forward and hugged her. "I certainly am."
"Maybe it was a bad idea, sending the fire lizards away," Tamar said to Cleor at the end of the wing-leaders' meeting some 20 days after that tragic event.
Tamar had waited until the other wing-leaders had headed down to the kitchen caverns to join their wing-riders for dinner. Cleor gave him an inquisitive look. Tamar went on.
"There's been no word of further outbreaks." "Perhaps because the fire lizards are all gone," Cleor suggested. "Perhaps it was a fluke," Tamar retorted.
Cleor nodded in understanding, then looked over and caught Tamar's eyes.
"Tell me, Bronze Rider, do you wish to stake your dragon's life on a fluke?"
Tamar's face colored. Cleor made a calming gesture.
"I don't mean to anger you, Tamar," he said. "I don't like this any more than you."
Tension had been building in the Weyr. There had been 2 fights, one involving a Dragonrider. Cleor was no fool. He knew that both were reflections of resentment and fear. "I've spoken with Kentai," he continued, "and he suggests that we should listen for word from Bendin." "Bendin?" The word exploded out of Tamar's lips. "Yes, Bendin," Cleor said calmly, "because Harper Kindon was not only a witness to the death of his own fire lizard, but he was also a first-hand witness to the plague that struck the holders nearly 12 turns back." Tamar's angry look cleared slightly as he absorbed his Weyr leader's words. "He may not be a Dragonrider," Cleor said, "but from everything I've heard, he regards all life carefully and won't take chances with the dragons." "He'd be a fool to do so this near to the pass," Tamar murmured, then shook his head abashedly. "As I was to suggest it," he said more loudly, meeting Cleor's eyes. "I'm sorry, Weyr leader. My previous behavior was no more than to be expected this near the pass," Cleor assured him, clapping the older man on the shoulder. "Now come along. Your riders are waiting for you." Later that evening, Cleor recounted the encounter to Siska as they were preparing for bed. "So?" Siska demanded. "Well, it was odd," Cleor said. But, Cleor said with a sigh, "it could have been nerves." Siska took a dim view of this, saying, "If it's nerves, he's had it for over a turn now. Do you really want someone like that leading a wing?" "His wing is doing well," Cleor protested. Siska glared at him and he sighed again. "I'll keep an eye on him." "Thread could come any day now," Siska said. "Thank goodness Verlin discovered those threadfall charts," Cleor said. "Once we know the location of the first fall, we'll be able to predict the rest." "What if those charts were only meant for the second pass?" Siska asked.
"I admit that it's possible," Cleor said, "and we'll be vigilant. But certainly with each consecutive pass matching those charts, we'll get more confidence."
"I don't see how we can fight Thread every 75 hours, Siska said dubiously.
"Spread among 6 Weyrs?"
5 Weyrs, Siska corrected. "I'd be happier if it were 6.
"And we're Winglight," Cleor agreed, his optimism ebbing.
"That doesn't bother me," Siska said, poking him playfully in the ribs and grinning impishly. "Between Tanaz's Calcenth and my Malurth, I think we'll have the Weyr up to strength pretty soon." But the Weyr leader shook his head.
"Malurth won't rise again for months yet, and then we've got at least 3 turns.
"A turn and a half," Siska interjected.
"Only if we force Weyrlings into fighting wings early," Cleor told her. "And the records—"
"We'll survive," Siska interjected.
"Of course we will," Cleor replied. "Oh, we may have it hard for the first turn or so, but we'll manage."
"With 285 fighting dragons?" Siska snorted. "I expect we'll do more than manage." Cleor managed a weak smile, thinking about Siska's concerns over Tamar and his own concerns over what had happened to Kindon's fire lizard. "It's been nearly 3 7 days. Maybe we'll be able to bring the fire lizards back," Siska said, much to Cleor's surprise. In response to his look, she explained, "They'll bring up morale for everyone." Cleor gave her a doubtful smile and was about to say something, but stopped suddenly, turning toward the Weyr and his dragon. Siska felt a sudden disquiet from Malurth.
"Kamenth of Ista is no more,"
her dragon told her, rushing out of her Weyr and into the Weyr bowl, keening sorrowfully. "Was it the—"
"Julith of Talgar is no more,"
Malurth said then. The Weyr was filled with the voices of hundreds of distressed dragons.
2 dragons,
Cleor groaned. Was it the illness? Siska wondered. Before she could repeat the question to her grieving queen, the keening of the dragons increased to a fever pitch.
"Breath of Bendin is no more."
4. Their lungs melted, their breath turned green. Sick, listless, ailing, dragons fled between. Fort Weyr, AL 507, 1312. Fiona groaned when she awoke. The sun was high in the sky. Her muscles were all sore, aching from the awkward position in which she'd finally found sleep after the awful nighttime awakening that she and all the Dragonriders had experienced. But the ache in her muscles was nothing to the ache in her heart. She felt hollow, so hollow that for one frantic instant she looked around wildly for Talent only to stop, realizing that the bulk of the young dragon lay beneath her. She pulled back and spent several long, tense moments watching her queen, searching for signs of life. She didn't realize that she'd been holding her breath until she let it out in a sigh, as she saw Talent's chest rise and fall in the steady breathing of an exhausted dragonet. Then, to her surprise and annoyance, Fiona's stomach grumbled loudly. She nearly hissed at it in anger, afraid that it might disturb the sleeping queen. When it rumbled again, she beat a hasty retreat from the queen's lair, rushing out into the Weyr bowl. Out there, Fiona was struck by silence. She glanced at the sun overhead in confirmation of the late hour and frowned. Usually by this time the Weyr bowl was bustling with dragons, riders, and Weyr folk. Had something happened to the whole Weyr, she wondered, a jolt of fear running down her spine. At a half-trot she rushed down the incline onto the bowl proper and over to the kitchen cavern. It was a moment before she spotted anyone, and then her sigh of relief carried through the entire room. Tanaz beckoned to her. Fiona closed the distance quickly, her brain teeming with questions, but when she got to Tanaz's table, she found that she could only sit numbly and stare at the small basket of rolls. Tanaz caught the look and pushed the basket to her, sliding over a tub of butter with her other hand. "You'll feel better when you eat," the older werewoman told her. "I know I did." "Better?" Fiona repeated, startled by the hollowness in Tanaz's voice. She was surprised at the sound of her own voice. Hoarse, empty, lifeless. "Eat." Tanaz leaned forward and grabbed a roll, setting the example. Fiona followed suit and buttered her roll slowly. There was something reassuring, almost peaceful in the way the cool butter spread on the roll. Normal. She took a bite and chewed slowly. The butter and the fresh bread were wonderful. Fiona finished her first bite and took another bigger bite of her roll. She could hardly believe how good the roll was, how fresh the butter was. "Tastes good, doesn't it?" Tanaz asked before taking another bite herself. Fiona could only nod, her mouth full. "That's because you're hungry," Tanaz told her. She pushed a pitcher over to her and gestured toward a mug. "The claw's cold. Try it." Fiona wasn't much of a fan of claw at the best of times, and cold wasn't the best. But the scent wafted over to her, and she found herself filling the mug without thinking. "It's great!" she exclaimed after her first sip. She was thirsty, and at that moment the cold, spicy brew was better than the freshest stream water. She finished her mug and filled it again. Tanaz chortled. "That's because you're thirsty." "Where are the others?" Fiona asked. She already felt more awake. "Grieving," Tanaz told her flatly. "Well, they can't grieve any longer," a voice boomed from the entrance. Fiona turned and saw Siska. Reflexively she rose. "Have some food," Tanaz murmured, her mouth half full as she got to her feet with the basket of rolls in one hand. As Siska crossed the distance between them, her expression changed from one of anger to one of hunger. She took the proffered roll and, sitting down, slathered it with butter from the tub Fiona pushed in her direction. 2 rolls later, she said, "You're right, I was hungry." "Claw," Tanaz said, sliding the pitcher in her direction. "It's cold," Fiona warned. Siska acknowledged the warning with a nod and looked around for a mug. Tanaz offered hers, and the weirwoman took it gladly. "Better, huh?" Tanaz asked as Siska gulped down the cold liquid. Siska nodded wordlessly. 2 rolls and another mug of cold claw later, the weirwoman confessed, "I didn't realize I was that hungry." Tanaz rose to her feet and gestured for Fiona to follow her. "We'll rouse the weirfolk and get a proper meal," she declared. "You stay here and rest." Siska nodded gratefully. "You'll probably have to bring food to the riders," a voice declared from the entrance. "Ah, Kentai!" Tanaz called to the man garbed in Harper blue. "We'll be glad of your help." The Harper's lips turned up, the nearest anyone had come to a smile so far that day.
"Is it like this across Pern?" Fiona wondered.
"Very likely," Kentai said. "Certainly at the Weyrs."
"It's not just the news, it's what it means," Tanaz elaborated.
"Well, this illness hasn't affected Fort."
Fiona recognized Jen's voice before she spotted the Wehrling master striding in from the brilliance of the midday sun. He nodded briefly to the Weyr women and again to the harper.
"The Wehrlings have started to recover," he told them. "The rest of the Weyr will be back on their feet soon, I'm sure."
"It was the shock," Tanaz declared, shaking her head. "I was so certain that it wasn't going to happen."
"It's yet to happen here," Jen reiterated. "If we close the Weyr, we're not likely to be—"
He broke off, alerted by a sound, and turned quickly, looking back the way he'd come. Fiona turned in the same direction, listening intently. The sound echoed around the Weyr, the deep noise of a dragon coughing.
"Slith!"
"What are you going to do?"
Hinez demanded as Cleor entered the council room.
"Give him a chance to sit at least," McCrory snapped.
Cleor used the moment of their bickering to take a deep breath and look around the room. Before the wing leaders had settled down, he heard the rustle of cloth behind him and was not surprised when Siska, Tanaz, and Fiona entered the room. Hinez glared at them, but McCrory rose from his seat, gesturing politely to Siska.
"Weyr woman?"
Siska nodded her thanks and settled herself in the chair beside Cleor.
"Well," McCrory demanded of the rest of the room, "are you going to leave our Weyr women standing?"
His eyes settled challengingly on Hinez. Tamar and Padur rose quickly and gestured to the Weyr woman. "I want them to sit by me," Siska said, glancing at Hinez. The grizzled rider grimaced before relinquishing his chair to Tanaz. A younger rider, wearing the knots of a wing leader, vacated the seat on Siska's other side. "Sit here, little one," he said to Fiona. "Thank you, Vinay," Siska said as he moved to the edge of the room. The young man nodded back courteously. Underneath the table, unseen by the others, Siska patted Cleor's knee reassuringly. He looked over to her and smiled, then turned his attention to the rest of the room.
"What are we going to do?"
he said, repeating Hinez's words. He nodded to Kentai, the Weyr harper, who stood against one wall.
"Harper, what do you say?" "I haven't got much to say," Kentai admitted, shaking his head sadly. "You all know better than I what happened at the other Weyrs and the symptoms of this illness."
He gestured with one hand vaguely in the direction of Jen's Weyr.
"And you're not a healer," Hinez added, glaring at Cleor. "When are you going to get Zist and Betroni?"
"That's a question for a later day," Siska cut in.
"You know why we've no healer, Hinez," McCrory growled. "It's because you goaded old Sateran into that duel."
Hinez's jaw worked angrily.
"Hinez," Cleor said with a restraining hand upraised.
The older rider locked eyes with him for a moment, then glanced away, letting out a long, slow breath. Cleor glanced at Siska, asking,
"Have you spoken with Bendin's new Weyr woman?"
Siska shook her head.
"But Malurth has heard from Lorana."
"Who's Lorana?" someone muttered from the back of the room.
"I thought Talea was second Weyr woman," someone else added. "Lorana impressed at Bendin's latest hatching," Siska said. "She bespoke Malurth at Matal's request."
"But her hatchling can't be more than—" McCrory began.
"She's younger than Talent,"
Hinez exclaimed. "How can you expect a dragonette to say anything sensible at that age?"
"Lorana spoke directly to Malurth," Siska replied. With a slightly wistful look, she continued, "She can speak to any dragon."
"Like Tareen?"
Fiona blurted in surprise.
"Like Tareen,"
Siska agreed, "although I got the feeling from Malurth that—" Her voice trailed off and she shook herself, saying, "Anyway, she told Malurth about Kindin's fire lizard and Selina's breath."
"And?"
Hinez demanded. Siska turned her head slowly toward him, her dark eyes simmering. The bronze rider cleared his throat hastily and bobbed his head.
"My apologies, Weyrwoman."
Siska held his gaze for a moment more, then looked away, dismissing him from her regard as she said to Cleor, "They can't be certain what is causing the illness or how long it lasts."
"Do they have a cure?" Cleor asked.
Siska closed her eyes, linking with her dragon, then opened them again. "Lorana is not answering. She may be asleep."
"No help there, then," Hinez growled.
"When people are sick," Tanaz spoke into the ensuing silence, "we quarantine them."
"We started that with the fire lizards," T'Jen agreed.
He looked down to the floor for a long moment, then brought his chin up jerkily, saying,
"Selith and I should be kept away from the Weirlings at the very least." "Nonsense!" Hinez declared loudly. "Who will teach them?"
"If they're coughing," Fiona spoke up nervously, "could we put masks on them like they did in the plague?" A few riders nodded thoughtfully, but Hinez shattered it with a loud guffaw.
"Who would put a mask on a dragon?"
"I would," Tanaz declared, "especially if it helped prevent infection." Cleor pursed his lips and shook his head.
"Perhaps we should wait until we know more." "How many dragons will die before then?" Hinez demanded angrily.
"Until we know what's causing it, we won't know whether we're helping or hurting," Siska shouted. Outside they heard a dragon bellow, and then another, closer, bellowed back.
"That's you put in your place,"
Tanaz murmured to herself, recognizing the sounds of bronze Gnurth and gold Malurth.
"But we should do something,"
Hinez protested.
"Yes," Tamar agreed heatedly. "We should think and not act rashly." "As long as Selith isn't near the hatchlings," T'Jen said.
Cleor glanced consideringly at the Weirling Master, then nodded.
"Take Selith to one of the unused weirs at the far end of the bowl." He glanced at Tamar. "I want you to take over the Weirlings."
Tamar looked ready to argue, then paused and finally nodded in acquiescence.
"Yes, Weyr leader." "Everyone is to keep an eye and ear out for any more signs of the illness," Cleor declared. "Report it to me or Siska immediately."
He rose decisively, and with a polite gesture for Siska to precede him, left the room. Tanaz followed immediately after. Their departure startled Fiona. She remained seated as the other wing leaders slowly drifted past, grumbling darkly among themselves.
"He's too young,"
she heard Hinez mutter heatedly to himself as he bustled by her.
"You should have flown her."
The rumble of agreement in the bowl beyond belonged to Gnurth. Long after everyone had left, Fiona sat, trembling. It was only when she heard Talent's plaintive "I itch" that she roused herself and left the darkening council room. After she finished oiling Talent into contented slumber, Fiona set off in search of the other werewomen. She found Tanaz first. "Can you help?" Tanaz asked as she caught sight of her. When Fiona nodded, the older werewoman slumped against the corridor wall and closed her eyes in relief. "Good. What do I do?"
"Oh, sorry," Tanaz said, shaking herself and standing upright again. "We need to talk to the riders, check on the dragons, that sort of stuff."
"Deal with sick aunties?" Fiona murmured, unable to contain herself. "Old uncles?" "Dragonriders," Tanaz corrected her firmly. Fiona felt herself burn in shame. Tanaz noticed even in the shadows of the corridor and relented. "Yes, they probably are a bit like old uncles at this moment, but they'll be protecting those sick aunties." She nodded forcefully. "So don't forget that." "What do I say to them?" Fiona asked, working to keep a whining tone out of her voice. "You know how they feel," Tanaz said, her voice turning softer, warmer. "Probably more than most, since you lost your fire lizard." Fiona bit her lip, then shook herself fiercely and nodded for the werewoman to continue. "So, talk to them about how they feel, how you feel. Don't lie, but be positive." Tanaz put a hand on her shoulder and squeezed firmly. "You are a werewoman now." Something in the other's tone made Fiona realize that Tanaz was bestowing upon her a gift, not weighing her with a burden. Tanaz must have seen it too, for she let go of the young girl and told her brusquely, "Off you go now." As Fiona started off down the corridor in the direction Tanaz had indicated, she realized that she didn't know where to start and slowed down, dithering between going back and asking the other werewoman or just picking a spot and starting. As if reading her thoughts or recognizing her omission, Tanaz called after her, "First Weyr after the stairwell." Fiona picked up her pace again, looking anxiously in each entrance to see if it was a stairwell. After a while, her pace slowed down again as she began to think about what she was going to do. What did one say to grieving Dragonriders? Fiona wondered. She mulled on this, growing more and more anxious with each step until, by the time she reached the stairwell, she was nearly trembling with fear. "I can't do this," she thought miserably, stopping one pace before the entrance to the weir. "I've only 13 turns." She thought of turning back, of telling Tanaz that everyone had made a mistake, that Talent had made a mistake in choosing her, and that horrible thought, brought her up short. She reached out and touched the sleeping queen lightly with her mind. She felt Talent's fatigued response, realized that the queen was groping slowly toward full consciousness in response to Fiona's needs, and pulled away.
"Back to sleep, little one,"
she thought fondly to her mate. Kindon had no one, Fiona chided herself, and he was your age when the plague struck. He saved you and everyone at Fort. Well, she corrected herself, tears filling her eyes, almost everyone. He couldn't save Mother, or my brothers, or even my sister, the girl he loved. But he saved me, she remembered, and thought of the tales her father had told her of Kindon's bravery. With those in mind, along with images of her own impression, she lifted her head and stepped forward. "I can do this," she thought, and she called out, "Hello?" "Who's there?" From the sound, Fiona guessed that the rider was calling from his dragon's weir. "Fiona, Talent's rider," she replied, walking through the rider's quarters to the entrance to the dragon's weir. "The new weirwoman," the rider muttered to himself. Then he said, "See, de North, that's the youngster we saw impressing that queen at the last hatching." Fiona heard a dragon make an inquiring noise and stepped into view. De North was a green dragon. Her rider was an older man, older even than Henez, but, at least from first appearances, not nearly as irascible. "I'm forgetting my manners," he exclaimed, rising to his feet and bowing his head. "I am Lorian, de North's rider, at your service, werewoman." Fiona smiled and nodded back. "Fiona," he murmured thoughtfully. Then comprehension brightened his expression. "You were Lord Bemin's child, weren't you?" "Yes," Fiona replied, not seeing the need to state that she still was Bemin's child. "She was just a baby back then," Lorian said, speaking mostly to his dragon, then caught himself. "My apologies, werewoman, but I often find myself talking aloud to de North just to hear my voice." "But you get out, don't you?" Fiona asked quickly. The man appeared no older than her father, but then Fiona remembered that weirfolk aged better than holders, so perhaps he was nearing 60 turns or even the 70 turns that Master Harper Zist had. "Indeed I do," Lorian replied, straightening up. "My bones might be old, but the mind's still able." "You knew me as a baby?" Fiona asked uneasily. "Indeed I did," Lorian replied. "I was lucky enough to be on the Weir Leader's wing back then, and there was many a time when I'd attend a gather at Fort Hold." "Did you know my mother?" Fiona asked, curious. The only memories she had were so dim that she was never willing to put much faith in them. "I did," Lorian told her, shaking his head sadly. "I knew her before she was Lady Holder, even." He smiled at her. "She looked a lot like you, actually." "She came from Ruatha," he continued, pleased to see that he had such a willing audience. "At first she spent time at the Harper Hall." Lorian winked at her. "Rumor was that she was sweet on a harper, even though she was the eldest of Ruatha's daughters." Fiona listened, entranced, for the next half-hour, while Lorian reminisced. "Oh, I can go on, can't I?" he said in apology, when he realized how long they'd been talking. He smiled.
But it's good to talk to fresh ears. All the stories become new again.
Fiona smiled back. Thank you for telling me.
Was that the purpose of your visit? Lorian asked, somewhat bemused. I can't think of anyone who might know that I'd met your mother, you know.
No, Fiona said, rising to her feet and looking anxiously toward the door. Tanaz asked me to...
Check on us, Lorian guessed with a knowing look.
Fiona thought of prevaricating but realized it was futile. The loss of the dragons.
That was horrible, Lorian confessed, even for the Weyr folk, who can only know what's been lost, not what was had.
Some of them had fire lizards, Fiona remarked.
So they did, Lorian agreed. And those would understand even if they were still in pain. But only someone who has impressed can really understand what it is to lose a dragon.
He pursed his lips, then leaned closer to Fiona, saying conspiratorially,
If anything were to happen to North, if she were to get ill, I think I'd go between with her.
But what about your loved ones? Fiona asked in dismay.
I've seen many of the ones I've loved go between already, Lorian told her. My sons and daughters are all grown. Their mothers are well partnered, and my best mates are in the past. I'll have no regrets when the time comes.
Except one, Fiona corrected. Fighting Thread.
Lorian barked a laugh. Fighting Thread! He turned back to Denorth. Did you hear that? She thinks we'll fight Thread.
It's coming soon, Fiona replied hotly, and we'll need all Dragonriders then.
Lorian paused then, absorbing her words. I suppose we will at that, if only to carry Firestone to the Fighting Wings, he allowed.
There, you see, you've something to live for then, Fiona told him.
Lorian smiled and gave her a tolerant look. After a moment he grinned and wagged a finger at her. I'll tell you better. Fiona looked at him inquiringly. I'll wait around until your gold rises, and then we can have some serious conversations, the Green Rider teased. Fiona felt herself turning bright red, and Lorian burst into a loud, long laugh. She brought herself under control enough to declare, heard and witnessed, which wiped the smirk off the old man's face. She turned to his quarters, saying, And now, if you'll excuse me, I really must check on the others. Go, lass, Lorian called after her. Go, and may you bring as much joy to the others as you've done to me. As she left, she heard him muttering to his dragon. Did you hear that, Denorth? We're staying on for another 3 turns if we can make it. Staying on to talk with the wee one after her dragon rises. There was a thoughtful pause, and she heard, just before she moved out of hearing distance, We might even stick around for her hatching. Fiona schooled herself to spend less time with the next rider, and was glad that she managed to spend no more than 1/4 of an hour with each of the next 6. However, she did promise herself that she would find more time in the coming months to talk with more riders. So many of them reminded her of her father's guards, sturdy men who worked hard and determinedly to provide peace and protect the Lord Holder if the need ever arose. However, the riders were also different, a breed apart. They spoke of Firestone. The older ones spoke of spicy Firestone, the sort that burned the throats of their dragons. They spoke of riding straps and tack. They shared with her their horror stories of oiling patchy dragon hide, and they shared memories of past games and reminiscences of past mating flights. While none seemed too overwhelmed by the death of the 4 dragons, Fiona had been in her father's company long enough to note those who spoke with a forced heartiness. She'd heard the same tone in prideful holders who had over-farmed their lands or were afraid to admit other shortcomings. Often the neediest fort holder was the one least likely to ask for aid. Lord Bemin was constantly visiting the smaller holds, always on the pretext of preparing or collecting tithe, but even with only 13 turns to her, Fiona had noticed the times when her father had ordered some of the guards to help out with a planting or a fencing, or had sent back to the hold for some special spices or tubers. I've so many tubers in our root cellars that I'll have to get rid of them or let them rot,
she recalled him saying to one farmer whose entire crop had been ravaged by tunnel snakes. "Would you do me the favor of taking some?" Or, "My men have grown soft on this trip. Would you let me put them to work on that field over there?" She knew that she still had a lot to learn, so she found it easy enough to listen to the Dragonriders, and sometimes surprised herself by suggesting that she was hungry even when she wasn't, and would they have some food with her. Then she'd order down or have their dragon bespeak the watch dragon and have some food brought up to them, and that way she could be certain that the rider ate something that day. She was genuinely sorry hours later to have to interrupt her latest meeting when Talent woke. "I've got to go oil her. Her skin's itching again," Fiona declared as she made her departure. "Go, give her a good oiling," the brown rider told her, waving her to the door. "I could come back," she offered tentatively. "No, I'll need to oil my own beast," he told her kindly. "You go on and see to the others." Fiona nodded gratefully and rushed back down to the center stairwell and across the bowl to her Weyr and itching dragon. She was pleased with her efforts. She'd managed to see everyone on her half of the level. She oiled Talent quickly, making sure to lavish lots of praise, using some of the new phrases she'd heard from the older riders, and then rushed off, promising to return when needed.
"Go, be werewoman,"
Talent replied with a mixture of pride and curiosity. She was still too young to grasp all the responsibilities of her rider, but she was pleased to know that Fiona was doing what was expected of her. As Fiona crossed the Weyr bowl again, she saw that there were many dragons on the ground and in the air. The activity at Fort Weyr looked more normal. "Fiona!" Tanaz called to her from near the kitchen cavern. Fiona waved and rushed over. "Siska said we should stop what we're doing and help with the evening activities," Tanaz told her as she got closer. She smiled at the younger werewoman. "Kentai is going to put on a performance and the cooks are putting on a feast." So, with a mixture of relief and regret, Fiona turned her skills to the evening's activities and was soon busy learning things she'd never known about Southern bowl cooking from the head cook, Zirana. "Do you sing?" Kentai asked her at one point. "Sing?" Fiona repeated, wresting her attention away from the pungent smells and thinly sliced meats and vegetables being quickly cooked in front of her. She couldn't help but make a face as she answered, "I sing when I can't avoid it." Kentai murmured thoughtfully. "Would you prefer to dance?" "I'd prefer to learn the swords, to be honest," Fiona told him. She'd grown up on the tales of Nera of Crom, but no matter how she'd tried, she'd never managed to get her father to agree to her taking lessons. "Ah, Nera of Crom," Kentai said with a knowing nod. "Where women are more often encouraged to gain skill with the bow, and tonight would not be the time for a display of such skill." "Flaming arrows!" Zirana muttered as she poured a batch of thinly sliced vegetables into a cooking bowl. "Not after last time," Kentai laughed. When he caught Fiona's perplexed look, he explained, "Siska nearly set the Wehrling barracks alight." "Strong," Zirana agreed tersely. She flicked her eyes up to Fiona for a moment. "Good for the Weyr." "Why bows?" Fiona inquired of Kentai. "Tradition," Kentai replied. "Besides, using a bow is similar to using a flamethrower or a dragonback, or so the records say." Before Fiona could ask, he added, "You probably won't be taught until Talent is old enough to mate." "Probably?" Fiona said, seizing on the word. Kentai shrugged. "Nothing is for certain in a Weyr." "Food is certain," Zirana corrected him. She made a shooing gesture to Kentai. "Hungry harpers is certain." "Harpering is hungry work," Kentai said reprovingly. "Cooking is hungry work," Zirana retorted. She beckoned Fiona to come closer. "Come, learn to cook." Fiona didn't say that she'd been haunting the Fort-hold kitchen since before she could remember, because Zirana's style of cooking was so completely different from Nisa's that Fiona wanted to learn all about it. For one thing, it looked like Zirana tended toward lighter fare than Nisa, working with fresh vegetables, thin-sliced meats, all cooked together quickly at high heat. Nisa's food was more the sort that stewed for half a day or was marinated days in advance. The aroma of cooking food, pungent with fresh spices, banished Fiona's fatigue. "Weirwoman, Dragonriders and Weirfolk must know how to cook," Zorana declared, waving a wooden spoon threateningly at Kentai, who had sidled back toward the cooking bowls. "Harpers always know how to eat." Kentai raised his hands in defeat, saying to Fiona, "Once you've learned as much bowl wisdom as this one is willing to teach you, feel free to find me." Tanaz, who had been helping one of the dessert cooks preparing fresh fruits, called over to Fiona, "And when you've learned from Zorana, you come to me and I'll teach you proper Eigen cooking." "Eigen," Zorana swore, tending to her pots. "Eigen food is thick and heavy." "I'll teach you how to make desserts from nothing," the cook at Tanaz's side piped up. "You listen to Elor here," Tanaz agreed vehemently. "She's the best." Elor blushed and bent back down to her work, looking flattered. "Keep chattering, Melonwe will hear," Zorana cautioned. Fiona was startled by the silence that descended. "Who's Melonwe?" "Head woman," Zorana replied, bending back down to her cooking. Fiona saw that Elor had also returned intently to her work. When she caught Tanaz's eye, the older werewoman shook her head quickly in an obvious "not now" movement. Fiona sighed and turned her attention back to the amazing dishes that Zorana was preparing. "Ginger, garlic, onions, mushrooms, pernooms, all a good start for cooking," Zorana explained as she started a fresh cooking bowl, pouring in a quick daub of oil and then throwing in many of the ingredients she listed. The smell of ginger, garlic, and pernooms wafted up enticingly. Zorana passed the spoon to Fiona. "You try." Fiona gave her a startled look before taking the spoon and quickly swirling the ingredients around the bowl. "No burning, no sticking," Zorana instructed. "Just stir fast." As Fiona did so, Zorana started throwing in sliced onions, followed by a darkish sauce. "From soya bean," Zorana explained, smiling as she poured it on. "Now meat." And Zorana scooped in a cup of thinly sliced wary meat. The aroma arose mouth-wateringly from the bowl, and Fiona's stomach gave a lurch, suddenly reminding her that she'd missed lunch. Zorana must have noticed, for she said, "Cook's always hungry, never eat." She patted her flat belly. "Stay thin." Under Zorana's guidance, Fiona constructed 3 more dishes, then the cook surprised her by saying, "Now, you make your own." "What?" Fiona cried in surprise. "Make your own," Zorana repeated loudly. "You're letting her make her own, Zorana?" Tanaz called from her cooking island. She told Fiona, "You should be honored. She wouldn't let me cook for a whole turn." "That's because you're Eigen," Zorana retorted, shaking her head. "Eigen only think thick food." Fiona let the conversation wash over her as she looked at the ingredients waiting to be cooked. Garlic, lots of garlic, she decided, throwing it in the sizzling bowl and stirring it quickly. She found a peppermill and ground it over the garlic, tossing in only a drop of the soya sauce before stirring more. The smell wafted up enticingly. Pernoom, Fiona decided, looking among the various edible Pernese fungi for one she wanted the most. It had a special flavor, piquant, and unlike any other flavor, hearty yet fresh. There. Sagooms. She only needed a few, and that was just as well, as they were always hard to find. She shredded 3 and poured them on. The smell changed again, and she looked for some vinegar. Yes. Then she was ready for the vegetables, broccoli, carrots, onions. She added beef, and, when it was brown, more soya sauce. A bit more pepper, she decided. "Done?" Zorana asked, intruding into Fiona's reverie. She didn't wait for Fiona's answer, but spooned up a small piece of meat and tasted it. "Good," she declared. "You serve this to Weyr leader." "Me?" "Weyr leader and wing leaders," Tanaz called across from the hall. "It's a fort tradition." Fiona's eyes widened and she looked accusingly at Tanaz. Tanaz understood the look perfectly and laughed. "Not telling you is also a fort tradition." "Werewoman must cook," Zorana said in agreement. "It smells good," Elor added. "Save us some, will you?" "I've written down the recipe," Kentai said from an out-of-the-way corner,
holding up a slate. "You can make more later."
"It's never the same," Fiona said, surprised to hear Zorana echoing the words in unison with her. The older cook turned to her and said approvingly, "You'll do." Fiona beamed with pride. She'd never been allowed to cook at Fort Hold, even though she'd been in the kitchen since before she could remember, and here, on her first try, she was serving the Weyr leader and Weirwoman. She felt awkward that evening as she helped to carry the warming plates to the Weyr leader's table. She was suddenly aware of the amount of noise in the cavern and looked around in surprise to see that most of the tables were full, many of them with women and children. Harper Kentine nodded to her as he made his way to a raised platform set between the two openings to the bowl. He was busy directing a group of youngsters up onto the stage. "The children often practice and perform here," Tanaz told her. "Is it different at Fort Hold with the Harper Hall so close?" Fiona smiled and shook her head. "I suspect we have more performances than the Weyr," she said. "Not only do we host the Hold's performances, but also those of the hall itself."
"So you get a double dose, do you?" Elor asked. "Is that a good thing or bad?"
Fiona's eyes twinkled. "As a lady holder, I am required to say that it was always a good thing." "And when you're not a lady holder, what would you say?" Tanaz asked. "I would say that each performance is different," Fiona replied diplomatically.
"Some are better than others," Tanaz guessed.
"A lady holder would never say that," Fiona replied, pretending to be shocked.
The others laughed. "I suspect tonight will be good, even for those of us who aren't lady holders," Tanaz said.
"I'm not a lady holder. I'm a werewoman," Fiona said, partly to remind herself.
"The distinctions are not all that great." A new voice chimed in from behind her. Fiona turned to greet Siska, who waved her motion aside, saying, "I just wanted to see if Zorana and Elor weren't overworking you." She glanced at Tanaz and added, "I heard you'd already been put in a harness by this one."
"She did well," Tanaz said, not sounding at all contrite.
Siska cocked her head to one side thoughtfully but said nothing. The gesture must have had some meaning to Tanaz, for the other werewoman blushed and shook her head in silent mirth. Siska grinned then. "I take it you've suffered no lasting harm," she said, turning back to Fiona.
"They let me cook!"
Fiona exclaimed. Siska looked really surprised and gave Zorana and Elor looks. "Really?" "Not me," Elor said, tossing her head in Zorana's direction. Siska's eyes widened. "You let her cook?" "She grew up in Nisa's kitchen," Zorana replied. "She learned."
"But they wouldn't ever let me," Fiona began.
"You watched, didn't you?" Tanaz pointed out.
"Well, yes," Fiona admitted. "But—"
"You learned," Zorana told her. She pointed to the bowl of food that Fiona had prepared, still steaming on the warming trays. "She served you tonight."
"Excellent," Siska declared. "I'm looking forward to it."
When the time came, however, Fiona found herself far more nervous than she'd ever remembered. What if no one liked it? "Take," Zorana told her tersely, pointing to the serving bowl into which she'd heaped the greater portion of Fiona's dish. Repressing a gulp, Fiona lifted the dish by the handles and stopped abruptly as Zorana caught hold of her shoulder, pulled her around, and clapped a lid on top of the dish. "Cleor second, Siska first," she commanded. Swallowing nervously, Fiona nodded and started carefully toward the table at which the Weyr leader and werewoman were seated. Their table was directly in front of the stage that Kentai and the youngsters had occupied. Fiona felt as though all eyes were on her, and for a moment she stumbled and felt an instant of blind panic as she envisioned falling down, the beautifully decorated serving dish shattering, and her food splattering all across the clean stone floor.
"You'll do fine."
Fiona blinked and swallowed hard. The voice was not Talent's. Was she imagining things? She took a deep breath to steady herself, raised her head again to look at the Weyr leader's table, and walked with head high and shoulders back as befitted the daughter of Fort Hold's lord. Siska smiled as Fiona approached her left shoulder and lifted the lid, allowing the steam to rise toward her.
"Ah, what is this?"
she asked theatrically, her eyes twinkling up at Fiona. A dish I prepared for you and the Weyr leader, Fiona replied, glancing to Cleor, who returned her look gravely. Siska took the serving spoon and helped herself to a good portion. She took a quick bite and closed her eyes to help her savor the tastes. She opened them again and smiled at Fiona. "That's wonderful!" Fiona beamed with pleasure, and following Siska's gesture moved on to Cleor. The Weyr leader helped himself to a larger portion, added some rice, and took a small taste.
Ginger beef."
He gestured to the dish on the table, saying,
"Set it down, let others try it."
Fiona put the serving dish down on the warming tray that ran the length of the table and turned to go back to Zorana at the cooking fires. "Sit here, Fiona," Tanaz said, approaching from behind her and indicating the seat next to Siska. Taking the seat on Fiona's other side, she grinned and gestured to the serving dish. "Why don't you try the beef? I hear it's great." Fiona sat and was surprised when the rider sitting opposite Siska passed her the serving dish. "Thank you, Padur," Tanaz said to the rider. The rider nodded to both of them, saying,
"Just be sure to leave me some."
"Kentai has the recipe," Fiona told him.
"It wouldn't be the same,"
Padur replied, retrieving the serving dish that Tanaz was passing back to him. "This is your first dish as werewoman." "One day you might be the werewoman, and for some reason the Dragonriders set store by how well you can cook," Tanaz murmured to her. "Is that because Sorka was a great cook?" Fiona wondered out loud, remembering the first werewoman of Pern. Tanaz laughed. "No, I think it's because a rider thinks first of his stomach."
"Second,"
Cleor corrected her with an impish grin. "First of his dragon," Siska agreed. "I understand," Fiona replied somberly. Tanaz looked at her in surprise, and Fiona hid her discomfort by spooning up a bite of her dish. "It really is good," Fiona thought, amazed. Tanaz, who was still watching her, chuckled, saying, "What, did you think Zorana would let you serve something that wasn't good?" Fiona's look answered her, and the werewoman continued, "You're not at the hold any more. You'll be treated with respect, but no one will lie to you. Of course, if it had been Melonwy, you might have had to make a dish 3 times before she'd let you serve it to... And a good thing, too." A voice, hoarse with age, rasped through Tanaz's words. Tanaz's face drained of color before she could school herself and turn to the speaker. "Head woman Melonwy," she said formally, "I'd like you to meet werewoman Fiona, Tallenth's rider."
"Humph!" Melonwy snorted. "Think I can't tell who she is for myself? What, think I'm blind?"
Fiona found herself looking up at a white-haired, stooped, aged woman whose face was lined with turns of hard living.
"Just because I lost my dragon doesn't mean I've lost my reason, too," Melonwy continued harshly.
Suddenly Kentai was at her side, a hand close to hers.
"You'll join us on the stage tonight, won't you?"
"You want me to sing?"
Melonwy barked. "Drums, if you would," Kentai replied courteously. He leaned down to her, adding, "These youngsters can only keep time with a decent drummer."
"Can't disagree with you there," Melonwy snorted. "In my day, they wouldn't have been allowed to entertain even Demal."
Her voice broke off suddenly, and her eyes misted.
"How I miss him!"
She glanced disapprovingly at Cleor, who had diplomatically engaged in an animated discussion with Padur and could pretend not to hear her.
"Come then," Kentai said, gently guiding her away, "and show us all how it's done."
For a fleeting moment it looked as though Melonwy was going to rail at the harper's obvious distraction, but her obstinate look faded, and instead she looked momentarily puzzled.
"Who are you?" she asked Kentai querulously, in a voice and expression that reminded Fiona of a small child looking for her mother. "I'm Kentai, Melonwy," the harper replied courteously, his troubled eyes darting to Tanaz and Fiona. He gestured to the stage. "You were going to play with us."
"I can't sing,"
she said once again. "No, drums," Kentai told her.
The rest of their conversation faded away as the harper and the old woman moved toward the noise of the stage.
I've never found out how old she really is, Tanaz murmured to Fiona. She seemed unsettled by the encounter.
I think Kentai did wonderfully, Fiona said. When Tanaz gave her a surprised look, she added, We've any number of older people at Fort Hold who've lost their measure of the days. She remembered all the time she'd sat in with old aunties and uncles. One moment their thinking is clear and brilliant, the next they're like lost children. She sighed. It's sad, really. Sometimes I think growing old is no gift at all.
Melonwee would be the first to agree with you, Tanaz told her. She wanted to go between with Nara and Hinirth, and railed at her lot for turns afterward.
And she's the head woman?
Not even I have the heart to take that away from her, Tanaz admitted. When she's not addled, her knowledge of werecraft is invaluable. She glanced at Siska. We take turns spending time with her, hoping to learn as much as we can before her last day.
I'll help, Fiona offered. When Talent is a bit older, I'm sure I'll have more time. I'm not sure I want you around her, Siska chimed in, surprising Fiona. She's a morbid thing these days, and I don't think it'd be fair to you. I wouldn't mind, Werewoman, Fiona told her. It'd be nothing more than I've done at the Hold, as I was telling Tanaz. Siska smiled at her. I know that, she said, and that's all the more reason to let you have what few turns there are to you before you shoulder a grown woman's burdens.
Thread's coming, Tanaz added in agreement. You might see the full pass through.
I intend to, Fiona declared. She paused for a moment, not because she didn't know what she meant to say next, but because she wanted to give the two older werewomen a chance to fully absorb her words. So, it seems that it would make sense for me to know everything I can about the Weyr. Wouldn't you agree? Tanaz gave her an astonished look, then turned to Siska, who laughed. You made your case. She frowned and added, Still, I don't think it's fair to rob you so young of your youth. I have a motherly duty. Pardon, werewomen, Fiona interrupted, her throat hard, her face hot. But I lost my mother before my third turn, and with her any chance of a proper childhood. Siska gave her a look that was part affront, part surprise, but Fiona met her eyes squarely. I'm young, I know, but I've had to grow up fast, and I don't think I know how to stop. Before Siska could respond, Cleora laid a hand on her arm in a gesture that Fiona couldn't interpret. She had never seen her mother and father together. Siska and Cleora exchanged the briefest of looks before the werewomen turned back to Fiona. We will talk about this after we've eaten. She raised her free hand above her head to signal for dessert. Don't be in such a rush to grow up, Tanaz murmured as their plates were cleared. I can't tell you when I ever really thought I was a child, Fiona responded. But in her heart she recalled all the times when she'd been with Kindon and wondered, until the fruit dessert that Tanaz and Elora had made was served, and she enjoyed it so much that she completely forgot the previous conversation. As hot claw was being served and everyone sat back from their tables, replete, Kentai and the singers began their songs. Drummer beat and piper blow, harper strike and soldier go, free the flame and sear the grasses, till the dawning red star passes. As they finished, they moved on to a song that Fiona knew quite well, and it brought tears to her eyes. In early morning light I see a distant dragon come to me. Kindon had written the song long before he had come to the Harper Hall, long before the plague that had killed so many, including all of Fiona's family except her father. She wondered now, with a thrill running down her spine, how Kindon would feel when he saw her flying her dragon toward him one morning. Before the song was completed, however, Fiona felt Talent stirring. Talent is waking up, she said to Tanaz, wondering what to do. Go feed her and see to her, Tanaz ordered, with no attempt to keep her exasperation out of her voice. Your dragon always comes first. With an apologetic nod to the Weyr leader and werewoman, Fiona rushed out of the kitchen cavern and into the dusky bowl.
I'm coming,
she told her dragon.
Fiona was relieved to find that Talent had no more serious issues than a rumbling stomach and a small flaking spot under her chin. She fed her and oiled her, told her about making her first meal, and calmed the queen down until she settled back into the half-slumber that characterized the majority of her daily activity. "I'm going back now. Call me if you need me," Fiona said. Talent said nothing in response, and Fiona could only sense the dimmest of images in the sleepy dragonette's mind. When she went back out into the corridor, she heard voices from the werewoman's quarters, so she headed that way instead of back to the bowl. "Werewoman?" Fiona called politely at the entrance. "Come on in, Fiona," Tanaz called back. "We're having a quick conference before we call it a night." Inside, Fiona found Siska, Tanaz, and Cleor grouped around the table. The room was lit by large glow baskets, 2 glowing green, 1 blue, and a 4th a dim yellow. With nightfall, the glows brought out the shadows and dark places in the room. Tanaz beckoned to Fiona to come sit on her knee.
"Oh, you're heavier than I thought,"
the werewoman exclaimed. "Maybe you should switch," Siska suggested.
"What, and admit that I'm smaller than a wereling?" Tanaz replied. "Think what that would do to my esteem."
Although Fiona knew that she was taller than the older werewoman, it was still a shock to have the fact demonstrated so completely. Tanaz was just one of those people who seemed big, no matter what their size, because of their great presence.
"Although," Tanaz admitted after a moment, "if our conversation goes on too long, you're going to have to find a different perch."
She complicated matters by tickling Fiona's side. Fiona was still young enough that she was ticklish, and she tried vainly to shift away from Tanaz's teasing fingers. "We won't keep you long," Siska said in a tone that silenced both Fiona's giggling and Tanaz's antics. Tanaz turned her complete attention to the werewoman.
"I can't be sure, but I thought I heard 2 more coughs on the way up here," Tanaz said with a grimace. "That's what I heard, too," Cleor agreed.
"Milurth says that Asoth and Penunth don't feel well," Siska reported.
Cleor turned toward the bowl thoughtfully. "Aurorin and Jamarin ride in Hinez's wing."
"Should we move them up to Salith?" Tanaz wondered. "I'd say yes," Siska replied, looking questioningly at Cleor.
"I'll check with Kentai in the morning," he said.
That made sense to Fiona. Everyone knew that Harper's got some training in healing.
"I'm not sure that it won't create more tension to separate the wing riders from their wing," Cleor went on.
"When there's a cold going around Fort, the sick people either stay in their quarters or go to the infirmary," Fiona offered tentatively. "We do that when werefolk get sick," Siska said.
"They don't get sick nearly as much as holders," Tanaz added, "and the riders never seem to get sick." "Why would they go to the infirmary?" Cleor asked Fiona.
"They'd go when they were so sick that they couldn't care for themselves," Fiona replied. "Father and I would visit them either way. Usually we'd bring soup or fruits, but it was better for a really sick person to be near the healer at all times."
"We've no healer," Siska said bitterly. "I'm not sure it would help with the dragons," Cleor said.
"So who's going to patch them up when they get thread-scored?" Siska demanded. She gestured to Tanaz, Fiona, and herself. "We'll be flying Queen's Wing."
"Not for a while," Cleor reminded her. "And by then I'm sure the healer hall will have dispatched a journeyman to us."
Fiona chewed her lip before confessing. "Father said we didn't have enough spare hands to send them to the halls for 8 turns of learning." The others looked at her inquiringly. "That's how long it takes to train a healer," Fiona told them. 4 turns in the Harper Hall, 4 more in the Healer Hall.
"Why so long?" Siska asked. "Why not just teach healing?" Tanaz added.
"Kindon said that a Harper learns a lot of healing," Fiona replied. "The extra turns at the Healer Hall are to learn even more."
"Fort was hard hit by the plague,"
Cleor remembered. "Father said it was the same with all the holds and crafts," Fiona responded. "He said it was getting better now that the holds and crafts were recovering from the plague, but that there were still fields lying fallow and looms gathering dust."
"I could see how hard it would be to give up an able body in such times," Tanaz said.
When Siska looked ready to disagree, Tanaz explained.
The grain from the fields is needed for the cattle for the dragons, as well as for the holders who tend the cattle.
Well, we won't solve that problem here, Siska said, dismissing the issue. The question is, what to do with these sick dragons?
The question is, how many are sick? Will they recover, and when? Cleor corrected her. When she looked at him blankly, he reminded her. Thread will be coming soon, and we'll need every dragon and rider we have.
Even though the conversation was engrossing and worrying, Fiona found herself so tired from the day's events and her own efforts that she could only poorly stifle a yawn.
And we won't answer them tonight, Cleor said, rising from his chair. He bowed his head to Fiona. My apologies. I forgot that not only is your dragon young and growing, but so are you.
Both of you need your rest, Siska agreed. She too found herself yawning. We all need our rest.
I'll talk with Kentai tomorrow, Cleor said.
I'll want to listen in, Siska told him.
Get up, Tanaz ordered Fiona. I'll see you to your Weyr.
The last thing Fiona remembered was the sight of Tanaz stretching on her tiptoes to reach up and turn over the last glow in her room. 5. Eyes green, delight. Eyes red, fright. Eyes yellow, worry. Eyes closed, no hurry. Fort Weyr, next morning, AL 507, 13:15. The light of morning streaming into her room woke her. Fiona leapt out of her bed in horror. She hadn't meant to sleep so long. One gentle touch to Talent confirmed that the young queen was still sleeping, though Fiona got the feeling that Talent's dreams were troubling her. As Fiona hastened through her toilet, she kept an ear out for any sound of her dragon stirring. She had just finished pulling on her day gown when she heard the unmistakable sound of a dragon coughing.
Talent?
Fiona thought nervously to her dragon, but Talent did not respond, her mind still sleeping, though twitching with whatever dream bothered her. Fiona raced to her dragon's Weyr to confirm her impression. Sure enough, she could see Talent's flanks and wings twitching as though in some dream flight. Another cough. Fiona spun around toward the noise. She ran out to the ledge that overlooked the Weyr bowl and connected her Weyr with other queens' Weyrs, her head cocked in the direction of the noise. It came from her left. That was Tanaz's Weyr. Fiona raced that way, her nostrils flaring for breath. When she reached Calcent's Weyr, Tanaz looked up at her approach, her eyes red with tears, wide with fear and worry.
She started last night, Tanaz told her.
Fiona, Siska called, coming into the dragon's lair from Tanaz's quarters.
Good. Run to the kitchen. They should have that decoction ready. Bring it back as fast as you can.
Fiona spun on her heels and took off, racing down the ledge, across the Weyr bowl and into the kitchen cavern. I'm to get the decoction for Calcent, Fiona called as she entered, looking around frantically.
Over here, a man's voice called.
She turned to it, saw that it was Kentai, and trotted over, her sides heaving from her run.
It's nearly ready.
Whatever it was smelled good, Fiona realized as she neared the steaming pot. Kentai waved her back, then pulled the pot off the coals, grabbed it with Weyrhide gloves, and poured its contents into a large bucket that had a ladle hanging from its side.
Will you be able to manage? He asked as he handed her the bucket.
Breathless, Fiona nodded and took off again, running nearly as fast as she had on the way down. Her legs complained, and she caught a stitch in her side just as she started to climb the incline of the ledge to the Weyrs. Great, Siska called, grabbing the bucket from her and leaving Fiona to lean against the wall, panting to regain her wind. Tanaz, they say that the werewomen at Bendon recommended it, Siska said. Tanaz looked up at her, hollow-eyed. You know, the one who impressed that gold before breath. Tanaz looked down, then back to her dragon. Fiona stumbled over to her, knelt beside her, and hugged her tight. Tanaz did not react. Worriedly, Fiona exchanged looks with Siska, but the other only shook her head slightly and frowned down at the bucket, stirring it with the ladle to cool it more quickly. Tanaz, Fiona began, but was cut off by another cough from Calcent. Again, Fiona noticed that sickly smell. Tanaz crumpled against her dragon's side.
Fiona,
Talent called from her Weyr.
Wait,
Fiona replied, surprising herself. Tanaz was so strong. She couldn't give in now, so soon. She just couldn't. Setting her jaw, Fiona leaned forward, grabbed Tanaz by the shoulders, and pulled her back. Tanaz looked up at her, her expression one of mingled surprise and anger. "You need to take care of your dragon," Fiona said, looking down at her. "You need to feed her the stuff that they use in Bendin." A faintly puzzled look entered Tanaz's eyes. "You are her rider. You must be strong." Fiona leaned back, getting her feet under her and urging Tanaz to rise with her. "Come on, Tanaz," Siska added, scooping some of the liquid into the ladle. "Fiona's right." Tanaz looked at the ladle, looked at her dragon, and nodded. "Calcenthe," she said aloud, "open your mouth." Before she poured the liquid down her dragon's throat, she checked the temperature against the inside of her wrist. "It's not too hot. You should like it." "It smells good," Siska added encouragingly. The gold dragon waited until Tanaz retracted her arm before closing her mouth and raising her head to swallow the liquid. "Feed it all to her," Siska said, extending the bucket to Tanaz. "There," Fiona said as the gold opened her mouth once more and Tanaz ladled in another dollop. "That's better, isn't it?" The bucket was empty in no time. Calcenthe lay her head back down and closed her eyes. In a short while she was asleep again. "You should get some sleep too," Siska said to Tanaz. Fiona darted into Tanaz's quarters and returned with pillows and blankets. Tanaz took them gratefully and curled up against her gold. "We'll check on you later," Siska promised, passing the empty bucket and ladle over to Fiona and gesturing for her to leave through the Weyr entrance. As Fiona followed the Weyr woman down the ramp toward the kitchen cavern, she spotted Talent peering timidly out of her Weyr. Siska noticed and nodded to Fiona. "See to her and meet me when you can." Fiona insisted upon oiling Talent before feeding her, and between the two tasks it was over an hour before she had the dragonette back in her Weyr, sated, scrubbed, and somnolent. Fiona failed to stifle a yawn herself as she headed down the incline toward the kitchen cavern, wishing that times were such that she could curl up with her dragon. Fiona insisted upon oiling Talent before feeding her, and between the two tasks it was over an hour before she had the dragonette back in her Weyr, sated, scrubbed, and somnolent. Fiona failed to stifle a yawn herself as she headed down the incline toward the kitchen cavern, wishing that times were such that she could curl up with her dragon. Siska wasn't in the kitchen cavern when Fiona arrived. Zorana directed her to a doorway at the back of the cavern, and Fiona found herself in a corridor she'd never seen before. As with all the Fort Weyr, the walls were just as smooth as those at Fort Hold. Fiona ran her hands along them, delighting in the cold smoothness. She knew from her times at other holds and at the Harper Hall that whatever the old-timers had used to create such smoothness had failed before all the holds or wares were finished, and she was glad that, having left Fort Hold, she'd been lucky enough to come to Fort Weyr with its reassuring similarities. "I wonder if the layouts are the same," Fiona thought, turning to the right to follow her hunch. She'd been told that Siska was in the storerooms, and at Fort Hold the storerooms had been set to the right of the lower corridors. A faint smell of herbs came to her, and Fiona smiled to herself. She'd guessed right. "I don't care if we don't have enough," Siska was saying impatiently as Fiona entered the room. "We'll send for more. Just get all the dried echinacea and bring it to the cooks. We've got to make more of that potion." "Just where will you get it?" an older woman's voice asked tetchily. "It doesn't matter," Siska said. "Our first need is the sick dragons." "Dragons don't get sick," the woman replied. "And who do you think you are, the Weyr woman?" Fiona entered the doorway in time to identify the irritable woman as Melonwe. "But she is the Weyr woman," Fiona declared, only to be surprised by the shushing motion Siska was making behind the old woman's back. The room was filled with cabinets, except for the far end where there was a work desk and some chairs. Glow baskets hung from hooks on the walls. Melonwe's eyes widened in surprise, and she said to Fiona,
Who are you?"
"She's Fiona, Melonwy," Siska said. "She cooked for us last night?"
Melonwy's face drained of expression, and she tottered to the table and sat down hard. She dropped her head into her hands. Finally, she looked up at Siska. "But what happened to Nara?"
"She went between, Melonwy," Siska told her softly.
"She did?" the old woman asked, straining to find the memory. "Oh, now I remember." There was a long silence as Melonwy absorbed her loss once again, and then with a sigh the old woman pushed back the chair and stood up again. "What are we doing here?"
"We're looking for herbs, Melonwy," Siska said. "We need echinacea and ginger and—"
"Why?"
"Because the dragons are getting sick," Siska said, trying to keep the weariness out of her voice.
"Dragons don't get sick," Melonwy insisted again.
Siska glanced over at Fiona in exasperation. "What do we need, werewoman?" Fiona asked, stepping into the room and glancing around. "Besides ginger and echinacea."
With a relieved look, Siska passed a slate to Fiona.
"Here's the list." "Melonwy and I can find them," Fiona said, and was instantly gratified to see relief on Siska's face. "Can't we, Melonwy?"
"Who are you?" Melonwy asked.
"Fiona," she replied quickly. "I'm from Fort Hold, Lord Bemin's daughter."
"What are you doing here?"
Melonwy asked, then remembered her manners.
"How delightful to meet you. How is your mother?"
"Perhaps Melonwy can help me," Fiona said with a significant glance to Siska. Siska brightened. "I'll send some folk to help," she promised, clapping Fiona on the shoulder in thanks as she passed around her and through the doorway. Fiona turned back to Melonwy. "The werewoman's offered us some of your stores. We'll pay them back as soon as we can, but we've got a sickness and need some herbs."
"What do you need?"
Melonwy asked briskly, gesturing for Fiona to hand her the list. Melonwy was tired when they had finished locating the last of the herbs, so Fiona escorted her back to her quarters before returning to the kitchen cavern. "Take this up to Jen," Siska was saying to one of the kitchen folk as Fiona entered. She turned to a young rider standing attentively beside her and continued, "Take this to the Harper Hall and see if they can help." The rider nodded and left, moving briskly. It was then that Siska noticed Fiona. "Melonwy was tired, so I brought her back to her quarters to rest," Fiona told her. Siska gestured her to a table on which were laid out some rolls, butter, mugs, and a pitcher of claw. "Right now there are 5 sick dragons," Siska told her once as they were seated. "Salith, Asoth, Denorth, Penunth, and Kelsenth." Fiona was confused. "Salith is to Jen's brown, right?" "Oh, sorry. I forgot that you've only been here— How long has it been?" Siska said, then waved the question away. "Asoth is Jamarin's blue. He's the one who had the gold fire lizard. Siamon. Denorth is Lorion's green, and Penunth is Marorin's blue." Fiona tried to fix the names of the riders, the dragons, and their colors in her head, but found, to her annoyance, that she couldn't. "I used to be good with names," she said, frowning. "I know all the names of every holder in Fort Hold, and all the heads of every hold, miner, or craft." "Don't worry," Siska assured her. "You'll learn them all in time." Fiona contented herself with a sip from her mug and another bite of her roll. She was surprised that she was so hungry until she remembered that she hadn't eaten at all that morning, which brought her back to the issue that she'd been avoiding. "I seem to be in such a muddle all the time," she confessed to Siska. She met the werewoman's eyes. "I didn't used to be like this." Siska picked up on Fiona's unspoken plea. "I don't think it's the illness," she told her. "But you've noticed," Fiona persisted. "Is there something wrong with me?"
"If there is, you're not alone."
The speaker was Cleor, who was striding up to them. He smiled at Fiona, kissed Siska on the cheek, and hooking a chair with his foot, dragged himself up a seat. He looked Fiona over intently.
"How are you feeling?"
"I'm tired all the time," Fiona said. "But isn't that normal after an impression? And I've 13 turns, and all the old ones said that being a teen was tiring."
Cleor smiled reassuringly at her.
It is normal to be tired for the first few months or more after impressing a dragonet. It takes time for them to reach their growth." His eyes twinkled as he added, "And I recall being tired for much of my teens, too." He looked over at Siska questioningly. Fort's werewoman spent some time choosing her words. "Both are very tiring," Siska began.
"But Kindon had only 14 turns when he fought the plague," Fiona remarked. She pushed herself up straighter. "If he can do that, I don't know why I can't manage a dragon while being a teen." "Of course you'll manage your dragon," Siska told her emphatically. With a nod toward the Weyr leader, she added, "Neither Cleor nor I have any doubt about that." "But—" Fiona prompted, then blushed as she remembered to whom she was speaking. Before she could apologize, Cleor responded, "But we have noticed that you and many others seem more tired than usual, even for those who have newly impressed." "There are even some who impressed many turns ago," Siska added, thinking of Tamar. Fiona was only half relieved by the news. "No one knows why we're feeling this way?" Cleor shook his head. "No, but we're keeping an eye on it." "So far, it hasn't affected the dragons," Siska assured her. "Just the riders." "And they're able to do their duty," Cleor added. Fiona noted the way Siska glanced at the Weyr leader when he made this pronouncement. "You don't agree, do you?" Fiona asked her. Siska chewed her lip thoughtfully before saying, to Cleor's evident irritation, "I have some reservations." "We've more important matters at the moment," Cleor said, changing the topic. He turned to Siska. "How are our stores for that herbal recipe Bendin sent?" Siska shook her head and grimaced. "We'll be out before the end of the day with just these 5. "We can send riders to the holds," Cleor decided. He took on the abstracted look of a rider talking to his dragon, smiled briefly, then said, "I've asked Tamar to go to Fort, Padur to go to Southern Bowl, and Mercury will go to Ruwatha." "And Vinay and Hanez?" Siska wondered.
"They'll be handling drill today," Cleor told her.
"Mixed wings?"
Siska asked.
"Of course,"
Cleor replied, smiling. Fiona looked confused, so Siska explained. "Cleor likes to mix up wings to be sure that every rider can work with every wing leader."
"Oh."
"It keeps them on their toes,"
Cleor told her with a wink. "It stops them from being bored," Siska allowed. "Bored?" Fiona asked, surprised that dragon riders could be bored.
"You must remember that some of them have been drilling all their lives," Cleor said.
"But the Red Star," Fiona protested. "The Red is coming soon."
"Which is why we drill with mixed wings," Cleor agreed.
Fiona thought on that for a moment and nodded. "Father often makes his guards change posts." "Probably for the same reason," Siska said. A sudden thought caused Fiona to perk up. "Do you suppose, perhaps, that is, if it wouldn't be too much of a burden—" "Spit it out," Siska said, gesturing with one hand. She pointed at Cleor. "He won't bite." Cleor gave them a look of feigned indignation. "If Talentha doesn't wake, would it be possible for me to go to Fort?" Siska and Cleor exchanged a look. "I told you that she wasn't all addled," Siska said to the Weyr leader.
"I never said she was,"
Cleor responded.
"But," Fiona shook her head sadly, "I don't know how long Talentha will stay asleep."
"I'm sure you've got at least an hour yet," Siska assured her.
"And if not," Cleor added, "we'll send word to Padur. He can bring you back and return to Fort Hold for the supplies."
"I'm sure it would help to have you there," Siska told her.
"You could stop at the hold while Padur goes to the healer hall," Cleor observed. "That would save time."
He looked inward for a moment, and then back up at Fiona.
"Tamar and Zarenth are waiting for you."
He gestured to the bowl outside.
"You'd best get going."
"Thank you," Fiona said, jumping up from her chair and rushing out. Siska and Cleor watched her go. Then Siska turned to the Weyr leader and said, "You know, if this is what she's like when she's tired—" Cleor laughed.
"She'll be like you when she's recovered."
Siska gave him a fierce look and poked at him. "Enough of that."
Compared to her dragonette, the bronze dragon waiting for her in the Weyr bowl was immense. Zarenth craned his long neck around to peer at her as she came running over, and Fiona waved at him, feeling for the first time in a long while like a young girl again. Tamar waited for her beside Zarenth's huge forefoot and helped her climb up onto the dragon's neck. "Hold on to the strap, werewoman," Tamar said as he climbed up behind her. He wrapped one arm around her waist and grabbed the fighting strap with the other. "I'm used to riding behind," Fiona warned him just as Zarenth flexed his huge hind legs and leapt into the air. "I know you are," Tamar shouted to her as the great bronze's wings beat down and lifted them up. "I thought you might like to have a taste of what it will be like riding your own dragon." "My own dragon?" Fiona thought, her eyes seeking out Tallenth's Weyr. Tallenth will be bigger than this puny bronze, she thought with a pride so fierce that it surprised, then gratified her. "Thank you," she called back as Zarenth rose up out of the bowl. She saw Tamar's hand as he waved to the watch dragon perched near the star stones, and then they were gliding down into the valley below the Weyr spires. "Are you ready?" Tamar called to her. Fiona raised her arm and pumped it in the ancient Dragonrider's signal of readiness. A freezing blackness suddenly gripped her, but Fiona was ready for it. Between only takes as long as it does to cough 3 times, she reminded herself. 1, 2, 3. They burst out high over Fort Hold, and Fiona couldn't help shouting for joy at the sight. "You'll do this on your own before you know it, werewoman," Tamar promised her. Fiona's shout turned into a noise of pure exhilaration as Zarenth banked sharply and spiraled on down to the landing between the Harper Hall and the hold. Then Zarenth was on the ground, and Tamar jumped down and raised his hands to catch Fiona. She smiled as he deftly lowered her to the ground. "You've got the longer journey," Tamar said as he stepped away from her. "I'm the younger," Fiona reminded him with an impish grin. Tamar had no reply and merely shook his head before waving her on her way. "If I'm done before you, I'll come up to the hold," Tamar said as he strode away. Fiona turned away from him and toward the path up to the hold. It was a pleasant walk, although she was surprised to realize how tiring it was for her. Too much time lazing around, she decided. As Fiona climbed the path that led up to Fort Hold proper, she eagerly examined the streets branching off on either side toward the craft halls and small cot holds, looking for any of the many Fort Holder children she knew and had played with. But there was no sign of them. "It's lunchtime," she reminded herself, working to keep her good mood. Still, the memories of the rare times she'd managed to get away from her father's watchful gaze. And where had he been? Where among her happiest? Hunting tunnel snakes in the bowels of the hold, getting wet and muddy at the nearest lake, chasing sheep with the herders and herd dogs, all the things that a rambunctious child, though perhaps not the holder's daughter, would do when not in fear of a scolding. The first guard she saw at the hold's main gate was someone she did not recognize. Fiona forced a frown off her face. If she hadn't impressed, she would know who this new man was. She was just about to introduce herself when another guard rushed down from the watchtower, calling, "Lady Fiona!" It was Jalir, one of the men who had survived the plague with her father and Kindon. He and Stennel had carried the dead off to the massed graves, Fiona recalled. "Your father's not here, my lady," Jalir told her as she approached him. He gestured back down the path. "He's down at the Harper Hall." The guard next to him smirked, only to have Jalir round sharply on him. "Nalin, this is Lady Fiona, the Lord Holder's daughter." Nalin sobered up immediately, murmuring, "Didn't mean no harm, my lady." What was so funny about her father being at the Harper Hall? Fiona wondered. She shook herself, remembering her task. "I've come for some herbals," she told the guards. "The dragons are sick." "We'd heard," Jalir replied. "All the fire lizards are gone." "Well, don't let us hold you up, my lady," Nellin said, waving her inside. "From the sounds of it, you've got urgent business." Fiona nodded and, with a final wave, made her way through the hold gates, through the courtyard, and up to the great hall gates, which were open to let in the afternoon air. She was pleased to find Nisa ensconced in the kitchen, and for a brief moment Fiona felt as though she were a young lady holder again, and not a Weyr woman on an urgent mission.
"Lady Fiona! What a surprise!" Nisa exclaimed when she spotted her. "Can you stay long?"
"I'm afraid I can't," Fiona said. "I've come from the Weyr to beg for some herbals for the dragons."
"So it's real, then?" Nisa asked. "We know about the fire lizards, of course."
"It's real," Fiona confirmed. "We've 5 up at Fort Weyr who are coughing, and already at least 3 have gone between from all the Weyrs, including Breath, Bendon's queen."
"And the herbals will help?" Nisa asked, her eyes full of concern. "Thread'll be coming soon enough."
"We don't know if the herbals will help," Fiona said, "but they include echinacea and ginger."
"Marla!"
Nisa called.
"Drat, where is she? She's as bad as your—"
"Pardon?" Fiona asked. She hadn't been looking at Nisa, but rather in the direction she was calling.
"Oh, nothing," Nisa replied quickly. "It's just that your father is never around when needed either."
Fiona felt sure that there was more to it than that, but she really didn't have time to wheedle the rest of the news out of the head cook, particularly as a youngster, little younger than Fiona herself, came rushing into the kitchen at that moment.
"Marla, take Fiona down to the stores," Nisa ordered. "She's to have anything she needs. It's Weyr business."
Marla looked confused, frightened, and amazed all at once.
"Weyr business?" she repeated.
"Surely you remember Fiona, the Lord Holder's daughter?" Nisa said acerbically. "And wouldn't a curtsy be in order?" Marla hastily curtsied, her face going bright red with embarrassment.
"My lady," she said as she dipped down, then flushed even more. "I mean, Weyr woman."
"Not to worry," Fiona said with a smile and a gesture to ease the other's discomfort. "I am in a bit of a hurry, so—" Marla stared at her for a moment, still bemused. Fiona took matters in her own hands. "Follow me, I know the way." She led the way down to the medicinal storeroom. "We need echinacea the most, then ginger, cinnamon, comfrey, and hyssop," she told Marla as she started pulling containers from cupboards built into the walls. The light in the room was dim. "Bring in one of the glows from outside."
"I don't know," Marla began hesitantly,
but Fiona gave her a look that sent the young holder rushing out of the room. She returned a moment later with a glow basket which she hung on a hook high up. "Much better," Fiona said, rummaging through another likely storage bin. "I won't take more than half of your supplies."
"Half?" Marla squeaked, her eyes round.
"Dragons are big, Marla," Fiona reminded her with just a touch of exasperation in her voice. "They need much more per dose than humans."
"Did you think to ask the herders?"
Marla said. Fiona shook her head. "We'll do that if we need more."
"More?"
Marla was astonished at the thought. Fiona found a carry sack and started to stuff it with herbs, each stored in their own jar or box. "There," she said briskly, shouldering the carry sack. "That should be enough for a couple of days." Marla was reduced to making small squeaking noises. "I'll leave you to put the glow back," Fiona said as she made for the door. "No need to follow. I'll see myself out."
"Did you get everything?"
Nisa asked as Fiona stopped back at the kitchen for a quick goodbye. "I only took half of what were in the stores," Fiona told her, "just in case."
"Well," Nisa said consideringly, "you can always come back for the rest if you need."
"We don't even know if it works," Fiona told her. "What we heard from Bendon was that they were trying it."
"What are the ingredients again?"
Nisa asked. Fiona rattled off the list.
"That sounds right to me,"
Nisa allowed. "Not that I know all that much about dragons." "I'm only just learning myself," Fiona said.
"You learn fast. You'll know it all soon enough," Nisa assured her.
"I don't know," Fiona said, pursing her lips. "I seem to be so tired all the time."
"I suppose that's natural, what with a new dragon and all," Nisa allowed.
"No," Fiona said, shaking her head firmly. "It's not." She explained what Fort Weyr leader and Weyr woman had told her, finishing. "So it seems that it's worse than normal." But not just for you, Nisa pointed out. They said others were affected too, weren't they? Yes, Fiona admitted bleakly. But what if it's to do with this illness, then they'll have the same problem at the other Weyrs, wouldn't they? Nisa suggested. Fiona frowned at that thoughtfully. So all you'd have to do was ask the other Weyrs, wouldn't you? I suppose, Fiona conceded. She shook her head to clear off her morbid thoughts. She had a sackload of herbs to get back to the Weyr now, but before she could take her leave, a loud shout erupted from the great hall. "Father?" Fiona called, recognizing the voice of Lord Holder Bemin in full rage. "Fiona," Nisa began, but Fiona had already raced out of the kitchen. Nisa followed the fleeing figure of the youngster and shook her head. She paused a moment, listening, then turned back to her pots. No matter what, she told herself, there'd be a meal wanted.
"Fiona!" Lord Bemin called out when he spotted his daughter rushing toward him from the kitchen. "What are you doing here?"
"I've come for some herbals," Fiona replied, dropping her shoulder to show the carry sack slung on it. "What are you doing bellowing like that? I haven't heard you so angry since that time I got lost searching for tunnel snakes."
"Tunnel snakes would be better," Bemin responded, his expression sour, brows furrowed thunderously.
"Weren't you at the Harper Hall?"
"I was," Bemin snapped.
"Are you and Kelsa arguing again?" Fiona asked, her eyes dancing. Bemin sighed and seemed to deflate where he stood. Fiona was surprised to see the worry lines around his eyes. "She's not upset about her gold," Fiona wondered. Kelsa had impressed a gold fire lizard a number of turns back and was quite attached to her. Fiona was certain Kelsa's loss of Valyart had hit her hard. She also recalled that Kelsa and her father had made jokes about which bronze would fly when Valyart mated. Even though she was the Lord Holder's daughter, or perhaps even more because she was the Lord Holder's daughter, Fiona had spent a lot of her youth with the herd beasts and animals of the hold. More than once she had helped a ewe birthing a lamb, or a herd beast with a breech birth, so reproduction held no secrets for her. And so it wasn't difficult for her to take in her father's stance and his bellowing, and come up with a shrewd guess. "Kelsa's pregnant, isn't she?"
"We were talking names," Bemin said by way of confirmation. "Kemma if a girl, Belson if a boy."
Fiona did some quick thinking, her expression growing more radiant by the second. "You were going to tell me at the hatching, weren't you?" Bemin nodded. Fiona let out a cry of joy and ran out to hug her father. "That's great news!" she exclaimed. She stepped back. "When Talent is old enough, I'll visit every day." She frowned, then corrected herself. "Every 7 day, at least." She saw that her father still looked upset. "What?"
"We fought," Bemin told her. "I wanted the child raised at the hold, to be the next holder, particularly if it's a boy."
Fiona could hear his unsaid words, "particularly seeing as you're now at the Weyr." She could guess how the discussion, then argument went, her father getting more and more irritated at Kelsa's intransigence. She snorted. "Father, you're talking about a kilometer's difference. Don't be such a ninny." Bemin looked surprised at her response and opened his mouth to reply, but Fiona remembered her mission. "We can talk about this later," she told him briskly. "These medicines can't wait, and Talent may wake up any moment now." She patted his arm and rushed by, heading toward the great doors. "Don't worry, it'll work out just fine." It was only when she was up on Zarenth's back, with Tamar, and the dragon was thrusting up into the sky above Fort Hold, that Fiona wondered bemusedly at her temerity in giving her own father advice on romance. Then Zarenth went between, and she thought no more of it. After delivering the herbs, Fiona raced across the Weyr bowl toward the Queen's quarters and up the ramp to her Weyr to find that Talent was just stirring from her long nap.
"I itch,"
Talent complained as soon as she spied Fiona. Fiona grabbed the bucket of oil and a brush and sought out the offending spot.
"There."
Talent told her with a sigh of contentment. The patch was easily seen and soon dealt with.
Much better.
Fiona smiled. Only you could wallow in a simple oiling.
Nonsense. I'm sure all dragons do it.
Talent corrected her, craning her head around to look at Fiona, her faceted eyes whirling with a touch of worry.
I'm not being mean to you, am I?
Fiona rushed to Talent's head and grabbed it, snaking an arm up to scratch the dragon's eye ridges. No, of course not, she told her dragon emphatically. You're the most wonderful, marvelous, amazing friend a person could ever have.
And you would tell me if I was being difficult, wouldn't you?
Fiona laughed. As long as you'll tell me if I'm being difficult.
You? Never,
Talent replied, twisting her head down a little.
Just there. That feels great.
Fiona chuckled at Talent's so readily apparent pleasure and redoubled her efforts. It had been less than 2 months, she mused to herself, and she couldn't imagine life without Talent. A loud cough from nearby startled her. As one, dragon and rider turned toward the sound. "Calcenthe," Fiona murmured, her heart suddenly heavy in her chest.
She's not getting better,
Talent observed.
What will happen if she doesn't get better?
Fiona shook her head, not daring to answer. 6. Brave dragons, fly high, fly true, gold, bronze, brown, green, and blue. Fort Weyr, 7 days later, AL 507, 1322. There's no need to worry about more herbals, Tanaz said to Fiona as she entered Calcenthe's Weyr early that morning, bearing a steaming bucket full of the pleasant-smelling brew. It's not working. Fiona began a protest, but the older woman silenced her with a raised hand. It hasn't worked at all these last 3 days. Tanaz was a shrunken remnant of herself, eyes red-rimmed, hair oily and lank, her skin nearly hanging on her frame. She'd been up every night, twitching with every snort or cough her dragon made. And sometimes she'd started in terror to the sound of other dragons, whose coughs echoed in the Weyr bowl with an eerie irrevocability, a harbinger of death. Calcenthe's breath came and went in wheezes, punctuated erratically by louder coughs that racked her great gold body from end to end. Fiona cringed to see the beautiful queen in such straits. "Tell Siska that I want to move to a higher Weyr," Tanaz said, turning away from Fiona and back to her dragon. "Tanaz?" Fiona began, but the older, smaller Weyr woman waved her away with a hand thrown up dismissively. In a mood that bordered on terror, Fiona left swiftly, calling to her dragon, "Talent, tell Siska that Calcenthe has gotten worse." After a moment's pause, Fiona's queen, who had clearly been dozing, responded,
I have. She says to meet her in the kitchen. Thanks,
Fiona replied, altering her trajectory toward the kitchen cavern. As she made out the glow of the kitchen fires through the early morning fog, she spotted the darker form of a person nearby. "How's Tanaz this morning?" Melonwe asked. "How's her dragon?" "Worse," Fiona told her brusquely. Melonwe had taken to skulking around Tanaz's quarters, always ready to help, but Fiona got the distinct impression that the old woman was personifying the old saying, "Misery loves company." Fiona was growing to hate the older woman's presence, but said nothing as Tanaz had made no protest. "She's addled," Tanaz had told Fiona the only time the younger werewoman had commented on it, her tone making it clear that she had expected more compassion from Fiona. "She thinks that I'm Nara, the old werewoman, half the time." Seeing Fiona's still troubled expression, Tanaz added, "I don't mind the company. You can't be here all the time. You've got your own dragon to tend." Fiona couldn't help but hear the resentment in Tanaz's tone at that, the unspoken, "Your dragon is healthy, at least." "I'll see to her," Melonwe said now. As the old woman hobbled off, Fiona heard her add, "Haven't I always seen to her?"
Fiona, what is it? Elor asked as Fiona entered the kitchen cavern. Fiona was still so unnerved by Melonwe's bizarre behavior that she could only shake her head. The werewoman's over there, Elor said, pointing. She pushed a tray into Fiona's arms. There's claw here and something warm for this cold morning. Still bemused, Fiona trudged over to the werewoman and set the tray down, sitting only when Siska gestured for her to do so. The werewoman was so caught up in her own thoughts that it wasn't until she'd offered Fiona a cup of claw for the second time that she realized the younger Queen Rider hadn't responded. Fiona! Fiona looked up at her, dazed. What is it? She's not going to make it, is she? Fiona said quietly to Siska. Neither Calsanth nor Tanaz, are they? When Siska said nothing, Fiona continued, her voice rising along with her anger. And Melonwe's there every day, just waiting and hoping for the time when— Drink some claw, Siska said, her voice commanding. She pushed a mug into Fiona's numb hands. Fiona obeyed, but it was as if someone else were moving her hands, someone else drinking. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Dragons were always healthy. They never got sick. They never died. She's going to go with her, isn't she? She asked, absently dropping her mug on the table. If she does, it'll be her choice, Siska replied quietly. So what's Melonwe doing? Fiona demanded. I think, Siska replied after a moment, in her own way, she's trying to help. Help? Fiona couldn't believe it. In her own way, Siska repeated. She looked up as Cleor pulled out a chair opposite Fiona. He looked haggard. I just left Jamarin, Cleor told them. The herbal didn't help, did it? Fiona demanded. She didn't notice the look that Cleor and Siska exchanged and only barely heard Cleor's words. No, it didn't. That's what Tanaz said, Fiona told them bleakly. She looked up at Siska. She said to tell you not to worry about the herbals and that she wants to move to a higher Weyr. No, Siska said determinedly. She'll stay in her Weyr. She caught Fiona's look and added, I'll tell her. Tamar approached them and at Cleor's gesture took a seat. Lorian's to north is not getting better. None of them are, declared Kentai, approaching from the cavern's entrance. He grimaced as he added, I just spoke with our master herder. Herder? Tamar murmured in surprise. The herbal is very similar to one she uses for sick herd beasts, Kentai continued, seating himself beside Fiona, across from Tamar. He shook his head. She says that usually if the herbal doesn't work the first time, the beast will die. Dragons aren't the same as herd beasts, Tamar declared. No, agreed Kentai, but the herbal is. I've spoke with Toma before, Cleor mused, and she's always seemed very knowledgeable in her craft. We can't do nothing, Tamar persisted, looking from Kentai to Siska to Cleor and finally at Fiona. Threat is coming and we'll need all our dragons. I think we all know that, Tamar, Cleor said soothingly. Tamar simmered under the Weyr leader's gaze. Is there anything you suggest we do differently? Kentai inquired. Tamar glared at the harper, muttering, If we had a healer. If we had a healer, he'd tell us no more than we know, Kentai retorted. He gestured to the bowl outside and up toward the drum heights by the Starstones. I've been in constant communication, and no one has a better solution than Kinden's. He's no healer, Tamar persisted rebelliously. No, Kentai responded agreeably. He's not. But it was Kinden who thought of the ways that helped the holders during the plague, and Kinden is the only one who was bonded with a watchweir and impressed a fire lizard. I trust Kinden, Fiona declared hotly. He saved my life. Tamar gave her a surprised look, then lowered his eyes and muttered, He's no Dragonrider. But Lorana is, Kentai responded, and it is her herbal we have been using. Tamar gave the harper a mulish look but said nothing, instead reaching for a mug in the pitcher of claw. He knocked the mug over and broke it.
"Here," Fiona said, pushing her mug toward him. "Have mine."
"No, I'll get my own,"
Tamar declared.
"Tamar!" Siska called to him in surprise. The bronze rider looked her way, his brows raised. "Are you sure you want to do that? It's never wise to turn down the favors of a werewoman." Tamar was about to respond angrily, but caught himself. He shook his head and said to Siska,
"My apologies, werewoman. I'm not myself."
Siska nodded in acknowledgement, then looked pointedly toward Fiona. Tamar turned toward the younger queen rider.
"Werewoman, I apologize for my poor manners," he said. "If you'd accept my apology, I'd be most grateful."
The tension at the table was palpable, and Fiona felt it as she never had before. It was hers to own. She could deny Tamar's apology and fan the flames, or she could cool things off. She shook her head. She was too exhausted for anger to burn long in her. Tamar caught her movement and mistook it. Affronted, he started to rise, only to stop when Fiona reached across the table and grabbed his hand. "I was shaking my head at my own foolishness," she said, catching his eyes. "Please, sit back down and do take my mug. We've all been through too much. We're all worried and all tired." She tugged on his hand, and Tamar, with a lopsided grin, eased back into his chair.
"I'll pour if you'll let me, Dragonrider," Kentai offered.
At Tamar's grateful nod, the harper filled the mug with the warm claw.
"I'm sorry to have snapped at you too,"
Tamar said as he curled his fingers around the now warm mug. "If we're going to survive this," Fiona was surprised to hear herself say, "we are going to have to forgive our outbursts and accept our pain." "Accept our pain," Siska repeated, giving Fiona a curious look. It was something that Kindon had said, Fiona realized, on one of the rare occasions when she'd managed to get him to talk about the plague. "Yes," she said, not caring to elaborate. She felt it would not be a good idea at this moment to mention Kindon again.
"We don't know how long this will last," Kentai said into the silence that fell.
He smiled at Fiona.
"I think our newest werewoman is right. We are going to have to forgive our outbursts and accept our pain." "So, what are we going to do for the sick dragons?" Tamar wondered.
"Keep them as comfortable as possible. Have someone be with them and their riders as often as needed," Fiona replied, remembering other words, this time from her father, about the plague. In response to Tamar's scrutiny, she explained, "That's what Father said they did during the plague." "And I don't think there's much more we can do," Siska agreed.
"Wait," Tamar surmised dully.
"And hope," Fiona added.
Tamar ran a weary hand through his hair and back down his neck, massaging his tense tendons.
"It doesn't seem all that much."
"It's all we can do,"
Cleor replied. "It's more than watching and waiting," Fiona added. "It's being someone who listens, someone who helps, a kind word, an understanding touch."
"You've done this before?"
Tamar asked, his expression making it clear that he was dramatically re-evaluating the young queen rider opposite him. "Once," Fiona confessed, "with an old uncle." She could see that the others wanted to know more. "He died holding my hand," she explained. Her face crumpled in memory as she added, "I cried for a 7-day." The others looked at her expectantly. Fiona wiped her eyes and summoned a smile. "That was nearly 2 turns back, just before I turned 12.
"Your father made you do that?" Tamar asked, sounding offended.
"I was a Lord Holder's daughter," she said. "It was my duty." Tamar's expression remained clouded, so Fiona went on. "I asked to be there." She forced back a sob. If it were to happen to me, I'd want to know that someone would be with me, too." Siska rose and stood behind her, rubbing her shoulders soothingly.
Queen dragons never make mistakes when it comes to their mates.
Obviously, Tamar and Kentai agreed emphatically. Cleor merely nodded with a special smile for Siska. Very well, then, the Weyr leader said after a moment. I believe that Weyr-woman Fiona has made an excellent suggestion. We shall arrange for someone to be in attendance of our sick dragons and their riders at all times.
I'd best return to Tanaz, then, Fiona said, starting to rise. But Siska pushed her back into her seat. She'll survive with Melonwe long enough for you to break your fast.
Before Fiona could draw breath to protest, Cleor added, You're no use to anyone half-starved.
There'll be fresh bread in a few minutes, Elora called from her place by the ovens. And some buns, too. There, Siska said, as though Elora's words had closed the subject. You can't leave until you've tried the buns and some bread. I'll stay if you'll stay, Fiona declared to Tamar. The older rider gave Fiona an odd look, then nodded.
I'll get us some more claw, Kentai said, rising from his chair.
Sit, sit, Elora shouted. There'll be someone along in a moment to do that. She turned back to her ovens, muttering to herself, Never let harpers near the food. By the time Fiona had finished her breakfast, the cavern had filled with Weyr-folk. As dragon riders entered, they usually called out a greeting to the Weyr leader or Weyr-woman, or were greeted by Cleor or Siska in turn. I didn't know there were so many children, Fiona said as she spotted a group of nearly 30 children arrive at once from one of the entrances at the far side of the cavern.
Most of a Weyr is children, Kentai told her. He gave the dragon riders an apologetic look and rose. Which reminds me, I'll need to get started with classes soon, if you'll excuse me. Of course, Cleor said. Siska nodded and waved to him. You're wondering why so many children, Tamar guessed from Fiona's expression.
Fiona nodded. The answer's simple, Siska replied with a mischievous grin. Cleor must have kicked her under the table, for the Weyr-woman started and stuck her tongue out at him. She turned to Fiona. Given that there can be up to 500 dragon riders in a Weyr, and that each of them is expected to do his, or her, Cleor interjected, duty to the Weyr, Siska continued with a scowl for her Weyr leader, you'd expect there to be upward of 1,000 youngsters of various ages. 1,000? Fiona repeated, mulling the number over. She knew that Fort Hold proper had at least 6,000, and her father had told her that before the plague there had been 10,000, but she'd never really thought about how many of those would be children. We've fewer here now. I doubt we've got more than 700, Cleor said thoughtfully. What happens to them all? Fiona asked. Where are they now? Some are taking lessons, Siska said, gesturing in the direction Kentai had taken. Some are helping with the Weyr. And some are doubtless getting into trouble, Cleor added with a grin. Doubtless, Siska agreed. And several are probably at this very moment on the hatching grounds, looking around and dreaming. I doubt it, Cleor declared. I suspect it's a bit too early for that. What do they do when they grow up? Fiona wondered. Some become dragon riders, Cleor said. Some stay on and work at the Weyr. Some become Weyrmates. Most Weyrmates work at the Weyr, Siska corrected him. Some learn a craft and become apprenticed, Cleor went on. We've 3 in the Harper Hall at this moment, Siska pointed out proudly. And 2 at the Smithcraft Hall, Cleor reminded her. For which we are most grateful, Siska agreed emphatically. Why? Cleor snorted. Let us say simply that it is not as easy as one should like to get a tithe from the Smithcraft Hall. Dagan, Siska snarled. The man's a cretin. Weyr leader Dagan? Fiona asked. The Smithcraft Hall was located near Talgar, and so came under Talgar Weyr's protection. He makes the rest of you look good, Siska said to Cleor impishly. Cleor shook his head and turned back to Fiona. Some of them impress or go to other Weyrs, he said, continuing the original thread of their conversation. And some go to Holds, Siska added. I can't think of any who come to Fort, Fiona said. You probably wouldn't, Siska agreed. They usually come as pairs or groups and prefer to stake out new lands. You wouldn't see many of them at the hold proper.
We're an independent lot, Weyr folk, Cleor agreed.
But you'll never find Weyr folk unwilling to help, Siska added, if you ask for it. I think I should check on Tanaz now, Fiona said, feeling a bit out of sorts. The Weyr leaders were going on about how great Weyr folk were, and while she knew that Holder folk were every bit as kind and good, she didn't think it would be wise to point that out. Besides, no one had offered to help her since she'd been in the Weyr. She'd done all the helping. As she rose from her chair, the bronze Dragonrider she recognized as Hanez approached their table, saying,
More dragons coughing this morning, aren't there?
Fiona was glad to leave. She liked him even less for that comment than she had before, as if Cleor wasn't doing everything he could. Her anger stayed with her as she crossed the Weyr bowl. The morning fog was all but gone, leaving only thin wisps of mist at the edges of the bowl. Wishing for some way to vent her pique, Fiona kicked a stone out of her way. A moment later she found another, then another. What began as a way to relieve anger became a game, and she proceeded to kick from one stone to the other until she realized that she was wasting her time and avoiding the task at hand. With an angry huff at herself, Fiona took her bearings and started toward her Weyr. She was halfway up the ramp to her ledge, wondering what she was going to say to Tanaz, wondering whether Melonwe would still be with her, when she heard a noise from her Weyr and looked up. There was a figure standing in the archway, looking startled. For a moment, Fiona felt a rush of thoughts race over each other. Was it Kentai? Had someone heard Talent coughing, or... The figure dropped its head in shame and started down the ramp toward her. It was a dark-haired girl who looked vaguely familiar, though Fiona couldn't recall having met her. I was just tending the glows, the girl mumbled as she reached Fiona. Fiona's anger came back, then redoubled. She lashed out her hand and grabbed the girl's wrist. No, you weren't. The girl's eyes flashed briefly, then she lowered them again and just stood there, trying to free her trapped hand with the other. What's your name? Fiona demanded. The girl stopped her struggling. At Fiona's commanding look, she swallowed and said, Zinna. Still holding the girl's wrist, Fiona turned back to her Weyr. Come on. I've got chores to do, Zinna protested. I'll get in trouble. You're in trouble now, Fiona told her. More won't matter. She paused to look back at the girl she was pulling along. You wanted to get a look, didn't you? Zinna tried out a look of incomprehension, but then gave it up. Her face settled into a scowl as she murmured, She should have been mine.
Talent?
Fiona called.
Are you okay?
She felt only the young dragon's sleeping mind. Aloud she said, The dragon chooses the rider. You know that. As they entered Talent's Weyr, Fiona cast a quick look around the large chamber. The glows were still dim, left over from the night before, but she had expected that. Nothing had been disturbed. Have a good look at her, she instructed the dark-haired girl. But don't wake her. She's still asleep and she'll want oiling the moment she's up. She's big, Zinna said in awe as she sidled around the Weyr toward the entrance to Fiona's sleeping quarters. Fiona saw Zinna's darting glance into the other room, saw the look of longing in her eyes. Recognition suddenly dawned. You were the candidate who chased after her, Fiona exclaimed. Zinna's face darkened in shame. I was afraid she was going to get away, she confessed miserably, and it would have been my fault. Your fault? Fiona thought that was going too far. I shouldn't have been there, Zinna said, grimacing. I wasn't searched. Nor was I, Fiona remarked, not seeing any harm in that. Zinna swallowed hard and raised her eyes to meet Fiona's as she admitted, I stole the robe from the laundry and snuck in with the others. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears. Melonwe said I shouldn't have been there, that I might have ruined everything. Shh, Fiona hissed, bringing a finger to her lips. Melonwe's next door with Tanaz and Calcenth. Zinna's eyes widened in fright and she mouthed a wordless, Oh.
I thought, Fiona began softly after a long moment in which they both stood still, listening guiltily for any sounds that they might have been heard by Melonwe or Tanaz, that all Weyr folk were allowed to be candidates at a hatching. I'm not Weyr folk, Zinna murmured in reply. Fiona gave her a surprised look, so Zinna explained quickly, still in a furtive voice. They found me all alone in the wild when I was just a baby. But you're younger than me, Fiona said in confusion. It couldn't have been the plague. Zinna shrugged. No one knows. Perhaps my parents or my mother only just survived. Perhaps something else happened, not the plague. But you were raised here, Fiona protested. Not to hear the others tell, Zinna said. The boys tease me, the girls shun me, and Melonwe. Fiona urged her to continue. Melonwe wants to send me away, Zinna said so quietly that Fiona had to lean forward to catch her words. But she's not the Weyr woman, Fiona protested. Nor was Siska until a few turns back, Zinna replied. And while Nara was around, Melonwe was head woman. Everyone listened to her. She said I wasn't like most other girls. She paused for a long time before she raised her troubled eyes to Fiona's. And she's right. Fiona was disturbed by the other girl's intensity, by a nagging suspicion that Zinna was trying to tell her some deep secret, something important. She examined the younger girl. Dark hair fell just beyond her shoulders and framed a swarthy face and dark, intelligent eyes. Her nose was pretty and slightly freckled. I don't like Melonwe, Fiona told her honestly. I know that she's old and addled and deserves respect, but she seems so mean all the time. Zinna let out a gasp of surprise, her expression brightening. Fiona turned back to Talent, who had started twitching. Gesturing to her dragon, she asked the other girl, Have you seen enough? Zinna's expression made it clear to Fiona that the younger girl could never see enough of the queen dragon. But Zinna only said, Yes, thank you. She turned away. I'd best be going. Come back any time you want, Fiona called after her. Zinna stiffened as though stung by the words, so Fiona added, I mean it. The younger girl stopped and turned back, her expression full of surprise. Really? Really, Fiona replied. She grinned. Although if you come when Talent's awake, I'll make you help oil her. Zinna's face lit in a smile, her eyes dancing. Fiona was amazed at how much happiness transformed the girl's face. I could bring fresh clothes, Zinna offered shyly. As long as you don't get in trouble, Fiona replied. Then she remembered Zinna's hatching ground admission and corrected herself. I mean, more trouble. Zinna looked pained until she recognized Fiona's teasing tone, and then she grinned again. I'm always in trouble, she replied. At least with the glows, I can use you as an excuse. Absolutely, Fiona agreed. She cocked her head as a new thought struck her. In fact, perhaps we can arrange for you to help me. For a moment, Zinna looked absolutely stunned. Then her face clouded once more. Like a drudge? No, Fiona corrected her, her tone turning a bit sharp. Like a friend. She paused and raised her eyebrows at the girl. They do have those at the Weyr, don't they? Some do, Zinna allowed. Fiona guessed that Zinna added in her thoughts, just not me. Who would I talk to? Fiona asked. Zinna's face darkened once more before she answered. Melonwe. Fiona's surprise must have shown, for Zinna added, Since the hatching, she's had me report to her directly. Her tone changed to a remarkable approximation of Melonwe's croaking. The honor of the Weyr must be maintained. Fiona bit back a chuckle. That sounds just like her, she said. Then she asked, Why aren't you with her now? She sent me away, Zinna responded bitterly. She's in there with Tanaz, just waiting for... What? Zinna took a deep breath and a quick step back toward Fiona, to whisper, She's just waiting for Calsanth to die. Then,
As if the enormity of the admission overwhelmed her, Zinna raced away back toward the kitchen cavern. When Fiona was done tending to Length, she walked back through her rooms and into the rear corridor. She paused for a moment outside Tanaz's quarters, then moved noisily into the room, calling, "Hello, Tanaz!" She heard an answering voice coming from Kilsant's lair and followed it. Melanie glanced up sourly from a chair set against the rear wall, while Tanaz stood wearily at Kilsant's head, stroking the ailing queen's eye ridges. "What do you want?" Melanie demanded. Fiona ignored her and walked over to Tanaz. "Is there anything I can get you?" Tanaz looked over to her blearily, shook her head, and turned her attention back to scratching Kilsant's eye ridges. "You need to eat, Tanaz," Fiona said to the older werewoman. "Why don't we send for some food?" "It's awfully dark in here," Melanie declared loudly. She stirred in her chair. "Where's that dratted girl with the new glows?" Fiona continued to ignore the old headwoman, keeping her attention on Tanaz. "Would you like to take a bath?" she asked, gesturing toward the bathing room. "I could watch her while you do." Listlessly, Tanaz shook her head. "I'm going to get you some food," Fiona declared, and turned to leave, only to find Melanie blocking her way. "Didn't you hear her?" the old headwoman blared angrily. "She said she didn't want any." "She didn't say that, Melanie," Fiona replied calmly, noting with surprise that she was nearly as tall as the old woman. "She didn't say anything." "Then don't get her anything," Melanie ordered. "I'll bring some food," Fiona replied firmly. Her temper flared and she stretched to her full height, her eyes flashing. "And you'll have respect for a werewoman, no matter what your years." Either Fiona's words or her tone got through to the old woman. Melanie stepped aside, wearily sitting back down in her chair, shaking her head. "It won't help, you know. She won't eat." Fiona looked at her. "I already tried." Fiona was surprised to hear that admission from Melanie, but her anger still flared, so she snapped back. "But you're not a werewoman." Melanie's eyes widened. Fiona turned back to Tanaz. "If need be, I'll have her dragon tell her to eat." And, with that, she turned about, strode past Melanie and Tanaz, and headed down the ledge to the weir bowl, realizing that she could get to the kitchen cavern faster that way than going back through her own weir. When she arrived, she found Zirana and explained her need. "And do you know where I can find Zinna?" "Zinna?" Zirana repeated in surprise, shaking her head. She gave Fiona a probing look. "What do you want with her?" "I'll need help carrying this, and Melanie snarking about the glows," Fiona explained. "Melanie, is she bothering you?" "She's with Tanaz," Fiona replied in a tone that made it clear she thought that was worse. Zirana frowned for a moment, then made up her mind. With a firm nod, she grabbed Fiona by the shoulders and pushed her toward the back entrance to the cavern. "You go back there. Listen for children. You'll find Zinna," Zirana told her. "I'll get the food ready." "Thanks," Fiona called back as she trotted away. "She's no relative of mine, that girl," Zirana called after her. Fiona could almost hear Zirana thinking of saying more and then deciding against it. Why was the cook so alarmed about Zinna? She passed through the back archway and was surprised to find that she was in a large corridor with branches left and right as well as straight ahead. She knew that there were more living quarters carved into the hard stone of Fort Weyr than she'd seen so far, but even with her foray to the medicine stores, she hadn't quite realized their full extent. A breath of air and some light from the straight corridor informed Fiona that it connected somewhere with the outside of the Weyr and the road that led down to Fort Hold itself. She cocked her head and listened. Faintly from the right, she heard the sound of children laughing. She followed it. It was a number of minutes before she found herself outside a large room. Peering in, she saw more children than she'd ever seen at once in the Weyr. Some were running around, others were grouped together, some were constructing with blocks, and some were playing games Fiona didn't recognize. Toward the back wall, she noticed a very large cluster of children sitting and listening raptly to someone who was pacing and gesturing before them. It was Zinna. Fiona moved closer and waited quietly for Zinna to finish her storytelling. At last, the younger girls stopped speaking, and as the children began murmuring to one another, Fiona approached. Some of the children saw her.
"It's the Werewoman! Werewoman Fiona!"
Fiona was surprised by their whispers and the looks they gave her. Then she felt a tug at the base of her tunic and looked down to see a small hand connected to a tiny, solemn-eyed child who couldn't have had more than 4 turns.
"Are you really a werewoman?" the little girl asked.
"Yes, I am," Fiona said, kneeling down to meet the girl eye to eye. The little girl backed up a step, startled. A boy toddled up beside her, clearly a sibling. He was older, but not by much.
"Is your dragon going to die?"
"Denon!" Zinna's voice boomed above her as Fiona struggled to regain her composure. The question had shocked her, chilled her to the bone in a way that going between had never done. Zinna squatted down beside Fiona, placed a hand on her shoulder, and gave her a brief squeeze, all the while saying to Denon, "It's not polite to talk like that."
"But you said Tanaz's dragon was going to die,"
Denon protested angrily.
"And they say that Asath and the others are going to die too."
"Your father's dragon will be all right, Denon," Zinna assured the boy, her tone suddenly quiet and soothing.
But if a queen could die, then why not a blue too?"
Denon blubbered. Beside him his sister started to quietly cry. "What's going on here?" a woman's voice called from the entrance. Fiona looked up and recognized Elor. "Zinna, what are you doing?" Elor demanded. "I thought you were going to watch them." Under her breath she muttered, "The mothers only wanted a moment's peace." "It wasn't my fault," Zinna replied, getting back to her feet. "Denon started bawling." "There, Denon," Fiona said to the youngster. "It's going to be all right."
"Do you promise?"
Denon asked, his trusting eyes gazing into hers.
"Denon,"
Zinna rasped. "She can't—" "I promise," Fiona said, raising her voice over Zinna's. "Things will work out, even though there may be tears.
Remember that."
Fiona stepped back, looking around the room. That voice, she'd heard it before. She reached out to Talent.
"Did you say something?" "No,"
the Queen replied.
"She did." "Who? Siska?" "No,"
Talent replied.
"I cannot say. I do not know her name. We haven't met yet."
"Are you all right?" Elor's voice was full of concern, and Fiona realized that the cook had anxiously raced across the room to her. "I'm fine," Fiona said, rising to her feet. "Zinna!" Elor began, her voice edged with fury. "She's to come with me," Fiona said. "I need her." Elor opened her mouth to protest, but Fiona cut across her. "Zirana sent me to get her." Elor looked like she wanted to argue, but the noise of the children distracted her. She blew out her breath in a loud sigh. "Very well," she said, glaring at Zinna. "Go with the werewoman and mind your manners." Fiona needed no more urging, and grabbing Zinna by the arm, dragged the girl along with her. "Thanks," Zinna said as they entered the corridor. "Now you see what I mean about how everyone always blames me, even when I don't do anything." Fiona was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, it was with an honest, deliberate voice. "Those children didn't hear about dragons dying from anyone but you," she said. "You didn't set them off just then, but you certainly set them up for it." Zinna stopped dead in her tracks. Fiona turned back to her. Zinna's expression was dead, haunted. "I thought you were different," Zinna whispered in shock. "I thought you might really like me." "Oh, you're worse than a prickle bug, you!" Fiona roared back at her. She reached out and grabbed Zinna's hand, tugging her along. "You take offense at the slightest bit of honesty," she sighed loudly. "It's like you expect everyone to be mean to you." "That wasn't mean," Zinna asked with a sniff. It was true, Fiona snapped. You told those kids a story and you scared them. You're responsible for that. You made a mistake. It doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't? Zinna repeated, as though the concept was new to her. No, everyone makes mistakes, Fiona said, increasing her stride as Zinna started walking beside her faster. It's what you do about them afterward that matters. You mean you don't hate me? Because you wanted to be a dragon rider? Fiona demanded. Or because you like telling stories? Because... Zinna took a deep breath before confessing in a rush. Because I hoped that your dragon would die. Fiona gaped at her, dumbstruck. I thought if I couldn't have her, Zinna stammered, then why should you? She looked down and began to cry. I'm sorry. It was mean of me, and I didn't mean... Not really, but I thought if I had a dragon, then maybe Maybe you'd fit in? Fiona finished for her. Zinna's head bobbed up and down, but she covered her face with her hands, and her sobs continued unabated. Fiona groped for a response. The thought of losing a dragon, any dragon. You know, I had a fire lizard, she began. She thought she saw Zinna nod, so she continued. She was a gold. Her name was Fire. She paused, fighting to retain her composure. I miss her so much. But you've got a queen, Zinna sobbed, and I've got nothing. I'm not going to be sorry for you, Fiona told her brusquely. Zinna stiffened in surprise. You can still impress. You're not too old. They won't let me on the hatching grounds, Zinna protested miserably. They didn't let me on the hatching grounds, Fiona pointed out to her, and I still impressed. Fiona felt herself losing her temper again. Look, she said abruptly, reaching out to pry Zinna's hands away from her face. I don't have time for all this. Zirana sent me to find you. We've got to get food for Tanaz, and I'm going to get her to eat it, even if I have to force her dragon to make her. So you'd better come along now, or you'll be in worse trouble. She turned and started off back to the kitchen cavern. A moment later, she felt a hand brush her arm. I only thought that before I met you, Zinna said softly. About your dragon, I mean. Fiona turned back to her with a small smile. That's what I thought. When Fiona and Zinna arrived at Tanaz's Weyr a half an hour later, Zinna kept her eyes downcast and followed every one of Fiona's orders silently, just as they'd agreed. Pretend it's a game, Fiona had suggested with a grin. You get a point for every order I give you that you can do without making any noise. This time I'll make it easy, but the next time, be warned, I'll do my very best to make you laugh. Treating it as a game made it easier for Zinna to survive Melanoi's sour humor and bitter jibes. Seems you found a leash for her, werewoman, Melanoe admitted grudgingly as Zinna dipped her head politely to the old headwoman. She hasn't said a word once. Melanoe paused for a second, then added maliciously, Usually no one can shut her up. Zinna's eyes flashed, but she caught Fiona's look and let the insult pass. Tanaz ate, although slowly and mechanically, her sick dragon looking on as best she could. The food will do her good, too, Melanoe said, jabbing a gnarled hand toward the dragon. She glanced at Fiona. Good on you to find a way to get her to eat. She's my friend, Fiona said simply. Tanaz glanced more alertly in her direction and almost managed to smile. Fiona smiled back at her and told her, You should get some rest. I'll watch your dragon, Melanoe declared. Actually, Fiona said, trying to sound as diplomatic as she could, perhaps both of you should rest, and we'll watch Kelsenth. What about your dragon? Melanoe protested. She's right next door, Fiona said with a dismissive shrug. I can pop right round to her if she needs. Besides, she's sleeping. You know how they sleep, she added fondly. Well, Melanoe drawled reluctantly, I suppose a nap wouldn't do either of us any harm. Quite right, Fiona agreed emphatically, gesturing for Zinna to guide Tanaz to bed and raising an arm invitingly to the old head woman. "I'll escort you to your quarters if you'd like." Melanie glanced sourly after Zinna, then shook her head and rose to her feet. "I can manage on my own," she muttered as she tottered off. Zinna helped Tanaz into her bed and covered her with a comforter, then returned to Calcent's Weyr. The sick queen lay curled up with her head wrapped in front of her body, resting on her tail. "You did well," Fiona told her, patting Zinna on the arm. "And you know the reward for a job well done?" Apparently Zinna thought she did, for she groaned. But Fiona surprised her. "You can stay and watch Calcent," she said, gesturing to the chair that Melanie had vacated. "I'll be next door with Talent. Call or come get me if you need me." "But—" "You'll do fine," Fiona assured her. "What if she dies while I'm watching?" "She won't," Fiona said firmly. She tried not to betray any doubt. "At least, I don't think she will. Tanaz would wake up if that were to happen, I'm sure of it." "But Melanie wants to be here if she dies," Zinna protested. "She does?" Fiona asked, surprised. She tried not to betray any doubt. "At least, I don't think she will. Tanaz would wake up if that were to happen, I'm sure of it." "But Melanie wants to be here if she dies," Zinna protested. "She does?" Fiona asked, surprised. "She wanted to go with Nara and Hinurth," Zinna said. "She never forgave her for going between without her, so she's hoping to go with Calcent." "Why not one of the other dragons?" Fiona asked. "Only a queen will do for her," Zinna replied sourly. "Oh, I see." It almost made sense. It wasn't as though Melanie were very comfortable in her old age, and she must know that her wits were out of kilter, which must be hard on someone used to being regarded as an honored member of the community. Going between with a dragon and rider would be an honorable, dignified end for her. "Well, I'm hoping that she's chosen the wrong dragon," Fiona declared. Zinna turned her head in the direction of Tanaz's quarters, murmuring, "I hope so, too." Against Zinna's dire pleadings, Fiona brought the Weyr girl to dinner in the kitchen cavern with her. She made Zinna sit next to her, closest to Siska, in the place that Tanaz would usually have taken. Siska and Cleor nodded to the younger girl, and Siska gave Fiona an inquiring look, but nothing was said until the desserts were served. "Weren't you the girl who swiped a candidate's robes and snuck into the hatching grounds during the last hatching?" Cleor asked, as he heaped a large helping of apple crumble onto his plate. Zinna tried to disappear by scrunching low into her seat, but her bright red face was evident to all. "I wish I'd thought of that," Fiona declared. "She wasn't the first, I assure you," Kentai added with a wry grin. "It's a long-established tradition in all the Weyrs." "It didn't work, though, did it?" Siska asked, not looking at Zinna but at Fiona. Her look was odd. Fiona couldn't understand what she meant by it. "The dragons always know," Hanez said from his place beside Kentai. "They know blue riders from bronze riders, too." What was that supposed to mean, Fiona wondered. "I thought all the Weirfolk were allowed to stand on the hatching grounds when they're of age," she said, glancing at Kentai for confirmation. "We usually limit the number at each hatching to not more than twice the eggs," Siska said as she took a forkful of her cake. Noticing Fiona's curious look, she explained, "So as not to crowd the hatchlings or have too many pointless injuries." "I won't do it again," Zinna murmured, looking miserable. "Yes, you will," Fiona declared, glancing fiercely in Siska's direction, "as long as you've the right." The senior werewoman met Fiona's look steadily, then flicked a hand in acceptance. "I don't want to make trouble," Zinna persisted. She looked ready to flee, so Fiona placed a hand over her wrist. "She helped me with Tanaz today," she said quickly. "I'd like her to stay with me, to help." Siska furrowed her brow and gave Cleor a questioning look. "Stay with you?" Hanez repeated. "That way she could get things in the middle of the night if I have to stay with Tanaz or Calcent." Siska's expression cleared, and beside her Cleor nodded.
"I don't see any harm in it," he said to the werewoman.
"You wouldn't,"
Henez said with a derisive snort. "Actually," Siska declared, glancing directly at Henez, "I think it's an excellent idea, particularly with Calsanth in such straits." She turned back to Fiona. "I almost wish I had thought of it myself. After all, the werelings in the wereling barracks get plenty of help, not just from each other, but from their friends and family."
"A rider rides his own dragon,"
Henez retorted.
"And makes his own straps, hauls his own firestone,"
Cleor agreed equably.
"But a rider doesn't make his own food, or raise his offspring without help."
He reached across to clasp Siska's hand.
"Fiona is alone here in the Weyr. It makes sense that someone raised here should help, particularly as Tanaz is indisposed at the moment."
"I think," Siska declared, "that even if Calsanth were not sick, it would make sense to have someone available to help a queen rider."
"Like a drudge?"
Henez said with a sneer as he regarded Zinna.
"Certainly she fits the role."
"Henez!" Tamar growled warningly. Fiona glared angrily at Henez, then turned away from him to Siska in a move that was an obvious dismissal and slight. The man might be a bronze rider and many turns older than she, but he had a lot to learn about manners. "Fiona," Zinna murmured fearfully beside her. "Werewoman, wereleader, thank you," Fiona said with a polite nod for each. She pushed back her chair and rose, nudging Zinna to do the same. "I think we'd best get back to my Weyr so that we can assist Tanaz as she needs. Harper," she said, nodding to Kentai. Her gaze skipped over Henez and rested on Tamar as she added, "Wing leader." With that she turned sharply, and still clutching Zinna's arm, marched out of the cavern.
"Discipline is much lacking in this Weyr," she heard Henez declare loudly after her. "As are manners," Kentai agreed just as loudly.
And while she wasn't sure if Henez had recognized the Harper's tone, Fiona was certain as she walked away that the Weyr's Harper was not referring to her. They stopped to pick up dinner for Tanaz and Melonwe, then hurried off to the werewoman's quarters. When they arrived, they found Melonwe urging Tanaz
to "Get in the bath now! You'll catch your death of cold!"
Tanaz's eyes were flat, dark, unresponsive, but something in the intensity of Melonwe's words caused her to move listlessly toward the bathing room. Melonwe spotted Fiona and Zinna as she looked around for a place to put the towels.
"Don't just stand there gaping," she snapped. "Take these towels to the laundry and get more."
She waggled a finger warningly at Zinna.
"And mind you that they're not new towels. They'll just be dirtied by all this muck."
"Actually, I think they should be burned," Fiona said, surprising herself with her words.
"Burned?"
Melonwe responded, eyebrows rising to the top of her forehead in outrage.
"We don't burn towels at Fort Weyr, young lady, no matter what strange things you might have been taught at your hold."
"They're infected," Fiona replied. "They should be burned to prevent the spread of this illness to other dragons." Melonwe's expression abruptly changed to contempt.
"Well, of course," she sneered. "And we'll just send to the holders for more."
"Yes, we will," Fiona responded through gritted teeth, anger coursing through her. "And you'll address me as werewoman."
"You?" Melonwe repeated. "A mere strip of a girl, barely 2 months impressed?"
"Yes, her," a new voice declared loudly from behind Fiona. Fiona was so angry that she couldn't look back at Siska. She kept her gaze locked with Melonwe's, making it clear that young or not, she was not going to stand for such poor manners.
"You're no better," Melonwe muttered under her breath. "Should have been Nara."
"But it's not Nara," Siska responded sharply. "Nara is dead, her dragon's gone between, and I am the senior werewoman of Fort Weyr." There was the sound of dragons roaring in acknowledgement. Fiona was dimly aware that Talent had been one of them.
"It's all right,"
Fiona assured her dragon.
"I'm all right. Of course,"
Talent replied unperturbedly.
Fiona got the distinct feeling that had Fiona not been all right, Talent would have been in Calcent's Weyr immediately. Her dragon's fierce loyalty filled Fiona with joy. "I'm sure Melonwe had just forgotten, Weirwoman," she declared, still staring at the old headwoman. She gestured to the archway to Tanaz's quarters. "You'd best help Tanaz with her bath. We'll take care of things here." As if in a daze, Melonwe nodded and turned to obey. Fiona was surprised that the older woman hadn't continued to argue. It was as if Melonwe had suddenly lost her spirit. In the night outside the Weyr, dragons bugled again. "You need to be careful when you do that, Fiona," Siska said quietly. Fiona turned on her heel and found the Weirwoman standing right in front of her. "Do what?" she asked, bewildered. "Dragonriders can sometimes force people to their will," Siska explained. "Not many, and most not as well as you just displayed. It's a dangerous gift, and you can find yourself using it on others unwittingly. Later, Melonwe may feel that you forced her, stripped her of her will." "You mean," Fiona asked with some fear, "I can make people do things they don't want to do?" "Yes," Siska said. "Dragonriders learn to recognize it and defend against it, but others—" Zinna had pressed herself tightly to the wall, her eyes going warily from Fiona to Siska and back again. "But," Fiona began slowly after a long silence, "doesn't everyone work to get people to do things they don't want to do?" "There's a difference between cajoling and forcing," Siska replied. She waved to Zinna. "You cajoled Zinna into helping you. You forced Melonwe. Do you feel the difference?" Fiona hesitated, then nodded slowly. "I was angry at Melonwe," she said. "I needed her to do what I wanted so that I could calm down." Siska lowered her eyes and sighed, then looked up again with a grin. "Not that I can blame you this time," she admitted, "but you're going to have to learn when you are using that power, at the very least." Fiona gave her a quizzical look. "It can become second nature to you, like breathing," Siska explained, "and then you'll always use it. If you do, you'll never know when people are responding because you made them or because they want to." Fiona shivered at the idea, both thrilled and horrified, and wondering how often she'd done it before. Siska must have guessed her thoughts. "You may have used the power before, but you wouldn't have been nearly as strong as you are now that you've impressed." Footsteps echoed, and then Cleor walked in. "Queen Riders are the strongest," he said, catching one of Siska's hands in his. "Bronze Riders are next." He grinned over at his werewoman. "We learn to resist the power early on." "You'll get more control over it when your dragon rises to mate," Siska added. "Mate?" "Yes," Cleor replied. "When a queen bloods her kills and rises to mate, she's a mindless creature with only one intent." He nodded to Fiona. "You'll be the one to control her, to force her to your will." "And," Siska continued, interrupting smoothly with the clenching of her hand around Cleor's, "when you learn to control your dragon, you learn to control your power at the same time." "I don't understand," Zinna murmured from her place at the wall. "Fiona will," Cleor replied, nodding toward the young werewoman, "when the time comes." "But that's turns away," Siska said with a wave of her hand. She looked over at Zinna. "Why don't you take those dirty towels to—" She trailed off, considering whom to suggest. "I know it's not my place to say it, werewoman," Zinna said, pushing herself from the wall to stand upright. "But it seems that Elora's always around when there's need, and she knows much more than deserts." She swallowed nervously, then finished in a rush. "She'd make a great headwoman. You can ask anyone." Cleor made a strange noise in his throat. Fiona looked at Zinna as though she'd never seen her before, and Siska looked thoughtful. Pressing her advantage, Zinna continued. "As long as Melonwe still thinks she's in charge, she's going to cause trouble, werewoman." She flicked her eyes up to meet Siska's, then feeling that she'd overstepped herself, dropped her gaze to the floor again and muttered, "At least, that's what I've heard some saying." Siska gave Zinna a considering look, then said, "Why don't you take those to Elor and ask what's to be done with them?" "Of course, Werewoman," Zinna said, darting out of the archway and into the bowl with all possible speed.
"She may have a point," Cleor murmured.
"She does have a point," Siska agreed. The sound of a dragon coughing reverberated through the night air. Siska shook her head, then looked back at Fiona, but it was clear that her thoughts were elsewhere as she muttered to herself reflectively, "Elor would make a good head woman." "I'll see to the glows," Fiona suggested demurely. After all Siska's talk about power, she wanted to prove to herself that she could still do some things the usual way. Siska nodded. "We'll be in our Weyr if you need us," she said, turning to leave, but Cleor blocked her.
"Actually, I think we'll be in the council room," he said.
In response to Siska's questioning look, he explained,
"I think it's time to set out watch riders."
"At this hour?" Siska inquired.
"Immediately,"
Cleor replied with a firm nod, gesturing for Siska to precede him. As they left, Fiona heard him continue quietly,
"I think it would be a good idea to post several healthy dragons at the holds."
His voice was cut off as he and the weirwoman turned toward their quarters. Fiona entered Tanaz's quarters with a bucket of fresh glows. While she replaced the old glows with new, she also found herself tidying up, making the bed, picking up the clothes, and generally behaving in a manner that she knew would have surprised everyone back at Fort Hold. "You're a Dragonrider now," she told herself sternly. "It's time to behave like one." But, deep down, Fiona knew that her behavior was more to convince herself that she wasn't some sort of monster. "I'm rather glad that happened," Siska said as she and Cleor entered the council room.
"With Fiona or Melonwe?"
"Both, I think," Siska replied, a thoughtful look on her face. She sighed. "Out of the mouths of babes. Zinna is right that I, should replace Melonwe as head woman, but—"
"You were afraid?"
Cleor teased gently. Siska gave him a measuring look, her lips pursed tightly before finally admitting, "Yes." Cleor nodded and said nothing. "Well, maybe not so much afraid as considerate," Siska corrected herself.
"That's what I thought,"
Cleor told her. "And," Siska said, persisting with her self-examination, "because I was hoping that the problem would solve itself without my pushing."
"And so it did,"
Cleor observed. Siska shook her head. "Only because Fiona lost her temper and pushed instead." She furrowed her brow, deliberating internally.
"She'll be careful now," Cleor said. "You scared her."
"I hope I didn't scare her too much," Siska admitted ruefully. She smiled at Cleor. "Such power!"
"She said she was angry,"
Cleor remarked. "Yes, but she compelled Melonwe," Siska persisted. "Can you imagine the power that took?"
"Melonwe's—"
"Getting old, yes," Siska said, cutting across his objection, "but she also has had tens of turns more time to learn resistance to such compulsions."
"Are you suggesting that Fiona might be a problem?"
Cleor asked, his eyes hooded. "No," Siska replied with a firm shake of her head. "I'm saying that she's going to be an awesome weirwoman when the time comes." Cleor mulled that over silently until the sound of the wingleader's footsteps disturbed him. As usual, Hanez was first, followed closely by Tamar. Really, Cleor reflected, it should be the other way around. Carefully he schooled his face to hide his thoughts as he examined his 8 wingleaders. Hanez was hot-headed, bold, decisive, and unwilling to admit error, not quite foolish, but given to moods. Tamar was not himself. Cleor thought in agreement with Siska's earlier disturbing observation. Tamar was more than 10, closer to 12 turns older than Cleor. In fact, except for an excessive level of restraint, he was the rider that Cleor himself had most hoped to emulate. But something had happened to Tamar, something that left him slightly off his peak, distracted. And it had cost him the leadership of the Weyr when Siska's Malurth had unexpectedly risen after the death of Nara's Hanurth. Mercury was a Weyr mate of Cleor's. They had impressed at the same time. Mercury was enthusiastic, outgoing, but perhaps over-exuberant. He was also blunt in the extreme, which often rubbed people the wrong way. Cleor had no problem with it, as he had learned that Mercury expected no less in return. In fact, Cleor found it refreshing, even if occasionally overwhelming, to know that Mercury would never refrain from speaking his mind. Vinay was almost the exact opposite, a person for whom manners were of paramount importance. His polish was well rewarded, as he was liked, no, adored, by all his riders, and had no lack of wearmates either. However, he was not as quick as Hinez or Tamar when he was on form, when it came to handling a wing in flight. He could be counted to perform magnificently in ordinary maneuvers, but he and his wing tended to come apart when things got out of hand. Mavaler and Corral were old, both having been wing leaders ever since Cleor could remember, and while they were steady, Cleor was concerned that they'd spent so much of their lives preparing. They were both nearing their 50th turn as Dragonriders, that they would have neither the stamina nor the flexibility when it came time to fight live thread. The last two wing leaders came last to the council room and looked anxious and out of place as they entered. Cleor waved them in and gave them encouraging looks, but he could see the way they stiffened when confronted by Hinez's glower and Corral's half-heard snort. Sakan and Aegeon were brown riders, and all of Cleor's work had not yet reconciled Hinez or Corral to the fact that there were not enough mature bronzes to lead all the wings. And, in all honesty, Cleor wasn't sure that even if he'd had enough bronzes, he'd consider displacing these two as wing leaders. For, in contrast to the steady Vinay or the aging Corral and Mavaler, Sakan and Aegeon were natural leaders, and natural wing leaders. In fact, Cleor admitted to himself it was a pity that queens were almost always caught by bronzes, for these two brown riders would both have made excellent Weyr leaders. "It's not right, browns leading wings," Hinez had complained when Cleor had first implemented his plan, and the grumbling had never ceased since. And no matter how hard Cleor or Siska praised the brown riders or encouraged them, the resentment of Hinez, Corral, and Mavaler always kept Sakan and Aegeon feeling unworthy. Cleor gestured for the wing leaders to sit as he pulled out a chair for Siska, but all except for Mercury waited until the Weyr woman was properly seated. Mercury gave Siska an unapologetic grin, which she returned. She was used to the prickly bronze rider and preferred his lack of airs to those of some others. "So, why do you call us at this late hour, Cleor?" Mercury began without preamble. "I was already well into a nice beer and looking forward to some—" He broke off with a meaningful glance toward Siska. "I'm not sorry to interrupt your revelry," Cleor replied just as briskly, "particularly as you have made it plain to everyone how tender your backside was after the last time you—" "All right," Mercury broke in with a hand upraised, conceding defeat. "Forget I spoke." "Forgotten," Siska said, her eyes dancing. She wondered which poor Weirfolk was dealing with Mercury's latest attentions. The young bronze rider seemed to have a different bed-warmer for every one of a 7-day. "If your reasons for calling us were only to—" Hinez began suggestively. "They were nothing of the sort," Siska interjected hotly. "However, some of us believe in exchanging pleasantries." Cleor cleared his throat loudly. Siska gave him a look that was not quite sorry, but was, at least, attentive. "I want to start posting riders to the holds," the Weyr leader announced without preamble. The outburst was immediate and predictable. "The holds? Why now? You'd be dispersing our strength." "Not that any explanation is required, Weyr leader," Mercury cut in loudly and clearly, quelling the others into silence. "But I'd like it if you could explain your plan and the duration of the disbursement."
We know that thread is due very soon, Cleor began, ignoring the expected disgruntled body language displayed by Henez, Corral, and Mevailer. He hid his surprise at Tamar's similar expression as he continued. The weather is cold this time of year, and may be cold enough that the thread will freeze when it falls. Black dust! McCurry exclaimed, slapping a hand to his forehead. By the first egg! Why didn't I think of that? Perhaps that's why you're not the Weyr leader, Vinay ventured in a tone that suggested that the exuberant rider might consider containing himself and letting Cleor continue. McCurry smiled and gestured for Cleor to go on, but before he could, Henez objected. And what good would it do to send riders to the holds? Not just the holds, Cleor said, but all the obvious watch points where we might spot thread or black dust. That'd take 2, maybe 3 wings to manage, Mevailer objected. Cleor nodded. I think that we could rotate through the wings, but yes, I would imagine that to do it properly, with appropriate relief, we would need at least a wing for each major hold, Ruatha, Fort, and Southern Bowl. Surely you'd only need a single dragon for each, McCurry suggested. At the hold proper, yes, Cleor replied. But I want us to cover every hold minor and every major outcropping or vantage point. Oh, McCurry responded. Yes, I could see how that would eat up. But not a whole wing, surely, Corral protested. Of course not, Cleor agreed. We would want to rotate dragon and rider, give them a chance to rest, eat, and change vantage points. Why change? Mevailer wondered. Wouldn't it make more sense to keep them in the same place? Only if your eyes don't get tired of looking at the same place all the time, Vinay drawled in response. Mevailer glanced at the younger rider for a moment, then snorted. Well said. So, Cleor persisted, we'll need to send out practically a full flight of dragons. As expected, the riders perked up at Cleor's use of the word flight. Cleor nodded to Henez. I'd like you to oversee the first effort. Henez nodded, his expression veiled. Cleor could only guess at the many possible thoughts in the other's head, but he didn't doubt that surprise and a sense of entitlement were among them. Will you be ready by first light? Cleor asked. Of course, Henez responded automatically. Good, Cleor replied, nodding decisively. I don't think we'll ask you to stay out for more than 3 days, then we'll rotate. I'd like to have Corral's and Mevailer's wings with me, Henez declared. That was my thinking too, Cleor responded. But I want you to leave the ill dragons behind. I don't want to stress them any more than necessary. But they're only coughing, Henez declared, his irritation obvious. I wouldn't let sick riders stay in their beds. I see no reason. Cleor cut across him, turning to Corral and Mevailer to ask, Do either of you recall dragons coughing in all your turns at the Weyr? Mutely, Corral and Mevailer shook their heads. Cleor turned his gaze to Henez. Because this is something that rare, Wing Leader, I have decided that we will keep the sick dragons in the Weyr. He glanced at McCurry and added sardonically, If it were only because they'd been out all night drinking beer or cavorting, I'd say differently. McCurry grinned. But, Cleor continued, turning his gaze back to Henez, as dragons don't get colds or hangovers, I think it's best if we treat this carefully. Especially given the losses at the other Weyrs, Siska added. And the fire lizards, McCurry added, his usually chipper expression replaced by a much more somber look. Yes, Cleor agreed, particularly because of the fire lizards. It has been hard enough for our own Weyr folk to handle their loss. Seeing the dragons may help the holders and crafters cope with the loss of their own fire lizards. Or it could irritate them, McCurry said bluntly. Cleor gave him a questioning look. It could remind them that they lost their fire lizards while we, he gestured to indicate the whole Weyr, have kept our dragons. They know that without the dragons all Pern would be threaded, Henez declared with a contemptuous glare. Actually, Siska put in, I doubt they'll be thinking that until thread actually does fall. She saw some of the wing leaders, Vinay, Tamar, Sakan, and Najian, nod in agreement. Until then, she continued,
the loss of their fire lizards might increase their resentment toward Dragonriders.
"Are you saying that we shouldn't go on patrol?" Inez wondered.
"No," Siska replied, shaking her head. "I'm saying that we should remember it and behave accordingly." She gave Cleor a private look that he had come to recognize as a warning that he was shortly going to have a message relayed by his Reneth from her Malurth.
Siska wonders if maybe you should send different wing leaders out first,
Reneth told him an instant later. Cleor caught her eye and shook his head just enough for her to notice.
"The werewoman's right," Cleor said out loud. "Inez, I want you to take that consideration into account as you set up your patrols. Be sure to make a courtesy call at each hold, major and minor, and each craft hall."
"But," Inez protested, only to have Cleor cut him off. "It's good manners," Cleor said. "In fact, it makes good sense, as we'll want to be recognizable to their ground crews." He paused. "In fact, Inez, can you see to it that you identify the various ground crews, too?" He pursed his lips for a moment as he considered that question himself.
"Perhaps that's too much," he decided finally. "We can save that for the next flight." "No, Weyr leader, we can do that," Inez declared, clearly upset that Cleor might think him incapable of the extra effort.
"Excellent," Cleor replied. He looked around the table for any objections, then started on the next topic. "Now, there is one other thing the werewoman wants to discuss with us." He gestured to Siska, passing the discussion over to her. "I'd like to ask Melanwe to care for Tanaz and Kilsanth full-time," Siska said straight out. At the dismayed looks of the riders, she added, "at least until Kilsanth recovers."
"Will she recover?"
Vinay asked softly.
"We don't know," Cleor admitted after a moment's silence. "What about that herbal they used at Bendon Weyr?" Tamar asked.
"It didn't work. They lost their senior queen," McCurry declared, obviously surprised that Tamar didn't remember.
"We've more coughing," Mavaler added reluctantly.
"Has any dragon recovered from this?" Sakan wondered out loud. "Not that we've heard," Siska replied. "Melanwe's old enough that looking after Tanaz and her dragon will be enough for her by itself, so I'm going to ask Elor to stand in as head woman."
"Elor, the dessert cook?"
Inez asked. Siska nodded and was surprised when the irritable Dragonrider responded with,
"Good choice. She's capable."
A murmur of agreement went around the table.
"Not that it's our business anyway," Corral pointed out. "Running the Weyr is the werewoman's job." "But it is a good choice," Vinay observed, daring the older rider to disagree.
"Oh, it is," Corral said quickly.
"Good,"
Cleor said. He rose from his seat, extending a hand to Siska, who took it and squeezed it in relief. "Now it is late, and Inez's flight will be leaving at first light, so I think he indicated himself and the werewoman, will bid you a good night." "Others," Siska chimed in with a grin to McCurry, "might want to carefully consider whether it would be wise to resume their activities."
"No problem," McCurry declared. "They're both waiting for me in my quarters."
7. Holder looks up to the skies for signs of promise and demise. Thread will fall across the ground unless brave dragons do abound. Fort Hold, morning, AL 507, 1323. The alarm klaxon from the guard tower startled Lord Bemin, and he broke into a run, anxious to leave the great hall and discover the cause of the disturbance. The moment he was outside, several huge shadows fell over him, and he instantly knew the cause. Dragons. A full wing by all rights, he noted quickly as he peered upward, half hoping to see a small gold above him. But that was not to be, for he knew that Fiona's length was still too young to go between. And then a dreadful thought crossed his mind, and his face drained of color. He knew that some dragons had died from this new unknown illness. Could this wing of dragons be an honor guard bearing bad news? He increased his pace, rushing toward where the largest dragon, a bronze, descended. The rider leapt off quickly, but the dragon did not depart. Clearly a brief visit was intended.
"My lord," Lord Bemin began as soon as he was in earshot, halting as he tried to remember the name of this bronze rider. "I'm Henez," the rider drawled in response, glancing at Bemin as though he were a mere drudge. "Rider of Gnearth." He paused for a moment as he examined Bemin and feigned ignorance. "And you are—" "It has been a long time, Lord Henez," Bemin replied stiffly, adding with an equally stiff but not very deep bow, "since you have graced this hold with your presence. If my memory serves, the last time we met you were not yet a wing leader." "I wouldn't know," Henez said, "as I have no idea to whom I'm speaking." Bemin's eyes narrowed in anger. He was wearing his hold colors and his rank was obvious. The dragon rider was being rude, but two could play that game. "I had heard that dragon riders in the main have excellent eyesight," Bemin commented with another part bow. "I did not realize that your eyes have gone so aged as mine that you cannot distinguish the colors of Fort Hold." He paused just for a moment and added with an obsequious expression, "That is where you wish to be, is it not?" Henez snapped to his full height, his eyes flashing. Beside him his dragon rumbled ominously. From within her lair, Fort Hold's watchware, usually asleep during the day, bugled a response. "It is all right, Forsk," Bemin called to her. "We are honored by dragon riders from the Weyr." Forsk made a sound that was not quite satisfied, feeling enough of Bemin's emotions to know that her bondmate was unhappy. "So, you are the Weyr handler here." Henez glanced from the Lord Holder to Forsk's lair and back again. "Lord Holder Bemin, at your service," Bemin answered, extending a hand in greeting. His irritation with the dragon rider's haughty ways had evaporated as he had realized that no bearer of ill tidings would have behaved so poorly. That Henez paused for a long moment before extending his hand in response was not lost upon Bemin, but did not detract from his joy at knowing that his daughter's dragon was still safe. "To what do we owe the honor, dragon rider?" he asked, then added, "And may I offer the hospitality of my hold to you and your riders?" "You may," Henez replied, adding with a sniff, "such as it is." Bemin chose to ignore the remark and gestured toward the great hall. "If you'd like, we could talk at the table in the great hall while we take refreshments." "As much as that would please me," Henez replied in a tone that indicated no such thing. "My duties require me to mount a watch on this hold and all its outlying holds minor." Bemin did not fail to notice Henez's emphasis on the word duties, with the unspoken implication that Bemin himself had no such pressing worries. "Perhaps when you've finished setting the watch, you'd accompany me to the Harper Hall," Bemin offered, managing with effort to keep the irritation out of his voice. "I'm sure the Master Harper Zist would be obliged for any news of Fort Weyr." "I doubt I'll have time," Henez replied curtly. Bemin's eyes narrowed at the other's discourtesy, but with a studying breath he tried again to be civil. "Will you need lodging for your riders?" "Of course," Henez said, as though it were obvious. "I shall stay here at your hold. My riders will find lodgings where they are posted." "Very well," Bemin replied. "If there is any other way in which I may be of assistance—" "I'll be sure to let you know," Henez answered dismissively.
"What are you doing here?" Kelsey asked Bemin in surprise as she made her way to the master's table at the Harper Hall the next morning.
"I spent the night here," Bemin replied.
He gestured vaguely toward the journeyman's quarters.
"In one of the empty rooms."
Kelsey looked from him to Master Harper Zist and back again, a challenging look in her eyes. "Why?"
"I wanted to show some flexibility," Bemin replied. "Master Harper Zist and I had a long talk."
"You didn't tell him," Kelsey broke in angrily, looking betrayed.
"I've been a harper long enough to know the signs," Zist growled at her, waving her anger away and gesturing at the large bowls of breakfast cereals piled in front of her. "As it is, anyone in this hall who doesn't know you're expecting had better have a very good reason," he added, raising his voice enough to carry to every corner of the dining hall.
"I told you," Verlin murmured from his end of the table before immersing himself once again in an old record.
It wasn't the sort of thing you can hide, you know, Nonala added with a grin for Bemin. I must thank you, Lord Holder. Bemin raised his eyebrows questioningly. I won the bet, Nonala said, stretching out her hand toward Verilyn. What bet? Kelsa demanded airily. How come you didn't bet me? Because the bet was about how Bemin would react, Nonala explained. She gave Master Archivist Verilyn a reproving look. A noble man, as I said. I never doubted that, Verilyn said quickly, looking up from his record again while dipping into his pocket for a 2-mark piece, which he passed over to Nonala's outstretched hand. He gave Bemin an apologetic look as he explained. The bet was how long it would take before you accepted Kelsa's requirements. Verilyn thought you might hold out longer, Nonala explained. She gave the archivist the same sort of sisterly look she'd bestowed on him since they'd first met, him having all of 10 turns at the time. She grinned as she continued. But I figured you'd waste no time. What are you talking about? Kelsa demanded. She looked first to the Master Harper, then to Bemin for an explanation. I believe that your fellow master is telling you that Lord Holder Bemin will do whatever is necessary for the well-being of you and your child, Zist said finally. Oh, Kelsa said, looking toward Bemin. Her expression softened as she asked, You will?
Yes, Bemin swore. I love you.
Verilyn rapped the table and stretched out his hand to Nonala, who ruefully returned the 2-mark piece. Kelsa's eyes slid to the pair of them, and they halted the transaction with guilty looks on their faces until Nonala sheepishly confessed. He bet me that Bemin would say he loved you the first morning he was at the Harper Hall.
That's usually what happens, Verilyn explained. You'd know that if you read the records more often.
Kelsa and Nonala shared a look of exasperated affection, shaking their heads nearly in unison. So you don't mind if she's raised here? Kelsa asked Bemin when the moment passed.
No, he replied promptly. I'll make arrangements to be a part of her, or his, life, whether here or in the hold.
And if she wants to be a Harper?
All the better, Bemin replied with a grin. I have, as you know, changed my opinion about Harpers in the past 12 turns or more. But if the child would prefer the honor of being a Lord Holder, Zist added, looking challengingly at Kelsa, I expect there to be no impediments.
Our child, Kelsa declared firmly with an adoring glance at Bemin, will have nothing stand in her way.
I would expect not, Zist agreed, with such parents as she has. I'm impressed, Henez allowed as he watched the conclusion of the ground crew drill at Fort Hold 2 days later.
They were standing on a rise just beyond sight of Fort Hold proper, in the first valley beyond. Henez could see brightly colored flags waving in the distance, and small gouts of flame as the ground crews practiced flaming the mock thread burrows that he had helped to plant earlier that morning.
"'Cause they're used to me and my ways," as Stennel, the head of ground crews, noted. "We'd be much quicker off the mark if we still had the fire lizards," Stennel explained apologetically. "We trained them to spot the burrows and coordinate our plans." He shook his head regretfully. "As it is, we've got to rely on spotters in the heights, and I'm afraid we'll miss many burrows until they get too big for us." "And how big is that?" Henez asked, ignoring what to him was yet another whine about the fire lizards. Didn't these holders realize that it was the dragons of Pern that protected them against thread? The fire lizards were nothing more than a minor amusement, even if, as Stennel maintained, they were occasionally useful. "According to the records, if we don't find the burrow in the first hour, then it'll be too big to fight with the flamethrowers," Stennel replied, "and then we'd have to get dragons to flame it." "Huh," Henez grunted noncommittally. "If we don't spot it within 8 hours, the records say that our best hope is to fire the whole valley around it," Stennel continued with a frown. "Fire a whole valley?" Henez repeated doubtfully. "I'm sure whoever wrote that record must have been in error." "It happened about 10 times in the last turn of the second pass," Stennel persisted. "Who told you that?" "It was in the hold records," Stennel replied. "I read them myself."
He stood a bit taller as he continued with a touch of pride.
I wanted to know, as best I could, what we were to expect, my lord.
Hanez murmured, turning his attention to the distant lines of the ground crews as they moved back to their rallying point.
Anyways, it makes sense,
Stennel continued.
It matches up with what we've seen fighting fires.
Fighting fires? Stennel flushed and shrugged.
You could consider a burrow rather like a fire in a high wind. Either one will destroy every living thing around it in short order, my lord.
He gestured to the ground crews in the distance.
These lads also fight our fires when we have 'em.
He shrugged once more, grimacing.
We had the fire lizards for that, too. They were great spotters. But they would never eat the firestone we use for the flamethrowers,
he continued reflectively. He cocked an eye at the Dragonrider, adding,
I'm sure glad they found the right stuff, although getting our stone is much harder now.
Harder?
Aye,
Stennel replied.
No one wanted to dig it before when it was necessary for the dragons. Now it's only necessary for ground crews, and no one really wants to go looking for it, which is why the mastersmith is working to see if he can adapt our flamethrowers to use proper firestone, he went on, shaking his head. Last I heard, he hadn't much luck, but I don't get the freshest information all the time.
He cast an inviting glance toward the Dragonrider, but if he was hoping for illumination, he would be disappointed.
I see,
Hanez replied, in a tone that showed that whether he saw or not, he certainly didn't care. Stennel frowned.
I suppose fire's not so much an issue up in your Weyr, surrounded by all that rock.
No, Hanez answered.
It isn't.
Why was it, he wondered, that holders were so easily irritated? They certainly weren't properly deferential, not even the women. With a frown, Hanez turned away, back toward his dragon.
Well, I've seen enough,
he said, climbing up to Gnerth's neck.
I'll see you back at the hold.
Stennel sketched a salute as the wind of Gnerth's wings buffeted him, and then Hanez was gone, between. It's always good to show the holders their place, Hanez reflected as he and Gnerth emerged once more from between, this time over the courtyard of Fort Hold. A group of holder women and children scattered as he guided Gnerth down to a landing. He spotted Lord Holder Bemin striding out into the courtyard from the great hall in response to the commotion and allowed himself a grin as he noticed Bemin quickly school his irritated expression into a bland look.
Does the ground crew drill meet your approval, my lord?
Bemin asked as Hanez dismounted. Hanez paused a moment, straightening his clothes, before answering indolently.
As well as could be expected, I suppose.
He gave Bemin a measuring look. I was surprised that you were not there yourself. He raised his eyebrows questioningly. Was there business at the Harper Hall? Bemin flushed, which was not lost on Hanez.
I was busy with inventory,
he replied tightly, waving a hand toward the great hall.
We have to be certain not only of our ties to the Weyr, but also to ensure that the holders themselves will prosper.
Of course, Hanez agreed, in a tone that was just short of insulting. Lord Holder Bemin pressed his lips together, firmly stomping on his anger. Hanez noticed and was amused. He started to add another jibe when the air above them suddenly darkened and was filled with the sound of dragons. Bemin scanned the riders in their dragons' harnesses for signs of their Weyr, hoping that perhaps Matal or some other Weyr leader had come to visit the Master Harper. Perhaps, he thought hopefully, I could have a word with him and he could rein in this irritating wing leader.
"Vinay!"
Hanez exclaimed as he recognized the bronze rider descending.
"You're a day early!"
The bronze rider, still descending, didn't hear him, of course, but Hanez's expression was so clear that when Vinay dismounted, he called out,
"Hanez, you need to return to the Weyr."
"Why didn't you have your dragons send for me?" Hanez demanded, exasperated. Bemin was far enough behind that he saw both dragon riders' faces, and it was clear to him that Vinay had brought bad news.
"The sick dragons are—"
Vinay stopped abruptly, placing an arm gently on Hanez's shoulder.
"They're not expected to make it through the night,"
he finished quietly.
Cleor thought it would be best if the riders had the companionship of their wing."
Inez's face was suddenly devoid of all expression.
"Of course," he said immediately. "Thank you. I'll fill you in on the—" "You haven't time," Vinay said. "You need to get your wing back now." He gestured to Bemin, who had quickened his pace to join them. "I'm sure the Lord Holder can set me right." He gestured skyward. "You get going."
Inez opened his mouth to argue, but stopped himself, settling instead for an abrupt nod of his head. Vinay's bronze leapt up to the watchtower to make room for Inez's Gnerth in the landing area.
"Wing leader!"
Bemin called out as Inez climbed astride his dragon. The bronze rider gave him a startled look.
"I am sorry we part so sadly."
Inez locked eyes with him, and for a moment the dragon rider appeared to be his usually arrogant self, but then he visibly deflated in sorrow and said,
"I too."
And then the dragon leapt aloft and was gone, between.
"My lord," Vinay said in the stillness that followed, "I'd like to apologize for any ill will Wing Leader Inez might have engendered between your hold and my Weyr."
He shook his head and continued.
"He's good with his riders and flies well, but he enjoys making trouble with everyone when he's on the ground." "So I noticed," Bemin said wryly.
Vinay snorted.
"You mean that you couldn't understand why a dragon would choose to be ridden by an ass?"
Bemin's lips quirked upward.
"I hadn't put quite those words to it, actually."
"Then you're a very tolerant person," Vinay allowed. 8. Weyr folk, keep your duty dear, provide for dragon and for Weyr. When the red star comes on nigh, by your efforts will dragons fly. Fort Weyr, afternoon, AL 507, 1325. Zinna cleared her throat so loudly that Fiona looked up from her position next to Jemarin. The blue rider was resting fitfully, having exhausted himself in his ministrations to his ailing blue dragon. Zinna's eyes darted to the entranceway, and Fiona followed her gaze. There was a rider standing in the doorway. Inez. Fiona couldn't think of a single thing to say to him, and merely glanced back down to Jemarin. Inez crossed the room, his energy intense and compacted like a tunnel snake ready to strike, but he paused as he spotted the bucketful of green mucus and saw the half-clean trail near Asoth's nostrils. The blue dragon gave a rattly breath that startled everyone.
"Asoth!"
Jemarin exclaimed, raising his head up to look at the dozing blue. Assuring himself that his dragon was no better or worse than before, Jemarin glanced around the room. He startled when he caught sight of Inez and drew himself shakily to his feet.
"Wing leader."
Inez waved him back down and crossed the last distance to stand beside his blue rider. Jemarin looked at his sleeping dragon.
"I don't think I could take losing him,"
he told Inez softly.
"What can I do?"
Inez replied. Jemarin made ready to reply, then noticed Fiona and Zinna. Inez noted his reluctance.
"Weyr woman,"
he said respectfully, including Zinna with a glance.
"You must be very tired yourself. Why don't you excuse us, and I'll stay with Jemarin?"
Zinna rose instantly to comply, but Fiona was reluctant to leave. Zinna tugged on her sleeve. "We're not wanted," she told her quietly. "Speak to Talent if you need anything," Fiona said to Jemarin. The blue rider nodded.
"I will, Weyr woman. You may count on it." "You've got your entire wing at hand if you need it," Inez assured Jemarin as Fiona and Zinna left. "I know that," Jemarin replied, "but the Weyr woman's been a great comfort."
The rest of their words were lost to Fiona as she entered the corridor and made her way toward the stairs leading down to the Weyr bowl. Jemarin's Asoth was no worse than the other 3 ailing dragons, Maroran's blue Penunth, Lorion's green Denorth, and of course Tanaz's gold Kelsanth. Tajen's brown, Salith, was only slightly better off. It seemed to Fiona that Salith's symptoms were similar to those of the others a 7-day earlier. She didn't know if other dragons had the illness, but she'd heard enough coughing to believe that there were more infected dragons. "Melonwe's up to something," Fiona muttered to herself as they made their way down the stairs.
Behind her, Zinna pointedly made no comment. Fiona had been over this ground with Zinna so often that the Weyr girl had no more to say on the subject. She's got Hinez involved now, too. Wing Leader Hinez makes his own decisions, Zinna reminded her. Fiona snorted in disagreement, in response to which Zinna continued, I can see how we might listen to Melanwe, but I do not see how any plans of hers might be to his benefit, and Hinez always works to his own benefit. Fiona made no reply. She was certain that Melanwe had, in the guise of consoling the riders of the sickest dragons, concocted some sort of plot. She knew that whenever she entered a room where Melanwe was, the ex-headwoman stopped talking. Even Tanaz now seemed to positively disdain Fiona's attempts at consoling her. "Nonsense," Siska had declared when Fiona had raised her suspicions with the werewoman. "Tanaz is under a lot of stress and can't be expected to act normally under the circumstances." But she didn't dismiss Fiona's concerns completely. "All the same," she'd added, "if you can keep an eye on Tanaz, Melanwe, and the others, that would help." She had frowned thoughtfully, then continued, "At least you can provide them comfort." Fiona had been making the rounds of the ill dragons and their riders every 2 days. Talent was extremely supportive of the effort, often walking out into the Weyr bowl to croon comfortingly to her ill Weyr mates, much to the joy and amazement of all the riders. Zinna had remained firmly attached to her side, leaving only long enough to complete any errand Fiona requested of her. If their continued company caused any comment, Fiona did not hear of it. Certainly none of the blue or green riders had any words but kindly ones for Zinna. "Just because she's not right for a queen doesn't mean she wouldn't suit a green," Lorian had assured Fiona the only time the subject had arisen. "A green?" Fiona had asked. "But greens only have male riders." "That's because no one's ever thought to put a girl on the hatching grounds," Lorian replied, "except in front of the queen eggs." His lips curved up briefly at the notion. "She might even impress a blue." "A blue?" Fiona repeated, surprised. "The dragons choose," Lorian had assured her with a knowing look, "not the riders." "She'd have to get on the grounds to have a chance," Fiona had remarked. "Seems to me," Lorian replied with a proper grin this time, "that she's the sort to make a chance if given any encouragement." Fiona gave him a questioning look. "Well," Lorian replied in a slow drawl, "if she had a queen rider to encourage her, she might take the chance." He wagged a finger at her. "You bear that in mind, if the time comes." "I will, Green Rider," Fiona promised. Fiona could only vaguely imagine the surprised looks of Siska and Cleor in the unlikely event of Zinna impressing a green, but the thought of Hinez's expression brought a smile to her lips. "Come on," she called over her shoulder as they bounded down the stairs. "We can still get something to eat before we have to walk to Length." Talent was now big enough to eat from the pens by the lakeside, and it had become something of a treat for the gold dragon to walk the 2-kilometer distance there and back for her snacks. The first time Fiona had seen her dragon make her kill had been less horrifying and more comical, as Talent had to be practically ordered to dispatch the poor fowl she'd chosen as her first live morsel. "You're supposed to chomp it down!" Fiona had shouted in exasperation. "Go on, kill it!" she'd added, startling herself with her own viciousness. "Remind me never to make you angry," Siska had remarked from behind her that day. When Fiona had twirled around, looking entirely too guilty, Siska had merely chuckled. "They do tend to bring out the bloodlust in their riders, don't they?" "Well," Fiona said after a moment to recover her poise, "I've seen the men work in the slaughter pens, and this is far more dignified." She turned back to view Talent, who was still mauling half-dead fowl, and turned back again to confess to the werewoman. "Except, perhaps, this time." "Go on," Siska called encouragingly to Talent. "You're hungry. Eat it." Startled, Talent paused mid-strike, and the mauled bird scampered away. "Oh, by the first egg!" Siska exclaimed in exasperation. She pointed at Fiona. "You go show her how." Fiona was just about to, when Talent, whether by design or blunder, neatly swallowed her intended lunch whole. "Chew!" Fiona yelled. "If she chokes, you'll have to go down her neck after it," Siska teased. But Talent didn't choke and did chew, her back teeth making short work of both muscle and bone.
That was fun.
"It's supposed to be eating, silly," Fiona chided her, shaking her head. "Well, now I'm hungry," Siska had declared, turning back to the kitchen cavern. Now Talent was so eager to join them that she was already waiting for them by the stairs. "We would have come for you," Fiona told her.
"But I'm hungry now,"
Talent replied, turning toward the pens and charging off resolutely. "You'd hardly think she was—" Fiona paused, struck once again with an attack of muzzy-headedness. Why was it that she seemed normal most times, but not when she was confronted with sums or other deep thinking? Clearly it wasn't the illness, but it was something. It seemed like these days, since impressing Talent, if she didn't have someone like Zinna to remind her, she'd never know where she was supposed to be. She needed more claw. "She has 64 days since her hatching," Zinna supplied smoothly. 2 months and 8 days. She's just right for her age." "Of course she is," Fiona said agreeably, picking up her stride to catch up with her dragon. Secretly she was irked, not only at her own forgetfulness, but at Zinna's quickness in picking up on it. It was obvious from the speed with which Talent selected and dispatched her prey, a rather substantial young sheep, that the queen was really quite hungry. "They say that when the queen is ready to rise, she's supposed to blood her kill," Zinna said unexpectedly from Fiona's right side. Fiona had been so engrossed in Talent's hunger that she hadn't heard the other girl catch up. "They say it's the Queen Rider's responsibility to keep her from gorging," Zinna added conversationally. Fiona gave her a sharp look, snapping. "She's not gorging now, is she?" Zinna went red and shook her head quickly. "No," she said. "I didn't mean it like that."
"Queens get proddy, too,"
a deeper voice added from behind them. Fiona spun on her heel and found herself facing Tamar. The bronze rider grinned and gestured toward Talent.
"She's growing well."
He turned to Zinna.
"Elor has requested you in the kitchen."
Zinna's eyes widened as she tried to imagine what trouble she might have caused this time, and then, with a nod to both Dragonriders, she took off in a sprint. Tamar moved forward to stand beside Fiona. He glanced down at her and said conversationally,
"I've discovered that when times are hard, I need my friends most."
Fiona glanced up at him, her expression blank even though she had a gnawing suspicion of his intentions.
"So, it is a shame to see you treating the one person who is most attached to you so poorly,"
Tamar finished, catching her eyes with his own. Spluttering, Fiona searched for words with which to deny the accusation, but she couldn't find them. Tamar was right. She let out her breath with a deep sigh. "It's just that everyone is always looking at me, judging me," she complained.
"And is this any different from growing up at Fort Hold?"
Tamar asked politely. Fiona shook her head.
"Of course, you haven't exactly gone out of your way to avoid notice,"
Tamar pointed out. Fiona glanced up sharply at him.
"You generated quite a bit of gossip by having Zinna stay with you."
"She helps me," Fiona declared simply.
"She's with you all the time," Tamar observed. "Night and day, it seems."
Fiona flashed him an angry look. "We are friends."
"I know that," Tamar replied. "But have you considered what will happen to Zinna when your Talent rises and chooses a mate?"
From the look on Fiona's face, it was obvious that she hadn't. "That's turns away," she declared.
"And in all those turns, where will Zinna's affections lie?" Tamar wondered, shaking his head firmly. "No matter what your intentions, it will be a brutal adjustment for her to make."
"But she's my friend," Fiona blurted, her face twisted into a sad expression. "Why can't she still be my friend then?"
"She can," Tamar agreed, "but only if you keep her as a friend."
He gestured back toward the kitchen cavern.
"If you treat her like a drudge, Just because you're out of sorts, and we all are, then what sort of friend will she be? And, he continued as he saw Fiona gulp as she absorbed his observation, if you aren't careful to respect her emotions, all of them, what sort of pain will you cause when your dragon rises to mate?
And what about me? Fiona demanded. At Tamar's puzzled look, she went on. What about my emotions when my dragon rises to mate?
You've about 3 turns to figure that out, Werewoman, he replied shortly. He shook his head. Not as much time as you'd imagine.
I'm done,
Talent declared, and Fiona looked over to her, seeing that the gold had cleaned herself as best she could in the lake. We'd best get you back to the Weyr, then, she said aloud.
She'll sleep,
Tamar said by way of agreement. A small smile played across his lips, and he nodded toward Talent.
She's growing well, which speaks well for her rider.
I thought you didn't like me, Fiona exclaimed in surprise. Tamar snorted.
Just because I'm willing to tell you how I see things doesn't mean that I don't like you.
Fiona gave him a look of incredulity.
If you think about it, he continued, I arranged to have this quiet talk, and also to give you and your dragon some time alone together.
He gestured toward her Weyr and nodded to her.
I'll bid you a good afternoon.
And with that, he strode off in the opposite direction. So I just wanted to say that I'm sorry for snapping at you, Fiona apologized after she had recounted her conversation with Tamar to Zinna as they lay in bed late that evening. It's all right, Zinna said dismissively. You're a queen rider. I'm just a Weyr folk, and not a proper one at that. No, Fiona corrected. It's not all right. You deserve to be treated with respect and kindness. She reached over and hugged Zinna. You're my friend, and I shouldn't forget that. Zinna returned the hug impassively, and Fiona cocked an eyebrow at her. When the other girl said nothing in response, Fiona took it upon herself to say with a groan, Look, we've been over all this before. You're my friend. I'm glad to have your company and your help. But Tamar's right, Zinna said with a glum look. Yes, he is, Fiona agreed. And someday, turns from now, Talent, a fond smile played across her lips, will rise and mate, and things will be different for me in many ways. She was silent for a moment as all the ramifications of that time crashed upon her, and she shivered fearfully. Quietly she continued, And then I'll really need my friends. She glanced imploringly at Zinna. Will you be there then? Of course I will, Zinna declared. She hugged Fiona tightly. Good, Fiona said, because I'm sure I'll be a right proper Weyry when that day comes. Zinna snorted a laugh. I don't doubt it for an instant. But now, Fiona added with a wide yawn, it's late, and we should sleep. She draped an arm over Zinna and, in moments, was sound asleep. Wake up, Fiona urged Zinna. Something's happening. A draft of cold air hit her as she leapt out of the bed, and she yelped as her bare feet touched the cold floor. The sense of urgency that had awakened her overwhelmed her fatigue. Pulling on slippers and a robe, she ran to the ledge and looked out into the Weyr bowl. I'm right, she declared. Get up, Zinna. Now! Something's up. Startled into full wakefulness, Zinna darted out of bed without any of Fiona's cold feet histrionics and was at her side seconds later. See? Fiona said, pointing. There are dragons down there, and listen. A male voice was issuing instructions softly in the night fog. All here, then. It was Henez. Come on, Fiona urged, darting into Talent's Weyr and out through the entrance into the Weyr bowl proper. Help me with her, an old woman's voice demanded querulously. I'm all right, Tanaz replied, her voice sounding dead in the night air. It's Calsanth. She can barely move. Softly she added, Come on, dear. Just a short walk and then we can go together. No! Fiona's shout rent the night air. No, you can't! She turned back to her Weyr. Talent, wake up! Talk to Calsanth. Tell her she can't go between. Fiona, Tanaz called. To the others, she said, I told you were too loud.
It doesn't matter, Melonwe said soothingly. Just get Calsanth down the ledge now, and we can go.
No, Fiona cried again, willing Tallenth to wake up. The young queen snorted in her sleep and lifted her head blearily.
Fiona? Tell her to stop!
Fiona shouted to her dragon. Fiona! Someone else called softly through the night air. It was Siska. They're going between forever, Fiona cried. I know, Siska replied calmly. It's their choice. I didn't want to wake you, Tanaz called from her place in the weir bowl. Fiona turned and rushed out of her weir, jumping off the ledge and landing hard on the packed ground below, her anger and despair carrying her quickly to Tanaz. You weren't even going to say goodbye? Fiona demanded hotly. She turned to the other shining dragon eyes arrayed in the weir bowl. She recognized them through some instinct beyond normal. Asoth, Penunth, Denorth, all the sickest dragons, including Calsanth, who wheezingly trundled down the ramp from her lair. They won't last another day, Tanaz said imploringly. She gestured miserably to Calsanth. And I can't live without her. There must be another way, Fiona cried. There has to be.
There is none, Hanez declared. I have to agree, Cleor chimed in. His voice came from the ledge near his weir. He was carrying a glow basket, and Fiona saw it approach her, a shimmering ball of light in the night mist. Once joined, a dragon and rider are together until death. I spoke with McCall once, Mororan called out from the dark. He said that if he'd had the chance, he would have gone between with his dragon.
But not everyone does, Fiona complained. Selena stayed behind when her breath went between. Fiona, Siska said, it is their choice. I hope you never have to make it, Tanaz added quietly. It was too much. Fiona broke down, great sobs engulfing her and her eyes blurring with tears. An arm wrapped around her shoulder, and someone was embracing her, and then, suddenly, she was looking up into Tanaz's eyes. Let us say goodbye, the older werewoman said quietly. I'll never see you again, Fiona wailed, crushing herself against Tanaz's tall frame, clinging to her. But her strength was spent, and after a moment, Tanaz pulled herself free of her grasp. Someone else replaced her.
Be strong, werewoman, Mororan told her huskily.
Fiona hugged him tightly, her senses informing her that all around her the scene was being repeated with Cleor, Siska, Hanez, Tamar, and the others. We must hurry, Melonwe called from above them, clearly having managed to climb onto Calsanth. There is not much time.
Werewoman,
Jamarin said to Fiona, hugging her tightly and then pushing her away.
You will survive. You will thrive.
Fiona could say nothing in response, her stomach heaving with sorrow and despair.
Don't forget what I said, werewoman, Lorian whispered quietly to her as he gave her a hug. Given a chance, let her on the hatching grounds.
For this? Fiona demanded, gesturing wildly around at the dying dragons.
There must come better days, Lorian replied.
Then stay for them, Fiona demanded.
Not without my Denorth, Lorian said, shaking his head sadly. There'd be no life without her.
He gestured behind her to her Weyr and Tallenth, whom Fiona heard crooning anxiously in the background.
Could you live without your queen?
Before Fiona could reply, Lorian continued.
I can't live without my dragon. I'm a Dragonrider.
He reached down, and with one hand gently raised her chin so her eyes met his.
Let me be remembered as a Dragonrider, werewoman.
All right, Fiona agreed softly, her tears dimming her vision. Lorian hugged her quickly, stepped away, and patted her on the back.
Good girl.
We must get going, Melonwe declared once more. We'll wake the whole Weyr. The loss of just one dragon will wake the whole Weyr, Siska retorted sourly. Siska, Tanaz called out from the darkness, now closer to her dragon, probably climbing onto her shoulders. I'm sorry. We must get going, Melanie declared once more. We'll wake the whole Weyr. The loss of just one dragon will wake the whole Weyr, Siska retorted sourly. Siska, Tanaz called out from the darkness, now closer to her dragon, probably climbing onto her shoulders. I'm sorry. You do what your heart tells you, Siska replied, and I can't argue with you. At last all were on their dragons. Weyr, woman, we're ready, Jamarin called to Tanaz through the night fog. Very well, Tanaz replied. At an unspoken command, 4 sets of dragon wings cupped air. 4 sets of feet leapt up. 4 dragons climbed briefly in the still night and then were gone between. Fiona only vaguely remembered the massed bugles and keening of the Weyr. She only vaguely remembered collapsing as the grief, magnified 100-fold by all the dragons of Fort Weyr, rebounded through her. But she dimly recalled Zinna hovering anxiously nearby, and then being scooped up by strong, warm hands and gingerly carried back to her Weyr and laid into her bed. And then sleep swept over her, and she remembered no more until the dawn. 9. Black dust, crack dust floating in the sky. Dragonriders do trust thread will soon be nigh. Fort Weyr, morning, AL 507, 1326. The pall of disaster the next morning was shattered by the watch dragon's bugled cry. Black dust! The dragon's cry was echoed throughout the Weyr. Fort Hold reports black dust. The news galvanized the Weyr.
The Weyr leader wants you in the records room,
Talentha relayed in a tone of surprise and pride. Zinna complained as Fiona nudged her to get up. What is it? Dustfall at Fort Hold, Fiona told her shortly, jumping out of bed and pulling on her clothes. The Weyr leader wants to meet with me. Where? Zinna called out as Fiona tore out of the room, still adjusting her tunic. Records room, Fiona called back over her shoulder, and then she was gone, leaving friend and dragon exchanging bemused looks. Where's Zinna? Siska grumbled as Fiona stumbled into the records room. The Weyr woman and Weyr leader were hunched over an old chart, peering closely at it in the dim light of their night glow. I was hoping she'd bring Claw. Still getting up, Fiona replied. She stood next to Siska, leaning her arms on a chair back to look at the chart laid out on the table. She vaguely recognized the shape of Pern's northern continent, and she could pick out the symbols for the major holds and weirs, but she didn't understand the meaning of the wiggly lines that were drawn like snakes over everything. Unless the snakes were thread, or... Do those lines show the thread falls? Yes, Cleor agreed, glancing at her approvingly. Master Archivist Virulin and your friend Kindin worked them out. If they're accurate, Siska added, then the next fall should be here, High Reach's tip. The tip of her tongue stuck out between pursed lips. High Reaches again for the next fall, at southern Tillich. And then Bindon Weyr and Bitra, Cleor said, pointing to another squiggle. Fiona saw that each line had a number next to it. But why is this one marked 7 and not 1? She asked, tapping the line for the Fort Hold fall. I don't know, Cleor confessed with a shrug. I suppose that's a question for Kindin. Virulin, Siska corrected absently, still intent on the chart. Kindin has enough to deal with at Bendon. All Virulin was willing to say was that the charts were the best guess, based on old records they'd found at the Harper Hall and the Weirs, Cleor remarked. He paused, still scanning the chart, and then pointed. This one here, the 12th fall by this chart. That's when we'll next see thread. We must warn Bendon, Siska said. If we're getting black dust, I suspect it'll be even colder up High Reach's way, but Bendon gets those warm winds from the sea. She frowned in thought, then asked Cleor,
How warm does it have to be for Thread to survive?
Or how cold to freeze?
Cleor replied, turning the question on its head.
He shrugged. I imagine that Thread probably freezes like any other living thing.
He nodded appreciatively as both Fiona and Siska shuddered at his use of the word living.
And goodness knows it's cold enough in the sky these days. But beyond that...
Well, now we know, Siska said firmly, indicating the chart. If these charts are to be believed...
Let's see if these other falls come as predicted, Cleor suggested.
Then we've got a little more than 15 days to prepare, Siska concluded, riding over Cleor's interjection. Cleor nodded and took on the distant look of a rider communing with his dragon.
I've called a wing leaders' meeting for breakfast.
Zinna rushed in at that moment, asking breathlessly, Weyr leader, Weyr woman, is there anything I can get you? Cleor and Siska exchanged amused looks. Siska shook her head. You're just in time to escort us to the kitchen cavern where we'll all have breakfast. The breakfast with the wing leaders was a somber affair. Hanez professed no faith in the threadfall charts when Cleor mentioned them.
Which is why we'll keep our patrols out, Cleor assured the grumpy wing leader.
Hanez accepted that decision with a contented look.
We must alert the Weyrs, of course,
he observed.
Of course,
Cleor agreed dryly.
Although I rather suspect that Dagan at Talgar will not take kindly to anything we have to say.
Dagan has a problem, Siska murmured angrily.
What about high reaches? Badur asked. Divin wouldn't come to your council earlier.
I've already alerted Larinth, the queen dragon there, Siska replied.
I'll go to Bendin, Tamar offered.
I'll go to Ista, Badur said.
I can imagine how Weyr leader Kryan will feel to be briefed by a wing second, Hanez drawled.
Are you offering to go instead? Cleor asked, cocking his head.
I've my wing to attend to, Hanez responded. They suffered grievous losses.
We all did, Siska replied, her eyes flashing. Hanez did not reply.
Badur, Tamar, when can you leave? Cleor asked.
The kitchen cavern had slowly been filling up as they conferred, and he could feel the concern and grief flowing in equal measures amongst the Weyr folk and Dragonriders.
I can leave now, Tamar announced, rising from his chair. I think, Hanez's words halted Tamar's motion, that we need to consider the larger issue before we break up.
And that is? Cleor asked politely.
The question is, Hanez replied as though speaking to a particularly slow Weyrling, how are we going to survive Threadfall with sick dragons?
That has been the question since the fire lizards first took ill, Siska retorted in exasperation. We, and she gestured to Cleor and herself, have been trying to answer that ever since.
I'll want all the wings at the Weyr ready for drill after lunch, Cleor declared.
He glanced at Badur and Tamar, adding,
If you're not back by then, we'll work without you. We know that we'll have casualties when we fight Thread, so it makes sense to practice for that now. By the first egg, that's more like it, Hanez declared.
To Tamar he said,
You go and spend time with Matal while we do real work back here.
His job is no less important, Hanez, Cleor said warningly. He waved Tamar and Badur away. And now, he said, reaching for a fresh roll, I think we should finish our breakfast and get ready for the work of the day. Tamar, Siska called as the bronze rider prepared to mount Zarenth. They were in the Weyr bowl, less than half an hour after the end of their breakfast.
Weyr woman?
Tamar responded, turning around to face her. Siska crossed the distance between them so that she could speak in a normal voice. You understand that there's a risk going to Bendin? Tamar nodded. We can't say how the illness spreads, she continued, relieved at his easy response. So don't stay any longer than necessary.
I will, he assured her.
With a grin, he added,
I want to get back in time to see how my wing flies without me.
Fly well.
Always, werewoman.
With a last respectful nod, Tamar turned back to climb onto his dragon.
Let's go,
he told his dragon. Zarenth flexed his hind legs and leapt into the air. He beat his wings once, twice, and was gone between. Siska turned at a sound behind her and spotted Fiona rushing from the kitchen cavern, looking distraught. "I wanted to say good flying." "Did you now?" Siska murmured to herself, giving the young rider a probing look. Louder, she responded, "He'll be back soon enough." Fiona spent the next several days with Zinna and Siska, with the Weyr woman constantly presenting her with new and often arduous tasks that left her too tired to think, even with plenty of claw. After the first day, she realized that was part of Siska's purpose, to exhaust her. That obvious ploy didn't bother her as much as it might have under other circumstances. Fiona realized how numb and useless she felt. The loss of Tanaz and Calsanth was magnified by the losses of all the other riders and ill dragons that had gone with her, particularly those whom Fiona had visited for hours on end. No one knew of a cure for the illness. As far as Fiona knew, it was only a matter of time before all the dragons succumbed, including her own lovely, marvelous, and so young Talent. If the loss of her own dragon wasn't enough to terrify her, Fiona also realized that without the dragons of Pern, soon all the planet would be covered in burrows, with threads sucking all life from the soil, and those Pernese that didn't succumb quickly to the falling thread would slowly starve. So she was secretly glad that Siska kept her too busy to think, and that Zinna never left her alone for more than the barest few minutes. Fiona knew, from the dreaded sounds of coughing, that more dragons had fallen ill, but she purposely did not try to discover who they were, preferring to concentrate on Tjen Salith, the last of the original 6 dragons. Tjen was as tough as they came, as befit a Weyrling master, even if he had relinquished his responsibilities when Salith took ill. "You'll see," he had declared the day after Tanaz and the others went between. "We'll find a cure." He was constantly consulting with Kentai about possible remedies, and was dosing Salith with so many different herbals that it was a wonder the dragon was willing to put up with it. "He knows we're trying," Tjen explained when Fiona was helping the dragon rider give his dragon a particularly noxious infusion. With a wry grin, he added, "Perhaps the smell alone will drive out the illness." Tjen kept a steady eye on his Weyrlings, even if he was no longer involved in their daily activities. "See down there?" he pointed out from his place beside Salith, who was dozing on his ledge in the warm afternoon sun. "See the lads all lined up like that?" "Yes," Fiona said, peering down at the strange assortment of youngsters. From her high vantage point, they looked more like dots than people. "They're practicing drill," Tjen told her. "They learn to line up and move as a group. Then they learn how to spread out like they will with their dragons when they start flying." Curiosity caused Fiona to screw up her face as she asked, "How come I don't do that?" "I suppose there's no reason you shouldn't," Tjen replied with a shrug. "Those in the Queen's Wing should also know how to work together." But of course, Fiona reflected sadly, there was only Malurth and Talent, and not only was Talent too young, but Fiona and Siska were too busy to devote any time to drill. One evening her task came from Kentai, though Fiona didn't doubt that even this was a piece of Siska's efforts to keep her busy. "Weyr woman," the harper said to her at dinner. "Tomorrow I'd like to spend some time with you going over the medical procedures. We've scheduled training for the morning and a drill in the afternoon." "A drill?" Fiona asked. "Tamar's wing and the Weyrlings will play the sick and injured," Siska informed her, her eyes twinkling as she mentioned the bronze rider. "The drills are a lot of fun," Zinna told Fiona. When Fiona looked at her surprised, she added, "We've been doing them at least once a month for the past turn." "All because your Weyrwoman believes in being prepared," Cleor remarked, casting a fond look at Siska. After dinner, Fiona went to check on Tjen and Salith, and Zinna, as usual, accompanied her. Tjen's Weyr was on the 5th level, on the east side of the Weyr, toward the southern end, almost above the lake. To get to it, they took the east stairwell and walked halfway around the corridor south to his lair.
"It's a good workout," T'Jen had noted when Zinna had arrived breathless on their first visit, "but worth the view." He didn't exaggerate. T'Jen's quarters had a magnificent view of the entire Weyr, with the tooth crag nearly straight ahead of him and the star stones and landing just at the limit of vision on his right. It had become a habit in the short time since they'd started their visits that before entering, Fiona and Zinna would stop for a brief rest so that T'Jen wouldn't twit them about being out of shape. The ex-Wehrling master was a stickler for exercise. "You're going to be riding a dragon, young lady. You shouldn't be out of breath just climbing 5 flights of stairs and walking a quarter of the way around the Weyr," he had observed sharply when Fiona had commented on the distance. Until now, however, they hadn't realized that their heavy breathing was audible to T'Jen from their halting point near his Weyr.
"Don't come in,"
he called wearily as they stood catching their breath. "T'Jen," Fiona repeated in surprise, "are you all right?"
"No, I'm not,"
he replied mournfully.
"Send for the Weyr leader."
Fiona was surprised by the request, knowing that T'Jen's Silith could more easily alert Cleor, and then,
Talent,
Fiona thought even as her eyes filled with tears,
please tell Malurth that we need Siska and Cleor at Silith's Weyr. Malurth asks.
Talent halted and continued.
They come. Thank you,
Fiona responded. Aloud, she said, "They're coming." Zinna gave her a quizzical look that slowly drained away as she figured it out. "How come the dragons didn't keen?" she asked Fiona.
"He passed away in his sleep,"
T'Jen, who would from now on be known by his birth name, T'Jen, said in answer.
"I don't think the dragons know yet."
Fiona beckoned to Zinna, and together they entered the brown dragon's lair. "Oh!" Zinna murmured in anguish as she saw Silith lying lifeless, a final trickle of green mucus still snaking down his snout to puddle on the floor.
"I don't know what we'll do with the body,"
T'Jen said sadly. Fiona could tell by his stance that the brown rider had followed their journey across the floor of the Weyr bowl from his vantage point at Silith's ledge, and she guessed had turned to Silith only to find the brown dead. Tears were flowing freely, ignored, down his cheeks.
"I thought he'd go between."
"Weren't you going to go with him?" Fiona asked quietly, moving forward to stand beside him and pat Silith's huge head, idly moving her hand to his eye ridge, as though in some half-formed hope that the dragon might revive with her ministrations.
"No,"
T'Jen replied firmly.
"We'd talked it over, Silith and I."
He paused, his lips screwing up into a grimace.
"I didn't want to set such an example for the Wehrlings, even though I never wanted to lose Silith. Sometimes all you have are bad choices."
The sound of feet rushing around the corridor alerted them to the approach of Siska, Cleor, Hanez, Tamar, and Mercury. Siska entered first, something in her stance and the way she moved making it clear that the others were to wait for her. "T'Jen," Siska said quietly, "I grieve for your loss." Cleor entered, bowed to the ex-dragon rider, and repeated her words.
"T'Jen, I grieve for your loss."
"T'Jen," Hanez said, his eyes downcast and tear-streaked,
"I grieve for your loss."
"He was a great dragon. You were a great pair," Tamar said when he approached.
"I grieve for your loss."
Mercury came forward then, but even though his mouth worked, he could make no words, instead reaching out beseechingly with one hand to T'Jen, who took it. Mercury grabbed the stricken brown rider and embraced him in a tight hug. When finally they broke apart, Mercury found the words, "I grieve for your loss." "And I recognize your courage for remaining behind," Hanez added into the silence.
"It wasn't courage," T'Jen protested. "I needed to set the right example for the Wehrlings. No matter what may come, dragon men must fly when threat is in the sky."
He looked up at Cleor.
"I don't know what we're going to do with the body, however."
"I do," Siska replied. All eyes turned to her.
She nodded to Cleor as she explained. Cleor and I have talked about this already.
We'll use slings and hoists to lift the body out of the weir, and then dragons will bring it between, Cleor explained. It's too dark to do it tonight, McCurry observed, idly patting the brown dragon's body.
No, we'll do it first thing in the morning, Siska replied. She looked at Tajin. Would you like us to keep watch with you? Tajin thought it over and shook his head. I'll stay, Zinna said quietly. Fiona thought she looked surprised by her own words. Tajin glanced at her, then said,
Thank you.
As the others shuffled out, Fiona managed to get Zinna aside. That was awfully kind of you, Fiona said to her. You don't mind, do you? Zinna asked. No, Talent and I will be fine, Fiona replied firmly. It's just that, Zinna explained, of everyone here, I might be the only one who knows how he feels right now. Fiona looked at her blankly. Outcast, alone, Zinna murmured as if to herself. You're not alone, Fiona declared stoutly. Zinna flushed, saying, Before I met you, I mean. Should I send up some blankets? Fiona asked, glancing toward Tajin's quarters. Zinna smiled at her and shook her head. I doubt I'll sleep tonight. Fiona shucked off the sweater she'd put on earlier and handed it to Zinna. Then you'll need this. Zinna took it gratefully.
We'll be up at first light,
Cleor promised. I'll have the kitchen send up something warming, Siska added. As they made their way down the stairs to the weir bowl, she said to Fiona, You were right about her. Pardon?
Your Zinna is a good person,
Cleor said, glancing back at Siska. The weir woman nodded. When she rose and dressed in the morning, Fiona found Talent awake and waiting for her on the ledge. The dragon was peering curiously upward. Fiona looked up but could see nothing in the foggy morning mist. Only the sounds she heard told her that the men were working to winch Salith out of his weir.
They're taking Salith away,
Fiona informed her dragon.
When I die, will you go with me?
Talent asked. It won't be for a long, long while, Fiona replied firmly, needing to say the words out loud. After a long moment of reflection, she added, And yes, I'll go with you.
Good,
Talent responded feelingly.
I'd be lonely without you.
Right now, though, we've got other things to do, Fiona declared. I'm going to be practicing this morning.
Practicing what?
We're going to practice first aid, Fiona said.
Me too,
Talent asked, her eyes whirling anxiously.
I think we can include you too,
Fiona told her. Talent nudged her affectionately. I need to get some breakfast. With a wave, Fiona leapt from the ledge to the ground below, flexing her knees to absorb the impact, and then walked briskly off. She found the kitchen cavern more crowded than usual for this time of the morning, and was glad to hear Siska call her to the weir leader's table. Zinna was up all night with Tajin, Siska told her as Fiona sat and a weirfolk laid a plate and mug in front of her. She cocked an eyebrow toward Cleor, who threw up his hands and glanced pointedly at Hinez. With a snort, Siska turned back to Fiona and said, Cleor and I were talking last night. We think Zinna should be a candidate at the next hatching. Fiona gave her a surprised look, and then her face broke out into a wide grin.
I wouldn't say anything to her about it yet, Cleor warned. We have more important things to deal with today.
Yes, today we have our drill, Siska said.
And I have mine,
Cleor said, wiping his mouth and rising from his chair. With a nod to Fiona and a smile for Siska, he departed, trailed by Padur, his wing second, as well as Tamar and McCurry. Elor is with Tajin, Siska said to Fiona. Silith was taken between this morning. I heard them working, Fiona replied, eyeing a bread roll without much enthusiasm. Siska followed her gaze, grabbed the bread roll, and dropped it on Fiona's plate. Eat, the weirwoman ordered, grabbing a roll for herself. She leaned closer to Fiona and said quietly, We must set the example. The words rang a chord in Fiona. They were similar to words her father had used with her some turns back when she had protested against visiting the elderly and sick of Fort Hold.
"We are the model all others look to," Lord Bemin had said to her. "Some of these old ones looked after you when you were little. It's only fair to return the favor."
Fiona nibbled her lips nervously, then reached for the butter and spread it on her roll. "Fresh today," Siska said as she saw Fiona's look of delight at the taste of the butter and bread in her mouth. "Elora had some of the kitchen up early to churn the butter specially." "It's good," Fiona agreed, craning her neck around to see if she could spot Elora and tell her directly. Then she remembered Siska's words that Elora was with Tajan. "Did she make the butter for him?" "She had an idea that he'd appreciate a good meal," Siska said, wiping a stray crumb from her lip. "I know that he hasn't eaten well since Salith took ill." She shook her head sadly, then turned her gaze back to Fiona. "So, today we are going to drill on injuries. What do you know about first aid for dragons?" "Nothing," Fiona replied in surprise. "Don't Fellis and Numbweed work on them as well as us?" "They do," Siska replied. "And when dealing with thread scoring, the records say that Numbweed is most efficacious in relieving a dragon's pain, but caution that Fellis juice is best administered to the rider." "Why is that?" Fiona wondered aloud. Siska shrugged. "I imagine that more than anything, it's because it'd take such a large amount of Fellis to have any effect on a dragon." She frowned thoughtfully before adding, "And I suppose it's not too good for an injured dragon to be drugged into sleep, except in the worst of cases." "But why give Fellis to the rider?" "Because," Siska replied, giving Fiona a mischievous grin, "you may have noticed that riders and dragons are linked." Fiona nodded. "And so," Siska continued, "I imagine that calming the rider has a calming effect on the dragon, too." "What is threadscore like?" "We only have the records to go by," Siska said. "According to them, however, the damage from thread depends upon how long a rider or dragon is exposed to it before they go between and freeze it off." "And if you don't go between?" "Thread eats through flesh and bone very quickly," Siska replied, grimacing. "There are records about some terrible scorings, usually riders getting hit by clumps of thread." "Clumps?" "Sometimes thread falls in bunches, sometimes as separate strands," Siska told her. She shrugged. "It seems to depend more upon the winds than anything." "And when it hits in clumps?" Siska gave a long sigh. "A quick dragon or rider can get between quickly enough to avoid the worst of it," she said. "A single strand burns a thin line, like a hot poker across the skin." "So you just treat that like a burn?" Fiona asked. "Numbweed, healing salve, and bandage?" "Yes," Siska agreed, impressed. "But if the score is deeper, it must be cleaned carefully and stitched quickly." "In a typical fall, how many dragons are injured?" Fiona asked. "There is no typical fall," Siska replied. "The number varies from a few to several dozen or more." Fiona's eyes grew wide at the thought of so many wounded dragons and riders, but before she could say anything, a deep voice spoke from behind her. "And that's why we drill." It was Tamar, and when Fiona turned to look at him, he smiled reassuringly at her. "So that we can keep those numbers as low as possible." He nodded to Siska. "In fact, that's what brought me here. We're ready when you are." Siska rose and Fiona followed suit. "We're ready now." Elora, the new head woman, saw Siska rise and motioned for the rest of the assigned Weyr folk to join them. Together they filed outside into the Weyr bowl, where the sun had risen high enough to burn off the worst of the morning mist and take the chill out of the air. Kentai, who was already out in the bowl, made his way toward them. "I think first we should practice with a dozen injured Weyrlings," he suggested. Tamar gestured to a group of Weyrlings near the entrance to the hatching grounds. "I've already got some positioned." Kentai, with Elora's help, briskly organized the werefolk, while Siska strode off to a table where he had left slates and writing tools. Following her, Fiona glanced up to her Weyr for any sign of Talent. She was surprised to see her dragon stick her head out, probably wondering what all the noise was about.
"We're drilling on first aid,"
Fiona told her.
"Great,"
Talent replied cheerfully.
"Can I help?"
Then a moment later she added,
"What's first aid?" "When dragons or people get injured,"
Fiona replied, reminded once again that her dragon was still only a baby.
"Usually during threadfall."
She went into a fuller explanation as she watched Siska busily writing on several tablets.
"Oh,"
Talent replied, seeming uneasy at the thought. She strode further out onto her ledge and peered over at all the weirlings.
"What are they doing?" "They're going to pretend to be injured,"
Fiona replied.
"Oh, me too! I want to pretend too!"
Talent responded immediately and so emphatically that Fiona turned to look back up at her. Eyes whirling anxiously, Talent rushed toward the edge of the ledge and must have misjudged her speed, for she went straight off. Her face took on the most startled expression, and Fiona screamed, "Talent!" just before the weirling spread her wings and glided easily down to the ground.
"Did you see that?"
Talent exclaimed excitedly.
"I flew!"
"Well, you'd better stop flying unless you want to get injured for real," Fiona yelled at her, her voice carrying clearly above the sudden silence that engulfed the Weyr bowl as all the weirfolk and weirlings watched Talent's excited first glide. "You scared me right out of my skin," Fiona declared, surprised to hear those words coming out of her mouth. It was what Nisa had always said whenever Fiona had tried something new and dangerous.
"I'm sorry."
Talent eyed her critically, tilting her head from one side to the other.
"Your skin looks fine from here."
Fiona laughed, striding over to Talent and grabbing the dragon's head in her hands. "I meant that you scared me. I was worried that you might get hurt." Talent nudged her, nearly forcing Fiona off her feet.
"That was fun,"
the young queen said.
"Can I do it again?"
"Only if you're careful," Fiona said. "You looked so frightened. It seemed like you'd never remember you had wings."
"I was surprised,"
Talent agreed. She raised her wings and turned her head to look at them.
"I haven't used them much." "Everything about you is new,"
Fiona replied with a huge grin on her face. "Why don't you have her join the other hatchlings?" Siska suggested, having arrived unnoticed behind Fiona. "Or she'll probably distract everyone with her antics?" Fiona asked, silently relaying the request to Talent, who looked up eagerly, head swiveling to find a likely spot. "Yes," Siska agreed with a laugh. "I remember when Malurth first did that trick. I thought that it was some peculiar trait of hers alone." "To scare you out of your skin?" Fiona wondered. "All dragons can do that," Tamar added from behind them. His gaze settled affectionately on Talent. "She looks sound." "When she isn't trying to break her neck," Fiona responded. "Dragons are sturdier than you'd think," he corrected her. "They look fragile, but really they're rather tough." "Well, I'd prefer this one to keep herself in one piece as long as possible," Fiona replied, and then, as her flip words registered, her spirits sank. She remembered Tajin and Tanaz, Jamarin, Larian, and Marorin. "Talent, over there by Ladirth, if you would," Tamar said aloud to the queen. Talent looked over at the hatchlings, gave a chirp of recognition as a bronze arched his head up and back to look at her, and happily stalked off to join the others. The youngsters, riders and dragons both, followed Talent's progress with eager eyes, as they hadn't seen much of her at all until then. Once she'd arrived on station and was prompted to remain there by a silent warning from Fiona, the collection of dragons and people returned to their drill. "First, we're going to go from station to station and brief all the weirfolk on first aid, bandages, numbweed, sutures, needles, and the other equipment," Siska said to Fiona and Kentai. "Once we're done with that, we'll do a quick practice of some injuries, and then we'll take lunch and be ready for the proper drill." They got everyone sorted out, and then Siska showed each dragon rider one of the half-dozen slates she'd written on. When they got to the young bronze dragon and his rider, Fiona was surprised. Fijian needed Siska to repeat her instructions no less than 3 times, finally being told, "If you still can't remember, ask Fiona." Fijian had an open and friendly face, and Fiona could see that his poor memory troubled him too. "Another one of you muddleheads," Siska remarked to Fiona as they moved off. The werewoman regarded Fiona curiously for a moment, then added, "Although, if this is you when you're not at your best—" "I don't know," Fiona replied. "I think I have good days and bad days." "We all do," Siska said. "But compared to some of the weirlings, you don't seem nearly as dazed as you did." Fiona pondered that for a moment. Maybe that's because I haven't been asked to do much more than I did back at Fort Hold. Siska looked thoughtful. "That could be it. I hadn't realized how much was expected of you there." "If I wanted to be around my father, I was expected to behave," Fiona said with a shrug. "And because I wanted to be around my father very often, I learned quickly to behave very well." Siska murmured. "Well, I can't say I'm not glad of it, considering the times we're in, but I wish that you might have had longer to be a child." "No one who survived the plague could remain a child," Fiona told her, shaking her head. Siska turned back to survey the group of young dragon riders arrayed before them. "I hope the same is not true for this lot," she sighed. Then, with a characteristic headshake, she put the moment aside and turned back to the business at hand, waving to Allura and calling out, "They're ready!" What followed was more amusing than instructive. Many of the riders could only poorly explain their or their dragon's symptoms. Most of the young weirfolk were confused and disorganized, and the older ones weren't much better. "This was to be expected," Siska murmured for Fiona's ears alone. "Don't act alarmed, or they'll feel bad." Fiona nodded. Her father had said something similar to her when they'd held a fire drill not a turn before. Then Siska said something that shocked Fiona. "Remember that you may be conducting this drill next time." "I don't think I could manage if anything happened to you," Fiona protested. The loss of Tanaz was still too fresh in her mind. "I don't plan on it," Siska told her firmly, adding with a grimace, "But it's my duty as werewoman to be prepared for the worst." After a pause, she said, "And your duty, too." A cold shiver went down Fiona's spine as she imagined seeing Siska mounting a sick and dying Malurth for a final ride between. Suddenly, Siska grabbed Fiona's arm and yanked her around so that she could meet her eyes squarely. "That is exactly what I need you to avoid," the werewoman said sharply. In the distance, Fiona heard Talent's plaintive cry, and she could almost feel the alarm spreading through the weirfolk and weirlings. "They look to us, Fiona. We set the tone. Our dragons reflect it." A shadow fell beside her, and Fiona felt her free hand grasped by someone else. Zinna. "It's all right." Fiona's words of reassurance echoed exactly Zinna's words of reassurance. The two girls looked at each other in surprise for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Fiona could feel their mood travel to the others, could feel Talent's worry disappear. "I'm sorry I'm late," Zinna apologized. "I'm glad you're here," Siska told her. "You can stand with Talent and keep her company." "Get her to tell you about her first flight," Fiona suggested, still grinning. "You know she talks to me sometimes?" Zinna asked, clearly worried, turning from Fiona to Talent and back again. "Really?" Siska responded in surprise. "How often?" Zinna shrugged. "Not that often." "I ask her to," Fiona said, waving it away. But Zinna's eyes still looked worried. "Sometimes, when you don't ask her to," Zinna added quietly, casting her eyes down to the ground. "Zinna," Fiona replied slowly, firmly. "If Talent wants to talk with you, then I'm glad." Zinna looked up, her eyes lighting in hope and surprise. "You are?" "You are my friend," Fiona declared stoutly. "I'm glad that she likes you too." Deep in her thoughts, she wondered again why Talent only sometimes referred to Zinna by name, but she knew it wasn't because her dragon loved Zinna more than Fiona. It was something else, but Fiona couldn't imagine what it might be. "Well, this is great," Siska declared. "But Zinna, we're working on medical drills this morning." "I heard," Zinna said quickly, ducking her head again. "I'm sorry, Weirwoman, but—" "No, don't apologize." Siska held a hand up to halt her. "I was just going to ask if you'd be Talent's partner while Fiona and I follow the drill." "You don't mind?" Zinna asked Fiona. "Of course not." "Very well," Siska called at the end of the second drill. "That went better than the first time." Rueful looks greeted that declaration. It had gone better than the first time, but only just. "We'll take our lunch break now," Siska told the gathered werefolk and weirlings. "Then, before we work with the fighting wings, we'll do one last drill. Only this time, the weirlings will be our aidsmen, and the weir girls will be the victim." A snort of surprise erupted from the collected group, while the older women chuckled appreciatively. The drill after lunch was the best of the three. "Right," Siska called across the field as they finished the drill. "Weirlings, send your dragons back to their lairs, because I think," and the air grew dark with the wings of the much larger fighting dragons, "that we might have more injured to deal with." Tamar's wing arrived in good formation, except for his own dragon, who dropped precipitously in front of Fiona, causing her and many of the other girls to gasp in fright until Zarenth caught the air at the last moment and managed to land, with one wing precariously folded, as though grievously injured. "Go! Help them!" Siska's bellow echoed throughout the Weyr. Fiona and Zinna rushed to Tamar and his bronze. Just as they neared, Tamar rolled dramatically off his perch and fell to the ground. "Catch him!" Zinna shrieked. Fiona caught him just in time and crumpled painfully under his weight. When she managed to get out from underneath him, she saw that his face was covered in a hideous red. "He's been thread-scored." Siska's voice reached her ears. "Quick, what are you going to do?" Fiona wrenched her distraction over his face aside as she reached into her training, more into what she'd learned at Fort Hold over several turns than what she'd learned today at the Weyr. "Is he breathing?" she asked herself aloud, leaning forward to cup her ear over his mouth while simultaneously pressing his neck with 2 fingers to feel for a pulse. "Yes, he's breathing," she called aloud as she'd been trained. "What's your assessment?" Siska demanded. "Thread score of the face, possible involvement of the eyes," Fiona said, suddenly realizing that she'd pressed her ear against his wounds and berating herself silently for the error. "What about the dragon?" Siska asked sharply. Fiona looked up, aghast that she had forgotten to examine Zarenth. She was furious with herself for her mistakes. It wasn't like her to be so unclear-headed. "The right mainsail is shredded," Zinna called from the far side. "He'll need stitching." "Assess!" Siska bellowed at Fiona. All around her the shouting and quick movements were repeated as older weirfolk demanded diagnosis and assessments from the young weirlings and weirfolk. "Tamar's wounds are superficial. Numbweed and Fellis for the moment, first aid later," Fiona said, rising to her feet while being careful not to jar Tamar's head as she lowered it to the ground. "Numbweed and sutures for Zarenth's wing." "Do it!" Siska shouted right next to Fiona. Fiona was momentarily startled by her intensity until she realized that it was part of the process of the drill. The werewoman was shouting in order to create the stress that would be present in a real emergency. Fiona scampered around to the far side of Zarenth and found Zinna. "Have we got the suture?" she asked, examining the wound, which was really an old torn sheet. "Here," Zinna said, lifting up a large needle and a spool of suture material. "You do it!" Siska shouted to Fiona. "Now!" Fiona took 2 tries to get the suture material through the eye of the needle, all the while being berated by Siska, and then carefully she began the process of joining the 2 torn halves of the wound together. She became totally absorbed in the task, imagining how much harder it would be to work up to the wing, worrying about any sudden flinches by the injured dragon that might further tear the injury. Finally, she was done. She sat back on her heels for a moment, pleased with her work. What did you forget? Siska asked in a more normal voice. Fiona furrowed her brow in thought, then groaned. The numbweed. Not to mention the rider, Siska added tartly. Behind her stood Tamar, his face still dripping with his artificial injury. The moment you are done tending the dragon, you should consult with the rider, tell him what you've done, and check him for shock, Fiona said, ruefully reciting the drill she'd been taught that morning. She looked at Tamar. I'm sorry. I'll live, Tamar replied with a grin, wiping the injury off his face with a hand and licking it. It's just sauce. Fiona woke suddenly. She reached out a tendril of thought to Talent. The young gold seemed fitful in her sleep, as though she might wake at any moment. Fiona spent a moment in comfortable contact with her dragon, then focused her thoughts outward, listening. A dragon and rider were moving quietly in the Weyr bowl, outside. The dragon coughed. Fiona threw off her covers, eliciting a sleepy cry from Zinna. She carefully pushed the covers up against Zinna's exposed side and gingerly crawled out of bed, her mouth set tight to muffle any involuntary exclamations as her feet hit the cold Weyr floor. Quickly she found her slippers and gladly slipped into them, then paused long enough to pull on a nightrobe before moving into Talent's lair. Maybe I should let you sleep on the outside. The voice made her jump with fright. Zinna. Fiona raised 2 fingers, cautioning her to silence, even as she gave the younger girl a thankful look. It was good to have company. As they made their way out into the Queen's Ledge, Fiona looked toward the entrance to the hatching grounds to judge the time. She could dimly make out 4 glows on either side of the entrance. It was just passing midnight. Then something obscured one of the glows. Someone was entering the hatching grounds. Fiona frowned, wondering who would want to enter the hatching grounds this late at night. A noise from the other end of the bowl distracted her, the sound of a rider and dragon rising into the thick midnight air. The sounds ended abruptly as rider and dragon went between. Fiona bowed her head. Another dragon and rider lost to the illness. A cough echoed around the Weyr in the night. Still more dragons were ill, but they were not yet so desperate as to go between forever. Beside her, Zinna gasped as she realized what had happened. Fiona saw the shadow pass a dimmer glow. The person was going further in. She took a step forward and leapt off the ledge to the ground below her, heading toward the hatching grounds. A moment later, she heard Zinna jump down and trot up beside her. Together they made their way into the hatching grounds. Once inside the entrance and past the glows, it was pitch black. Fiona paused to let her eyes adjust. Ahead, she heard the sound of feet moving slowly ahead and saw a faint light. Someone was carrying a small glow ahead of them. The glow grew brighter as the person turned to face them. It was Tajan. He waited, and Fiona took it as an invitation, so she caught up with him, Zinna at her side. He nodded wordlessly to each, then turned once more, heading deeper into the hatching grounds. She had never realized before quite how large the hatching grounds were. Feeling that she was being invited to participate in something deeply personal, Fiona followed reverently, silently. It wasn't until they reached the sands on the far side of the hatching grounds where a queen would lay her eggs that Fiona began to understand. Beside her, Zinna's breath caught, and Fiona was certain that the young Weyr girl had reached the same realization at the same time. It was not something that could be put into words. It was a feeling, a thought, a shiver. In this great chamber was the fate of Pern decided. Here, and in the hatching grounds of the other 5 Weyrs, 4, now that Aigen was abandoned, were boys made into Dragonriders and girls made into werewomen. Fiona could practically feel all the turns of fear and excitement from countless hatchings radiate around her. There was something special about this place, and her skin tingled with the power she felt in it. She remembered once more the excited feelings of her first visit to the hatching grounds turns earlier, and even more felt the awe of the impression that had just so recently changed her life forever. Her lips curved upward in a smile as she reached tenderly for her dragon, still sleeping in her lair. She remembered once more her surprise, fright, and pure pleasure as Talent had first spoken in her mind. "This cannot end." She was surprised at hearing the words. She thought she had not spoken aloud. And then she realized that she hadn't, that it had been Tajin's voice that had broken the respectful silence. "Not after hundreds of turns, not after all the pain, the blood, the effort." The glow's light dimmed and brightened again as it was obscured by Tajin's shaking head. "No, it cannot happen." The glow's light became visible again as Tajin stood taller, shoulders back, spine braced defiantly. "The creators of the dragons would never have allowed this," he said to himself. "They would have realized that the dragons could get ill. They would have provided a solution."
"Maybe they didn't know," Zinna protested quietly, as though afraid to voice such a painful thought.
Tajin was silent for a long while, his shoulders slumping back down until he raised them again and protested.
"But the dragons!"
Fiona nodded in understanding and agreement. If the settlers of Pern, hundreds of turns past, had been surprised by Thread, they had recovered quickly and developed the dragons as their defense. Having been surprised once, would they not have worked their hardest to avoid any future surprises? They had depended upon the dragons to save all of Pern. Would they not have done everything in their power to ensure that that protection was never lost? Still, perhaps their ancestors had felt certain that the dragons could never get ill. The silence of the hatching grounds answered her. She felt once again all the hundreds of turns of impressions, of excitement, love, hope. "No," she said loudly, firmly. "Even if our ancestors didn't think of this, we'll find a way to survive." She met Zinna's eyes. "We must." "And what?" Zinna began quietly, her voice shaking in sorrow. "If you lose Talent?"
"I came here,"
Tajin said a moment later into the unsettled silence that had fallen,
"to consider what I would say to others when asked the same question."
He gestured to Fiona for her answer. "I told Talent that I would go between with her when the time comes," Fiona said. Zinna made a sound, half sob, half exclamation. "But I told her it wouldn't be for a long, long time."
"But you can't say that," Tajin told her quietly. "You can't be sure. You can never be sure that something won't happen to separate the two of you."
"You could have an accident," Zinna suggested. "But then Talent would follow me between, wouldn't she?"
"No one really knows what between is," Tajin replied. "If a rider dies with her dragon, does the dragon go between to the same place?"
"Is there a place?" Zinna wondered.
"The only ones who could tell us never come back," Tajin replied.
He gestured toward the entrance and started them walking back out of the hatching grounds.
"What does your heart tell you?"
Neither girl had an answer she could put into words. 10. Thread falls, dragons rise. Dragons flame, Thread dies. Fort Weyr morning. AL 508, 113. "Wake up! Zinna, wake up!" Fiona's excited voice startled Zinna from her groggy slumber. "Thread falls today." Zinna was up and out of bed in a trice, her exhaustion forgotten. "The bath's all yours," Fiona told her. "I've already been." Zinna paused on her way to the baths, wondering if Fiona could restrain her excitement long enough to wait for her before heading to breakfast. Clearly today was one of those good days when Fiona's energy was at its fullest. "I'm going to check on the Weyr leaders," Fiona said, turning decisively toward Talent's Weyr. "Be ready when I come back?" "Sure," Zinna murmured, her voice still morning hoarse. "Thread,"
Zinna thought as she stripped and lowered herself into the warm waters of the bathing pool. She had never thought that she would be eager for Thread to come, but she, like Fiona and everyone else in the Weyr, saw the arrival of Thread, of something dragons and riders could see, could flame, could destroy, as a relief from all the horror of the sickness that had claimed 18 more dragons in the last 9 days. At least 30 more were now sick. More galling to the spirits of the riders and Weyr folk of Fort Weyr was the fact that Bendin, Talgar, and Ista Weyrs had all already experienced their first threadfalls. Zinna and the other Weyr folk were all convinced that, as the oldest Weyr, the honor of the first threadfall of the third pass should rightly have gone to Fort. It's really a silly notion, she told herself as she rubbed off the night's dirt in the warm waters. After her bath, she dried herself as best she could, then brushed her teeth and returned to the living quarters to dress quickly. Fiona burst into the room just then. "We're to meet in the dining cavern for breakfast," she blurted, and just as quickly sprinted out again. Quickening her pace, Zinna finished tying on her shoes and sprinted out of their rooms, through Tallenth's Weyr, and with a flying leap that secretly thrilled her, off the ledge and into the Weyr bowl behind. "Careful! You don't want to be the first casualty of the day," Siska called from behind her. Zinna waved in agreement, but kept up her pace, hoping, and failing, to close the distance to Fiona with her shorter legs. At least, Zinna told herself as she arrived, gasping, at the entrance to the dining cavern and spotted Fiona beckoning to her eagerly, "She's saved me a place." As Zinna slid in gratefully beside Fiona, another person sat opposite her, Hanez. The bronze rider cast a dismissive glance her way, murmured, "Where, woman?" to Fiona, and reached for the claw. Fiona intercepted his reach, pulling the pitcher out of his way. "Let me pour for you, Wing Leader," she offered politely. "It's Flight Leader," Hanez responded, raising his mug. "I lead a flight this day." "I'm sure you'll do well," Fiona said. "And who would doubt it?" Hanez demanded. Flustered, Fiona could think of nothing to say in response and turned to Zinna instead. "Would you like some too?" Zinna noticed the angry look Hanez cast in her direction, as though it had been she who had cast doubts upon his prowess, and ducked her head, causing Fiona to miss her mug. The spill was minor and quickly mopped up, but Zinna could feel her cheeks burning with shame. "Good morning, Flight Leader," a cheerful voice called from the entrance. Zinna recognized Tajin, and was grateful when the ex-rider joined them at their table and occupied Hanez in conversation, while she hastily ate. "Slow down," Fiona chided her. "You'll need a good meal today." "And a strong stomach," Hanez growled from across the table. "After what happened to Bendin, I'm sure there'll be a lot of injured for you to sew up." "Hanez," Tajin protested, "that is no way to talk before a fall." The bronze rider's mouth twitched into a frown, and he lowered his eyes. "None of them will be in my wing, of course." "Pity about the rest of your flight," Zinna snapped tartly, and then flushed in embarrassment at her words. Instantly, contrite, she said, "I'm sorry, my lord. My nerves got the better of me."
"As did mine," Hanez replied, his voice suddenly under control. Zinna was surprised to see him regarding her reflectively. "Please forgive me. I think I am more excited than I'd realized." "Nothing to forgive," Tajin said to both of them. "Let us all forget this moment."
"We've a fall coming," Fiona added by way of agreement. She rose and gestured for Zinna to follow, saying to Hanez, "Good flying, Dragon Rider." As they made their way out of the dining cavern, Fiona spotted Siska beckoning to her. Certain that the Weyr woman had heard the entire exchange, and fearful of Siska's ire, Fiona made her way reluctantly over to the Weyr leader's table. She was right. "I look to you to keep tempers even, not frayed," Siska chided her. Then she glanced over at Hanez and frowned, adding, "But I think in this instance he needed someone to snap at." She gave Zinna a saturnine look. "And you held your own." "I was wrong," Zinna replied glumly. Yes, you were, Siska agreed, and honest enough to admit it, which forced a bronze rider to examine his own actions. Zinna's brows furrowed as she considered this. With a chuckle, Siska added, "Now you are beginning to understand politics." "Fly well," Siska called out later in the Weyr Bowl as Cleor mounted his bronze dragon. Cleor waved in acknowledgement, and then Reneth leapt into the sky, followed immediately by Padur's brown Loranth and the other dragons of the Weyr leader's wing. Farther in the distance, Tamar's wing and Hanez's wing lofted into the sky. Fiona's heart leapt in her throat as she waved to the Dragonriders, wondering which of them would come back. She hoped Tamar would. Nervously, she glanced toward Siska, wondering if the werewoman had noticed her look, and was surprised to discover an expression of fear and sorrow on Siska's face. "Werewoman," Zinna said from beside Fiona, obviously seeing the same thing. Siska forced herself into a smile and dabbed her eyes quickly before straightening once more. "Don't tell anyone." "What, that you're human?" Zinna asked impetuously. "I'm the werewoman," Siska declared. "Everyone looks to me for leadership." "You're still human, my lady," Zinna told her stubbornly. "It's good to set the example," Fiona added in agreement. "But that doesn't mean you can't show your true feelings to me." "Or me," Zinna added. "I'll keep your secrets." Siska cocked her head at the younger girl consideringly, then nodded, saying, "Yes, you will, won't you?" Zinna nodded, then turned to the now empty bowl. "And there is no one in this Weyr who isn't worried about every dragon rider." "Yes," Siska agreed, her eyes scanning the empty skies above the Weyr. In the distance, near the star stones, she could see the watch dragon on his solitary patrol. She sketched a salute toward the rider and smiled when the dragon dipped its head in response. She turned back to the others. "Now, we need to get ready." An hour later, Fiona and Zinna struggled with the last of the heavy trestle tables as the first casualty arrived. Fiona was straightening up over the table when she caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye. She jerked her head around in time to see a dark shadow against the nooning sun, and with a cry of horror raced to the falling dragon rider. "Catch the head," she remembered from the drill they'd done days past. Arms outstretched, she raced to catch the rider's head and shoulders, only to misjudge and have the rider land full on her, crushing her to the ground. It was the last thing she remembered for a long while. When she awoke, she was in her bed, and it was dark. Her forehead was cold and wet. Someone had put a cloth over it. "Don't move," a voice told her warningly. She thought maybe it was Kentai. "Don't speak," Zinna put in sharply. "You took a nasty blow to the head." "You'll probably have a concussion, so we're going to keep an eye on you," the Weyr harper added, reaching over to touch the cloth. "In a moment, I'm going to uncover a glow, and I want you to open your eyes and close them the moment you see the glow. Don't nod or move your head." "You were lucky Zarenth managed to ease Tamar's fall," Zinna said, although it sounded to Fiona as though the younger girl were saying it more to reassure herself. "Okay, open your eyes and close them when you see the glow," Kentai said calmly. Fiona opened her eyes and immediately spotted the glow held in his hands about a handspan in front of her. She closed her eyes, feeling suddenly quite drained. "Good," Kentai noted. "Now, without opening your eyes, can you lift your right hand?" Fiona could, and did. "Lower it and raise your left," Kentai told her. Fiona did. "Excellent." She heard the sounds of him rising, and a rustle as Zinna rose beside him. "There doesn't seem to be any lasting damage," Kentai said softly. Probably he meant his words for Zinna's ears only, but Fiona's were strangely acute at the moment. "She should rest. Don't give her any Fellis juice without checking with me." "Okay," Zinna replied, her tone a bit hesitant. "How bad was it?" Fiona demanded, willing herself to stay still. She heard a startled intake of breath, probably Kentai, and persisted. "How bad was it? I need to know."
"You're fine," Kentai said.
"Not me, the others," Fiona replied. There was a silence. "Tell me."
17 were lost. 12 have serious injuries. 23 others have injuries that will keep them from flying for up to 3 months, Kentai reported grimly.
"And?" Fiona prompted.
"We've identified 25 more sick dragons," Kentai concluded. After a moment's pause, he added, "You must get better, Fiona. Your courage inspired everyone today."
"I was stupid," Fiona groaned.
"You saved Tamar's life," Kentai corrected. "You risked your own to do it."
"How is he?"
"Alive, thanks to you," Kentai told her. "Now get some rest. I'm sure you'll have plenty of visitors tomorrow, Tamar included."
He cleared his throat with a chuckle.
"After all, it's not every day that a wing leader is saved by a werewoman. It's usually the other way around."
"Go on, Harper. I'll look after her," Zinna said. Fiona heard the Harper's footsteps fade away as he made his way through Talent's weir and out into the weir bowl.
"Talent,"
Fiona called.
"I wasn't worried about you,"
Talent said, sounding to Fiona very much like she'd been worried sick.
"I knew you were going to be all right. She told me so." "She?" Fiona wondered. "Shh, get some rest," a different voice echoed in Fiona's mind. "We're keeping an eye on you. You'll do fine."
The voice sounded so calm, so assured, so sensible. Siska? Zinna? No, the voice sounded like neither.
"Sleep,"
the voice said gently, firmly. Fiona drifted off to sleep. Fiona woke to the feeling that she was being watched. She stirred, then stopped as a voice spoke.
"Don't move."
She heard the sound of someone rising from a chair, someone too big to be Zinna. Besides, the voice was male, and heard the person move awkwardly out of the room.
"I'll be back with the Harper," the voice assured her. "You're to stay still until he examines you."
Tamar. Fiona opened her mouth to protest, but apparently the wing leader hadn't gone so far that he didn't notice, for he chided her with,
"No, don't talk either."
And then he was gone, leaving Fiona alone with her thoughts. No, not quite alone.
"Talent?" "Fiona."
Her dragon responded instantly. There was a tone of contrition and embarrassment.
"You're eating?"
Fiona thought to her, getting a fuzzy notion that her gold was over by the feeding grounds.
"I was hungry,"
Talent said.
"She said I should eat." "She?" "Malurth."
Talent replied, her tone brightening, tinged with awe and pleasure.
"She's very kind." "Yes, she is,"
Fiona responded, wondering if perhaps it had been Malurth she'd heard the night before. But dragons rarely spoke so cogently, being more concerned with the here and the now. Noise at the entrance to her quarters alerted her to the arrival of others.
"Eat hearty, love,"
Fiona called to her dragon.
"I am,"
Talent replied, sounding as though her mental mouth were full. Fiona got the impression of warm, hot meat, and suddenly felt her stomach growl.
"Well, that's auspicious,"
a voice called from the approaching footsteps.
"Tamar, I've sent for food." "She should start with liquids, a good light broth first," Kentai corrected. "No claw."
"No claw?" Fiona and Tamar objected in unison. There was a moment's silence as they reacted to their impromptu chorus. Then Tamar continued solo.
"From what Zinna says, this girl practically lives on claw."
"This girl?" Fiona muttered mentally. Tamar wasn't all that much older than Kindon, and Kindon was much older than she.
"A concussion," Kentai lectured, rounding on Tamar, "which you avoided, courtesy of this child."
"Child!" Fiona blurted out in protest.
"I beg your pardon, werewoman," Kentai responded after a moment of dumbfounded silence.
"No claw?" Fiona prompted, quietly accepting his apology.
It might make it more difficult to recover, Kentai explained. Claw has been associated with headaches, and you'll want to avoid that.
For how long? Tamar and Fiona again asked in unison. Kentai chuckled while Fiona fought to keep herself from blushing.
We'll check at the end of the day, Kentai said.
Fiona felt someone remove the cloth on her head, feel her forehead, and replace the cloth.
There's no sign of fever.
She heard Kentai turn and grab something, then muttered to Tamar,
Close the curtains.
A moment later, Fiona heard the curtains that separated her quarters from Talent's being closed, followed by the curtains to the outside corridor. By now, her room should be quite dark.
Open your eyes, Fiona, Kentai said.
She found herself staring up at the harper, who was holding a glow. Tamar moved into view in the background, one side of his face covered in a bandage and his arm in a sling. Kentai leaned forward, examining her intently.
What am I looking for?
He asked her. Pupils equally reactive to light, Fiona replied quickly, just as if it were a test. Then she realized that it was. Are they? She asked.
Yes, Kentai said, nodding in relief. Still, I want you to rest until tomorrow. Concussions can be tricky things. I had one once as a weirling, Tamar said by way of agreement.
He went pale as he continued.
I spent a whole day feeling like my feet were always 2 toes off the ground.
Did you? Kentai asked conversationally. I don't recall the incident.
Yes, well, you wouldn't,
Tamar replied, sounding like he was regretting the admission. It was the result of an unpleasant altercation.
Did every weirling fight with Hinez? Kentai asked in exasperation. I suspect so, Tamar allowed. At least all the bronze riders did.
How is he? Fiona asked.
His wing did better than some, Tamar replied, his tone full of self-recrimination. Tamar, aside from your injuries, only 2 of your wing were hurt, Kentai said. That is no worse than most. Well, I've got 10 days to get well again, Tamar said. Your arm might not be up to catching Firestone, Kentai warned mildly. Oh, be certain of it, it will be, Tamar promised.
So, tomorrow I can get up? Fiona asked, moving the conversation away from an obviously painful topic.
Yes, Kentai agreed, and we should leave you to your rest.
Fiona rested fitfully throughout the remainder of the day. The next morning she felt well enough to get up and bathe without Zinna's help. She was pleased to let her friend sleep in, after she'd been working so hard to help Fiona and also take care of as many of Fiona's duties as she could. But when Zinna woke up and saw her toweling off, she was unusually quiet, and Fiona could see that something was bothering her. "What?" she demanded. Zinna sighed and made a face. It was obvious that she felt she had some kind of confession to make. "There was a woman here while you were sick," she began. With a raised eyebrow, Fiona commanded her to continue. "Lorana," Zinna said. "She impressed a gold at Bendin Weyr, and she's been looking for a cure to the illness. She came here yesterday with the Weyr leader, Bemin, to look through our records." With a raised eyebrow, Fiona commanded her to continue. "Lorana," Zinna said. "She impressed a gold at Bendin Weyr, and she's been looking for a cure to the illness. She came here yesterday with the Weyr leader, Bemin, to look through our records." "And?" Fiona urged. "They found something in the records," Zinna went on. "They were excited and surprised." "What else?" Fiona prompted, seeing that Zinna was getting closer to what was really worrying her. "Her dragon got sick. She just found out, and she rushed back to Bendin." Zinna finished in a rush, her eyes darting uncontrollably in the direction of Talent's Weyr. "Talent is fine," Fiona declared stoutly. "Yes," Zinna agreed hastily. "Of course." Fiona threw on a robe and reached for her slippers. "Let's check on her," she said. That way we'll both know." But Zinna didn't make a move to follow. Surprised, Fiona turned back and gave her a questioning look. "You said that you'd go between with her," Zinna began hesitantly. "She asked me," Fiona replied softly, having a disturbing notion that she knew where Zinna was heading. "I don't know how I'd survive if you went between," Zinna confessed. "We're not going between for a long time," Fiona assured her. "You don't know that," Zinna replied, her face grim. "You can come with us if that's what you want," Fiona said. "Thank you," Zinna said, getting up at last. "I hope it won't happen, and I don't know if I'll want to, but I just wanted to know." Fiona smiled and grabbed her hand. "We won't leave you behind," she promised. From the moment that Kentai pronounced himself satisfied with Fiona's recovery, she had only one thing on her mind, to see Tamar. She hoped that she hadn't been too obvious about it when she'd offered to check on the injured riders, but judging from Kentai's raised eyebrow and Zinna's amused snort, she wasn't sure. To save herself from any snide comments, she made sure that she visited all the other riders first, but it didn't help. "So, now are we going to visit your boyfriend?" Zinna asked after their last stop. "He's the only injured rider left, you know." "He's not my boyfriend," Fiona protested heatedly. Zinna wisely said nothing, but Talent, who had apparently been attracted to Fiona's thoughts, asked, "What's a boyfriend?" "I'll tell you later," Fiona promised in a tone that sounded surprisingly like the same one her father had used turns past when she'd been asking awkward questions. Unlike her own self all those turns past, Fiona discovered pleasantly that Talent was contented with the answer. Zarenth's Weyr was on the 3rd level, above the Weyrling barracks. Fiona could imagine that that location was part of the reason that Tamar had volunteered to add Weyrling master duties to his work as wing leader. The noise from the Weyrlings below was audible even here. "Good day, Zarenth," Fiona called loudly as they halted at the entrance to Tamar's quarters. "Is your rider about?" "I am," Tamar intoned from just inside. "Is that Weyrwoman Fiona I hear?" "And Zinna," Zinna added with a laugh. "I'm checking on the injured," Fiona said, ignoring the laughing look in Zinna's eyes. "You're the last for the day." "Well, I'm glad to hear that," Tamar replied. "Please, come in." Zinna sidled behind Fiona and pushed the young Weyrwoman irreverently in before her. Fiona realized that she was blushing and turned to chide Zinna, only to hear Tamar laugh. "Leaving so soon?" Flustered, Fiona turned back again. "No, it's just that I—" Come in, Tamar invited her ebulliently. "Zarenth, we have company." He spread his hands in front of him demurely, adding, "If I had known, I would have sent for refreshments." "They're on the way," Zinna put in promptly. "Are they?" Tamar asked in surprise, turning just in time to see a fresh tray being carried into view by the current. "Oh, yes they are." He picked up the tray with his good arm, but Zinna scooped it away from him with a courteous look and laid it on the nearby table. Fiona took the moment to carefully appraise the bronze rider's injuries. The arm in the sling would heal with time. The bandage over the right side of his face was somewhat more concerning. Tamar must have noticed, for he chose that moment to say, "I appreciate your attentions, but I've been assured by both Kentai and Siska that I will recover fully, even if I will add a scar to my forehead." "It missed the eye, then," Zinna murmured clinically. "I'm glad." "Burnt out just on the eye ridge," Tamar said, gesturing to the bandage. "If Zarenth had gotten us between an instant later, it would have scored through the bone. As it was, I was blinded on that side and so confused that when we came back into the Weyr bowl—" He shook his head ruefully and gave Fiona a respectful nod. "Well, you know, as you took my fall." "I was trying for your head and shoulders," Fiona responded lamely. "I hate to say it," Tamar said, biting his lip,
but I'm rather glad you saved me as you did."
Fiona gave him a surprised look.
"I would have certainly broken both legs otherwise, and had been that many more months healing."
"Then I'm glad too," Fiona replied. "Pern needs all its dragons and riders."
"Including queens," Tamar reminded her, raising a finger scoldingly. "Next time, let me fall if you must. The thought of you losing your neck to my stupidity."
"Fresh claw? Who wants it?" Zinna interjected into the charged silence that fell as Tamar's words trailed off.
Fiona nodded curtly, her eyes fixed on Tamar.
Are you just worried about my queen?"
The words were out of her mouth before she realized it. Beside her she could feel Zinna tense up in surprise. Fiona hid her shock by giving Tamar a demanding look. Tamar took his time answering, first sipping from his claw and setting his mug carefully back down on the table before meeting her eyes.
"As a dragon rider and a wing leader, it is my duty to worry about both rider and dragon."
"So, this is just about my dragon?"
Fiona snapped.
"Fiona!"
Zinna cried.
"I nearly get killed for you, and all you care about is my dragon,"
Fiona continued, jumping to her feet and stepping back from the table.
"Well, you can save yourself the next time."
And with that she stalked off, leaving an astonished Zinna and an open-mouthed Tamar behind her.
"Are you all right?"
Talent asked worriedly.
"Yes,"
Fiona told her brusquely.
"No,"
she amended a moment later.
"I don't know. What can I do to help?"
Talent asked. Why hadn't the others asked that? Fiona moaned to herself. She was trying so hard and never got any acknowledgement. She stopped in her tracks, feeling small and numb. "I was stupid," she murmured, needing to admit it out loud. With a deep sigh, she turned around and walked back to Tamar's quarters. To Talent she said,
"Thank you. You helped just by being with me. I love you, too,"
Talent replied. Fiona got the sense that her queen was tired, had been roused by Fiona's emotions, and was now thinking of sleep once more.
"I'll be down to oil you soon,"
Fiona promised.
"I don't think I need it,"
Talent responded drowsily.
"Get some rest then, sleepyhead."
She heard quiet conversation coming from Tamar's Weyr as she approached. It stopped when she was close enough that her footsteps had probably become audible inside. Fiona forced herself to enter. "Tamar, I'm sorry. I behaved badly." "We're all under a lot of stress, Weyr woman," Tamar replied calmly. He lifted a hand and opened it in a throwing-away gesture. "It's forgotten. Come sit back down with us." Still feeling ashamed and somewhat shocked by her actions, Fiona sat back down. There was a long moment of silence, which she found pleasant, while they drank their claw and chewed on the rolls that had been sent up from the kitchen. "Zinna was telling me about our Bendin visitors," Tamar mentioned at last. "Laurana and Benik," Zinna said. "They came here with Kindin."
"Kindin was here?" Fiona asked, surprised and disappointed. "If he'd been there, why hadn't he come to see her?"
Zinna shook her head. "They dropped him off at the Harper Hall first." "Did they find anything in the records?" Tamar asked. "Yes, they found a reference to a special place built at Bendin Weyr."
"Why Bendin?"
Fiona asked. "It was Weyr leader Mahal of Bendin who convinced them to build the rooms," Zinna said with a shrug. "You're guessing," Fiona said. "It happened over 400 turns ago," Zinna replied. "Of course I'm guessing." "It seems a good guess," Tamar observed. "Mahal was the eldest son of Sean and Sorka, and the first to establish a new Weyr."
"So?"
"So he was the senior Weyr leader after the death of Sean, and people would have looked to him for leadership," Tamar replied. He shrugged. "I'm sure we'll learn more when they find the special place." "They'd better be quick about it," Zinna said. "If Laurana's queen Arith has got the illness." There was an awkward, thoughtful silence.
"How much time does she have?"
Fiona wondered out loud. "We don't know,"
Tamar replied. He made a face. You've talked with Kentai and Tajin and the others. You know as much as I do. He shrugged. Maybe 3-7 days, maybe less. Fiona said that if Talent went between, she'd go with her, Zinna remarked. Yes, Tamar responded slowly. I can understand that. I'm going with her if she does, Zinna added stoutly. I wouldn't be so quick to make such a promise, Tamar warned her. Zinna gave him a stubborn look, and he went on. No one ever says words with the thought that they might one day have to eat them. I won't. You wouldn't be the first, Tamar observed mildly. I've had to eat my own words countless times. That's why I give you such advice. How did they taste? Fiona asked, surprised to find her humor returning. Awful, Tamar replied with a grimace. But I was always glad after I'd eaten them. Be careful what you wish for. You might get it, Fiona repeated the old saying. Exactly. I'm not wishing for it, Zinna protested irritably. I just want to have plans. Why not plan for good things? Tamar suggested. Like what? Fiona challenged. Like when your Talent can fly and take you between, Tamar suggested. What has that got to do with me? Zinna asked. After a moment, she turned excitedly to Fiona. Would you take me with you? Of course, Fiona promised. We can go everywhere together. Not flying thread, Tamar said. But we haven't enough queens for a queen's wing, Zinna said. Yet, Fiona told her with a grin. Are you planning on repopulating the Weyr with queens so soon? Zinna asked mockingly. She dropped her eyes into her lap as she realized the full import of what she'd said. Fiona remembered the time she had gone with her father to the stud sheds to watching the bulls breed. Somewhere in her future there were mating flights, many mating flights. A thrill, a sense of dread and excitement both churned her stomach. That's for turns not yet come, Tamar chided Zinna gently. Don't count your eggs before they've hatched. Dragon eggs, Zinna said with a snigger and a mischievous glance toward Fiona. Fiona turned her attention to Tamar, asking, What's it like, a mating flight? Tamar smiled and shook his head. That's not for turns to come yet, he said again. But it's marvelous, and you'll be brilliant, I'm sure of it. Just don't let her gorge, Zinna said warningly. Fiona looked at her inquiringly. Your queen, don't let her gorge when she rises, or the clutch will be too small. Zinna felt the intensity of the looks the other two were giving her and explained. I heard it from the other Weyr folk. Tamar smiled. They're right, of course. They've seen enough mating flights to know. What about you? Zinna pressed. Tamar shook his head. I'd rather not talk about it if you don't mind, he said. It's personal. Well, I remember the last mating flight, and I felt this amazing feeling, Zinna replied. I'd never felt anything like it before. I just wanted to hug everyone. Yes, Tamar agreed quietly. Mating flights are like that. The emotions of the queen in her bronze flow into everyone. When is Malurth due to rise again? Zinna asked. Not for a while yet, Tamar replied. Within the turn, probably. He slapped his good hand on his thigh and rose from his chair. Which reminds me, it's getting near enough toward dinner that we should head down to the living cavern and at least pay our respects to Cleor and Siska, even if we're too stuffed to eat. Not me, Zinna responded feelingly, rising and grabbing their tray deftly. I heard what Zirana's making for dinner, and I kept room enough. The word from Ista is bad, Siska said the moment she had a chance to catch Fiona's ear. We don't know everything yet, but it sounds like they lost over 2/3 of their fighting dragons. How many do they have left? Siska shook her head. Less than a flight, certainly. Maybe less than 2 wings. With a sad look, she added, I think they lost more to the illness than anything else. Too many riders don't want to miss the fight. Too few are adept at knowing the signs of this illness. Do we know? Not really, Siska answered truthfully. The cough is obvious, but the earlier signs, even Lorana wasn't certain. Not that we had much time to talk about it. Fiona gave her a puzzled look. We spent most of our time poring over old records and little time talking, Siska told her. She ran a hand nervously across her forehead, wiping hair away from her eyes. Of course she left the moment she learned about her dragon. She paused in thought, then shook her head. The cough's the most noticeable symptom. Fiona saw that the others around the table were watching them and pulled back from Siska. The Weyr woman noticed and turned to Cleor. I was just telling Fiona about Ista, she told him. What's the news? Did they have a fall? Tamar asked. He was sitting across from Fiona. Yes, Fiona replied. She looked at the Weyr woman, expecting her to fill in the details, but Siska merely waved for her to continue the tale and reached for a platter of steaming meat. Fiona took a breath. The Weyr woman was just telling me that they may have lost as much as 2/3 of their fighting strength. 2/3? McCurry exclaimed from farther down the table. They were already light, and with a loss of Cryon. Gelantir's leading them now, Cleor said. Gelantir, Inez snorted derisively. The man lost his whole wing. But we found out why, didn't we? McCurry retorted quickly. And without them, we would have had even more holders die in the plague. Holders, Inez snorted once more. Who needs? I was a holder, Inez, in case you've forgotten. Fiona snapped angrily, her hands balled into fists under the table. And without Gelantir, I wouldn't be here. Think on that. Actually, Siska added drolly, perhaps it'd be best if you just think, Inez. Inez's eyes flashed, and he tensed in his chair, his anger obvious to everyone. Outside, a dragon bugled loudly, answered by another higher-pitched dragon, Belurth and Talent. The sound seemed to recall him to his senses, and with some effort he relaxed in his chair. Everyone is tense, Cleor said soothingly into the silence that fell. These are trying times, and we... He waved his hand, indicating all the wing leaders and the 2 Weyr women. Set the tone for the entire Weyr. I spoke without thinking, Inez said, raising his eyes to Cleor, then Siska, then Fiona. It was probably just the wine, McCurry said in a conciliatory tone. Then he noticed that there wasn't any wine at the table and raised a hand, calling, We need some wine here. Make it Bendin White if you can. You and your Bendin White, Sikan said, shaking his head. You'd think you were in Bendin, not Fort. Fort for the riders, Bendin for the wine, McCurry said, holding out a hand to take one of the glasses being offered to the table. Everyone has a specialty. The rest of the wing leaders guffawed. And we know yours, Mavaler said, gesturing to McCurry's glass as the kitchen drudge carefully filled it. And why not? We don't have another fall for a 7-day, McCurry replied nonchalantly. Good point, Mavaler acknowledged, raising his own glass for filling. Don't drink too much, though, Cleor cautioned. What about Tamar's wing? McCurry asked with a sideways glance toward Tamar. Every wing is flying light, Tamar observed. We need all the fit dragons we can get. We need fit riders, too, Inez remarked sourly. My arm will be well enough when thread falls. Not if you tear it up during drills, Siska said pointedly. Why don't I ride with Tamar tomorrow? Tajin suggested. He hadn't been sitting at the table, but had come by part way through the conversation and listened in unnoticed. I could catch the Firestone for him. Tamar started to say something, but Cleor spoke first. That's a very interesting idea. The Weyr leader turned to Siska. Could we pair other uninjured riders with uninjured dragons? You mean 2 riders together, or 1 rider on another's dragon? That's unthinkable, Weyr exclaimed, looking extremely outraged. "Don't ever think that I'll let my dragon be ridden by another."
"Not even to save Pern?" Fiona asked him. Weyr hesitated, and she pressed on. "Even if your dragon would allow it and wanted to do it?"
"You know how they get when thread falls," McCurry added. "Well, maybe," Weyr said finally. "But it would have to be in direst need."
"Why direst need?" Siska asked reasonably.
Weyr bristled, so she persisted.
"How can we tell if without your dragon flying one fall, we will have enough strength for the next?"
Weyr looked confused by this question, so Siska continued. "No one can really say which dragon will be the most important in a fall." "You've not ridden a fall," Hanez objected.
"No, I've tended the injured," Siska returned sharply. "And I'm saying that we need every fighting dragon that can fly, regardless of who is riding them."
"Well, it's a thought at least," Cleor observed, placing a soothing hand on Siska's arm. She glanced over at him in surprise. Whatever response he gave was a secret between the two of them, perhaps relayed by Dragon, but it seemed enough for Siska. Cleor turned his attention back to Tamar. "If you've no objection, then I would be interested to see how you work with Tajin tomorrow." Tamar gave the ex-Dragonrider a quick measuring look, then nodded. "I'd be delighted." "Then it's settled," Cleor said, returning his attention back to his dinner. "What about the Weyrlings?" Hanez said. "Who's going to handle them?" "Well," Tajin replied with a shrug, "the ones who can fly will be handling Firestone, and the younger ones will be working with the Weyr women here, so I don't think there's an issue." "Who'll control the flying Weyrlings and the Firestone?" Hanez pressed.
"That would be my job as Weyrwoman," Siska replied. She cast a glance at Fiona and smiled impishly. "Fiona will be responsible for the Firestone, as we don't need to have any more riders falling on her." That drew a chuckle all around, and a shamed look from Tamar.
"With me holding on to you, Tamar, you needn't worry about falling,"
Tajin said, adding to the Bronze Rider's shame. "If you want me to handle the Firestone," Fiona said to Siska, "then I should probably drill with the Weyrlings."
"Well said," Tajin exclaimed. "Why don't you plan on that tomorrow when the riders are practicing?"
Fiona nodded even as she felt her stomach go suddenly heavy with worry. Tomorrow. Under the table, Zinna patted her knee reassuringly.
"You won't have much trouble with the older Weyrlings,"
Tajin consoled Fiona early the next morning over breakfast.
"There are only 12 of them with hatchlings from Hnerth's last clutch, and they're almost old enough to join the fighting wings. The two leaders are Jagerd and Jakarin," Tamar added. "Jagerd's a wiry-haired lad, smiles a lot, but he's thoughtful. Jakarin is blonde-haired and low-built," Tajin continued, glancing at Tamar for agreement. "He's strong, just not tall," Tamar said. "They're both—" He glanced at Tajin. "Steady, wouldn't you say?" "Steady's a good word," Tajin agreed. "Given time, they'll make passable riders. They'll know what to do. You just keep on top of them," Tamar told her, as he tipped back his mug for the last bit of claw and rose from the table. "You'll do fine." And with that they left. Fortunately, Siska took pity on her. It must have been the look in her eyes, Fiona thought ruefully as the Weyrwoman guided her toward the Weyrling tables. With well-honed good manners, all the young riders rose as soon as they spotted the Weyrwomen. Fiona knew some of them already, but she still felt that she was being confronted with a sea of faces. Siska gestured to one of the older Weyrlings at the end of the table. "This is Jagerd." The lad smiled, and immediately Fiona recognized it as a telltale sign, along with his curly black hair, that had been given her by Tamar. "You must be Jakarin, then," Fiona said to a smaller, blonde-haired boy standing beside Jagerd. Jagerd's smile grew wider, and he poked the other lad, saying jokingly, "Examine your conscience and tell the Weyrwoman whatever sins you've committed." While Jakarin was still looking at him bemusedly, Jagerd added, "Quickly now, before it's too late." "You'd best be mindful of your own errors," Jakarin replied steadily. Then he jerked his head toward one of the younger riders. Either you or Fijian there would be my guess for any pranks. Sit, all of you, Siska commanded. Obediently, the riders sat back down, still looking at the werewoman half expectantly, half fearfully. Fiona will be responsible for Firestone drill this morning, Siska said. Werewoman, Jigurd said with a polite nod toward Fiona. We worked together on the first aid drill. Fijian piped up from his place at the tables. If you'd like, he offered Fiona, I could guide you around. So you can eat with the Weyr leader, Jigurd replied with a shake of his head. No, the werewoman will need an experienced hand to help her, not some young. But he trailed off as he realized that Fiona's queen was from the same clutch, and any insult to Fijian's bronze might also be applicable to her queen. You have to forgive Jigurd, Jikarin spoke up in the silence. His lips often move a full minute before his brain. That brought sniggers from the rest of the group and red-faced shame to Jigurd's face. A subtle move from Siska made it clear to Fiona that she was on her own to handle the situation. On her own and being tested. We need to make allowances all around, Fiona said after a moment, choosing her words carefully. Some who speak too quickly should learn caution. She saw Jikarin glance victoriously at Jigurd, while others who do not speak at all risk never being heard. She was pleased to see Jikarin and Jigurd exchange expressions as her meaning sank in. As such, she continued, I think it best if the two of you came with me to the Weyr leader's table, while Fijian stays here and keeps order. The young bronze rider sat suddenly bolt upright as he absorbed the meaning of her words. Come on, quickly, Fiona called, as she turned toward the Weyr leader's table, seeing Cleor rising. Siska merely smiled and waved her on. If Cleor moved too quickly, she'd never be able to talk with him, Fiona realized with a rush of fear. She couldn't shout. It would be unseemly and almost certainly unheard in the noise of the cavern, so... Talent, ask Reneth to have Cleor wait for me, Fiona called to her dragon. In front, she saw Cleor halt and turn slowly around, scanning for her. She picked up her pace and was soon beside him, Jikarin and Jigurd a step behind her. Cleor, thanks for waiting, Fiona said a little breathlessly. I wanted to introduce the Firestone crew to you.
Jigurd, Jikarin, Cleor said, nodding to each. He looked back to Fiona, saying, Good choices. He frowned for a moment before continuing. Thread will fall over Ruwatha, and then on to the Weyr. He glanced at the three of them to make sure they understood. To the two lads, he said, We'll use the usual recognition points and full load.
Full load? Fiona repeated, bewildered.
Sometimes, when we practice, we don't fill the Firestone sacks full, Cleor explained kindly. But as we've a fall coming and we're flying winglight, we need all the experience we can get. Full load it is, Jikarin replied, sounding somewhat gleeful. Cleor looked back at Fiona. Is there anything else, werewoman?
No, thank you, Weyr leader, Fiona replied formally, remembering at the last moment to bow rather than curtsy. Werewomen, as Zinna was constantly reminding her, need not curtsy to anyone. Good fall, Weyr leader, Jigurd and Jikarin called in unison as Cleor departed. We need to get ready too, don't we? Fiona asked, turning back to the older riders. Won't they need Firestone to take with them? Of course, werewoman, Jigurd replied, trying not to sound as if that weren't obvious. Jikarin, go and send the others to the barracks. He turned back to Fiona. Do you have the key? Key? Fiona repeated blankly. It turned out that the Firestone was kept in a locked room, a leftover precaution from the days not so many turns before, when Firestone had been dangerously explosive. Mere contact with water would set the old Firestone burning. The newer Firestone, as Fiona knew from her time with Kindon, Kelsa, and the other Harpers, had been discovered by Katov of High Reaches Weyr, and was, as far as any could tell, the real Firestone that had been first discovered in ancient times when it was used by fire lizards. Fiona spun around looking for Elor. She quickly spotted her. Here's yours, Elor said, handing a simple key and length of chain over to Fiona. "Mind you don't lose it." "Mine?" Fiona repeated in surprise. "Certainly," Allura said with a raised eyebrow. "You're a werewoman. This is your were." With a nod, Fiona placed the chain over her neck and the key against her chest, pretending that she completely understood Allura's meaning. She was certain that she was missing some deep importance in the head woman's words, but she didn't have the time to think on it more. Jigurd and Jakarin were right behind her. "Let's go," Jakarin urged, all pretense now dropped. "We don't want to be late." "Especially not for Hinez," Jigurd agreed with a grimace. Fiona said nothing but quickened her pace, breaking into a trot as she exited into the weir bowl. She was about to slow down, uncertain of her direction, when Jakarin sped past her. "This way!" A knot of weirlings were gathered outside the first-level door that housed the weir's supply of firestone. "You'll need someone to count," a voice beside her chimed up unexpectedly. Fiona turned to see Zinna, who gave her a reassuring smile and said, "You've got to keep a tally of all the firestone leaving the room." "Could you do it?" Fiona asked. Zinna's expression dimmed slightly, letting Fiona guess that her friend wanted a more challenging role. She leaned in closer. "What do you want to do?" "I'd like to fill the sacks," Zinna told her. "That's hard work," a deeper voice spoke up. Zinna and Fiona turned to see Jakarin standing close by. "Usually we have the younger ones switch off." "We've what, 12 weirlings to fly firestone?" Fiona asked out loud. 11, someone else called out. "Velex was injured in the last fall." 33 weirlings to bag. 34, Zinna put in stoutly. "You're not a weirling," one of the younger boys complained. "You're a girl." "I'm a girl," Fiona said warningly. "Were you addled in your shell, Delanor? She's offering to help," another weirling put in, eyeing Zinna with a combination of surprise and awe. "And what will happen when you're all in fighting wings?" Fiona asked. "Well, there'll be more weirlings," Jakarin suggested cautiously. "Not unless Malurth rises soon," Jigurd replied derisively. "Why should we worry about that?" Delanor wondered. "You shouldn't," Fiona said. "I should," she added to herself. "So, who should we set to counting?" "Why not Velex?" someone suggested. "Are you witless? Velex can barely stand." Jakarin rounded on the hapless weirling. "I can do it," Fiona suggested. "Not a good idea, weirwoman," Jigurd said at once. "You'll need to be everywhere, keeping an eye on everything." "And your dragon," Jakarin added, glancing around in search of Talent. "You'll need her to coordinate with us," Jigurd explained, "when we're at the rendezvous." "I could do it," a new voice piped up. "I'm good at counting." Fiona discovered that the voice belonged to a young girl, younger than Zinna. She had close-cropped strawberry blonde hair and vivid green eyes. "Taryn!" Zinna exclaimed in surprise. "What are you doing here? Does Allura know?" "I asked," Taryn replied stubbornly. "She said, just as long as you don't get underfoot." "Another girl," a weirling in the distance murmured disapprovingly. Fiona's doubts vanished with those words and the look on Taryn's face. "Very well. You can be our counter," she said. Jigurd gave her a doubtful look, then handed a slate to the young girl. "Make a mark for every bag filled," he told her. "I know," Taryn replied testily. "My father is a bronze rider." "No, he's not," a voice whispered loud enough to be heard by all. "Enough!" Fiona bellowed, causing Taryn to shrink visibly and the weirlings to back away in surprise. "We've work to do, and we need to do it now." She turned to the younger weirlings. "You know what to do. Get moving." "They're going to need a full sack for every flying dragon," Jigurd told her. "And then we'll need twice that for the weirlings." "That's 164 sacks to start," Fiona translated, "and 328 for the weirlings," Taryn supplied from beside her. Catching the looks of surprise around her, she added, "I said I was good with numbers." She paused and looked at the weirlings. With Zinna, that's just under 5 sacks each to start and another not quite 10 for the Wehrlings. With that number, the Wehrlings will be carrying close to 30 bags each, won't they? Fiona asked, looking to Jigurd for agreement. He pursed his lips thoughtfully, then nodded. That's too much weight, isn't it? Each sack weighs. Pern dodged past the first of the young Wehrlings carrying 2 full sacks of firestone. We should get out of the way. 1 sack at a time, Jikarin shouted at the Wehrling. Pern quickly made 2 marks on her slate and continued. Each sack weighs 2 stone, so 30 stacks would be... She paused to mark off another filled sack leaving the storeroom. 60 stone. Too much, Fiona said. Talent, tell Reneth that the Wehrlings can only provide half the firestone at a time. Reneth has told Cleor. Talent responded immediately. You'll carry half the load, Fiona told Jigurd and Jikarin, and come back for the rest. The 2 riders nodded and quickly exchanged looks of relief. Henez wants to know when his wing will have its firestone, Talent relayed to her. Ask Reneth in what order Cleor wants the wings provisioned, Fiona responded. Henez first, Talent replied, her voice sounding slightly amused. Be sure to get the firestone to Henez's wing first, Fiona called to the Wehrlings as they rushed past. I'd be quicker if the younger ones just did the bagging and the older ones distributed, Pern said, her tone reminding Fiona somewhat of Zinna. Excellent suggestion, Pern, Fiona replied, gesturing to Jigurd to implement it. Are you hoping to be werewoman yourself, then? Jigurd asked the young girl teasingly before hoisting a firestone sack and trotting off toward Henez's waiting wing. Don't listen to him, Fiona said to Pern. He's just annoyed that he didn't think of it himself. The younger girl's expression brightened. Fiona could feel the tension from the dragons out in the Weyr bowl, and didn't need to see Henez's irritated gestures to realize that the Dragonriders expected their supplies to be delivered more quickly. She sighed and resolved to start earlier before the fall when it really came. But drills are how people learn, as her father often said. She smiled to herself at the thought of how surprised her father would be to see her in her current position. Lord Bemin had always been appalled when Fiona had taken it upon herself to order the Hold Guard and other holders about. Yet now she was ordering Dragonriders. Fiona stood at the entrance of the Firestone room until Pern's count reached 30 sacks, and then decided to follow the last sack to see how things were with the Dragonriders. Her eyes first went to Henez's depleted wing. The other Wehrling carrying the last load was struggling to bring it to the waiting blue rider at a trot, but the distance from the Firestone room was such that it took several minutes to get there. Who's next? Fiona murmured aloud to herself, determined to order the next wing to move closer to the Firestone. Irritably, she realized that she didn't know. Probably Mavaler and Corral, Henez's favorite wing leaders, Fiona decided with a grimace. Fiona guessed that Cleor was giving the prickly flight leader the opportunity to be first into the drill. Talent, have Mavaler bring his wing here, she told her dragon. They'll get their firestone that much quicker. A mild bugle in the distance alerted Fiona that her queen had relayed the message and that Mavaler was surprised at it. They come, Talent replied a moment later. Lint was surprised that I told him. Upsetting the bronze riders, I see, a woman's voice said. Fiona whirled and was surprised to find Siska looking down at her, an expression of approval on her face. This is quicker, Fiona said, gesturing to the wing of dragons that had arrived in front of the Firestone room. I know, Siska agreed in an easy, amused tone, but having your new queen, not months out of her shell, order grizzled veterans around is something new to them. I suppose it must be, Fiona agreed reluctantly, but they seemed so upset at not getting their firestone quicker. Don't apologize, Siska interrupted, holding up a hand. You're doing your duty as a werewoman. Was this another test? Fiona asked, her feelings mixed between relief that she'd passed and annoyance that she'd been tested again. Every day is a test, Siska replied soberly.
But we'll never learn new ways of doing things if we insist on telling everyone what they should be doing.
Well, I think we should keep a full load of firestone bagged and ready at all times, Fiona remarked.
A good idea, Siska agreed. And usually we do. I suspect that with Tamar's injuries, the issue was conveniently forgotten by the Weyrlings.
I can't say as I'd blame them, Fiona said. They must have been exhausted bagging and flying the firestone and then, on top of it, helping with the injured. 62, Taryn called loudly from the doorway.
Mavaler's wing had flown off and was replaced with Corral's. Siska turned to the sound of the younger girl's voice and then looked back at Fiona, her eyes dancing. Acquiring more outcasts?
She can count, Fiona replied with a shrug. She says her father was a rider.
Siska made a face. She came to us from a small hold that was doing poorly, she said. And yes, they made the claim, but couldn't identify the parent.
And they let her go? Fiona asked, surprised.
It was 6 turns ago, during that harsh winter, and that hold couldn't feed itself, Siska explained.
Before Fiona could ask the question, the Weyr woman continued. Yes, it was one of your father's minor holds. It must have been metallic, Fiona decided. Father was going to replace the holder there as soon as the weather turned good enough to ride. Siska raised an eyebrow, urging Fiona to go on. There were none left alive when he got there, Fiona told her grimly.
So, she was lucky, Siska murmured quietly.
Yes, Fiona agreed with a deep sigh. She shook herself and said to the Weyr woman, I think I'll go inside and see if I can help. Siska acknowledged this with a wave and strode off. Inside the firestone room, the air was getting dusty as the Weyrlings heaped firestone into open sacks. She spotted Zinna and waved to her, but the Weyr girl was too busy, wiping sweat out of her eyes and stooping to shovel another load of firestone into her bag. Water, Fiona murmured to herself. We must get them water. And why wasn't there more air coming in? She started back to the entrance and pushed the double doors fully open, then looked around for someone to get water. Talent, she called. Could you ask Elor to send someone with water for the Weyrlings? They'll be parched. Elor has sent the water, Talent told a moment later. Thank you, Fiona replied, sending a mental caress toward her dragon. 100, Taryn said beside her as another Weyrling passed by. Thank you. Fiona looked up and saw Tajin lifting a sack of firestone up to his perch behind Tamar on Zarenth. I've brought some water, a young boy piped up suddenly from behind Fiona. She turned and had to lower her gaze to meet the eyes of the tow-headed youngster in front of her. Can you go inside and make sure that everyone gets a drink? The boy's eyes grew big and round as he realized he was talking to a Weyr woman, but he shook his head slowly. Why not? Fiona asked in surprise. Firestone explodes when water touches it, the boy replied in a half-whisper. Old firestone, Taryn chimed in abruptly. This is new firestone. She shook her head at him, looking superior, although Fiona doubted she was more than 2 turns his elder. Go on, Fiona said, gently shoving the child to the door. You'll be fine. Just make sure that everyone gets a drink. Tell them it's my orders. Yes, Weyr woman, the boy replied, his shoulders suddenly straighter as he realized that he would be giving the Weyr woman's orders. Fiona, who had been raised as a Lord Holder's daughter, had only a fleeting moment of surprise at how easily everyone followed her orders before she returned her attention to the task at hand. 110, Taryn called out a short time later. Fiona insisted on carrying the last sack herself and cheerfully handed it up to a blue rider, who gawked at her in surprise before tying the sack to his riding harness. Good flying, she called up to him. Thank you, Weyr woman, the rider returned, and then he was rising into the air, following the last wing as it took station above the star-stones, then blinked between to the skies above Ruatha Hold. Everyone take a break, Fiona called, but stay on your feet. 10 minutes. She had sent the Weyr boy back to the kitchens for some snacks and set him the task of ensuring that everyone had a chance to eat while they were resting. She went into the Firestone room and rousted Zinna and the Weyrlings, urging, "Get some fresh air." To Taryn she said, "Good job." The youngster glowed. "What do you think of Firestone now?" Fiona asked Zinna when she had a chance to catch her alone. "It's not so bad," Zinna replied with a look of stout determination. When the break was over, the younger Weyrlings and Zinna started back to bagging Firestone, while the older Weyrlings put their harnesses on their dragons in preparation for hauling the Firestone. At last, the last sack was loaded onto the dragons, and Jigurd waved to Fiona from his perch on brown Wynurth, then called to the other Weyrlings, "Test straps!" The Weyrling dragons flexed their hindquarters and leapt into the air, their wings beating frantically as they lifted their loads. Just off the ground they hovered.
"Wynurth asks if you can see any loose straps," Talent told her.
Fiona got a feeling of motion from her queen and turned to see Talent hurrying out onto her ledge to see all the commotion firsthand. As the young gold caught sight of the straining dragons, she added wistfully,
"When can I do that?" "When the other Weyrlings of your clutch can,"
Fiona replied, sending a wave of commiseration along with the thought. She turned back to the Weyrlings and assessed their situation.
"Tell Wynurth that I see nothing wrong from here."
Jigurd waved down at her and made a pumping motion to the flying Weyrlings. They rose higher. Jigurd dropped his arms suddenly, and the Weyrlings swooped, stopping abruptly, straining their lines.
"Wynurth says that everyone reports ready,"
Talent relayed in a tone of curiosity.
"What are they ready for?"
What indeed, Fiona wondered. Suddenly she understood.
"Talent, tell Reneth the Weyrlings are ready,"
Fiona said, realizing that Jigurd could have just as easily had his own dragon relay the information to the Weyr leader.
"Cleor says that they should meet high at the North Urothan border,"
Talent responded a moment later, relaying the message very carefully.
"Good,"
Fiona responded.
"Please tell Wynurth."
A moment later, Jigurd made another arm motion. In response, the Weyrlings rose higher, gathered at the Starstones, and then disappeared between.
"Did they get there?"
Fiona asked a moment later.
"Reneth says they are in a good formation,"
Talent replied. Fiona straightened her shoulders with pride and turned to Taryn. "They got there," she said. The youngster looked at her as if she'd just pronounced water wet. It seemed only moments later that the older Weyrlings were back, tying on their second load of Firestone. Again they tested it. This time one sack fell off, and a shame-faced green rider returned to the ground, retrieved the fallen sack, tied it securely, and tested once more. When all was in order, Jigurd gave the signal again, and they went between, Jigurd first sketching a salute to Fiona. Fiona smiled and, gesturing for Taryn to follow her, entered the Firestone room. Inside, she quickly collected all the younger Weyrlings. "Great work, everyone," she said to them, eyeing them all carefully. They were hot and sweaty, looking very much worse for their efforts. And yet, in a real fall, they'd need to prepare at least 8 bags of Firestone for each dragon, and they'd only prepared 3. "We've got at least an hour before we'll need to do more," she told them. Their faces brightened until Fiona held up a hand in caution. "But I think we should ready another load of Firestone just in case." "But we won't need it," a voice grumbled in the crowd. "Today, maybe," Fiona said. "But sure as thread falls from the sky, the dragons will be needing Firestone soon. What harm is there in being ready?" "She sounds just like Tamar," the same voice grumbled. "She should. She's a Weyr woman," another voice answered. Fiona recognized that voice as Fijian. "Fijian, take charge," she said. "I want to talk with the Weyr women." With that, she turned and moved out briskly, her thoughts racing even more quickly. It seemed foolish to her, with the illness and so few Weyrlings, for the Weyr to rely on them alone for Firestone. And what would happen if the older Weyrlings got the illness or were injured? Who would fly the Firestone then? Perhaps some of the less injured dragons could do it, or perhaps Cleor's thought of having healthy riders ride sick riders' dragons would fill the gap. She needed to talk to Siska. "They won't be up for it," Fiona blurted as soon as she found the Weyr woman where she was supervising the laying out of the first aid area along with Kentai and Allure. Instead of asking who or what, Siska merely nodded. "What should we do about it?" "Can we organize some of the Weyr folk?" Fiona asked her. She lowered her voice to be certain that no one else heard her next words. "We don't know if the illness will affect the younger dragons. We must be prepared." "Actually," Siska corrected her, "we do know that it will affect them." Fiona looked puzzled, until Siska continued. "We know that Lorana's Arith is infected." "Oh, yes," Fiona replied sadly. She glanced toward her Weyr where Talent was eyeing the bustle in the Weyr bowl with great interest. "We can do it," Allure said. "We'll have to use more of the youngsters, though." "Good idea," Siska said. She turned to Fiona. "And with the work set more squarely on the Weyr folk, you'll be able to help me with more of my chores." Oddly, the thought cheered Fiona. Siska caught her look and winked at her. "In fact," she began, glancing around at the activity of the Weyr bowl, "I think that perhaps you and I should make a quick inspection while we still have the time." "Inspection?" Fiona repeated, wondering what the Weyr woman was talking about. A rustle of wings surprised her further, even more so when Gold Malurth settled on the ground next to them. "Run and get your riding things," Siska ordered, turning to the chair on which she draped her Weyr-hide jacket, leather helmet, and gloves. Fiona raced back to her quarters, waved cheerfully at Talent, rushed into her rooms, and opened the closet where she'd placed the riding leathers that she'd been given, in all due ceremony, at Turn's End. She was surprised to realize that had been less than 3 weeks ago. She grabbed what she needed and raced back out. "She's big and you're small," Siska said, eyeing her queen with obvious delight. "So I'll give you a hand up." It was less elegant than that, but finally, with a certain amount of undignified pushing on the part of Fort's senior werewoman, Fiona managed to catch the riding straps and crawl up on Malurth's neck. A moment later she was joined by Siska. "Are you ready?" Siska asked, leaning over Fiona's shoulder. "Where are we going?" Fiona asked, looking around the Weyr bowl quickly, seeing the startled look on Zinna's face and the eager looks of the younger Weyrlings. "I can't have you not doing your duty as Weyrwoman just because your dragon's too young to fly," Siska told her sternly, adding with a chuckle, "And I haven't been in the air for days." With that, Malurth leapt, her great wings easily propelling them up high and out of the bowl. They paused only long enough to dip a wing at the watch dragon by the star stones, and then Fiona was engulfed in the cold between.
"Are you all right?"
Talent asked anxiously.
"I'm fine,"
Fiona replied, and was surprised to realize that she was. It was the first time that between seemed merely normal, almost comforting. She had only an instant to adjust to the new feeling before they burst out again into the sunlight. Above her, Fiona could see 12 dragons spread in a loose V formation. Each dragon had a pair of firestone sacks dangling below them. "We're here!" Fiona cried, suddenly understanding Siska. "We're watching the Weyrlings deliver the firestone." "Part of your job, Weyrwoman," Siska said into her ear. "Pay attention and see if they're doing it right." Of course they were. They'd already done it once that morning. The purpose of the trip, Fiona realized, was not so much for her to check up on the Weyrlings as for Siska to show her how the Weyrlings should be passing Firestone. The maneuver was quite tricky, Fiona decided as she watched one of the fighting dragons catch up with a Weyrling, come alongside, get the Weyrling's attention, and then, with a heart-stopping flip of the wings, dive in a spiral to a position directly underneath the Weyrling, near the Firestone sack. The load was transferred neatly from Weyrling to Dragonrider, and then the two veered away from each other, the Weyrling's dragon lurching slightly from the sudden weight reduction. "Well done," Siska murmured in Fiona's ear. Fiona nodded in agreement. "Watch carefully. The trick's the same for the flamethrowers we'll be using." We don't have enough queens, Fiona protested, trying to imagine herself and Talent accomplishing the maneuver.
Yet, Siska said with a laugh. They watched until all the Weirlings had relinquished their loads, and then Siska called, "Hold on tight!" Suddenly, Malurth's great wings were pumping with more power than Fiona could imagine, and the great queen lurched forward in the sky, arcing up to a nearly upside-down position before sweeping back in the other direction and taking up a position directly in front of the Weirlings. Fiona felt more than heard the surprise and pleasure of the Weirling dragons behind her. "We're taking them home," Siska called. Fiona felt Siska change her balance as she raised an arm and gave the universal signal to go between.
"We're coming back now,"
Fiona told Talent as the cold nothingness that was between engulfed her once more.
"You had fun,"
Talent said, sounding both pleased and accusing. They burst out into the air above Fort Weyr, right at the Starstones. The watch dragon bugled a greeting as Malurth zoomed past, and then began a spiraling, leisurely descent back into the Weyr.
"Yes, I did,"
Fiona agreed happily. That evening, Zinna was so obviously sore from all her efforts that Fiona insisted the younger girl take her bath first. "Don't put on your nightgown when you get out," Fiona ordered. "I'm going to put some salve on your back." Zinna didn't even protest as Fiona slathered her back with the sticky salve. Finally, Fiona sent her to bed and took her own bath. When she was done, she found Zinna already asleep, lightly snoring. Sometimes Fiona thought happily to herself in a drowsy languor just before sleep overtook her. "It's like we're sisters." It was a pleasant thought, and Fiona squirmed up closer to Zinna as she settled into sleep. It was still midwinter, and the warmth of another body was perfect. When Fiona awoke the next morning, Zinna was still sound asleep. She decided to leave her. She knew that, despite Zinna's protests, the girl had worked herself ragged the day before. Stepping into Talent's Weyr, she checked on her sleeping mate, quietly oiled a new flaky patch that she'd been eyeing, and made her way out onto the ledge and into the Weyr bowl. The sun had crested over the easterly ridge of Fort Weyr, but there were still heavy banks of fog rising from the bowl itself. Still, Fiona had no trouble negotiating her way to the dining cavern. "Fiona!" Siska hailed her as she entered. Fiona looked around and saw the Weyr leader and Weyr woman seated by themselves at one of the regular tables. Siska was beckoning to her. Fiona waved back and trotted over to sit beside them. "We don't have enough Weirlings," Cleor began without preamble, not even looking up from the roll he was buttering. He was dressed in a worn tunic and looked haggard. "No," Fiona agreed. "Cleor, let her eat," Siska said, pushing the rolls toward Fiona and offering, with a quirk of her eyebrow, to pour the claw. "It's okay," Fiona said after her first gulp of claw. Siska glanced pointedly to Cleor before glancing back to see if Fiona understood. Fiona didn't, but she gathered that the Weyr woman wanted her to eat before she spoke again, so she took a roll herself and began to butter it quietly. "Siska," Cleor murmured warningly to his mate. "Shh," Siska said firmly in response. "Eat. Talk after." "We need an answer before the others get here," Cleor grumbled before returning dutifully to his eating. Fiona bit into her roll, still hot and melting the butter, chewed reflexively, swallowed, and asked, in defiance of Siska's warning looks, "How many Weirlings would we need?" "A flight of flying Weirlings would be best," Siska said, raising a hand to keep Cleor from answering. "They need to have at least a turn from the egg, right?" "More would be better," Siska said in agreement. "In easier times, we wouldn't have them lifting Firestone until they have at least 2 turns." "Don't want to overstrain them," Cleor put in. "The younger ones will need another 10 months before they can help," Fiona observed, realizing that she and Talent would start their training at about the same time. "Queens wait longer," Siska told her warningly. "In good times," Fiona pointed out. "And these are not good times?" Siska asked with a grin. "You're to start training with the Weirlings too," Cleor told Fiona abstractedly. "I'm responsible for her training, Weyr leader," Siska reminded him,
adding a playful poke to remove any sting in her words.
"So tell her,"
Cleor said, flinching from her fingers. "You're to train with the Weirlings," Siska said, turning back to administer another fast, playful poke to her mate.
"Can I?" Fiona's eyes shone with excitement. "That'd be great."
Cleor snorted humorously.
"How did it work with Tamar and Tajin?" Fiona asked, returning to the original problem.
"Well enough," Cleor said, "but that solves only part of the problem."
"And we still don't know if one dragon will let another ride it." "Can't you test that?" Fiona wondered. The other two looked at her. "Can Siska ride Reneth?" The two gave her startled looks. Fiona wondered what was wrong with her suggestion.
"Better a brown rider on a bronze," Cleor said after a moment.
Seeing Fiona's perplexed look, he explained,
"I'd be surprised if a bronze would let a woman ride him."
"Any more than I could see a man on a queen," Siska said by way of agreement.
"Of course," Cleor added reflectively. "No one has ever tried, so I can't be certain it wouldn't work."
Siska's eyes narrowed as she said thoughtfully, "I wonder if Reneth would let me ride him."
Cleor shrugged. "I'd prefer it if you never have to find out."
"Me too,"
Siska agreed fervently. "What did you do last Threadfall?" Fiona asked, her mind still working on the question before them.
"We used the older Weirlings and rotated a wing from each of the flights,"
Cleor told her. "We left you to handle the problem yourself yesterday because we wanted to give you the chance to come up with a better solution," Siska explained to Fiona.
"And we have so few dragons now that a wing would be a big loss to our fighting strength,"
Cleor added. "Especially with the illness," Siska added bitterly. She glanced at Cleor consideringly, then added, "I think we're going to lose Eurinth and Casunth today." Cleor nodded, his expression set. "Inez will stay with Favin, and Mavalar says he has someone with Spivin," Siska added.
"Thank you for that,"
Cleor said, acknowledging Siska's foresight. "We've got another 40 or more who are feverish," Siska continued unhappily.
"How many will be ready for this fall?"
"If it comes to the worst, a little more than a full flight," Siska told him. "But that would be spread out amongst the wings."
"A flight,"
Cleor repeated with anguish in his voice. "We'll find a cure," Fiona said, surprising herself. "We have to. What about Bendenweir? Have we any news from them?" "They found a room," Siska said after a moment of silent communion with her dragon. "Malurth tells me that Gaminth says they are searching it." "See? Then they'll find a cure," Fiona predicted confidently. "In the meantime," Siska said, looking pointedly at Cleor to get his full attention, "it is up to us, Weir leader and Weir woman, to keep up our spirits."
"I agree," Cleor said. "If we lose hope, then all the Weir will lose hope."
Fiona nodded, but her mind was back on the issue of Firestone. How much Firestone can one of the larger dragons carry? Weir leader and Weir woman looked at her expectantly, so she continued. "Could one of the browns or bronzes carry enough for a full wing?"
"Just detach a dragon from the wing to get the Firestone?"
Cleor repeated to see if he was following Fiona's line of thought. When she nodded, Siska brightened, saying, "That could work."
"It'd be difficult for the wing, though,"
Cleor said consideringly.
"They'd lose cohesion, which would make fighting Thread harder."
"They'd have to train for it," Siska agreed. Cleor frowned. "But wouldn't they have the same problem if a dragon or rider got injured?" Fiona asked.
"Yes, they would,"
Cleor agreed. His expression brightened, and he nodded to Fiona.
"Your suggestion certainly could work."
"I think you should try it out tomorrow," Siska said.
"Why not today?"
Cleor asked in surprise. A bugle and the sound of dragons keening erupted in the Weir bowl outside. "Eurinth has gone between," Siska responded. A moment later the keening increased to a higher pitch.
"Casunth?"
Cleor asked. Siska nodded sadly. The loss of 2 more dragons to the illness cast a pall on the entire Weir. Fiona found some solace in oiling Talent's hide, and for a change it was frustrating that the queen's skin had very few of the dangerous dry patches. She was happy to be interrupted by a voice from outside her ledge calling, "Werewoman, Wingleader Tamar sends his compliments and asks if you and Talent would join the Weirlings in the morning drill." "We'd be delighted," she called to Zinna. "Zinna, we're going to drill with the Weirlings. Join us if you want." "I don't have a dragon," Zinna called back grumpily. "You can pretend," Fiona answered with a grin. Talent insisted once more on launching herself from her ledge and gliding down to the bowl proper before trotting over to the Weirlings arrayed outside their barracks.
"Weirwoman," Tamar nodded to her as she joined the group, "if you'd please drill with the younger group."
"Can't we have her with us?"
Jagerd asked. The rest of the older Weirlings added their agreement. "No," Tamar told them firmly. "Talent is of the same clutch as the youngsters. The drill is appropriate to her age." "But she's bigger than any of them," an older Weirling protested. "That's because she's a queen, Dimglow," Fijian snapped in response.
"Where would you like us?" Fiona asked.
"A queen's position is either in front of a wing or in the middle of the wing," Tamar told her. "Today, I'd like you in the middle so that you and your dragon can observe the others." "But," he continued, spreading his attention amongst all the other younger Weir leaders, "until you riders know your drill, your dragons will stand aside."
A chorus of groans rose from the younger Weirlings, but was silenced by Tamar's order.
"Form up!"
Fiona watched in surprise as the Weirlings started to line up in a large V formation until she heard a voice whisper loudly, "You're supposed to be in the center." Fiona flushed and then rushed to find her position. At the front, Fijian craned his neck around at the formation, then called to Tamar, "Ready for drill!"
"Weirwoman, you need to be farther back, in line with the second-to-last row," Tamar called critically.
Fiona scooted back quickly to the correct position.
"Very well," Tamar said, seeming satisfied. "Now we will drill."
He took a deeper breath and ordered,
"Wing, right wheel!"
Fiona was totally lost as the riders started moving forward and turning to the right. In moments, she was completely outside the formation, scampering to get back.
"Halt!"
Tamar bellowed. The group halted.
"Weirwoman!"
"I got lost," Fiona said. "Sorry."
"Perhaps you should watch some drill first," Tamar replied, beckoning to her to join him. To the Weirlings he called, "Reform!"
As he put the Weirlings through their drills, Tamar explained everything to Fiona, from the formations to the arm motions to the timing. When they were done, he called out, "Halt! Reform in a V ahead." To Fiona he said,
"Now, Weirwoman, are you ready to resume your education?"
Fiona took a deep breath and nodded. "I just hope my arms don't get too sore."
"If they don't," Tamar told her with a determined look, "let me know." He smiled at her distraught look. "It's your first day. Your arms are certain to get sore."
She made a grim face, to which Tamar added,
"Just remember, all eyes will be on you."
Fiona nodded, shook her head to clear her mood, and smiled at the wingleader. "They always are." The drill was every bit as exhausting as Tamar had promised, but Fiona refused to admit it or ask for a break. It was only when the Weirlings themselves were grumbling loudly that Tamar finally relented.
"Okay, now get your dragons," he told them, "and reform here."
As Fiona sought out Talent, Tamar told her in an undertone,
"You're to stand in front of your dragon."
Fiona nodded and beckoned Talent to follow her. As the Weirlings reformed, Fiona found her assigned spot and spent a few moments positioning Talent.
"This is fun!"
Talent exclaimed, eyes whirling green in pleasure. And, as the Weirlings recommenced their drill, with their dragons following dutifully behind them, Fiona realized that it was fun, for a while anyway. They practiced the various maneuvers over and over again, until even Talent's enthusiasm waned.
"Well done," Tamar called finally. "You can all take a break. Be sure to get water for your dragons."
As he spotted some Weirlings heading to the barracks, he called out, "Walk to the lake. Do not get water from the barracks. You need to cool off muscles, yours and your dragon's." Fiona could see the sense in that as she trudged along with the others to the far end of the bowl and the lake. The penned herd beasts, afraid that they were on the menu, wailed and slunk away from the approaching dragons.
"I'm not hungry,"
Talent said, snorting irritatedly at the herd beasts.
"They don't know any better,"
Fiona replied. When her stomach grumbled, she added humorously,
"Maybe they realize that I am." "I could get you one,"
Talent offered.
"I'll eat in the kitchen,"
Fiona assured her, patting her neck affectionately. Without thinking about it, Fiona had Talent wait to drink until all the other dragons had drunk their fill.
"Manners,"
she chided her dragon when Talent complained to her.
"We set the example. We make sure that everyone else is fed or watered before us. That's the mark of a leader."
Talent absorbed Fiona's words trustingly and ceased her grumbling.
"I'm a leader." "You're a queen,"
Fiona told her.
"Of course you are. A leader."
Talent glanced at the Weirlings ahead of her as they made their way back to the Weirling barracks.
"Shouldn't I be in front, then?" "No,"
Fiona assured her.
"You're fine where you are."
"Fiona!" A voice called from just outside the Weirling barracks. Fiona spotted Tajin striding toward her. "Good day to you, Talent," he called as he approached. To Fiona he said, "I saw the drill today. You did well." He glanced at Talent. "I just wanted to check her over. I haven't seen her in a while." Talent was delighted to show off her wings and have Tajin run knowing hands over her legs, examining her all over. "She's growing well," he declared when he was done. He nodded to Fiona, adding, "And you've done well in oiling her. I see no signs of flaky skin." "Zinna helps." Fiona felt obliged to explain. "I've heard that she has taken to gliding from her ledge," Tajin said. When Fiona nodded confirmation, he turned to the Queen and said, "Are you ready to fly?"
"Can I fly?"
Talent asked Fiona excitedly. "She certainly wants to," Fiona said. "Well, I think if she gets on her perch and tries flapping her wings for a bit, she might extend her glide," Tajin replied. But he shook his finger at Talent and added warningly, "But no more than a few beats, then glide back down. I don't want you straining yourself. You could damage your muscles." "Well, I think if she gets on her perch and tries flapping her wings for a bit, she might extend her glide," Tajin replied. But he shook his finger at Talent and added warningly, "But no more than a few beats, then glide back down. I don't want you straining yourself. You could damage your muscles."
"Can I do it now?"
Talent begged. "Can we try now?" Fiona asked. Tajin pursed his lips consideringly, then shrugged. "Only once, because both of you have had enough exercise this morning."
"I can fly!"
Talent exclaimed, prancing back to her Weyr. Fiona and Tajin followed quickly behind her and stood below the ledge to watch as she climbed up, crawled into her Weyr, turned, and raced to the edge, wings flared and ready for flight. As she leapt off, she gave her wings one beat and bugled excitedly as she rose into the air. Another beat, and then, "Hey, that's too high!" Fiona cried in alarm.
"Sorry,"
Talent responded, sounding not the least bit contrite.
"Glide on back down,"
Fiona ordered, nervously eyeing the height to which Talent had climbed. With her excitement unabated, Talent leveled her wings and glided slowly back down to the ground, landing easily several 100 meters across the bowl.
"Did you see?"
Talent called.
"I flew! I really flew!" "Yes, you did,"
Fiona agreed, her mental voice full of pride.
"You flew very well."
Tajin walked quickly toward Talent, with Fiona following a few steps behind. "Ask her to spread her wings if she can, and hold them," Tajin requested of Fiona. Talent was willing but curious.
"I think he wants to check your muscles,"
Fiona guessed. She was right. Tajin ran his hands over Talent's pectoral muscles and across her chest, gesturing for Fiona to follow behind him with her hands. "I'm feeling for any heat and any signs of knotted muscle," he explained. He paused for a moment in his exploration, widening his movements around one particular spot, then pointing it out to Fiona. "Feel here." Fiona did. The muscle seemed tighter than elsewhere. "Nothing major," Tejan assured her. "Just some normal tightness." He continued his inspection. "But if you were to feel the same tightness the next time she flies, you might want to tell me."
"Would that be bad?"
"I doubt it," Tejan said with a shrug. "Usually it's just the muscles getting their strength. Often one muscle has to do more work to compensate for weaker muscles until they get stronger. But if it persists, we may need to let her rest for a few days so that she doesn't strain herself." He smiled and beckoned for Fiona to come closer, murmuring, "Young dragons rarely do themselves an injury. The worst they do is get sore for a day or so, but it's always wise to keep an eye on them in case it's more serious."
"Can I do it again?"
Talent asked eagerly.
"Not today," Fiona replied, adding to Tejan, "She wants to do it again."
"Of course she does," Tejan replied with a grin. He caught Talent's whirling eyes and said to her, "Tomorrow, if you feel up to it."
"I will,"
Talent declared fervently, climbing back up the ledge to her Weyr. Tejan followed her progress with a thoughtful look in his eyes.
"Are you thinking she's doing too much?"
Fiona guessed. "No," Tejan said, shaking his head and smiling. "I was thinking how much her gliding exercise will help her muscle tone."
"Will that mean she'll be ready to fly sooner?" Fiona asked hopefully, working to keep her emotions from Talent. She didn't want to raise the Gold's hopes falsely.
"I don't think so," Tejan said. "But it might mean that she'll be more fit when she does first fly." He paused for a moment before adding, "But that wasn't what I was thinking."
Fiona's look challenged him to explain.
"I was thinking," Tejan answered, "that if it were to help her, it might also help the hatchlings."
Before Fiona could respond, he added,
"Those of her clutch, I mean."
"I don't know how the Weyr leader and Weyr woman would feel about that."
"We can find out by asking them," Tejan said. "But first, I wanted to know if you or Talent had any objections."
"No," Fiona said without really thinking over her answer.
Tejan cocked an eyebrow at her, challenging her response.
"No, honestly, I think it'd be fun."
"Then we should ask the Weyr leader and Weyr woman, shouldn't we?"
"They'll be at lunch," Fiona said. "Just let me make sure that Talent is settled in."
They found Siska and Cleor at the head table on the dais. "We figured that today we should be easy to find," Siska murmured to Fiona as she joined them at the table. "I heard that your dragon flew today." Fiona nodded, looking somewhat surprised that this was remarkable. "You know that Malurth keeps an eye on her hatchlings," Siska explained, and Talent was quite proud of herself.
"Yes, she was," Fiona agreed with a broad grin.
"In fact," Tejan inserted smoothly into the conversation, "we were wondering if perhaps it wouldn't be a good idea for all of Malurth's latest hatchlings to practice gliding." Siska beckoned to Cleor and quickly brought him in on the conversation. He frowned thoughtfully for a moment, then nodded, glancing at Tejan. "Would it help them fly faster?" "I doubt it," Tejan responded, "but it certainly would make the transition easier. Their muscles would be more toned."
"I suppose," Siska said carefully, glancing at Cleor for confirmation, "that if they drilled no more than once a day, it wouldn't be too great an inconvenience."
"And you could watch all the pretty youngsters," Cleor teased her.
"Cleor," Siska growled back warningly, "they're far too young for me, you know that." She cast a sidelong glance at Fiona, "though maybe for our junior Weyr woman."
Fiona blushed furiously, shaking her head in denial. Siska's eyes danced as she enjoyed Fiona's discomfort, but then she took pity on the youngster and turned back to Tejan, asking, "Have you discussed this with Tamar?" Tejan shook his head.
Tamar, who was seated farther down the table, looked up at the mention of his name.
A werewoman?
With a nod, Siska invited him to move closer. Once he was seated again, she explained Tajin's suggestion.
I'm not sure that it wouldn't actually reduce their training time, Tamar said finally. We don't know how much time is spent getting their muscles honed. Well, it wouldn't be turns, Tajin said.
No, but maybe months.
Even a month might be all the difference we need, Cleor said with a tone of urgency. Tomorrow, Thread falls at high reaches in Eigen, Tamar observed.
Ista is down to 46 fighting dragons, Siska said. At the startled looks of the others, she added, Benik of Bendin has promised to support them.
Which is why we must have all the fighting strength we can get, Cleor said.
He glanced at Tamar and Tajin.
If the older Weirlings had to, they would die, Tajin declared flatly. They haven't even started flaming yet. I think we will have to teach them soon, Cleor said heavily, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes against the anguish he felt. Even with that, Tamar declared, glancing at Tajin for confirmation, they'd need at least 3 months before they'd survive more than an hour against Thread. If that, Tajin agreed sadly. If we had the Queen's wing, Tajin said bitterly.
We've got a queen, Siska said.
We can't risk Malurth, Cleor said immediately.
If we do it properly, we won't risk anyone, Siska replied. She glanced at Fiona, cocking her head questioningly. How much firestone could Malurth carry? Fiona asked the weirwoman.
More than a bronze, Tajin replied, glancing at Tamar, who considered the statement and then nodded reluctantly. She would still have to supply the firestone, Cleor objected, and she couldn't do it any faster than another dragon.
She could if she trailed the firestone at different levels, Fiona said.
The others looked at her.
What if she trailed firestone at, say, 2, 4, and 6 dragon lengths beneath her?
On both sides, Tajin added. That'd be 6 dragons at once.
And she can carry at least twice as much firestone as the Weirlings, Fiona guessed, glancing to the weirwoman for confirmation.
Perhaps even 3 times as much, Siska allowed, glancing toward Cleor with a concerned, measuring look. If anything happened to her, Cleor began, then broke off, seeing another objection. You're forgetting, all of you, that dragons have riders.
And? Siska demanded, brows furrowed.
There's a reason the Weirlings only have 2 sacks of firestone on tether at a time, Cleor told her. It's because they couldn't manage the workload of more.
So? Siska demanded. I'll get someone to help me. She glanced pointedly at Fiona, who was delighted at the notion.
No, Cleor replied, shaking his head firmly. I might risk one of our queens at the trailing edge of Thread, but not both Weirwomen.
Siska's elation deflated immediately. You're right. Then she brightened again. Perhaps Tajin?
Actually,
Tajin began slowly as all eyes turned to him.
Perhaps it would make more sense for Tamar and me to perform the experiment first. A bronze could carry nearly as much as a queen, Cleor reminded Siska.
And it would be safer for the Weyr, Siska conceded against her will.
Someone has to keep things running here, Cleor agreed with her.
But if it works, Siska began.
We'll talk about it, Cleor agreed. He raised a finger toward Fiona, adding, But she won't ride with you.
I could take Zinna, Siska said thoughtfully. She'd be thrilled, Fiona agreed.
Tajin turned to Tamar. We should spend some time on this idea of the Weirwoman's.
It wasn't my idea, Siska corrected him, nodding to Fiona. It was hers. Fiona flushed with pride. Zinna's surprise at the long line of Weirlings clambering up the ledge to Tallenth's Weyr was quickly overwhelmed by her joy at watching the bronze, browns, blues, and greens happily launching themselves skyward, first in a glide, and then, the second time, beating their wings several times to climb and climb before once more returning to the ground. Fiona and Talent watched with her from their vantage point on the ground, Talent exclaiming happily at each launch and telling Fiona, "I flew higher than that," which, being true, required Fiona's firm agreement each time.
"Can they come again tomorrow?"
Talent asked excitedly after the Weirlings had finished their last flight and had gone back to their quarters.
"You won't mind?"
Fiona asked. Apparently not, Fiona decided, as Talent responded,
"Can I go first?"
Fiona woke suddenly, in the middle of the night. Zinna was snoring quickly beside her. Fiona directed her thoughts to Talent, and the dragon's response was so alarmed that Fiona instantly leapt out of bed. She paused only long enough to slip her feet in slippers and grab her robe before racing to Talent's Weyr. Talent was trembling in her sleep, limbs restless and eyelids fluttering.
"It's all right,"
Fiona told her dragon as quietly as she could, concentrating on soothing her without waking her. Talent uncurled, turned, and curled up again, still trembling.
"It burns,"
Fiona heard. She snapped her head around, looking outside the Weyr, trying to locate the source of that thought. But before she found it, she heard another voice call,
"Arith!"
And suddenly Fiona felt her legs give out, and she collapsed against Talent, all strength drained, her eyes streaming tears, her mouth open in a silent scream. She seemed to lie there forever, all strength sapped, all hope gone, feeling only the trembling of her queen beside her. And then,
"It will be all right."
But it wasn't Talent's voice. Fiona opened her eyes, looking around to find the source of the voice. After a long moment, Fiona thought back,
"How can you be sure?"
But there was no answer. 11. I reached out and you were gone. I cried out, but you had flown. Fort Hold, morning, AL 508, 119. Siska found her there, sleeping beside Talent early the next morning. "Arith has gone between," Fiona said grimly. Siska looked startled. "Didn't you hear it happen?" Fiona asked her, surprised. Siska shook her head. "I heard Arith cry, 'It burns,' and then Lorana cried, 'Arith,' and then Arith went between, and I collapsed." "I've never heard of this happening before," Siska said, looking troubled. "And then I heard another voice," Fiona said. "What did it say?" "It said, 'It will be all right.'" "I certainly hope so," Siska agreed fervently, but she looked dubious. She looked off into the distance for a long, thoughtful moment, and then seemed to come to a decision. "Whether it will or not, that's how we should act." "Like it will be all right?" "Yes," Siska said. She leaned over and extended a hand to Fiona. "And so you'd best make yourself presentable. Meet me in the kitchen cavern. I'm sure others will want that reassurance to see that it will be all right." Fiona took Siska's hand gratefully and stood up, feeling sore from her awkward sleeping position. "So, if Arith has gone between, what will Lorana do?" Fiona asked. "She'll grieve," Siska said, her eyes bright with tears. "What about the cure? Was she working on that?" Fiona wondered. Siska's eyes widened in horror. "Arith said it burns. What if the cure was what killed her dragon?" Siska's voice trailed off. From her expression, Fiona could see that Siska was speaking to Malurth, but then the Weyr woman stopped abruptly. "Bendin flies today with Ista. I won't add to their worries," she declared. "We can find out later." She nodded to herself firmly, then told Fiona, Go have a bath, and meet me when you're ready." "Yes, Weyr woman." Fiona discovered just how fast news traveled in the Weyrs when she arrived at the Weyr leader's table for breakfast. "If Arith went between, what does that mean for our Weyrlings? They're nearly the same age," McCurry was saying as Fiona sat. Getting no response from the Weyr leaders, he turned to her. "What do you think, Weyr woman?" "I think it will be all right," Fiona replied, trying to sound as if she believed it.
"They were working on a cure, weren't they?" Corral asked from his side of the table.
His eyes rested on Fiona, so she felt obliged, if utterly unqualified, to answer. "I know no more than you," Fiona told him honestly.
"Well, I hope they hurry," McCurry said. "I've got 3 sick dragons in my wing." "I doubt 2 of mine will last the day," Corral said by way of agreement. "How many will be left to fight the next Threadfall?" Inez demanded. "More than Ista," Mavailer said morosely. "Fighting Thread is hard enough without this illness eating away at our strength," Vinay observed, disheartedly spooning up some cereal. "Too right," McCurry agreed sourly. "And the illness itself, it's hard enough when you can tell with the sneezing, but Jakoth, he was fine one moment and then just gone. How can we tell if we're taking sick dragons against Thread?"
"It will be all right," Fiona ventured again, wishing she could find the same conviction as whoever had spoken to her earlier. Vinay looked across at her, disbelief written on his face.
"No offense, Weyr woman, but you're young, and the young are always convinced they'll live forever." "Lorana Zarith was not much older than your Talent," Inez observed. He turned to Cleor. "Are we certain that none of the Weirlings are sick?"
His implication was not lost on Fiona, who suddenly found it harder to be optimistic and lost her appetite for her role. Siska shot her a quick look, her eyes dropping to Fiona's food, and getting the hint, Fiona forced herself to take a bite.
"None that we've noticed," Tamar said.
The other wing leaders looked less than reassured at this, so he continued.
"Tajin has been keeping a special eye on them."
The implication that Tajin, who had lost his dragon to the illness, would be a diligent observer was not lost on the wing leaders.
"That's good," Vinay said. Corral wasn't so pleased. But his dragon was coughing up that green infection before." "Wing leaders," Cleor said, raising his voice to cut across Corral's words. "In 6 days we ride fall over Ruatha Hold and our own Weyr. For now, I think that should be all that concerns us."
The wing leaders nodded in reluctant assent, returning their attention to the food on their plates. After breakfast, Cleor had the wing leaders assemble their wings for more practice drills.
"You'll have the Weirlings today, Weyr woman,"
Tamar informed Fiona as she strode out into the Weyr bowl with him after breakfast. Fiona couldn't hide her surprise, and Tamar chuckled.
"Just tell them to go about their chores, then drill them like we did the other day, and, if they're good, let them have another romp on the Weyr woman's ledge," he told her.
"What about you, Tajin?" Fiona asked worriedly.
"We're going to try your trick with the Firestone," Tamar told her with a grin.
He laughed when he saw her stricken expression. Turning away to wave to Tajin, he called over his shoulder,
"The rewards of a job well done."
"Another job." Fiona thought to herself, remembering that her father had often said the same thing to her. The thought of him braced her, and she squared her shoulders and turned toward the Weirling barracks. Jagurd and Jakarin were joking with Fijian, the young bronze rider, off to one side.
"Weyr woman,"
Jakarin said, nodding respectfully when she approached. "You're to finish your chores, then drill the older wings," she said, glancing at Jagurd to see that he understood. The curly-headed youth pursed his lips in readiness of some objection, then thought the better of it and nodded in acceptance. Satisfied, Fiona turned to Fijian. "When the younger Weirlings are done with their chores, let me know. We'll be drilling on the ground." Fijian nodded, somewhat surprised at hearing her give orders. He was a good head taller than she and at least a full turn older.
"Yes, Weyr woman."
Zinna joined her before the chores were done, so Fiona took her aside for a hasty conference. "Tamar says I'm to drill the younger Weirlings today," Fiona told her, allowing her panic to show. "You'll do fine," Zinna assured her. As Fiona began to shake her head, Zinna added, "Just pretend like you mean everything as a test, especially any orders you get wrong." With Zinna by her side, murmuring encouragement, the drill went well enough, especially when Fiona had the brilliant idea to have Talent join in again and also tried alternating who gave the drills. She even surprised everyone by giving Zinna a chance. "Just pretend like you mean everything as a test," Fiona quoted back at her as she rushed off to lead Talent. The other girl's eyes flashed angrily, but then she grinned. Despite the Weirling's initial mutinous murmurs, Zinna proved as adept at drill as Fiona had expected, giving her orders in a well-timed cadence that actually made the drills work better. "That was amazing," Zinna told Fiona when they finally called halt, her eyes shining with joy. "I could almost feel how they'd be in the air, and—" She cut herself off abruptly and dropped her eyes to the ground. Fiona could guess what the other girl was thinking, that it was something she'd never experienced. She wanted to say something to reassure her, to give her hope, but she couldn't think of anything that wouldn't sound false or silly. "Help me walk Talent to the lake," she said instead, leading them to the tail of the long line of weary but exhilarated Weirlings. "Why is she sad?" Talent asked, turning her faceted eyes toward Zinna. "She wants to impress," Fiona told her. "Zinna, you could impress one of my hatchlings," Talent told the younger girl, but loudly enough that Fiona could hear, adding hurriedly, "when I have them." Zinna stopped in her tracks, jaw agape as she looked at the young queen. She raced up and wrapped her arms around Talent's neck, reaching up toward her head to scratch her eye ridges. "Thank you, Talent." "Of course it will be a while before I'm old enough," Talent added privately to Fiona. Fiona smiled at her dragon and raced around to her other side to scratch her other eye ridge. Talent stopped, momentarily lost in draconic rapture, then realized that the Weirlings were leaving them behind and started forward once more, alternating hopeful looks from side to side in an effort to keep both girls scratching. The high point of the day for Fiona was back at the Weirwoman's ledge watching Talent and the other Weirlings practice flying again. Finally, though, the practice was over, and she dispersed the tired but happy Weirlings back to their barracks. She had just finished oiling and settling Talent comfortably in her Weyr when Tamar and Tajin returned on Bronze Zorenth. She raced over the ledge, jumping high with all the enthusiasm of a Weirling, landed on bent knees, and tore off toward them. "How did it go?" she cried as she approached. Tajin was first down, and he met her grin with one of his own. "It went well." "Help me down, will you?" Tamar called irritably from his perch, flapping his injured arm in its sling like a wounded dragon. "Can't manage yet with this on me." Tajin shortly had the bronze rider on the ground. "I can't wait to get better," Tamar said, sourly massaging his shoulder with his free hand. "I wouldn't have guessed," Tajin observed drolly. The bronze rider's eyes flashed. Then the anger faded as he realized he was being teased. "It's just—" "It was too much for your arm," Tajin finished, meeting Tamar's stubborn look squarely. "You shouldn't have tried so much this first time." Tamar started to argue but caught himself and sighed, shaking his head. "You're right," he agreed glumly. "But we need every dragon." "And rider," Tajin interjected. "And rider," Tamar agreed, "to fight the fall." "We need every healthy rider and dragon," Fiona corrected him. "It's no use having sick dragons or injured riders trying to fight Thread." Tamar glanced from Tajin to Fiona and back again, deciding not to argue the point. "Anyway," Tajin said, returning to Fiona's original question, "it went well." "It would have been better if both of us were uninjured," Tamar added. "That slowed things down," Tajin agreed with a wave of his hand. "Even so, trailing 6 sacks of firestone was much quicker than trailing 2 at a time." "Why did we never do it this way before?" Fiona wondered. "Because it only makes sense in certain circumstances," Tamar replied. "It works when there are grown dragons fit enough to haul firestone, but not fit enough to fly a fall." "And when the Weyr is short of able Weirlings," Tajin added. "Yes," Tamar agreed, glancing toward the hatching grounds and quickly back at the others, as if questioning why there weren't more Weirlings old enough to haul firestone. "And it's hard work,
Hard on the dragon, hard on the riders. More weirlings is definitely the better choice, Tajin agreed.
There was a sound above them, and all three craned their necks upward. The rest of the Weyr was returning. Fiona watched in wonder as the dragons of the 6 fighting wings dispersed, first dropping their riders off, and then heading either to the feeding grounds or their weirs for a much-needed rest. Her expression changed as she noticed how ragged each of the wings appeared, small, disordered.
"It's the illness," Tajin said.
Fiona looked over at him and saw that he'd been watching her.
"The wings are disarrayed because of sick or lost dragons."
His voice choked on the word, lost, and Fiona realized that rarely did anyone refer to the dragons as dead. It was just too hard to say. "But they'll fight well enough," Tamar declared, glancing over toward Cleor as he and his riders dismounted.
"I wonder how it went with the others today?"
Tajin asked. No one doubted that he meant the other Weyrs.
"We'll find out soon enough," Tamar said, slapping the other man on his shoulder. "Let's get cleaned up and meet with Cleor."
"Siska wants you." The voice was that of a grown female dragon, Milurth. "Where?" Fiona asked, craning her neck around the bowl and not spotting the werewoman. "The records room." Fiona turned to explain her summons to the 2 men, but they were already on their way to their quarters. She walked briskly back to the werewomen's ledge and on to the records room, where she found Cleor, Siska, and Kentai. The harper had chalk in hand and was writing on a slate. Fiona saw that he had divided the slate into 2 columns. On the left he listed the names of the Weyrs, and on the right he listed numbers.
"This is the fighting strength of the Weyrs as best we know," Kentai said out loud. "Does that include dragons with the illness?" Cleor asked.
"We can't say for certain," Siska replied. "I got the numbers by asking the werewoman of each Weyr."
"So, Bendon has 175, Cleor began. "How many did they lose against Thread today?"
"They started with 185, Siska replied. "But we don't know how many were injured or how seriously." "Ista has only 34? Fiona exclaimed as she examined the numbers. Siska nodded bleakly.
"And this 150 for Telgar?"
Cleor asked skeptically. "That's the number Linna's Garoth gave me," Siska replied with a shrug. "It wasn't too clear if that included dragons with the sickness or not."
"I wonder if Degan wouldn't just think they were all slacking," Cleor agreed with a sour look on his face.
"Why isn't there a number for high reaches?" Fiona asked. "Because Sonia would only say that they had enough dragons, wouldn't be able to lend any, and wouldn't need any more," Siska replied, her annoyance undisguised. "That doesn't seem very nice," Fiona remarked.
"Devin and Sonia have been very aloof for a number of turns," Cleor said.
Kentai, meanwhile, had totaled the numbers, and he frowned at the tally. 495, Siska said, standing up to read over his shoulder. "Between 4 Weyrs we have less than Telgar started this pass with?"
"That number stays in this room,"
Cleor said, his voice full of authority. Kentai raised an eyebrow questioningly, and Cleor answered,
"Oh, I've no doubt that others can do the sums, but I would prefer to leave them to do it on their own." "Leave it for gossip rather than fact?" Kentai guessed. "That, and it would be best if this news didn't come from us," Cleor said.
"Everyone knows about Ista, though," Fiona said. "Even the Weyrlings are talking about it." "I wish we knew how many injured there were at the Weyrs, and how soon they'd be fighting again," Siska said, frowning at the numbers.
"We can guess from our own, though," Cleor said. "We've got 35 dragons who won't be flying the next fall." "Can't know for certain, though," Kentai reminded him. "There are too many variables." "So, are you saying we shouldn't guess?" Cleor pressed. "That we shouldn't make plans?" "No," Kentai replied with a quick shake of his head. "I'm saying that we shouldn't put too much faith in our guesses."
"There are some things we know, though, don't we?" Fiona asked, looking hopefully at the adults. Siska quirked her mouth into a half-smile and motioned for her to continue. Fiona hadn't planned on saying more, so it was a moment before she continued. "We can say that Weyr can't fly a fall unaided, right? I mean, it takes at least 3 wings usually to fly a full fall, doesn't it?"
"Yes," Cleor agreed. "Fortunately, Bendon has agreed to help out."
"And we know that High Reach's Weyr won't help anyone," Siska added, her expression grim.
"And I'm not sure if Telgar can be counted on for much," Kentai remarked. "So, what we know is that we're pretty much on our own," Cleor surmised.
He glanced at each of the others in turn for agreement, then continued.
"And we know that our fighting strength today is just a bit more than 4 wings.
He paused for a moment and murmured to himself,
"We could send out a flight and have a wing in reserve."
"They could haul Firestone," Siska suggested. "Or carry extra Firestone and join the fight after they've replenished the rest of the flight," Fiona suggested hopefully.
Cleor turned to jab a finger toward her. "That is an excellent idea."
"It is, at that," Siska agreed warmly.
"What about the dragons that are ill?"
Cleor wondered, glancing toward Siska.
"Could they haul Firestone?"
Siska shook her head. "Mittal said that they lost too many of their feverish dragons between in their first fall."
"If they weren't ill, we'd have 50 more dragons at this moment," Cleor said with a grimace. "Then we'd have 2 full flights."
"But we don't," Siska said.
"I just wonder how many of the other Weyrs are in the same situation," Cleor replied.
Siska shrugged, conceding the point. "If Tanaz hadn't gone between, Kelsenth would be rising soon. She might even have risen by now." Fiona reflected on that. What if she rose during Threadfall?
"According to the records, no queen has risen during Threadfall," Kentai told her.
"Does that mean that the queens know when Thread is coming?" Siska wondered.
"I suspect it's simpler than that," Cleor replied. To Siska's raised eyebrows, he explained, "Thread falls every 3 days, so there are more thread-free days than not."
Siska murmured appreciatively.
Cleor pursed his lips and turned to the door. "I think we've spent all the time out of the glow light that we can without it being noticed," he said to the others. He nodded at Siska. "Your idea of using the reserve wing to carry extra Firestone is a good one. We'll need to practice it in the morning."
"What if the riders ask about Arith and Bendon?" Siska asked, turning to follow him. "It will be all right," Fiona said. The others looked at her surprised. "That's what we're supposed to say, isn't it?" Siska glanced at Cleor, a smile on her lips. The Weyr leader reflected the smile as he turned back to Fiona. "Yes, that is exactly what we'll say."
"Firestone?"
Hanez repeated, his expression outraged.
"A fighting wing to haul Firestone? What are Weyrlings for?" "If they trail multiple sacks, they could replenish the fighting wings in 1/3 the time of the Weyrlings," Cleor said, trying to remain reasonable.
"Coddling Weyrlings, by the first egg!" Mavaler muttered disapprovingly. "We've only got 11 fit to fly," Fiona told them.
11's not enough," Sakan said decisively. "So, who's in reserve?" Hanez demanded, his irritation undimmed. "My wing, I should think," Tamar declared. "I've already got experience with this new rig, so I can train them." "But your wing's light," McCurry complained. In fact, every wing was light. "We'd have enough dragons if we made the sick ones fly," Corral grumbled, glancing toward Hanez for approval. The other bronze rider made no response, his eyes cutting quickly toward Cleor and then back again. "Sick dragons don't survive," Tamar replied. "And when there are none but sick dragons left, what then?" Corral demanded. "Then," Cleor replied in a controlled, even tone, "we'll reconsider our options." "By then, Pern will be lost," Benet said, shifting morosely in his chair.
His wing had been hurt the worst by both the illness and bad luck in the fall, and he had only 12 dragons left. "We have survived for over 500 turns," Siska said, "and I don't see why we won't survive this pass."
"We'll have the wings work together," Cleor declared. "Tamar and Najian will be reserve, Hanez and Mavaler, Mercury and Sakan, Vinay and Karal." "And you?" Hanez pressed. "I'll take point," Cleor replied as though it should have been obvious. "We'll start practice at first light."
Fiona found herself and the Wehrlings working hard over the next 3 days as they helped the Weyr prepare for the next fall. But no matter how tired they were after a drill, the young hatchlings always found the energy to leap off the Weyr women's ledge and beat their wings into the sky in tentative imitation of the larger, older fighting dragons, always encouraged by their Wehrling riders and the invariable group of envious Weyr children who formed a cluster over by Fiona and Talent. On the morning of the fall, Zinna and Taryn approached Fiona with a new concern. "How are the dragons going to fight when it gets dark?" Fiona stared at them. "I don't know," she admitted. Then she brightened. "I'm sure Cleor will have an answer." She found Cleor with Siska and Kentai and broached the subject. His response surprised her.
"I didn't even think of that," Cleor exclaimed. "I was so busy concentrating on the wings, and—" "I should have thought of it," Kentai said, looking glumly at the parchment written in Verulin's careful script. "There must be something in the records."
"We all should have thought of it," Siska said, not wanting the harbor to hoard the blame. "But what does it matter?" "Can the dragons see well enough in the dark?" Fiona asked, allowing relief to creep into her voice. The relief vanished when she saw the look that Siska and Cleor exchanged.
"If it's cold enough, won't the thread freeze in the night air?" Kentai suggested.
He started over to a stack of records, fumbling through them while murmuring,
"I recall reading about it not long ago." "But if it doesn't freeze," Cleor began slowly, his eyes locked on Siska's, "and we can't see it."
"The thread will fall and burrow," Siska finished for him.
Of course, all the thread that falls up as high as the weir will freeze in the snow.
But that doesn't mean some won't burrow somewhere, Cleor interjected.
And in the morning,
the thread will spread, Kentai finished with a heavy sigh.
We can fight burrows, Siska declared.
If we have the strength, Cleor agreed. The ground crews, Kentai began, will not cover the high hills and mountains.
Cleor finished with an angry shake of his head. He paused, clearly communing with his dragon.
I've asked Tamar and Mercury to join us. Together, perhaps, we can come up with some plans.
You'll have to tell the others, Siska cautioned him.
I'd prefer not to talk about this with Hanez until we have a plan, Cleor admitted.
Siska shrugged. She had no problem with that approach. Cleor took the time, while they were waiting for the two ringleaders, to say to Fiona,
You have a habit of finding difficult friends, don't you?
Fiona looked up and saw that he was smiling at her. Don't stop, Siska told her heatedly. We need these sort of friends. They keep us from making terrible mistakes.
Indeed,
Cleor said, his expression thoughtful. He raised an eyebrow toward Siska in some secret communication that seemed to Fiona as though they were dragons communicating telepathically.
Yes, Cleor said after a moment. I think we should encourage this Terran to stand on the hatching grounds.
Nothing short of a full revolution for you, is there? Siska wondered, her eyes dancing at Fiona.
Need drives when threat arrives, Cleor quoted in reply.
What about the watchwears? Fiona asked. I know my father's force will be eager.
Watchwears?
Cleor repeated, running a hand through his hair in exasperation.
What could they do?
They can see at night, Fiona replied, undaunted. And I know that father has been training with Forsk, getting guidance from Kindin, Metal, and Nuella. Cleor groaned. Siska looked at him worriedly.
"The watch-weirs," he explained. "When Matal was here at the hatching, he wanted us to train with the watch-weirs."
"And you said no," Siska guessed.
"And I said no," Cleor agreed disconsolately. "Could you imagine Hanez?"
"He would have been apoplectic," Siska agreed.
"Well, there's nothing we can do about it now," Cleor said with a heavy sigh. "We'll fight the thread tonight and see if perhaps we can train with the watch-weirs before the next fall."
The last rays of the sun illuminated the Weyr bowl as dragons and riders launched into the sky, wing by wing, to form up at the starstones and wink out between. Fiona watched them with mixed emotions, not certain how they would fight thread they couldn't see.
"Don't worry," Tamar had assured her just before his heavily laden wing departed. "We'll be fine."
But it was hard not to worry when Fiona caught sight of Siska's set expression. Hard not to worry as she and the remaining Weyr folk scrambled to set up the aid tables. Hard not to worry as the younger Weyrlings raced each other to bag more firestone. Hard not to worry as the sun's rays faded out completely and the Weyr bowl was illuminated only by the massed glows, eerie splotches of blue, green, and yellow dotted in the dark. "Fijian!" Fiona called as she approached the firestone room. The young bronze Weyrling looked up from his work. "As soon as they're finished bagging, get the Weyrlings over to the dining cavern for claw and a chance to warm themselves at the ovens. We won't be needing anyone for at least an hour. Then we'll want them to help with the injured."
"Of course, Weyrwoman,"
Fijian said, sketching her a quick salute. Fiona made her own way to the dining cavern to get a pitcher of warm claw for those waiting in the bowl. Inside, she saw Siska pacing nervously near one of the ovens. "It will be all right," Fiona murmured to her. Siska nodded, her eyes still anxious, then visibly steeled herself, lifted her head high, and nodded. "Of course it will," she replied with feigned certainty. She smiled. "It had better," she continued. "I told Cleor as much." "And as Weyr leader, he knows not to gainsay you," Fiona agreed with a grin. "Exactly," Siska agreed lightly. Fiona smiled at her and moved on to the claw hearth. Her ears were good and tuned to the noises of the night, so she was able to hear Siska's low murmur, "Fly well, my love." Fiona felt the pang, the mixture of emotions, joy, sorrow, worry, which the Weyrwoman had for Cleor, and wondered if she herself would ever feel that way about another. The moment Cleor's Reneth touched ground on Fort Weyr's bowl, Siska was beside the bronze dragon, Numbweed at the ready, directing a group of Weyrlings to attack the thread-scored burns. Other groups of Weyrfolk scattered around Fort Weyr's bowl as more injured dragons landed by the light of glows. "What is it?" Siska asked suspiciously, taking in the joyous look on Cleor's face as he dismounted beside her. "Tell me." Cleor closed his eyes to refresh his memory.
"It was amazing," he said.
"And?" Siska prompted impatiently. Cleor paused dramatically. "Tell me right now, Bronze Rider, or you'll—" Cleor held up his hands in surrender, smiling and shaking his head. He touched a finger to her lips, but Siska snapped at it with her teeth. "Now!" she growled.
"We were getting torn up," Cleor said after a moment. "Casualties were high."
"There can't be more than 24, Siska objected, surveying the bowl critically. "That's bad, but not high."
"It would have been higher if we'd fought alone," Cleor said.
Siska's eyes widened in shock. "You didn't?" She glanced toward the top of the bowl as if expecting burrowed thread to come over the crest at any moment.
"We had help,"
Cleor told her. "High reaches?" Siska asked. "I'm surprised, considering the way—" She stopped, catching the look in Cleor's eyes. "Not high reaches?"
"Not high reaches," Cleor agreed.
"Who then?"
"No dragons at all," Cleor replied, his eyes shining in wonder.
But ground crews couldn't protect the mountains, Siska objected. No ground crews, Cleor agreed. He paused as long as he could, judging Siska's growing agitation, until he said, Watch Weyrs. Watch Weyrs? They came, Siska said, and Cleor nodded solemnly. They helped? They more than helped, Peder, Cleor's wing-second, said as he approached them. They ate the thread. And they see better in the dark than dragons, Cleor added, his face bursting into another great grin. They know which of the thread is frozen and which is still alive, Peder added, shaking his head in admiration. Those big eyes of theirs. You should have seen them, Cleor told her. We were being torn apart by thread, couldn't see, couldn't help our dragons, and then all of a sudden we saw these points of light rise up from below us. Their eyes, Peder interjected, nodding enthusiastically. They reflected the night sky so much they were like jewels coming up from the ground. And then she told us that they could handle the rest of the fall, that we should go back, Cleor finished. She? Siska asked with a raised eyebrow. Nuella, of course, Peder said. The Queen Watchwear's rider. The Weyr master, Cleor added in agreement. Of course, there were hardly enough Watchwears, Peder added. If they had had to fight a full daytime fall, when all the thread is warm enough to be alive, they would have been overwhelmed. We would have fought the fall then, Cleor said. I don't know, Peder said, shaking his head. There are some times, particularly down Bowl Way, when those warm winds keep the evening hot. Let's hope that doesn't happen, then, Cleor said. He looked at Siska. Remind me to talk with Nuella in the morning. It was amazing. So you got to see Watchwears flying at night? Siska asked. Cleor nodded. Eating thread? Cleor nodded again. Siska huffed angrily at him. And you didn't tell me? You know that we agreed that the queens wouldn't fly until the sickness is gone. Siska glared at him. The next fall's at night, down at Bowl, Peder observed helpfully. I'll be there, Siska said, daring Cleor to contradict her. It'll be late in the evening, Cleor said, thinking aloud. The thread will probably all be dead, so there's probably no harm in it. Above them, sounding all around the bowl, there was a chorus of dragon coughs. Cleor exchanged looks with his werewoman and wing-second. There are over 50 coughing from the sickness, Siska said somberly. We lost 3 between in the fall, Peder added. So we have just over 100 dragons fit to fly the next fall in 3 days' time, Cleor surmised. Siska and Peder nodded gloomily. Cleor straightened up, threw back his shoulders, and gave them both a cheering look. With the Watchwear's help, that will be more than enough. And we'll have 6 days' rest after that fall, Siska added with a similar attempt at cheer. Peder, have the wing leaders meet me in the council room in the morning. We can go over our organization then. Peder nodded curtly and strode off toward his quarters. Cleor gestured to Siska, who took his hand, and the two strolled around the bowl, checking on injuries and doing their best to cheer up riders and dragons both. You should have seen it, Cleor said. There I was, wondering how we were going to manage, when this voice comes out of the night sky. Which voice? Nuella's, Cleor said. Only I didn't know it at the time. Nearly scared me off my perch. How could she call to you? Siska asked. She was right above me, Cleor told her. So she called down over her Watchwear? She was riding the Watchwear? She was riding the Watchwear, Cleor affirmed. But she didn't call over it. Siska gave him an irritated look. She was flying upside down, Cleor told her, his face once again wide in a grin. So she just leaned her head back and talked to me. She was about as far from me as you are, actually. Upside down? Siska repeated in amazement. Well, she's blind, Cleor answered, as if that explained everything. Probably didn't notice. Even blind, she'd have to notice that she was upside down, Siska replied acerbically. Yeah, she probably did, Cleor agreed wistfully.
but she was having the time of her life.
I'll bet her mate'll have her ears for that stunt, Siska predicted.
Only if he finds out about it, Cleor said softly.
Siska stopped mid-stride, gripping Cleor's hand and turning toward him. Don't you go getting any ideas.
I wouldn't dream of it, Cleor replied innocently.
You did a good job,
Hanez told Fiona as she checked on his Gnerth late the next morning.
His wing looks like it's already healing.
Fiona smiled and shook her head. She'd already heard the same line from Sikan about his Lemorth. You, as a wing leader.
Flight leader,
Hanez corrected immediately. Flight leader, then. Fiona accepted the change without rancor. You know that Gnerth's wingtip will need time to recover. You won't be flying the next fall. Actually, Fiona wondered, why should any of the dragons fly the next fall? From what she'd heard, the Watchweirs were well up to the task.
You're right,
Hanez agreed absently. He raised a hand to Gnerth's eye ridge and scratched where the dragon liked it the most.
I was hoping to convince myself otherwise.
You figured that if you could convince me, you would convince yourself? Fiona recalled some of the old ones she'd known as a child back at Fort Hold. They'd tried much the same trick with her father, and had had no more luck with him than Hanez was having with her. It's an old trick, Flight Leader, and one not only practiced by Dragonriders. Hanez smiled and shook his head. Then he sobered again, gesturing with his free hand toward Gnerth.
So, how long do you think before he'll be ready to fly again?
How long do you think the wound will take to heal? Fiona asked in return.
Maybe a 7-day, maybe less,
Hanez told her. I'd say he'll be ready then, Fiona replied. Hanez brightened.
Did you hear that, Gnerth? Less than a 7-day.
I said maybe less, Fiona reminded him.
Less than a 7-day,
Hanez repeated stubbornly. Fiona rolled her eyes in exasperation, then returned to her examination. Satisfied, she straightened up and made her way back from Gnerth's withers, where his wingtip rested, to the bronze dragon's head, searching in her carry-sack for a jar of salve. Numbweed, she said, handing it to Hanez, if he needs it. Hanez nodded and pocketed the small jar, still scratching Gnerth's eye ridge. With a backward wave, Fiona left him and headed down to the dining cavern for lunch, her rounds completed. Tamar shouted to her as she reached the entrance, so she changed direction toward him.
The watch dragon reports that the Harper Hall is asking for a dragon, he told her. So Zarenth and I are going. Did you want to come?
Yes, please. Fiona was anxious to check on Forsk and her father. She searched the cavern, looking to ask Siska. Tamar noticed and said,
I've already asked the werewoman for you.
Oh, thank you.
We can go after lunch,
Tamar said, gesturing her toward a seat. Fiona sat and regarded Tamar thoughtfully. You must still be exhausted from last night. Outside, a number of dragon coughs echoed in the Weyr bowl. Tamar glanced at her expectantly. 50, she told him, grimacing. That's our best guess.
Guess?
Fiona shrugged. The ones who are sickest are easy to tell, she replied. It's the ones who are just coming down with the illness that are hard to know about.
Maybe they'll have good news at the Harper Hall, Tamar said hopefully.
Fiona nodded. They finished the rest of their meal in silence. Afterward, she raced to her quarters to get her flying gear. I'm going to the Harper Hall, she told Zinna, quickly throwing open her closet. You'll need to put your leggings on, Zinna told her, and boots, scarf, and jacket. Fiona was dressed and racing back toward Tamar in less than 10 minutes. The wing leader was also dressed in flying gear, Weyrhide jacket, gloves, and cap. With a quick word of thanks to Zarenth, Fiona clambered up the bronze's foreleg to perch on his neck, searching among the flying straps for hooks to secure herself. When Tamar climbed up behind her and saw what she was doing, he laughed. You don't need to do that. We're not fighting thread. I just want to practice, Fiona explained. Besides, Didn't I hear you telling the Weirlings the other day about the dangers of turbulent air?"
Tamar groaned in acknowledgment. "But as long as I'm holding on to you," and his strong arms braced her from either side, "you've nothing to worry about."
Fiona laughed, then elbowed his arms away, finishing her work of clipping on to the fighting straps. "I do if you aren't going to clip in."
"Very well, Werewoman," Tamar agreed with a sigh.
When he was done, he wrapped his arms around her once more, recalling for Fiona memories from when she was a child on a cold day, and her father similarly wrapped his arms around her. She leaned back against his chest and closed her eyes, warm with the memory. The sudden leap into the air and the sound of Zareth's great wings propelling them swiftly up and out of the weir bowl did nothing to disturb Fiona's happiness, and even when they went into the cold nothingness of between, she felt safe. The weather over Fort Hold and the adjoining Harper Hall was much as at Fort Weyr. Wispy drifts of snow could be seen at the edges of buildings and the base of the cliffs, and the air was crisp, cold, and dry with the harsh winds of winter. The sun was bright and the sky cloudless as they descended to the landing midway between the Harper Hall and Fort Hold. Fiona took a quick breath of the frigid air through the scarf wrapped over her face, and let it out just as quickly. It felt as though it still had the cold of between in it, and it hurt her lungs. She took a second, smaller, shorter breath, and felt better. The air on the ground was warmer, and as soon as they dismounted, Fiona and Tamar unbuttoned their Weyr-hide jackets. Tamar waved affectionately as Zareth leapt up again, seeking out a perch on the cliffs above Fort Hold. "I don't know why he bothers," he said with a chuckle and a shake of his head. "I told him we wouldn't be long." "Perhaps he doesn't believe you," Fiona suggested with a grin. "After all, they serve Bendin wine."
"That would be enticement enough for McCurry," Tamar said, "but I'm made of sterner stuff."
"Wouldn't you want some nicely mulled red wine on a crisp day like today?"
"Claw," Tamar corrected tersely. "As you mentioned earlier, I am still exhausted from last night."
"So why didn't you send someone else?" Fiona asked.
Tamar didn't answer, merely shaking his head.
They were scarcely under the Harper Hall's arches when someone shouted, and Fiona felt herself lifted off her feet. She had to control her impulse to kick out with her foot when her assailant cried joyfully in her ear, "Fiona! What a delight!" "Verilyn?" Fiona cried, astonished that the master archivist would engage in such a display of emotion and exercise.
"Fiona!"
Verilyn cried again, hugging her tight. Presently he put her back down and pushed her away from him, saying,
"Let me look at you."
Fiona felt herself blushing, both surprised and touched by Verilyn's exuberance, particularly as her strongest memories of him were of numerous scoldings for playing in the inks again. "You're taller," he said, finishing his examination. "You've grown, 2 centimeters?" "Nearly 3, Tamar put in from behind her. Fiona craned her neck around in surprise. Since when did he keep tabs on her? The explanation came quickly enough as he continued, "I heard Alora groaning about it just the other day." "That's not quite a record," Verilyn responded. "I believe greatest growth in a 3-month period for a girl your age was recorded at Telgar Hold some 80 turns ago, when Lord Holder Predor's eldest daughter grew 3.5 centimeters. "Verilyn," Fiona broke in, fearing that she had somehow unleashed another outpouring of the archivist's prodigious memory, "we're here because of the signal." "Yes," Verilyn said, visibly pulling himself out of his recitation. "Master Zist had it set." He gestured vaguely toward the Master Harper's quarters. "You should go there." "Verilyn?" Fiona said, her tone pleading for more information. "I think you'll find your father there," he added. "Is he all right?" Fiona asked immediately, despite reason telling her that if he were injured he'd be in the infirmary, not the Master Harper's quarters. "All right?" Verilyn repeated, pursing his lips thoughtfully. "I think that depends upon one's criteria for such things." Fiona shook her head in exasperation, grabbed Tamar's wrist, and tugged the bronze rider into a trot behind her. "We'd better hurry." Tamar made no comment at the incongruity of being led by a young, blonde werewoman who was not only half his age, but also more than a full head shorter than himself. He had seen enough of werewomen in his time to realize that he was probably lucky not to have to endure worse. He even kept his silence when Fiona banged on Zist's door and announced herself.
"Isn't Tamar with you?"
Zist asked as he pulled open the door.
"Ha, yes he is."
"Where is my father?" Fiona demanded, scanning the room and quickly identifying its occupants. Her worries faded as she spotted Bemin seated with Kelsa at Zist's round table. "What's going on?" Fiona demanded, her eyes switching from Zist to Bemin to Kelsa and back before finally settling demandingly on Kelsa. "Your father and I," Kelsa began diplomatically, then broke off, pushing herself to her feet and patting her stomach in a manner that seemed both odd and subtly familiar to Fiona. "Well, we're going to have a baby." "About time," Fiona said. She saw Bemin start to speak and cut through. "Since I already knew." She paused at the surprised expressions on Kelsa's and Master Zist's faces and realized that her father hadn't relayed their earlier conversation to either. Her guess was confirmed by Kelsa's glare at her father. "I presume this meeting is to let me know formally and also, by its venue," she waved a hand around the room, "to tell me that there are still some issues to work out." Zist wore an expression of approval that warmed Fiona. His approval was hard-earned more often than not. She turned her attention to Kelsa. "Let me guess. You're not certain you want to be a life mate with him, and you want to raise the child here."
"Actually, we've been through that," Bemin said.
"We really just wanted to ask your blessing," Kelsa added in an uncertain tone, a rarity in the outspoken songmaster. "I think it's great," Fiona told her enthusiastically. She looked at her father. "I'd been hoping you'd do something like this."
"You were?"
Bemin replied, surprised. "I think Mother would have wished it," Fiona said. In a quieter voice she added, "And I think so would Coriana." She was surprised at her feelings when she spoke of her long-dead, mostly forgotten older and only sister. Ever since she could remember, Fiona had been told how much she looked like her sister, how kind Coriana had been, and how in love Kindon had been with her. It had seemed like Fiona would forever be in Coriana's shadow, until she was freed by her impression of Talent. And yet, Fiona thought of Kindon, remembered her half-hope that he would be here, remembered how her heart pounded whenever she heard of him, how happy she was whenever he smiled at her. Was all that just her following the shadow of her dead sister? "But you couldn't have known I'd come," Fiona realized, glancing over at the Master Harper. "So that wasn't the only reason." Zist smiled at her and nodded.
"No, it wasn't,"
he agreed.
"It was my idea," Bemin added, smiling at his daughter. "I'd heard about your casualties and—"
"Healer Tintival accepted," Kelsa finished for him, gesturing to the healer, whom Fiona only now noticed in the room.
"As we've got the healer hall here, Forthold really only needs one journeyman healer to make the rounds," Bemin declared.
"That's only temporary," Zist reminded him, "until we get more trained journeymen and masters."
Fiona looked at the young healer. "You don't mind that I took your stores for the dragons, do you?"
"Not at all," Tintival told her, waving the issue aside. "I'm only sorry to hear that it didn't work."
"Have we heard any more from Bendon?"
Tamar said, turning hopefully to the Master Harper. Zist shook his head.
"Kindon will be doing his best."
"I'm sure of it," Fiona agreed ardently. "As am I," Tintival said. "And so will Catan," she added, referring to the healer at Bendon Weyr. "Are you sure about this?" Fiona asked. "You wouldn't want to go to Bendon instead?" Tintival shook her head. "Bendon has a healer."
"Tintival is Weyr-bred and familiar with dragons,"
Zist added. "But not with healing them," Tintival interjected. All healers say that at first, Tamar assured her. He bowed to her. Healer, on behalf of my Weyr leader and Weyr woman, I wish to extend our hopes that you will come to regard Fort Weyr as your home.
Thank you, Tintival replied, obviously touched by his sincerity.
I also have news that you might want to hear, Tamar said, turning back to Master Zist. Well, why don't you have a seat, and you too, Weyr woman, and we'll hear it over some fresh claw and dainties, Zist invited, gesturing them toward the empty seats at the table.
We shouldn't stay too long, Fiona cautioned as she sat down. Tamar fought Thread last night, and like all the Dragonriders, he's still exhausted.
We saw, Bemin replied. In fact, Forsk saw it rather close up.
Oh, Tamar said, deflated. So my news is known to you.
That the watchwares flew against Thread? Zist said. Yes, we know that. What we don't know is how it worked out for the Weyr.
What sort of casualties do you have? Tintival asked. 11 severe, 13 light, Fiona recited quickly. You've helped? Tintival inquired, and on receiving Fiona's nod continued. How many sick dragons do you have?
We've 50, Tamar told her glumly, but we may lose some of them any day.
Silura, the Harper Hall's head cook, arrived with a tray holding a pitcher, mugs for all, and a plate piled high with delicious-looking bite-sized dainties. They continued the conversation over hot claw and snacks, talking about dragon injuries, human injuries, and the night flight until Fiona, with a brush of her foot against Tamar's leg, alerted the bronze rider that it was time to go.
Master Harper, Lord Holder, Master Kelsa, Tamar said, standing and nodding to each in turn. We really should get back to the Weyr. I'm sure Tintival will want to get settled in, and that Siska and Cleor will want to greet her personally on her arrival. Yes, we've been keeping you too long,
Bemin agreed, rising to his feet and bending over to help Kelsa solicitously to hers. I'm not that far gone, old man, Kelsa growled at him, but Fiona noted that her tone was more grateful than grudging. In my experience, Master Kelsa, Tintival advised, it's best to get them used to helping as early as possible. That way, when you really need help, it'll already be there.
Kelsa murmured, glancing consideringly at Bemin.
Tintival left to retrieve her things, and as Tamar called for Zarenth to meet him at the landing, Fiona said goodbye to her father and Kelsa, making sure to hug each of them an equal number of times, and assuring Kelsa once again, I am so glad you're doing this. Tamar insisted upon putting Tintival up front, with Fiona squashed between them. We don't have enough straps, Fiona remarked as she buckled herself on.
You didn't really need them on the way here, Tamar replied, airily waving a hand. And you don't need them now.
Fiona ignored him. Secretly she latched a hand onto the bottom of Tintival's jacket and wrapped her other arm under and around the straps in front of her, assuring a secure grip. Even so, she lurched slightly as Zarenth leapt into the air, and then they went once more between and back to Fort Weyr. Back over the Starstones at Fort Weyr, Zarenth gave a grunt of surprise and dropped precipitously as they flew into a pocket of lighter air. Tintival flew up out of her perch, and it was only Fiona's tight grip that kept her from falling off. But the effort strained the arm clutching the healer and sharply wrenched the one wrapped in the fighting straps. Fiona groaned in pain. Tamar grabbed her the moment he felt the lurch, but without being anchored to the fighting straps, he could only use one arm himself. On the ground, Tamar had no sympathy for Fiona's groans.
You shouldn't have done that. Tintival was safe enough.
Only because I held on to her.
You could have fallen too, Tamar retorted.
So you admit she was in danger?
We can't afford to lose you, Tamar replied, his tone pained.
And we can afford to lose a healer? Fiona demanded, her fury in full flight. Better than a queen rider, Tintival interjected. We hardly had enough queens.
and with the losses at Bendon and here. So this is all about my queen? Fiona demanded. All that matters is her?
Yes, Tamar told her, his voice growing steely cold. We've only the two, in case you haven't noticed.
And we've only the one healer, Fiona retorted, jerking her thumb at Tintavel. Tamar gathered breath for a response, but a bellow from Malurth put a halt to all conversation. They turned to see Siska storming toward them, her eyes flashing dangerously. Fiona felt herself cringing, overwhelmed by the barely controlled power emanating from the werewoman. "Come with me," Siska ordered Fiona, and turned away once more, certain of obedience. For a moment Fiona thought to stand her ground, but then,
"What's wrong?"
Tallenth demanded anxiously.
"Nothing,"
Fiona lied.
"I was just scared."
Tallenth emerged from her lair, eyes whirling red, finding Fiona and crooning at her anxiously.
"It's all right,"
Fiona assured her, projecting warmth and love toward the young queen.
"I'm getting over it."
Siska, walking quickly, led her into the council room. Cleor was already there, seated and looking grave. The instant the two looked at her, Fiona, feeling that her safety lay in taking the offensive, declared, "Tamar wasn't worried about the new healer." "That won't work," Cleor told her, his tone steady but firm. The instant the two looked at her, Fiona, feeling that her safety lay in taking the offensive, declared, "Tamar wasn't worried about the new healer." "That won't work," Cleor told her, his tone steady but firm. Fiona glared at him for a moment more, then dropped her eyes guiltily. "What did you hope to accomplish back there?" the Weyr leader demanded, waving a hand back toward the Weyr bowl.
"Well,
Fiona sputtered. "You didn't think," Siska told her. "It's not uncommon at your age."
"At my age?"
"Yes, at your age," Siska repeated. "News of your behavior will be heard by everyone soon enough."
"But Tamar was—"
"Wrong," Cleor finished for her. "He should have used the straps."
"He said he didn't have any,"
Fiona protested. "He could have borrowed some from the Harper Hall," Cleor replied. "Master Zist is used to dealing with Dragonriders, and is smart enough to keep some on hand."
"As, no doubt, does your father," Siska added. "Then you agree?"
"I do not agree with your public humiliation of a wing leader," Cleor interjected harshly. "Tamar's a good man. He would have learned his lesson without your childish outburst."
"Childish!"
"Childish," Siska agreed, but her tone was softer than Cleor's, and she shot the Weyr leader a look that Fiona couldn't fathom. Cleor shrugged in response, leaving Siska to continue. An adult would have realized that Tamar would punish himself harshly for his error, and an adult would accept the realities of being a queen rider, Cleor finished.
"And let someone else die?" Fiona demanded in anguish and fury, her eyes filling with tears.
"If need be," Siska answered softly. She gestured to herself and Fiona. "Without us there would be no queens, and without the queens there will be no Pern."
"So our queens are nothing but brood mothers?" Fiona demanded sourly. "And you and I are—"
She found she couldn't finish the sentence, and so said instead,
"But what about Tanaz? Why did you let her go between?"
"It wasn't my choice," Siska told her. She shook her head sadly. "You know that it wasn't really Tanaz's choice either. Kelsanth was dying. There was no cure."
"There's no cure now," Fiona reminded them grimly.
But she remembered the words she'd heard. "It will be all right." The words had been spoken with such faith that she couldn't set them aside. "We can't give up," Cleor told her firmly.
"Why not?" Fiona demanded petulantly. "Tanaz did. There's still no cure."
"We can't give up because we are Dragonriders," Cleor told her.
"Did your father give up during the plague?" Siska demanded.
Yes, he did, Fiona replied, her voice a near whisper. After my mother and my brothers all died, he kept hope. But when Corianna—" She trailed off, remembering her father telling her about the plague, about how Kindon had refused to give up even when Lord Holder Bemin himself had surrendered to despair.
"It will be all right."
Was it Kindon who had spoken to her? No, the voice had sounded different. But the words had Kindon's faith, his surety, his steadfast refusal to admit despair. "Kindon didn't, though," Fiona said out loud, raising her head and glancing first to Siska and then to Cleor. "He never gave up."
"Nor will I," Cleor vowed.
"Nor I," Siska said. She lifted her chin up challengingly to Fiona. "So, Weir-woman, daughter of a Lord Holder, plague survivor, who will you follow? Your father in his despair, or Kindon?" Stung by the question, Fiona loyally declared, "My father vowed never again to give in to despair." She met Siska's brown eyes. "He has never failed his hold."
"And you, Weir-woman, what of your Weyr?" Cleor asked softly.
Before Fiona could answer, Siska raised a hand and cautioned her. "Since impression, you've been a Weir-woman. That is unquestionable. The question is, what sort of Weir-woman will you be? Will you be a leader and an inspiration, or will you be a whiner and an embarrassment? Will you bear your responsibilities or bow under them?" "But to let her fall!" Fiona wailed. A torrent of emotions broke over her and she began to cry. Realization dawned on Cleor's face. "You aren't angry at Tamar. You're angry because you would have let her go." "I held on," Fiona declared, holding up her aching arm as proof. "Of course you did," Siska replied proudly. "You're a Weir-woman." She glanced to Cleor. "We've never questioned that."
"But," Cleor persisted, "if it had come to letting her go or falling with her—"
"I would have let her go," Fiona cried, dropping her head into her hands and shaking it in shame and sorrow. "I would have let her go." Strong arms wrapped around her, and she was pulled tight against Siska's tall body. "Of course you would," Siska agreed with her, "because that's what you would have had to do to protect Pern. You would have hated yourself for it, probably never have forgiven yourself, but you would have done it." Siska pushed her away and put a finger under Fiona's chin, gently raising it so she could see the girl's eyes. "And that's what makes a great Weir-woman, doing what has to be done, even when she hates it." "That's why you let Tanaz go," Fiona said with sudden understanding. "Yes," Siska replied, the words torn out of her, and again she crushed Fiona in a tight embrace, the sort of embrace a mother gives her daughter, the sort of embrace Fiona had always longed for. A short moment later, however, Fiona pushed herself away and glanced toward Cleor. "And that's why you called me in here." The Weyr leader nodded, a corner of his lips turned up in a bitter smile.
"Better to know your mettle now than when we are in worse straits."
Fiona nodded. She stood as tall as she could and said to Cleor, "Weyr leader, I apologize for my outburst at Wing Leader Tamar. I was distressed and took my temper out on him. I regret it." "Perhaps not all that much," Siska said, eyes dancing. "I know that it's sometimes tempting to see bronze riders cringe at the lash of a harsh tongue."
"Siska," Cleor said reprovingly, "not everyone has your evil sense of humor."
Siska shook her head, catching Fiona's eyes. "Remember Melonwy?" Fiona nodded glumly, remembering how she'd influenced Melonwy's actions. "As Weir-women, we have incredible power. The best way to guard against abusing it is to be honest and listen to our fellow Weir-women." "So if I think you are being unfair, I should tell you," Fiona replied. Of course, Siska agreed forcefully. Then she smiled. I reserve the right to ignore you, of course. In which case, Cleor said with an evil grin at his weir-woman, come to me and I'll handle her. Siska snorted derisively. And Malurth will deal with you. But of course, Cleor agreed. Seriously, Siska said, turning again to Fiona. It is often hard for a young weir-woman to accept the realities of her position. To let healers die that I might live, Fiona said by way of example. If that is what is needed to protect your queen and the future of Pern, Siska responded emphatically. It just doesn't seem fair, Fiona said softly. It isn't fair, Siska agreed. It's up to us, we're women and we're leaders, to make it as fair as we can. And when we can't, Cleor added, it's our responsibility to make certain that no sacrifice is in vain. Fiona nodded. Cleor's words sounded like something her father would say in similar circumstances. So, Siska said, are we ready to greet our new healer? I think we are, Cleor said, heading toward the doorway. I expect you to deal with Tamar on your own, Siska murmured in Fiona's ear as they made their way back into the weir bowl. The reason Fiona gave Siska and Cleor for insisting on showing Tintaval around the weir was to make up for her previous behavior, and she was glad that they didn't question her, particularly as they exchanged dubious looks that made it clear to her that they guessed her other reason, to avoid Tamar as long as possible. There are at least 50 dragons with the illness, Fiona said as Tintaval startled at the coughs echoing around the weir bowl. My training is with people, Tintaval remarked worriedly. With thread injuries, such training works for both dragons and riders, Fiona assured her. And the sickness. Fiona made a face. Maybe you can help. Tintaval shook her head. I think our best hope is still at Bendon. Maybe, Fiona agreed, but that doesn't mean we should stop trying. No, the healer agreed wholeheartedly. She paused as Fiona turned toward a stairway. Are we going to visit the sick dragons now? Not all of them, Fiona told her. I doubt we'll get to see more than 10 before dinner. Dinner doesn't matter to me if that'll help, Tintaval offered. If only it were that easy, Fiona replied, shaking her head. But my father always says that hungry stomachs make dull minds. Does he? Tintaval replied. I thought that came from Master Zist. Fiona stepped out of the stairwell and turned right, heading toward the third weir. Saban's blue Cirth started coughing about a fortnight back, she murmured to the healer as they slowed at the entrance. She shook her head sadly, raised a warning hand to Tintaval, then called out, Saban, it's Fiona with the new healer. A new healer? The voice inside began hopefully. Does he? He broke off as they entered. Saban was dressed elegantly in ware-hide breeches and a thick blue sweater accented with a gold chain around his neck. For a moment his face showed his surprise at Tintaval, and then it darkened. I'm not sure that Cirth will tolerate a woman's touch, he warned them. When Fiona opened her mouth to argue, the Blue Rider amended quickly. I mean, a woman who is not a queen rider. Saban, this is Tintaval, Fiona said by way of introduction. She's just been posted master and assigned here. The Blue Rider looked, if anything, even more disturbed at the news. I grew up at Bendon, Tintaval added, moving deftly around Saban toward his dragon's lair. When she spotted Cirth curled up miserably with his head just barely free of a thick puddle of mucus, she called, Why, aren't you the biggest blue I've ever seen? Over her shoulder to Saban she remarked, My father's dragon was a blue, Talarinth. I met him, Saban exclaimed brightly. Taval was his rider. We competed at the games before. Yes, Tintaval said shortly. Talarinth was burned by a firestone explosion and they went between. She grimaced at the memory, adding,
I had 6 turns at the time. I was named Tintival because Father convinced my mother that I was going to be a boy. You know how mad blue riders are for sons."
"We like daughters, too," Saban replied consolingly, moving up to her and looking at her sideways as he continued. "Is that why you chose to be a healer?"
Tintival nodded faintly, confessing, "I didn't know at the time that healers can't mend broken hearts." Saban reached for her hand and patted it awkwardly.
"I'm sure if anyone could, it would be you."
Tintival smiled at him and, shaking her head to dismiss the issue, turned back to the ailing Blue. "Sirth, do you mind if I look at you? I can't promise to help, but I'll do my best not to hurt." She strode forward to the listless Blue's head and forced herself to ignore the poorly stifled sob of his rider. Seeing that the healer was able to handle herself, Fiona quietly made her way past Saban, found the bucket and mop she'd brought on an earlier visit, and quietly went to work cleaning up the green ooze near Sirth's head.
"You don't have to do that," Saban protested when he saw her. "I'll do it later."
"I want to help," Fiona told him, continuing undeterred. She gave him a lopsided smile. "Werewoman's right." Tintival glanced up at her with a surprised look, then returned to her examination of the blue dragon. "His breathing is labored," she noted. She glanced at his flanks. "And irregular." "We tried some mint salve to ease the breathing," Fiona told her. "And?" "It only helped for a short while," Fiona replied. "I was afraid it could make things worse, open up the lungs to more infection."
"I use it at night to help him sleep," Saban said worriedly. "Should I stop?"
"Does he sleep easier when you do?" Tintival asked.
"He seems to," Saban replied cautiously.
Tintival glanced to Fiona, who shrugged. Then she turned to the Blue Rider. "I think that if it helps him to sleep, you should keep on doing it. Sleep is one of the body's best defenses against illness." Saban nodded in acceptance, but cast a questioning glance toward Fiona. "It makes sense to me," Fiona told him. "Besides, I learned turns back never to argue with a healer." "Or a harper, I'll guess," Tintival added drolly. "I owe my life to a harper-turned-healer," Fiona declared. "That's right," Tintival said, nodding. "You were at Fort Hold when Kindon—" "And you can be certain, Saban, that Kindon will do no less now to fight this illness than he did to fight the plague," Fiona cut in, building smoothly on the healer's start.
"He'll need to be quick if Sirth is going to survive," Saban added, his expression bleakly honest.
"Tintival," Fiona murmured to the healer 5 hours later as they checked in on their 10th sick dragon. "It's time for dinner." The healer nodded silently, her attention still on the sick brown dragon she was examining.
"Go on, healer. You need to keep up your strength," Gotrek told her.
"Will you come with us?" Tintival asked respectfully.
Gotrek shook his head. "No, I think I'll stay with Korth, in case he needs anything."
"Send word by Talent if you have need," Fiona said. The brown rider nodded.
"You can be certain of it, Werewoman."
Outside, as they walked briskly toward the stairwell, Tintival asked, "Wouldn't he need his dragon to ask to talk to you?" Fiona shook her head. "I'll ask Talent to listen for him." "And she's old enough to remember that?" "Well, yes," Fiona replied, surprised at the healer's question and startled that she'd never considered Talent's memory remarkable. "Queens grow quicker than other dragons," Tintival commented half to herself. "I just never realized quite how capable they are." "I never thought that she couldn't do that," Fiona confessed. "Perhaps that's why she can," Tintival replied. At Fiona's surprised look, the healer shrugged. "In trying times, most people rise to the occasion." Fiona shook her head ruefully, thinking again of Kindon and how he had risen above his despair to save everyone during the plague. "Like Kindon. He was the first one to encourage me to consider becoming a healer," Tintival told her. "I had barely 8 turns,
but he recommended me to Catan as an understudy." She shook her head in bemusement at the memory, continuing, "2 turns later, I was at the Harper Hall." "I'm surprised we never met," Fiona said. "We did," Tintival told her with a grin. "But you had all of 5 turns, and you spent all your time in Kinden's lap." She winked at Fiona. "I seem to recall it was your birthing day." "It was. I fell asleep," Fiona remembered. She had never felt more comfortable than curled up on Kinden's lap. "Kinden had a smile on his face the whole time," Tintival recalled, adding, "I was quite jealous, of course. Even your father couldn't prize you away." "I never got to see much of him," Fiona said, reminiscing. "And I knew on my birthday no one would make me go away." "Wise of you," Tintival agreed. "I was never quite that bold." Fiona suddenly found herself uncomfortable talking about Kinden like this. She felt as though her memories got tarnished by being shared so openly. "And now neither of us have him," Tintival continued with a distant look in her eyes. "He has eyes only for Lorana, the new Queen Rider." "So I heard," Fiona said shortly. "But she was here," Tintival recalled. "Didn't you meet her?" "No," Fiona replied, heat rising to her cheeks as she remembered the reason. "You weren't too jealous, were you?" Tintival asked with a sly grin. Her taunt trapped Fiona into either replying or, by her silence, tacitly accepting the jibe. "Actually, I was suffering from a concussion," she said finally. She told the healer the whole story of how she caught Tamar's full weight, adding, "Perhaps you would have done differently." "For Tamar?" Tintival asked with a broad smile. She shook her head. "No, for him I would have done the same thing." She wagged a finger down at Fiona. "You've got quite an eye for the men, if you don't mind my saying." "I do mind," Fiona retorted hotly. "I was only trying to save him." Tintival took a step back from the irate Queen Rider and spread her arms wide in apology. "Your pardon, werewoman," she said. "I didn't mean to upset you." Fiona shook her head and gestured for the healer to keep moving as they exited the stairwell and started across the Weyr bowl. The way was dimly lit with glows, and Fiona could make out small groups of riders and Weyr folk heading toward the dining cavern. "And actually," Tintival continued a moment later, "you raised an interesting problem that I hadn't considered." "I did?" "Yes," the healer agreed. "The issue of handling riders who are too injured to maintain their mount." "I think it's pretty rare," Fiona said with a shrug. "Usually the fighting straps keep them secure, but Tamar was unlucky." "Perhaps we could discover a better way to catch them," Tintival murmured thoughtfully. "Maybe something like Kinden's parachutes." "Wouldn't they have to be awfully big?" Fiona wondered. They were entering the well-lit dining cavern, and she paused, glancing around for sight of Tamar. "Oh, this feels just like home," Tintival exclaimed, her face brightening as she scanned the large room filled with Dragonriders and Weyr folk. Tamar wasn't at the Weyr leader's table. "I'm sure that Siska and Cleor will want to talk with you," Fiona said, gesturing for the healer to follow her. As they made their way to the back of the cavern, she was pleased to see so many people she recognized and a bit surprised by their reaction to seeing Tintival for the first time. "A woman healer! Who would have thought? I hear that she was Weyr folk at Bendin." "Bendin, eh? So why is she here, then?" "Well, they've got a healer, haven't they?" Cleor and Siska greeted the healer warmly and gestured for her to sit beside them. Fiona glanced to see if there was a place for her, but a sharp look from Siska dissuaded her, and she made her apologies, climbing back down from the raised platform and scanning the large cavern again for Tamar. She found him seated with his wing at a table near the northern entrance. Well, there was nothing for it, Fiona told herself grimly. She straightened her back and raised her head, recalling her father's instructions. "When apologizing, do it quickly and be forthright." Lord Bemin had told her turns back over an incident involving one of the cook's favorite serving bowls.
"And be certain that you mean it. There's nothing worse than a half-hearted apology."
But she could have died. Fiona protested to herself, wondering how her father would have responded.
"She didn't," he probably would have said, "and you weren't angry with a bronze rider because of that."
She could imagine him sighing and drawing her close.
"Lying does not become a lady holder, particularly if she lies to herself."
Yes, father, Fiona thought, in an end to the imaginary conversation. You're right, as always. She was at Tamar's table. The riders there all stopped talking when they saw her.
"Weyr woman?"
Tamar said, inclining his head respectfully. Wing Leader Tamar, Fiona began. I wish to apologize to you for my outburst this morning. I should not have been angry with you. She bit her lip and forced herself to continue. The truth you spoke was not one I was prepared to hear. I regret my harsh words. Tamar regarded her for a moment, then gestured for her to take a seat. His wingman hastily rose and moved to the end of the table, brushing aside Fiona's protest with a shake of his head and a smile. Tamar waited until she was seated, then leaned in close to her.
"You are not Weyr-bred. You learned something today that our children know as soon as they can talk."
I am Hold-bred, Fiona agreed. But my father is a Lord Holder, and many of the same truths apply to Lady Holders as it does to Weyr women. She frowned. It's just hard to accept.
"Harder as a Weyr woman, I believe," Tamar told her. "As a Lady Holder you could renounce your claim, but as a Weyr woman—"
He shook his head. Is it always this hard? Fiona asked him frankly. Am I the only one?
"No," Tamar assured her. "I think every Weyr woman battles with this issue."
He waved a hand toward Siska.
"I know that she did before Malurth rose."
Fiona pursed her lips, her chest tight as she worried about how she would deal with Talent's first mating.
"You've turns yet, Fiona," Tamar said, guessing her thoughts from her expression.
He grabbed her hands with one of his and clasped them tightly, reassuringly.
"You'll do fine, I'm certain."
Siska? Fiona asked tentatively.
Tamar grimaced and shook his head. "If she chooses to tell you, she will," he replied. "Let's just say that there was a great deal of relief that Reneth flew her."
Fiona noticed that Tamar glanced down at the table immediately thereafter, as though reliving some painful experience. She was wondering how she could learn more. Perhaps Alora would tell her. When the night was pierced by a strange noise, not the sound of a dragon, but of something else. A noise Fiona instantly recognized. A watchweir. I didn't know watchweirs came here, she exclaimed, craning her neck toward the entrance.
"They don't,"
Tamar said, pushing himself up and away from the table. Fiona saw that Siska and Cleor were also rising and looking toward the entrance. Talent, Fiona thought quickly. Ask the watchweir's name. Her name is Nuelisk. Talent responded immediately. Can I meet her? Wait, Fiona replied. She might be frightened. Of me? Talent asked in amazement. Fiona assured her that that was probably not the case, while still managing to keep her young queen from prancing out into the bowl. It's Nuelisk, Fiona said, following Tamar. She's Nuella's gold watchweir.
"Thread's not due for 2 days," Tamar said. "I wonder why she's here."
Maybe she wants to coordinate with us, Fiona suggested. Siska caught sight of her as they reached the exit, and shaking her head at the exodus, told Fiona, Keep them back. Fiona nodded and found herself herding curious riders and weirfolk back to their meals, all the while wishing she had a better chance to see Nuella and her gold watchweir. After a few minutes, Tamar returned, beckoning to Fiona.
"Siska wants Nuella to meet you."
With a relieved smile, Fiona ceded her job to Tamar and headed out into the darkened weir bowl. Even in the dim light, Fiona had no trouble locating the knot of riders clustered around the small gold watchweir. The watchweir arched her neck high over the humans as Fiona approached and then snaked it down to bring her head with its huge eyes to bear directly on Fiona, issuing a soft, high-pitched greeting. "I'm Fiona," she told the watchweir, reaching a hand forward, fingers outstretched tentatively to scratch the watchweir's nearest eye ridge. As Nuelisk crooned in delight, Fiona smiled. "Forsk likes to have her eye ridges scratched, too." "Did you spend much time with her, then?" a strange woman's voice asked from close beside her. Fiona shook her head, then expanded. "Not really. She was up at nights, and Father always insisted that I be asleep." She grinned in memory. "But sometimes, when I was lonely, I'd go into her lair and curl up with her when I was tired." "From catching tunnel snakes, no doubt." The woman, whom Fiona realized must be Nuella, guessed with amusement in her tone. "Kindin complained of it to me on several occasions." "Complained?" Fiona repeated, feeling irked with Kindin. "I got a 1/4 mark for each head." "And never got bitten except the once," Nuella added approvingly. Fiona looked at her in surprise. How did Kindin know about that?" Nuella laughed. "No one keeps secrets from harpers for long." "But I treated myself and kept the cut hidden." "You still needed stores, and you had to ask someone, even if hypothetically, about treating snake bites," Nuella replied, her voice full of humor. She held out a hand, which Fiona took and shook eagerly. "I'm Nuella, as you've no doubt guessed." She continued, "and rest assured, no one would have known except that Kindin was keeping such a careful watch over you." Fiona was too embarrassed to reply. "I thought it was a particularly good idea to ask Kelsa if there had ever been songs written about treating snake bites," Nuella confided approvingly. "She wrote one just afterward," Fiona remembered, then groaned, glancing over to the older woman in horror. "And she consulted Father on it. You don't suppose she told him?" Nuella laughed and shook her head. "I have no idea," she replied. "All I know is that after the song was written, Kindin showed up at my camp very agitated and tried to slyly teach the song to me." "He was afraid you were going to go after tunnel snakes?" Nuella shook her head, her grin slipping. "I'd already done that," she confessed. "I think he was just trying to be certain that I knew how to handle the bites if I ever did again." With a shock of horror, Fiona realized that Nuella was referring to her first watchweir, the green Nuelsk, who had died of snakebite. She risked a glance at the older woman, who had nearly twice as many turns as she, and was surprised by their similarities. Both were blonde and freckled. Nuella's eyes were more of a pure blue than Fiona's, but they could have been sisters or at least half-sibs. "It seems that Kindin's friends are always doing brave things," Siska remarked as she strode over to them, Cleor and Hinez trailing just behind her. "Kindin sets the example," Fiona said in unison with Nuella. The two glanced at each other in surprise, then laughed. "Can I see your dragon?" Nuella asked when she recovered. "Nuelisk said she'd like to meet her." "Of course," Fiona said, calling to Talent. The little queen eagerly scampered out of her lair, launching herself for a quick glide in the night. Shaking her head, Fiona called, "Show off!" Talent said nothing in response, just striding quickly over to the gold watchweir. The two exchanged cautious sniffs, then inspected each other eagerly.
"Can I play with her?"
Talent asked hopefully. Fiona could see the attraction. Nuelisk was just a bit bigger than the little queen.
"She's much older than you," Fiona warned. "I don't think she'll want to play."
"And you're supposed to be sleeping, aren't you?" Nuella added with a laugh. Sensing Fiona's surprise, the were-handler told her, "Nuellis gave me an idea of your queen's eagerness." "She wants to play," Fiona admitted. "I could see the attraction," Nuella agreed. She turned toward Talent, shaking her head. "I'm afraid that Nuellisk and I have to get back to our lair. We'll be flying thread in 2 days' time." Talent hung her head until Nuelisk chirped at her soothingly. "I'm sure you'll meet again," Nuella promised the queen dragon, "when you're older." She turned to Fiona, adding, "When you're both older." Before Fiona could respond, Nuella turned toward the knot of riders, saying to Cleor, "Then it's agreed, Weyr leader, that the Watchwears will ride the fall?"
"After your last performance, I wouldn't have it any other way," Cleor replied feelingly. "But if there's any danger—"
"Your Henez will be on duty at Southern Bowl," Nuella interjected. "If there's any need, we'll contact him."
"I still think it's a bad idea," Henez grumbled. "The records say nothing of Watchwears fighting Thread."
"Actually," Siska interrupted smoothly, "they do."
"When?" Henez asked abruptly.
"As of last night, when I wrote the report," the werewoman told him.
Henez was not amused. "If they're so useful, why was there no mention before?" "I doubt anyone ever thought to mention it because it was obvious," Cleor told him. "Watchwears watch at night and guard holds. We all know that. Probably no one thought it worth mentioning that at night they also guard the holds from Thread." "We haven't trained for this," Henez protested. "I accept responsibility for that," Cleor said.
"If all goes well, we won't need you," Nuella assured Henez.
"Not need?"
Henez repeated, his tone full of disbelief. "If the weather holds, the Thread will all be dead," Nuella said, "and then neither dragon nor Watchweir will have to fight."
"That would be good," Cleor said. "And it would give us time, afterward, to train together."
"I thought dragons didn't like flying at night," Fiona said.
"They don't," Siska agreed, "but they hate missing Thread more."
"I must return," Nuella said, turning back toward her Watchweir and feeling for the saddle. Nuelisk gave her an encouraging chirp, turning her head to guide Nuella. After Nuella mounted, the others stood back as the queen Watchweir beat her tiny wings, rose slightly in the night air, and was gone between.
"Let's hope the Thread freezes,"
Cleor said.
The new day dawned cold, with snow flurries falling, clothing the Weyr in a damp blanket of slush and mist. Snow rarely stayed long in the warm bowl of the Weyr. Farther up, in the Weyrs, it was a different matter.
"I don't know how this cold will affect the sick dragons," Tintival said when she met Siska for breakfast that morning. "I know that dragons are usually not bothered by cold, but—" "Dragons don't usually get sick," Siska finished for her, nodding in agreement.
"We could ask them," Fiona suggested.
The other two looked at her in surprise.
"I suppose we could at that," Siska said.
"But would they know?" Tintival wondered. The two Weyr women glanced at her.
"People who have a fever feel cold when they're really hot, and those who've suffered from being frozen sometimes think they're too warm."
"Would it hurt to keep them warmer?" Zinna wondered. "Even if they felt all right, would it hurt?"
"I think we should worry about the riders," Fiona said. "If they're cold, then it's likely that their dragons are, too."
"And they don't have the illness, so they'll know," Tintival added approvingly.
"I wouldn't be too sure of that," Siska cautioned.
"Why?"
"Dragons and riders share a bond," Siska replied, "and a dragon's confusion can fuddle a rider."
Tintival bit her lip and nodded.
"It's better than nothing," Fiona said.
"Yes, it is,"
Siska agreed. "I'm going to be busy getting ready for the fall," Fiona said to Tintival. "Do you think you can manage on your own?"
"If not, see me," Siska said.
"Can I have Zinna?"
Tintival asked.
Fiona turned to her friend. "Do you think you can survive a day without trying to beat the Weirlings at sacking Firestone?"
Zinna spent a moment torn between her desire and her sense of duty. Duty won.
"Of course, Healer."
"I'm glad we've got the right Firestone,"
Tamar remarked as he and Fiona watched the younger Weirlings preparing spare sacks of Firestone.
"In this weather, the older stuff would have to be salted and then rolled in grease before we could bag it." "And even then it was still dangerous,"
Tajin added as he eyed the Weirlings' efforts critically.
This is much better."
"We've got enough for a full flight," Taryn reported after a final glance at her tally slate. "Do we need more?" Tamar glanced up at the darkening sky, still flecked with falling snow, and shook his head.
"I don't think we'll need it." "The weather will be different down at Southern Bowl," Tajin cautioned. "But it's still winter there," Tamar said.
Tajin flipped open his hand in a gesture of agreement. Hanez, Mavaler, and Corral departed on thread watch shortly before dark.
"Send word at any sign of black dust," Cleor reminded them before they departed. "I expect all the thread will drown," Mavaler said with a sour look. "That would be good," Cleor said. "We could use the rest." "Rest?" Hanez exclaimed. "We'll be up all night." "I've never found that a problem," McCurry called from beside Cleor. He turned to the Weyr leader. "Perhaps you should send me instead."
Hanez's disgusted snort echoed around the Weyr bowl, undampened by the muffling snow.
"Good flying, wing leaders," Cleor called in the ceremonial salute.
A moment later, the 3 wing leaders were gone, between. When Cleor returned to the living caverns, Siska greeted him with, "Why the troubled look?"
"I don't know,"
Cleor replied, shaking his head.
"I suppose I'm concerned with the way Hanez and the others are so convinced they've nothing to worry about. They don't seem ready, alert."
"I can understand them," Siska replied. "With this beastly weather, as long as the watchweers are on duty, there'll be no call for dragons." Cleor pursed his lips, then nodded absently. "But it's warmer down south," Fiona remarked. "We shouldn't worry," Siska decided, "not with Nuella minding the watchweers." Her words did little to assure either Fiona or Cleor, who exchanged worried looks. "Nuella's been training for this for a long while," Tintival said in reassurance. "She'll have no trouble managing the watchweers, I'm sure."
"I said no,"
Zenner repeated forcefully, turning Nuella toward him. Behind her, Nuellisk gave them a questioning chirp.
"You can't do this."
"But I must," Nuella replied calmly. "You know that."
"The first time, yes," Zenner agreed. "You needed it for peace of mind, if nothing else. But Nuellisk," and he shot the gold watchweer an acknowledging nod, "knows what to do now, so she doesn't need you."
Nuella drew breath to argue, but Zenner placed a restraining finger on her lips.
"You've got children, Nuella. What would they do if anything happened to you?"
"They would survive," Nuella answered softly, pushing herself against Zenner and nuzzling in tightly. "They have the best father on all Pern."
"So it's my duty to ensure that they keep their mother, too," Zenner finished.
"If anything happened to Nuellisk and I wasn't there—"
"It would hurt terribly, I know," Zenner said.
And Nuella had to admit that he did know. Not only had he helped her through the torment of losing her first watchweer, Nuelsk, but he had also survived the wrenching loss of his own 2 fire lizards.
"But you would survive,"
Zenner concluded. And this, Nuella knew bitterly, was also true. The bond between watchweer and weirmate was strong, but it was nowhere near as deep as that between a rider and her dragon. "I have to go, Zenner," Nuella said at last, pushing herself away from him more reluctantly than her brusqueness showed. "It's my duty." "She's right," a small voice piped up from behind Zenner. "Dragonriders must fly when thread is in the sky." Zenner glanced over his shoulder to smile at Nala, their eldest. "Mummy hasn't got a dragon," little Zeller corrected. "It's the same thing," Nala protested.
"You 2 were supposed to be in bed,"
Zenner said with a sigh. He turned, still holding Nuella's hand.
"But as you're not, you can give your mother a kiss goodbye. She'll return it when she comes back."
Nuella's hand tightened thankfully on Zenner's. The 2 youngsters needed no further urging and rushed to their mother. Nuella bent over to receive their hugs and kisses.
"Now off to bed with you,"
Zenner said, making shooing motions.
I'm surprised Silstra let you stay up this late."
"She doesn't know," Nala returned as she was leaving. "She was watching the baby."
"Well, Sula, then."
"She was making bread," Zeller said, rolling his eyes.
After they had left, Zener helped Nuella into the saddle he and Taragar had constructed specially for her. He strapped her in tight.
"No flying upside down this time," he chided her.
"It musses up my hair," Nuella responded, not, Zener noted, necessarily ceding to his request.
"Bring her back," Zener said to Nuelisk. "She and I have more babies to make."
"Gladly," Nuella responded with a laugh. "I want 6 at least."
"Excellent,"
Zener agreed, his eyes dancing. "And Nuelisk wants a few more clutches herself, I'm sure."
"Which is a good thing," Zener said, "as it seems that your babies start with hers."
Nuella smiled and said nothing. Zener gave her hand one last tight clasp and then released her, stepping well back from the watch weir.
"Fly safe,"
he called fervently. The gold watch weir gave a loud cry, alerting all the other watch weirs in the compound, then sprang up into the air on her hind legs and disappeared between. The night was silent. The air was still. Zener shivered at the sudden cold. The night air of Fort Weyr was torn by a cry Siska had never heard before, but she reacted before she could think. "Malurth!" she shouted as her eyes caught sight of the plummeting object. The Great Queen was airborne before any other dragon in the weir could respond, and swiftly brought herself up under the stricken flyer. Siska grabbed a pot of numbweed automatically and raced across the bowl. "Cleor!" Alerted by her previous call, Cleor had already started toward her along with the rest of his wing's riders. At the last possible moment, Malurth moved to let the injured flyer tumble gently to the ground. 2 cries of pain, one female, one draconic, filled the night air. "It's Bowl! You've got to come!" Nuella cried out as she heard the voices approaching. "The thread is still alive! The air's too hot! The watchweirs are getting slaughtered!"
"Renette!"
Cleor's call was all that was needed. Siska clenched her jaw tightly as she caught sight of Nuella's back, thread scored to the bone from right shoulder to left pelvis. The score continued on the left side of the gold watchweir.
"Get the healer here,"
Siska told her dragon, oblivious to the sounds of the Dragonriders forming up. She took a dab of numbweed and gently smeared it down the length of Nuella's burn. Nuella hissed first in pain, then relief. "Please, how bad is Nuelisk? She says she isn't hurt much, but—"
"You took most of the score yourself,"
Cleor announced as he joined his mate. Tintival and Fiona rushed up, with Zinna following slightly behind them. "Always the rider, never the dragon," Siska added in a mixture of exasperation and admiration. "We have to go back," Nuella said, trying to find the buckles that strapped her to her watchweir. "You're not going anywhere," Siska pronounced, "except maybe to bed."
"We'll take it from here, Nuella,"
Cleor reassured her. "No," Nuella said. "You can't see the thread. Your dragons can't see the thread. It's too dark. Only the watchweirs can see the thread, and they scattered when we got hurt. We've got to go back, to rally them and get them to point out the thread for your dragons," she finished, struggling feebly. Siska and Cleor exchanged looks.
"Your watchweir is not hurt too badly," Cleor said consideringly. "She could guide us."
"No, you'll need me too," Nuella said. "Nuelisk needs me to help her get the watchweirs under control." Siska made up her mind and reached for the buckles of Nuella's saddle. "If that's the case, there's no time to lose," she said. "You'll fly with me." She turned to Cleor. "Go on. We'll be along presently."
"But the queens shouldn't fly,"
Cleor protested as Malurth moved closer to her rider. "This one is," Siska declared, unbuckling the last of Nuella's straps and helping the weirmaster out of her saddle. She turned to Fiona, her eyes flashing in the night air, and the younger Weyr woman nodded in reluctant acceptance of the unspoken request that if anything should happen to Siska or Malurth, Fiona would continue on regardless. "You'll be all right," Fiona declared staunchly, adding, "Talent and I will guard the Weyr while you're away." Siska grabbed Fiona in a quick, grateful hug before releasing her and turning back to Nuella. "You'll ride behind me," she said, as she guided Nuella toward Malurth. "That's fine," Nuella told her, trying not to wince as the torn leather of her flying gear rubbed against her wound. "With your eyes, I won't have to worry about thread." Cleor and the Dragonriders of Fort Weyr arrived over Southern Bowl Hold in darkness. Cleor ordered the Weyr to hold in place, waiting for his eyes to adjust. He had just started to make out the Watch Weyrs in their desperate fight against Thread when Malurth burst from between. "Siska wants to know, what are you waiting for?" Reneth relayed, getting Siska's impatient tone down pat. "We can't see," Cleor responded. "Siska says that the Watch Weyrs will see for us," Reneth said, sounding confused. "Nuella suggests assigning a half-wing to each Watch Weyr." Precious moments were lost as the plan was implemented. The first Watch Weyr bolted between when it found itself guiding for over half a dozen flaming dragons, but it soon returned, giving the dragons a partly apologetic, partly challenging blurp and directing them toward another clump of thread. Even with the Watch Weyrs guiding them to the clumps, the night fight was awful. Dragon after dragon bellowed in pain as unseen threads scored and they ducked between. Some did not return. The Watch Weyrs fared worse. Cleor soon learned not to wince at the painful high-pitched scream of a fatally threaded Watch Weyr. Nuelisk was everywhere, rallying the Watch Weyrs, chiding the dragons, chewing thread. She paid the price for her leadership and several times bellowed in pain before going between to rid herself of thread. When Nuella at last relayed that the thread had moved on to fall over the sea, where it would drown, Cleor gratefully gave the orders to return to the Weyr.
"Tell Nuelisk that all injured Watch Weyr should follow us,"
Cleor added.
"And remind me to send a sweepwing to look for burrows in the morning."
For all their work, Cleor was certain that thread had fallen through to the ground in the darkness. He shuddered at the thought of what the ground might look like in the morning.
"Take us to the hold, Reneth,"
Cleor said.
"I must speak with the Lord Holder."
Contrary to Cleor's fears, Lord Egrimer was effusive with his praise of the dragons and their riders.
"We'll have ground crews out at first light, I promise," he said.
He looked nervously northward, toward where thread had fallen.
"How bad is it, do you suppose?"
Cleor shook his head.
"We did our best," he said. "But the warm weather meant that every thread was alive. The Watch Weyrs were overwhelmed, and we'd never trained with them, so our coordination was lousy."
Lady Ivala's eyes grew wide with alarm.
"We'll have sweep riders out at first light," Cleor promised. "As soon as we see anything, we'll let you know." "I'd hate to lose the stands of timber to the north," Lord Egrimer said. "They're old enough to be harvested, but I was hoping to hold off until mid-pass, when we'll really be needing the wood."
Cleor nodded.
"We'll do our best, and we're grateful for all that you've done," Egrimer replied.
Wearily, Cleor mounted Reneth and directed him home. The morning dawned gray, cold, and cloudy. Even Siska was subdued. "The reports are in from tomorrow on sweep," she said as she nudged Cleor awake, handing him a mug of steaming claw. Cleor raised an eyebrow inquiringly. Siska made a face. 5 burrows. Cleor groaned. Siska made a worse face, and Cleor gave her a go-on gesture. 2 are well established. They'll have to fire the timber stands. Cleor sat up, taking a long sip of his claw. He gave Siska a measuring look, then asked,
"Casualties?"
Siska frowned. "Between the illness and thread, 23 have gone between. Fidan and Padur will be laid up with injuries for at least 6 months. Troth, Pieth, Cadurth, Farth, and Bedanth are all seriously injured and will also take at least 6 months to heal. There are 11 other riders or dragons with injuries that will keep them from flying for the next 3 months.
So, we've what, 70 dragons and riders fit to fly?
75, Siska corrected. And we've got over 3 7-days before our next fall. I'm sure that we'll have more dragons fit to fly by then.
3 7-days is not enough time,
Cleor grumbled, rising from their bed and searching out some clothes. No, you don't, Siska said sharply, getting up and pushing him toward the baths. You smell. You're getting bathed before you do anything else. Cleor opened his mouth to protest, but Siska silenced him with a kiss. If you're nice, she teased, I may join you. Cleor tried very hard to be nice. Lord Holder Egrimer scowled at the line of smoke in the distance. 40 turns worth of growth gone. 3 whole valleys had been put to flames before the Dragonriders and ground crews could declare Southern Bowl Hold free from thread. The rains would come soon, and the burnt land would lose all its topsoil. He could expect floods to ravage the remnants of those valleys. In the end, there might be a desert where once there had been wide forests. It would be worse for his holders. They had expected years of work and income culling the older trees, planting new, and working the wood into fine pieces of furniture. Now Southern Bowl would be dependent upon its pottery, spices, and the scant foodstuffs it could raise for its trade with the other holds. The hold would take turns to recover.
I'm sorry, Egrimer.
A disconsolate Cleor repeated.
If there's anything the Weyr can do to help.
Egrimer sighed and turned back to the Weyr leader. Cleor was a good 10 turns younger than himself, and while Egrimer wanted desperately to blame someone, he knew that it would be unfair to blame the Dragonrider. He forced a smile. I appreciate that, Cleor, he replied. And there might be more that you can do than you know. Cleor gave him an inquiring look. If I could have the loan of a Weyrling or 2 to help scout out the damage and maybe haul some supplies.
Weyrlings we have aplenty,
Cleor said. He shook his head.
It's full-grown dragons that are scarce.
I'd heard that your losses are high from the illness, Egrimer replied. Is there anything we can do for you, Weyr leader? For a moment Cleor made no reply, staring off into space, thinking.
Nothing, he said at last, angrily. You can't give us more mature dragons, or heal our wounded more quickly.
Egrimer's face drained. How long do we have, then? Cleor's face grew ashen.
Fort is lucky. We don't have another threadfall in the next 3 7-days. We'll probably be able to fight that, he answered, adding with a shake of his head. But I can't say about the next fall.
The despair that gripped the Weyr leader was palpable. Egrimer looked for some words of encouragement to give him, but could find none. It was Cleor who spoke next, pulling himself erect and willing a smile back onto his face.
We'll find a way, Lord Egrimer, he declared with forced cheer. We're Dragonriders. We always find a way.
He nodded firmly and then said to Egrimer,
Now, if you'll excuse me.
Certainly, Egrimer replied. I'll see you out. And don't worry about those Weyrlings. If it's too much bother, having them would only save us time. Cleor stopped so suddenly that Egrimer had to swerve to avoid bumping into him.
Time!
Cleor shouted exultantly. He turned to Egrimer and grabbed him on both shoulders.
That's it! Time! We need time!
Egrimer smiled feebly, wondering if the dragon's sickness could affect riders as well. Cleor just as suddenly let go of the Lord Holder and raced out of the hold.
Thank you, Lord Egrimer. You've been most helpful,
he called as he climbed up to his perch on Reneth.
Any time, Weyr leader,
Egrimer called back, not at all certain what he had done, but willing to use the Weyr leader's good cheer to elevate that of his holders, rather than depress them more by looking at the Weyr leader as if he were mad.
Siska, it's time,
Cleor yelled up from the bowl to their quarters as soon as he returned between from Southern Bowl.
"That's what we need! Time!"
Siska stepped up to the ledge in Malurth's quarters and peered down to Cleor. "Of course we need time," she agreed, mostly to humor him.
"No, no, no!" Cleor shouted back. "The Weirlings and the injured riders, they all need time to grow and recover."
"Makes sense, Cleor," Siska returned irritably. Cleor took a deep breath and gave her a huge smile.
"We'll time it, send them back in time somewhere, so
they can recover," Siska finished with a joyful cry and a leap. "Cleor, that's brilliant!"
"There's only one place we can go," Cleor told the assembled wing leaders. "Aigen. It's the only weir that's empty, and we can't go back too far. We don't want to have to worry about the plague."
"I'd recommend going back 10 turns, Tintival, who was there at Siska's invitation, said.
"Why not just 3? Mavaler asked querulously.
3 gives no margin for error, Tintival replied. The bronze riders exchanged looks, and Cleor said,
10 turns, then.
"If this works, won't you want to offer the same chance to the other weirs?" Tintival asked. "It makes sense," Siska said, "but there's no reason we can't have an overlap."
"Not with Dagan," Tamar murmured. Mavaler glared at him, but before he could say anything, Mercury said with a smirk, "No, indeed." "No one knows if this is going to work anyway," Inez said. Cleor glanced sourly in his direction. Inez had been late in joining the fight the night before.
"That's why we're going to try it ourselves before we suggest it to the other weirs," Cleor said. He grimaced. "It's a pity we've only got 12 weirlings able to go between."
"But we've got 77 injured riders and dragons who can manage," Siska pointed out. "Together that will give us nearly 3 full flights of dragons."
"If they survive," Inez reminded her. "If something happens to them—"
"Then we'll be just as short-handed as we are now," Siska cut him off.
Cleor turned to Tamar.
"When can you be ready?"
"In 2 hours," Tamar replied. "When do you need us back?" "Excuse me," Inez said, "but I think I should be the one to go." Cleor turned to him with a raised brow. "I've had the most experience leading flights of dragons. I'll be the best at training them and handling their injuries," Inez explained.
"Tamar is handling the weirlings now," Cleor said, "and the decision as to who goes is mine."
Inez flushed angrily. "Then pick me!" Cleor eyed him with distaste for a moment, then turned his attention back to Tamar.
"The healer will need to stay here."
Tamar nodded in agreement. "Weir leader!" Inez snapped through gritted teeth. All eyes turned to him. "If you will not let me lead the flight back to Aigen, then I demand that you send me to another weir." "Inez!" Mavaler gasped.
Cleor merely nodded.
"I cannot send you until this illness has been cured," he told Inez. "At that time, however, you may go to any weir that will have you. In the meantime, as we have more wing leaders than wings, you are to fly in Mercury's wing."
Inez nodded stiffly, rose from his chair, and rushed out of the room, ignoring Carol's and Mavaler's outraged expressions. "I could go," Fiona spoke up in the silence that followed Inez's dramatic exit. Everyone looked at her. "I know some healing, and I'm a werewoman." Tamar smiled kindly at her, shaking his head.
"Talent is too young to go between." 3 turns is a long time for the weir to wait for its next queen," Mercury said, glancing at the other riders.
Siska pursed her lips and shook her head. "We can't risk losing the only other queen we have."
"If Talent were older, able to go between, I'd be happy to send you," Cleor said. He shook his head. "As it is, I can't allow it."
"They're going back in time?" Zinna repeated in surprise when Fiona filled her in later as they were oiling Talent. "And that will work?" "No one knows," Fiona said, "but they hope so." "How will they know how to get there?" Fiona smiled. "They're going to use the Red Star as a guide." "The Red Star?" "Yes, They'll fly to Eigen in our time, sight the red star in the star stones, and work out what the image should be for 10 turns back," Fiona told her. "And when they come back, they'll be 3 turns older?" Zinna said, grappling with the thought. "In 3 days, they'll be 3 turns older," Fiona agreed, her tone wistful. "Tamar's leading them." "There!" Talent cried as Fiona found a particularly itchy part. Fiona smiled indulgently and scrubbed harder with her oily rag. "Oh, that's much better." "When we're done oiling Talent, Siska wants us to meet with Tintavel and make a chest of medicinal supplies," Fiona said. "What if something goes wrong?" Zinna asked. "What if they don't come back?" Fiona shook her head. "In that case, we'll think of something." "There are 2 more sick dragons today," Zinna noted darkly. "That brings the total up to 18, Fiona said, pursing her lips tightly. "And 2 more dragons went between." She'd lost track of how many dragons had succumbed to the illness. She knew it was over 50, but she couldn't say by how much. More became ill every day. "Even if everything goes well, there will be less than 2 full flights of dragons." "I know, Zinna," Fiona replied, grimacing. "We just have to do what we can." "I heard that Bendin Weyr Healer's dragon went between today." Fiona nodded. Siska had sent her after breakfast to check on Tintavel. The healer had known Keaton. It had been his recommendation that had sent her to the Harper Hall. "How do you bear it?" Zinna asked, glancing over from her place near Talent's neck, her oiling temporarily forgotten. She gestured to Talent. "How can you stand the thought of losing her?" "I won't lose her," Fiona declared. She patted Talent forcefully. "No matter what happens, I won't lose you." Talent chirped happily. "I love you." "I wish I were going to Eigen," Zinna said wistfully. "I'd like to be away from all this for 3 turns." "You could ask Tamar," Fiona said, though her heart wasn't in it. Zinna shook her head. "I'll stay with you." "I think Talent's all done for now," Fiona said, leaning back from her place over Talent's itchy patch. "Let's go find Tintavel." The sun was well past its zenith when all the arrangements were complete and the riders and dragons were arrayed in the chilly bowl, ready to go to Eigen and back 10 turns in time. In the end, after much discussion, it was decided that Tamar should take only the 47 most lightly injured dragons and riders, as well as the older weirlings. It would be too dangerous for the 30 more seriously injured dragon pairs to make the leap between times, a point that Fiona emphasized in her discussions with Fijian and the other disgruntled young weirlings. "Fly well," Cleor called to the assembled riders. From perches on high, the rest of the dragons of Fort Weyr looked on. "I'll see you in 3 days," Tajin said as he helped Tamar settle the last of his gear on Zarent's neck. "Try not to get too tanned." Tamar laughed and waved his farewell. Tajin stepped back, joining Cleor, Siska, Fiona, and the others. Tamar turned on his perch, making one final assessment of his charges, then raised his arm and pumped his fist in the ancient signal to ascend. 60 dragons leapt into the air and beat their wings, climbing up out of the bowl to array themselves near the Starstones, with Tamar's Zarenth in the van. They remained there for one more instant, and then were gone between. Dinner that evening was subdued. Fiona kept Zinna near her for company. Kentai arranged for the children to sing during the meal, which should have lifted everyone's spirits, but even the sprightly morning dragon song seemed only to punctuate the fact that Tamar and nearly 90 other riders, including those whose dragons were too ill, weren't sharing the meal with the rest of the Weyr. 3 turns, Fiona mused as she ate without speaking. What would Tamar be like then? All her vague, half-formed images of the bronze rider blurred and dimmed. She'd already known he was too old for her, and these added 3 turns just emphasized that difference. If she'd entertained any hopes of a deeper relationship someday, those hopes were now dashed. As she and Zinna walked back to their quarters after dinner, Fijian and Janos caught up with them.
"It's not fair," Fijian complained. "They should have let us go, too."
"Look on the bright side," Fiona said to him. "At least now you're the senior Wehrling."
Fijian paused in his surprise, but then, after a long moment, he declared, "I'd still prefer to go to Eigen with the others."
"We can't even ride our dragons yet," Janos reminded him. "How could we survive going between times?"
Fijian didn't reply, his face set in a stubborn look.
"If you could go, you would, wouldn't you, Weirwoman?" he asked.
Fiona pursed her lips and hesitated before answering. "I wouldn't risk Talent for it."
"But if it wasn't a risk, what then?" Fijian persisted. "And is staying here with the illness any less of a risk?" Janos added.
"It doesn't matter," Fiona said with a shrug. She drew herself up haughtily, remembering her responsibility to set the example and grateful that she had the height on the two Wehrlings. "We can't go, so our job is to make the best of what we can do, not moan about what we can't."
Fijian sighed. "I suppose you're right."
His expression brightened.
"Can the Wehrlings practice gliding again tomorrow?"
"We'll have to ask Tajin," Fiona said, "but I see no problem."
"And we'll have to practice bagging firestones by ourselves," Zinna said eagerly.
"We've pretty much been doing that already," Janos replied. "The others will be back long before the next fall," Fijian reminded Zinna.
Zinna grimaced. They reached the Wehrling barracks, and the two Wehrlings waved their goodbyes. Fiona and Zinna trudged along in silence, lost in their own thoughts, until they reached the weir.
"I wish I could go too,"
Talent said, peering out of her weir as they climbed the slope up to the Queen's Ledge.
"I know," Fiona said aloud, pausing long enough to scratch Talent's eye ridges. "Our time will come."
Behind her, Fiona could sense Zinna's wistful gaze. She turned to her and beckoned for Zinna to come to Talent's other side. For several minutes both girls were engrossed in indulging the young queen. The moment was broken when Zinna failed to stifle a yawn, and Fiona found herself unconsciously echoing her an instant later. Grinning, Fiona said, "I guess we need to get some sleep."
"Go,"
Talent urged them, butting first Fiona and then Zinna toward their quarters. The gold dragon curled up, but did not put her head under her wing in her usual sleeping posture. Fiona noticed, and Talent told her,
"I will go to sleep soon. I want to think."
"Since when did dragons spend time thinking?" Fiona mused as she changed into her night clothes and crawled into bed. And what did they think about? She wondered just before sleep overwhelmed her. Fiona woke, suddenly alert. Zinna lay beside her, a comforting bundle of warmth, her breathing deep and steady. Without turning her head, she glanced toward Talent's weir. The queen was awake, alert, her gaze intent on something outside in the bowl.
"Fiona."
The voice wasn't Talent's, but Fiona felt she recognized it. Slowly, cautiously, she eased her way out of bed, still not certain that she wasn't imagining things. Sliding her feet into her slippers, she picked up her robe from its place beside the bed and tiptoed away. Talent turned her head toward her, then back out to the bowl, eyes whirling rapidly.
"What is it?"
Fiona asked.
"She wants us to come with her,"
Talent told her. The night air was cold, frozen, quiet, expectant. Fiona found herself warming her nose with the fingers of her left hand as she crept into Talent's weir and peered out into the snow-covered bowl. Flecks of snow drifted down steadily, adding to the carpet already covering the ground. Fiona scanned the snow-muffled stillness for a long moment before she spotted a darker shape, a dragon. By her size, she was a queen. Fiona glanced at the shape for another moment before turning decisively to walk down the Queen's Ledge. She never considered jumping down as she usually did, feeling somehow that it was inappropriate. As she got closer, she made out another shape, a human, standing close beside the dragon. "Get dressed," the rider said as Fiona approached. "We must be quick. We can't wake the others." Something about the rider seemed familiar. Why? Where are we going? "Eigen." The word was like a challenge, and Fiona shivered, feeling her heart lurch. "I can't leave Talent." "Get dressed," the rider said as Fiona approached. "We must be quick. We can't wake the others." Something about the rider seemed familiar. Why? Where are we going? "Eigen." The word was like a challenge, and Fiona shivered, feeling her heart lurch. "I can't leave Talent." "She comes too," the rider said, "and the Weirlings." The rider glanced toward the barracks. "They're coming now." Fiona glanced toward the barracks but saw nothing. Who was this woman? "We have to hurry. They need to see you and Talent go, or they won't follow." "Follow?" "They need to come with you to Eigen." "How do you know?" Fiona asked, a sudden thrill of suspicion running down her spine. "It's happened already," the rider told her. Fiona gasped as realization struck her. "You're from the future!" The rider nodded. "You must hurry." Fiona darted back inside and pulled on her clothes as quickly as she could. When she returned, she suddenly realized that Zinna had slept through the commotion. "Zinna!" she cried. "I need to—" "She stays," the rider declared in a tone that brooked no argument. A figure raced into sight from the direction of the living caverns. "You may come," the rider said as the figure resolved itself into the form of Pern. Talent crept out of her weir, and with a furtive glance toward Malurth's quarters, hopped down from her ledge. "We can't go between," Fiona protested, "and Talent is too young to carry my weight." "You'll ride with me," the rider told her. "As for between, you'll have to trust me." Two shapes appeared from the direction of the Weirling barracks, Fijian and Janos. "Hurry!" the rider told Fiona, racing back and mounting her dragon. She leaned a hand down to Fiona. "I know when we're going." "Talent will be safe, won't she?" Fiona asked, her voice catching. "My word on it," the rider told her, grasping Fiona's hand and pulling her up. "Quickly! They must see us go between."
"Talent! I have the image. I can see where to go," the little queen told her calmly.
"Doesn't she have to be flying?" Fiona asked the rider in front of her worriedly.
"Talent, jump!"
the rider said in response. At the same time, the queen they were riding leapt into the air. Fiona only had a moment's glimpse of Talent jumping after them, and then she was engulfed in the greater darkness of between.
"Talent!"
Fiona called frantically.
"I am here,"
Talent assured her calmly.
"We are fine. It will be longer than normal. We are going back in time,"
Fiona heard the rider say.
"Don't you need to go to Eigen now, first?" "I've already been there,"
the rider replied, her voice certain. Who was this person? Fiona wondered. Who rode a gold and could bring them back in time? A growing sense of wonder overcame her as she considered the most obvious answer. Could this be Fiona herself, come back from the future? 12. A sea of sand, harsh climb for man. Mountains rise high. Eigen Weyr is nigh. Eigen Weyr, morning, AL 498, 7-2. The cold black nothing of between was suddenly replaced by heat and a bright sun.
"Whee!"
Talent cried delightedly.
"Look how high I am!"
Fiona glanced over and saw that Talent was indeed nearly twice as high as she'd ever been before.
"Careful, just glide down." "Okay,"
Talent said, sounding disappointed. Nevertheless, the young queen glided carefully down into the strange bowl beneath them. "This is Eigen Weyr," the strange rider called. "It's awfully warm," Fiona said. I thought it would be cold and windy even here." "We are slightly more than 10 turns back in time," the rider replied with a hint of humor in her voice. "I thought you'd prefer to start with warmer weather. This is the 2nd day of the 7th month, and the 498th turn since landing." The gold touched down, and the rider turned to Fiona, the bright morning sun rising behind her, casting her face in shadow. "Get down." Fiona obeyed reflexively and was surprised to see the rider and dragon leap skyward as soon as she'd found her feet. In an instant they were gone, between.
"There's no one here,"
Talent declared, peering around the sand-swept weir. Fiona wheeled slowly around on her heel, scanning the bowl and the weirs carved into its walls. Where were Tamar, the injured riders, and the older weirlings? Fiona felt a moment of panic as she wondered if she'd somehow been betrayed, misled by an unknown rider, and purposely abandoned here with a dragon too young to fly. She spotted a canvas-covered mound not too far away and walked over to it. As she approached, she realized it had been recently erected. She lifted up a flap and saw crates and barrels, supplies of some sort. "So at least she doesn't mean me to starve," Fiona thought hopefully. She turned around, scanning the abandoned weir. The air was hot and getting hotter, smelling of sand and roasted dust. Overhead the sun was intense, even though only still rising, already beating down unyieldingly. The floor and sides of the bowl were of a different stone than she had expected, accustomed to the stark whiteness of Fort Weyr. This weir was carved into orange rock. Fiona knelt and picked up some loose earth in her hand. It was sandy, fine, and dusty, unlike the packed ground of Fort's bowl. Aside from the canvas mound of supplies, the weir had a forlorn, abandoned feel to it. Fiona turned around again slowly, scanning for the Queen's quarters, searching for the entrance to the hatching grounds, the location of the kitchen cavern, the weirling barracks, and suddenly the weir was alive to her. She felt the stone in her blood, felt the warm welcome of the hot sun and the fine sand. This could be home. A sudden rustle above her caused Fiona to crane her neck upward. A clutch of dragons burst forth from between, with the gold in the lead. Fiona saw Fijian mounted on his bronze Ladurth, looking both terrified and thrilled at the same time as his dragon glided down quickly to the ground.
"Talent, watch out!"
Fiona called, fearful lest one of the inexperienced riders or dragons come crashing down on her. Talent scurried to the side of the bowl, and Fiona scampered after her a moment later. "Did you see us?" Fijian shouted, as soon as his Ladurth came to a halt. "We flew!" "We only glided," Janos corrected him as he slid down Palent's foreleg onto the ground. He stood beside his brown, patting him loudly, a broad grin splitting his face from ear to ear. "But we went between." "If we hadn't seen you do it, we wouldn't have dared to try," Fijian said to Fiona in awe. "Where is everyone else?" Janos asked, peering expectantly around the weir. "I wonder," Fiona mused, "if she could bring you back. Could she bring back the more severely injured riders and dragons, too?" The other weirlings gathered around them, all wondering the same thing. "We should ask the Queen Rider," Fiona said, gesturing to the far side of the bowl where the huge gold dragon had alighted. "Who is she, anyway?" Fijian asked. "And we won't get in trouble, will we?" Janos wondered anxiously. "After all, she's a Queen Rider." "Let's ask her," Fijian said. Fiona nodded in agreement and found herself leading the others toward the werewoman and her queen dragon. "Hello!" she shouted, feeling alarmed as she sensed that dragon and rider were preparing to go between once more. "Can you bring back the other injured dragons and riders?" "For that I'll need help," the woman returned. "I don't think that we could give you any help," Fiona began reluctantly, gesturing to the dragonettes. "They're too small. It's a wonder they managed to get here at all." "Oh, it's no wonder," the gold rider replied in amused tones. and I'm sure you'll be able to help with what needs doing." Before Fiona could respond, the queen dragon leapt into the air, beat its wings once, and disappeared between. It seemed only a moment later that she reappeared, and the air was full of dragons, gold, bronze, brown, blue, green, all guiding or aiding injured dragons and riders to settle upon the warm sands of Eigen Bowl. Fiona felt dizzy and swayed where she stood, even as one of the queen riders laughed and waved merrily in her direction. "Are you all right?" Janos asked, grabbing her and propping her upright. "I think it's just the heat," Fiona replied, looking around for the gold rider who had first brought her here. "We should go thank her." But before they'd gone half a dragon length, a gold dragon leapt into the air and was gone between. Fiona heard the loud rush of many wings, and suddenly the weir was empty of all save the weirlings and the injured dragon pairs from Fort Weyr. "Where'd they go?" Janos cried. "Who was she?" Fijian demanded. Fiona shook her head. "I don't know." The others took this news in slowly, muttering amongst themselves. "You don't think it's a trick or something, do you?" Fijian asked after a while. "We're here. She did what she said she would," Fiona said. "Besides, she rode a queen." The woman had never claimed to be a werewoman, but she must have been one. Who else but a werewoman could ride a queen? "What are we going to do?" Janos asked, looking around with growing alarm. "You are going to go over to the weirling barracks and start cleaning them," Fiona told him sternly. "The werewoman said that this is turn 498, so this weir has been abandoned for nearly 7 turns. You'd best watch for tunnel snakes." "Tunnel snakes?" Janos blanched. "I don't know how to handle tunnel snakes." "If you find any, let me know," Fiona told him. When the brown rider's eyes bugged out, she explained, "I used to hunt them back at my father's hold." Fiona was surprised and pleased by the hushed exclamations the other weirlings as this news spread. She turned to Fijian. "Get some others to help stow what's under that canvas in the kitchen cavern. Send in a detail first to be sure there are no tunnel snakes there either." Fijian nodded and started calling out names while moving toward the canvas-covered mound. "And send another group to see to the older riders and dragons. We'll need to get them out of the heat." Fiona wondered if hot, dusty Eigen Weyr might have other dangers than tunnel snakes. She dismissed the worry, telling herself that the weirlings would report anything out of the ordinary. They had been working for about a quarter of an hour when the air above them was once again filled with dragons. Fiona glanced up and waved, her face splitting into a huge grin, part from relief and part in reaction to the evident astonishment of the riders flying above. Tamar had arrived.
"Talent, tell Ledurth and Peled that we need everyone out here to help with the injured riders." "I told them. They're coming,"
Talent replied promptly. Fiona made a face as she berated herself for not already detailing a crew to clean out weirs for the injured riders. Fijian joined her, glancing up as the injured dragons and riders made hasty landings. "Most of the supplies are medicines and bandages," he told her. "No food?" Fiona asked, frowning. Fijian pursed his lips and shook his head. "Some claw bark, some herbals, but nothing to eat." Fiona frowned in turn, then dismissed the worry. "Get the weirlings to help these injured riders. Put them in the weirling barracks for the moment, just to get them out of the sun." A shadow passed low overhead, and Zorenth landed nearby. "What are you doing here?" Tamar shouted. "When did you leave?" Tamar demanded, leaping down beside Terran, who had just returned, breathless, with a flask of water. "Late at night after you left," Fiona said. She had been too eager when the mysterious Queen Rider had made her amazing offer to consider how Tamar would react, and once she'd arrived at Eigen, she'd been too busy organizing the weirlings to think about it any more. "Fijian and the other weirlings are here too," she told him, partly to give Tamar all the news at once, and partly in hopes that he might be distracted by the information.
"How did you get here?"
he repeated, reaching out to grab Fiona's shoulders with both arms, as if to assure himself that she was real. "The werewoman brought us," Fiona said.
"What werewoman?"
Tamar demanded.
"Not Siska."
Fiona shook her head.
"Then who?"
"I don't know," Fiona told him honestly. "She never gave me her name." Tamar frowned, looking deep into Fiona's eyes.
"It wasn't you, was it?"
"From the future?" Fiona asked.
"No, you on your own," Tamar exclaimed. "How could anyone know to come from the future?"
Fiona's temper rose. "Anyone from the future would know. If it's been done, then they'd know, wouldn't they?"
"And they brought you here, conveniently before we arrived,"
Tamar said, his tone simmering near the boil. "And they got us some supplies," Fiona said, gesturing to the remains of the mound that the Weirlings had mostly stored.
"Supplies?"
Tamar repeated, brows creased in a frown. "Mostly medicine and bandages," Fiona said. "The Weirlings will be storing it in the living cavern once Janos has finished checking for tunnel snakes."
"Tunnel snakes?"
Fiona's lips turned up in a quick grin as she confided, "I don't think he'll find any, but I told him to keep an eye out for them."
"This Weir's been abandoned so long there probably are tunnel snakes,"
Tamar said in a tone that indicated he hadn't considered the possibility himself. "Well, there probably aren't any in the living cavern. We would have heard Janos shriek by now," Fiona said. Seeing Tamar's thoughtful look, she pressed on. "And I've got another party clearing the Weirling barracks. We're putting the injured dragons and riders in there until we can clear out some Weirs."
"Werewoman Fiona, what are you doing here?"
someone called in surprise from the gathering throng of dismounting riders. Fiona recognized Jakarin, one of the older Weirlings. "Same as you," she told him with a grin. "Are you ready to start cleaning?"
"Cleaning? Unless you were planning on sleeping out here in the bowl," Tamar said.
"Get over to the Weirling barracks," Fiona said. "Fijian's got some of the younger Weirlings working there already, but I'm sure they'll benefit from the oversight of more mature riders."
"I'm on it,"
Jakarin said, looking relieved at the notion of ordering around the younger Weirlings. "I'll be by to check that everyone's working," Fiona warned him. She turned to Terran, saying, "Terran, I want you to take stock of the supplies, then see how they're coming with the Weirling barracks." Terran nodded. "As soon as you're done with that, find Fijian and get a crew to clear out the hatching grounds. There really might be tunnel snakes there, so have everyone be careful and send in some of the smaller greens." "Send in the greens," Terran repeated to herself, then nodded and trotted off to the living cavern to start her chores.
"Hatching grounds?"
"I was thinking that for the time being it would be quicker to clear than individual weirs," Fiona said.
"Good thought."
"And I don't know about you, but I didn't bring any bedding," Fiona continued. From the look on Tamar's face, it was obvious that the wingleader hadn't thought of it either. Fiona hid her surprise, asking, "Did you bring any food?" Tamar shrugged, shaking his head. "Well, then we're going to get hungry."
"Tamar," a rider called from the distance. "Should we post a watch, dragon?" "Of course, but not you, Padur. You need to rest," Tamar replied. "I can rest as easily up there," Padur said.
"No, you cannot," Fiona shouted at him. "You are going to get well, and that means you are going to rest, or Siska and Cleor will have my head."
"Fiona?"
Padur called, squinting to better see her.
"What are you doing here?"
"Keeping you from doing something stupid," Fiona returned tartly. She searched around for one of the Weirlings and beckoned him over. "Padur here is recovering from serious injuries to his neck and back," she told him. "He's to rest, lying on his stomach." She frowned, thinking about how to treat the stubborn scores that had nearly flayed the man. If he has to sit up, he's to sit with his chair reversed. The Weirling looked from her to Padur, Cleor's wing second, to Tamar, then back to Fiona, and she gave him an irritated growl. Once he's settled, see Pern and find some numweed. If there's only reeds, then set a pot to boil. We'll need a lot of it." The Weirling blanched at the thought of making numweed, a smelly, difficult job that all Weir folk avoided if at all possible. "We're just here to get older, Delanor," she told him with a reassuring smile. "These injured riders are here to get well, so it's our duty to look after them, eh?" Delanor replied with a hesitant smile of his own. "Padur," Fiona said, cocking her head in the direction of the living cavern. "Yes, Werewoman," Padur replied, and turned to follow the Weirling. "So, Werewoman," Tamar said, stressing the title and smiling as he said it. "Who should we set on watch?" "That, Wingleader, would be up to you, wouldn't it?" Fiona retorted. And before he could respond, she turned briskly on her heel and headed over to the Weirling barracks. An hour later, Fiona sat exhausted by a smoky hearth, taking her turn stirring a smelly pot full of numweed grass. The air not only was full of the noxious fumes that made her eyes water and her nose run, but was also stiflingly hot. Fiona resolved to herself that in future she would boil numweed only in the cold of night. A noise behind her caused her to turn her head, and she saw Pern approaching. "The Weirling barracks are all clean," the younger girl reported. "The crew cleaning the hatching grounds will be done in another hour or so. I set a group to clearing out your quarters." "My quarters?" Fiona repeated in surprise. Then her brow furrowed. "How did you manage to get them to obey you?" "You're the senior werewoman," Pern replied with no hint of duplicity. "I just made it clear to them that it's what you needed." She smiled as she added, "You know how it is with weirlings. The boys practically fell over themselves to help." "And after all those firestone drills, they're used to following your orders," Fiona guessed. "It's not like there are any other weirfolk around," Pern agreed. "Shards, you and I are the only two women here." Fiona coughed and gestured to the exit into the bowl. "We need to get out of here." "I'll have Jakarin get someone to take over," Tamar called from the entrance. He gave Fiona a sheepish look as she neared the entrance. "I'm sure that there has to be some weirling who's earned it." "Don't you dare!" Fiona cried, eyes widening angrily. Tamar took a half-step back, his confusion evident. "This numweed is for everyone," Fiona told him. "Everyone works on it. I will not have people taking it as a punishment. What sort of numweed do you think you'll get with an attitude like that?" "I hadn't thought of that," Tamar confessed with a frown. "Very well." "Shall I set up a roster?" Pern offered. "Yes," Fiona said with a firm nod. "Every person who's able will be on it, except for you." "Why not me?" Pern asked, looking ashamed. "Because you're going to be doing all the tallying around here," Fiona told her firmly. "You'll be our records keeper," Tamar told her with a suitably grave expression. "Head woman," Fiona corrected. "Head woman?" Pern and Tamar echoed in disbelief and surprise. "Can you think of anyone else more qualified here?" "I suppose not," Tamar admitted after a moment. He turned to Pern. "Head woman it is." "Me?" Pern squeaked. "Yes, and you'd better get to that list. We don't want the numweed to burn," Fiona said. With wide, serious eyes, Pern nodded and scuttled off. Fiona shouted after her, "And don't let anyone give you trouble." "I won't," Pern called back over her shoulder, her pace increasing as she raced over to the Weirling barracks. "Talent," Fiona called to her dragon. "Where are you?" "I'm in the hatching grounds," Talent said. "I'm helping scare the tunnel snakes away." "Be careful," Fiona warned. "Of course," Talent replied quickly, but Fiona could hear her dragon's disappointment. She amended her warning. "If you get bit, let me know." "Okay," Talent replied more cheerfully. "Is that all?" "No," Fiona said, remembering the real reason she'd contacted her dragon. "I want you to tell all the dragons that Pern is head woman." "Okay," Talent replied instantly. "They know." A moment later, she added, "Zareth thinks it's a good idea." "Your dragon thinks it's a good idea for Pern to be head woman," Fiona reported to Tamar. "I know," Tamar replied with a grin. "I told him." A Weyrling rushed up, ducked his head in acknowledgement of Tamar and even more in acknowledgement of Fiona. "I'm to stir the numbweed." Tamar clapped the Weyrling on the back and guided him into the kitchen cavern. "Let me show you how it's done." He turned back to Fiona as he pushed the Weyrling forward, saying, "Would you wait here for me, Weyrwoman?" "Okay," Fiona replied, surprised at Tamar's deferential tone. When he returned, he gestured for her to precede him out into the bowl. Zareth landed in front of them, turning his head toward them, his multifaceted eyes whirling with eagerness. "I think it would be a good idea to familiarize ourselves with their surroundings before it gets dark," Tamar told her, gesturing for her to mount his bronze dragon. Moments later, Zareth leapt into the sky, his huge wings beating steadily, slowly gaining altitude and clearing the Weyr bowl. "Shards!" Tamar exclaimed as he noticed the size of the gap between Zareth's claws and the top of the Weyr. "I hadn't realized how much the heat would affect him." "Why would it?" "Hot air is thinner, so it requires more work to get the same height," Tamar told her. He reached past her and patted Zareth's neck affectionately. "We should probably warn the injured dragons not to strain themselves," Fiona said. "Yes," Tamar agreed distractedly. His tone was more focused when he told her a moment later, "Done." Zareth found a good updraft into which he swerved to circle up high above the Weyr. "I can see the sea," Fiona said, pointing off to the east. "This land is so dry and hot," Tamar remarked worriedly. "Does anything grow here?" Fiona wondered. "Wasn't that why Aigen was abandoned?" Fiona could feel Tamar behind her shaking his head. "The last Lord Holder made some poor choices in dealing with the drought, and planted more thirsty crops rather than switching to those adjusted to more arid climes." "My goodness, that answer was something I expect more from a harper than a Dragonrider." Behind her she felt him shrug. "Just as Lord Holders, we find it useful to keep abreast of things." "I suppose we could fish," Fiona said, gazing westward over the uninviting terrain. "But I'm not sure that we'd catch enough to feed the Weyr." "And it would get very dull," Tamar agreed. Zareth dipped out of the thermal, gently curving his flight westward. "I think we can do better." "But we can't get near the Holders," Fiona protested. "We don't want the dragons near the fire lizards." "Why not?" Tamar asked. "The fire lizards are not sick back in this time." "And we don't want to risk them getting sick," Fiona pointed out. "But even if we could be absolutely sure that none of our dragons carries the illness, fire lizards have the strangest memories, and we don't want them remembering us being here at Aigen in this time." "Of course," Tamar agreed. "But I think that will be the least of our problems." Fiona scanned the harsh landscape below and nodded. Zareth turned eastward, back toward the Weyr. "There has to be some place where the Weyr kept its herds," she said. "Herds?" Tamar snorted. "How do you know they kept herds?" "It's just as likely that they'd fed directly out of the Holder's stock, saving everyone the trouble of delivering livestock across that." He gestured to the Badlands below him and then, just as suddenly, gave a startled grunt. Zareth dove instantly, his motion surprising Fiona, who found herself grateful for Tamar's sudden tight hold on her waist. "What's that?" the bronze rider asked, pointing to a dusty spot below. "It looks like some work beasts," Fiona said, raising one hand to shade her eyes as she peered against the harsh sunlight. "Traders?" Tamar mused. "Don't get too low, or Zareth will have hard work getting us back to the Weyr," Fiona cautioned. Tamar chuckled. "Just as long as he can get us high enough to go between, we'll be fine." Fiona said nothing in response, abashed that she hadn't thought of it herself.
"They look like they're heading for the Weyr," Tamar said as they got lower. 6, maybe 7 cargo drays and 1 a house dray.
Fiona remembered trader caravans coming to Fort Hold when she was younger, and her face lit up. They always brought strange and wonderful things, even for those used to the marvels that often came to the Harper and Healer halls. The house dray, which Fiona would have called the domicile dray, was covered with bright decorations, and the front of all the drays were shaded with colorful canvas hoods. They looked much more gaudy than the ones she had seen before. Her spirits fell as she had a new thought. Traders trade. What will they want to trade with us?
"We'll find something,"
Tamar declared. They must have started here some days back, Fiona said as they descended close enough for her to see how slowly the ponderous work-beasts were moving. How did they know to come?
"Perhaps the same person who guided you guided them," Tamar suggested. "We'll know soon enough."
A large man in the lead dray climbed up to the top of the wagon, waving in recognition of the dragon descending toward them. Fiona and Tamar were not surprised to see him signal the other drays to halt. As they circled lower, Fiona saw that what she thought was a 7th dray was actually 4 work-beasts harnessed together 2 by 2. "Let's not leave them in this heat long," she said, as Zorinth nimbly touched down on the hot, dusty ground. She immediately shucked off her jacket and wished she had worn cooler clothes. How were they going to survive this heat for the next 3 turns? Tamar leapt down first, turning back to hold his arms out to Fiona, who, suppressing a grimace at his gallantry, fell into them and then pushed herself away as soon as her feet felt the earth beneath her. Tamar smiled and gestured toward the traders. "Should we tell them about timing it?" Fiona whispered to Tamar as they trudged through the thick sand toward the first dray.
"Let's see if we can avoid it,"
he said in reply. A sudden thought made him add,
"I wish we'd thought to have you wear your rank knot."
"You're wearing yours," Fiona said, thinking that should be enough. Tamar did not reply.
"Tamar, Zorinth's rider, and Fiona, Tallenth's rider," he declared as the lead trader approached.
"Well met," the man replied. Fiona was surprised to see how big the man was, taller than Tamar by a head, and so broad-shouldered she thought he could easily lift one of the work-beasts single-handed.
"Aziz, at your service,"
he said, bowing low to them. He gestured toward his dray.
"The sun is high. We would be more comfortable talking in the shade."
Fiona saw that the other traders had left their drays and were trudging to the first one, climbing into the cabin from the back.
"We don't want to disturb you," Tamar said, "especially in this heat." "This heat?" Aziz cocked his head up and peered at the sun above. "This is not heat."
"We're from the north," Fiona said. "We're not used to such heat."
"I can see that," Aziz agreed. "You are not dressed for it."
Fiona nodded politely, surreptitiously studying his clothing. He wore long, flowing robes, and his head was topped with a piece of cloth that draped down over his ears and neck and was tied into place with a brightly colored piece of knotted rope.
"Traders learn to adapt to the climate,"
Aziz said, motioning politely for them to precede him.
"Is there much here to trade?" Tamar asked. "There is always trade," Aziz replied,
his tone making Fiona wonder if he was quoting some wise saying. They reached the dray, and Aziz beckoned for them to climb up.
"It will be quicker to go in through the front."
By courtesy, Fiona went first, spending a moment locating the doorway and its latch before she entered the dim cabin. Voices stopped mid-word as she entered.
"Sit, sit,"
one of the traders urged her, pointing to a cushion just beyond the door. Fiona sat quickly and was surprised to recognize how relieved she felt when Tamar settled next to her. She felt young and awkward, a feeling that increased as she glanced around at the faces peering at her and realized that no one else there was as young as she.
"I'm Tamar, and this is Weirwoman Fiona," Tamar said, nodding to the others.
"Fiona!" one of the traders exclaimed in surprise. "That's not a common name." Lord Bemin's daughter is named Fiona, isn't she? Wondered another trader, an old woman by the sound of her voice.
Tamar glanced at Fiona, and she could tell that he was thinking that they would not be able to keep their origins hidden after all. "I'm that Fiona," she said. "We are here from the future, but I think we should keep that a secret." The traders began to talk excitedly amongst themselves until Aziz called them to order. Several of the traders, Fiona noticed the old woman in particular, appeared to find her claim unbelievable. "Some of our dragons were injured fighting Thread, and we've come back in time to speed their healing," Fiona said. "Do we have you to thank for the medicines we found at the weir?"
"We brought them," Aziz said cautiously, glancing sternly at the other traders.
"How can going back in time speed their healing?" the old woman demanded. "It has to do with timing," Fiona began.
"You must understand that this is highly confidential," Tamar interjected.
"It will take the same amount of time for their wounds to heal," Fiona continued, glaring at Tamar. "But while we hope to stay here for 3 turns, we will return to our time only 3 days after we left."
"Healed and ready to fight,"
the old woman said, her tone indicating that she was repeating words she'd heard previously. She looked at the other traders, who shared glances and nodded to one another in some strange understanding that Fiona couldn't fathom.
3 turns, you say?
Aziz said, looking thoughtful.
"If this works, we'll tell the other Weyrs back in the future so that they can heal their injured too," Tamar said.
"So they will come when you leave?" the old woman guessed.
"So we hope," Fiona told her. She swallowed hard, adding, "Things are not going well for us."
"The Weyr woman who spoke to us earlier warned us that you would not accept the presence of fire lizards,"
Aziz said, his eyes darting from Fiona to Tamar, gauging their reactions. "I had to give up my fire lizard," Fiona admitted bleakly.
"Can we trade on the future?" the old woman asked Aziz. "Isn't that worth more than treasure?"
"Excuse me," Fiona said irritably, "but it seems awfully awkward to be talking with people and not know their names." The old woman glanced to Aziz, a smile crossing her lips fleetingly.
"Our pardon,"
Aziz said, inclining his head respectfully. He pointed to the old woman.
"This is Mother Trader Karina."
"I think you were right the first time," Fiona said, interrupting him. She glanced at the old woman, who sucked in a gasp of surprise and quickly dropped her eyes.
"Dragonriders can always see lies,"
Karina said, glancing sourly at Aziz. "Why are you called Mother?" Fiona asked, her tone polite but demanding. "It means more than just the word, and more than traitor." She sensed surprise and nervousness in the other traders.
"We traders of the desert are different from others," Karina explained. "We love our hot, dry weather. We eat spicy, hot food to cool us. We know how to travel from one oasis to another, how to survive when there is no water, what to do in a sandstorm."
"Sandstorm?"
Tamar repeated the unfamiliar word.
"Winds do not come over the mountains," Karina said, gesturing to the east, "but pick up from the south and west, sometimes blowing for thousands of kilometers, blowing all before them, including the sand."
"The wind can strip the hide off a person in minutes,"
Aziz said with a shudder.
"Even dragons are not safe," Karina warned them. "But you can go between when we cannot."
"What you describe sounds dangerous even to dragons," Tamar said. "I shall be certain to warn my riders. Thank you."
"I have met traders before who ride in brightly colored drays," Fiona said. "Would I have met any of you desert traders?"
"No, we prefer the plains of Aigen and Karun,"
Aziz replied. "So you trade with other traders?"
Karina chortled. "Traders trade with everyone."
Aziz glanced at the other traders, who shifted in their seats, their faces expressionless, yet Fiona felt that they had reached some unspoken agreement.
"Our caravan brings you food,"
Aziz said to his guests. Tamar began to reply, but Fiona, reacting to a feeling in her gut, interrupted before he had half a word out. "What do you wish in trade?" Tamar glanced at her in surprise, but her glare silenced him, and he sat back slightly on his cushion, silently relinquishing the conversation to her, although not without some hidden reservations, she felt. Karina gave Fiona an approving look, but it was Aziz who spoke.
"You must understand, our tithe we give to the Lord